This masked warrior is Ethan, the solo player who single-handedly defeated the final boss, the Ice Empress. But before he could even return to celebrate and receive the world's praise, his body was completely frozen solid. 25 years later, while a local museum showcases this historic battle, our hero suddenly shatters his icy prison and steps out. He has also completely absorbed the vast power of the Ice Empress from 25 years ago. Waking up in a hospital, Ethan sees his old moniker, Ghost, flooding the news again after his sudden 25-year slumber. Following his triumph over the Ice Empress, several safe zones appeared on Earth. Humans can now live in absolute peace, free from the constant threat of deadly monsters. At the same time, a mysterious space elevator appeared, containing a total of 10 floors. The second floor became a land of limitless opportunity. By successfully exploring this domain, humanity gained powerful magic, advanced technology, and a massive wealth of new resources. Yet, for 25 long years, that second floor is the absolute limit of human exploration. Hearing this, Ethan is completely stunned. How on earth could humanity still be this weak? His old friend, Marcus, explains that the third floor is a volcanic wasteland of burning, boiling lava. It took players a very long time to realize the key to conquering this floor is the Ice Empress core. Only this specific artifact can soothe the harsh, molten heat so humanity can finally advance. Hearing this, Ethan turns pale. Because that crucial Ice Empress core was actually absorbed by him during the battle 25 years ago, it is quite embarrassing to admit. He simply pats Marcus on the shoulder, reassuring him that other players just had bad luck finding it. Putting global matters aside, Marcus wants to treat his newly awakened friend to a night of good food and fun. However, the only place Ethan wants to visit is the National Museum. Right now, it features an exhibition dedicated to the 5 sleeping heroes. 25 years ago, 4 other brave teammates actually reached the frozen North Pole alongside him, but only one person was permitted to enter the Ice Empress lair. The other 4 chose to give him that chance, resulting in their own freezing. Unlike Ethan, who merely went into a deep hibernation, they remain completely frozen to this day. Stepping into the museum, Ethan heads straight to the frozen statues. He sits down, pulling out a bottle of soju and 5 small glasses. Seeing his friends covered in dust, Ethan reaches out to clean them. But the moment his hand touches a statue, the system rings with a warning. Frost skill ownership confirmed. Mana levels are currently insufficient, meaning the seal release has failed. Realizing his frost skill can actually melt the ice, Ethan feels a sudden surge of hope, like a drowning man catching a lifeline. If he can lift this seal, it means his beloved comrades can finally wake up. Swiping his hand, Ethan brings up his status window to check his stats. Sadly, they are incredibly low. His 25-year slumber severely drained his original powers, but fortunately, he can reclaim his strength by leveling up once again. On top of that, his legendary victory from the past granted him several very unique special effects. Beside his new frost ability, Ethan is also credited with conquering a floor of the space elevator. Now that is what you call a massive power boost. Touching the 4 frozen figures, he feels a brighter future is finally unfolding. His hands tremble with emotion. Just wait a little longer, he whispers. I will bring you all back. Returning to the hospital, Ethan shares his plan. His bald friend is completely shocked that he wants to become an active player once again. After all, he used to constantly complain about wanting an early retirement. Marcus is deeply worried about his friend overexerting himself so soon. Especially now, since dangerous fiends have started running rampant on Earth. These fiends are actually players with outstanding gifts who chose to use their powers for murder and terrible crimes. 25 years ago, thanks to elite players like his iconic 5-man squad, those villains had absolutely no room to operate. But ever since the squad was frozen and the space elevator opened, the fiends have returned to terrorize the world. Marcus worries that if the fiends catch wind of his return, they will come seeking revenge. But Ethan is not concerned at all. After all, he always wore a mask and went by Ghost instead of his real name. Returning now as ordinary Ethan, absolutely nobody will recognize him or try to seek vengeance. Marcus still tries to argue, but his attitude completely flips when Ethan reveals he knows how to conquer the 3rd floor of the space elevator. Ethan finally confesses that he is the one who absorbed the Ice Empress core. Marcus is absolutely furious, nearly ready to strangle his old friend. He never expected the key humanity has desperately sought for 25 years was inside this guy all along. And yet, he kept his mouth shut the entire time since waking up. Marcus asks if his return is really about saving their old teammates. Without hesitation, Ethan softly admits that is exactly why. With their wishes fully aligned, Marcus is ready to back Ethan up. This includes dealing with the doctors who saw his face and helping him register for the rookie evaluation exam. At first, Ethan is too lazy to bother, but Marcus makes a compelling case. After all, Marcus holds serious weight in the player community. To justify Marcus's full support as a rookie, Ethan needs to make an absolute splash with his debut. Understood, he says. I will get the highest score possible. On exam day, Ethan quietly heads over to the Player Association to get his ticket. While waiting for his turn, curiosity gets the better of him. Wanting to hear what other examinees are saying, he quietly activates his enhanced hearing skill. Every whispered word around the room instantly echoes clear as day in his ears. But there is nothing too shocking being discussed. Everything seems peaceful enough. Candidate number 1 steps inside the arena. A virtual screen flickers on so the waiting crowd can watch the exam. The first challenger starts with plenty of confidence. He brandished his spear, forcing the monsters back. Spectators assume he will easily pass. But Ethan disagrees. Spears are only good at a distance. Get too close, and they are useless. Right on cue, player 1 fails. Finally, it is Ethan's turn. He is near the very back. The judges are exhausted because today's crowd is pretty lackluster. But when Ethan finally steps into the testing room, every joy in the house instantly drops. The young man is carrying a sword, a bow, throwing knives, daggers, and even a spear, basically strapping on every single weapon he owns. His lean build immediately reminds the crowd of the legendary ghost player from years ago. Marcus is sweating bullets. He told his friend to stand out, but this is bordering on ridiculous. Then the test officially starts as 20 goblins materialize in the arena. They are just simulations, but their raw power is as real as it gets. The entire pack charges at him all at once. Ethan launches forward with complete poise. He draws his spear, swinging it in a wide arc that instantly deletes 2 goblins. The moment they fall, the system spawns even more. Ethan grabs his throwing knives, taking down 5 pests trying to ambush him from behind. The remaining monsters freeze in terror. Some try to run, but it is useless against Ethan's lethal bow. The master who taught him archery is Robert Green, one of his 5 old comrades and a world-famous marksman. Escape is impossible. The last few goblins charge in for a desperate melee. Ethan unsheathes his sword, moving like fluid silk as he cuts down the rest. Candidate 75, Ethan, you have passed, congratulations. The test is over, but our hero's joints are screaming in protest. The judges and other candidates can only nod in pure admiration. His mastery over the spear, knives, sword, and bow is absolutely flawless. It is a stunning display. In the end, Ethan easily clears the trial and officially joins the association. Where did the world's greatest player disappear to after waking up? That is the question on everyone's mind. In reality, Ethan is lounging comfortably in Marcus's office with his feet up, reading novels, munching on snacks, and leaving trash everywhere. Marcus finally loses his patience and drags him up. Just a few days ago, Ethan had asked him for information on uncleared gates. These are lethal death traps filled with monsters that no active player has ever survived. Even top-tier veterans refuse to step foot inside. Marcus cannot believe that with his current low level, Ethan wants to dive headfirst into such danger. But our protagonist is itching to level up quickly, and these unexplored dungeons offer a mountain of experience points. Marcus is totally done. He yells at him that he already died once and should pick a safer route, but Ethan remains completely unmoved. His old teammates are still frozen, waiting for him to break their seals. If they were in his shoes, they would take this shortcut too. Besides, Ethan has a very practical point. Since he is a player again, he will inevitably have to face the demons. He needs to be powerful so nobody can push him around. Marcus had not looked that far ahead, and finally, he is convinced. After searching the database, they find only one uncleared gate that fits Ethan's current level. Named the Daybreak Curse, it opened 7 years ago. 142 players have entered, but none have cleared it. Crucially, only level 1 players can enter. This has earned the place a terrifying nickname, the Rookie Graveyard. Sipping on a soda, Ethan examines the file and remarks that it actually looks pretty easy. Marcus takes good care of his friend's arrangements after getting him into the association, transferring the deposit directly into his account. On paper, Ethan is now Marcus's subordinate under a one-year contract. But in reality, everyone knows who is actually calling the shots. He even requests to live at the association headquarters, prompting Marcus to hand him a special set of armor. Though it looks like a simple hoodie, it is incredibly lightweight, durable, and defensive. It was crafted by Gerald Nash, a legendary artisan who is 98 years old. Ethan listened, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. Marcus truly spoiled this headstrong guy to no end. Ethan wanted to thank Gerald Nash in person, but Marcus warned him against it because the old master's workshop was still crawling with spies they could not control. Walking in to thank the master would completely expose his secret identity as the legendary ghost. A hot-headed young man like Ethan was incredibly lucky to have a cautious friend like Marcus by his side. Marcus had already prepared a few excellent weapons for Ethan to choose from. He wanted to head straight for the gate, but he had to pace himself, as his body was still far too weak after waking from his deep hibernation. 10 days later, he stood before the daybreak curse, where surviving until sunrise was his only goal. The desolate graveyard was packed with tombstones. It was choked by suffocating, unbearable heat. Still, Ethan checked the details once more. He knew he could manage. Since the objective was simply to survive until morning, he chose to enter at sunset to save time. Shaving off any extra hours was a smart move in a place this desolate. Suddenly, Ethan felt a sickening, bizarre sensation, as if an unseen presence was clinging to his skin. His intuition screamed danger. A hideous zombie instantly crawled out of the cracked earth. Ethan did not even bother to draw his blade. He smashed the sheathed weapon directly into its skull. It was a crushing, devastating blow. He almost buried the zombie back into the dirt, but then, trouble arrived. And as you might expect, there was not just one zombie, an entire horde began crawling out of the dark soil. They felt no pain and shrugged off ordinary hits. Only fatal strikes slowed them. Their sole focus was tearing the player apart. Ethan swung his sword with fluid precision, landing fatal blows with every single strike. These relentless pests were excellent at causing panic. Fortunately, Ethan had plenty of veteran combat experience to handle them with ease. Dark blood soon stained the soil. One zombie poked its head out, only to get kicked straight back down. Yet, a massive wave of monsters still lay ahead. Exhausted, Ethan leaned against a nearby tombstone to catch his breath. The graveyard finally fell silent. Suddenly, a faint, trembling voice called out from the darkness. It was a human voice. Ethan followed the weak sound until he stopped right before a buried coffin. From deep beneath the earth came the muffled, pitiful weeping of a young boy. Ethan brushed off the dirt. The voice sobbed, explaining that his friends were all brutally slaughtered. He begged Ethan to please save him from the darkness. As the desperate pleading echoed from beneath, Ethan's handsome face turned completely ice cold, his expression impossible to read. He calmly told the voice inside to scream. The speaker wondered why that was necessary. Ethan casually explained that he simply needed to pinpoint their exact location through the thick layers of dirt. After a brief hesitation, a loud scream echoed from the coffin. Having pinpointed the head, Ethan instantly drew his gun and fired several rapid rounds. The scream instantly turned into a furious, agonizing roar as a massive zombie shattered the coffin lid. He had no intention of chatting, finishing the beast with a few swift slashes. In truth, while the zombie horde was massive, a well-organized team could easily overwhelm them. This deceptive, hideous monster was likely the reason so many players had died here. Ethan was far too wise to fall for it, knowing a gate would never seal if a real survivor remained inside. Once that lying monster was finally put down, the system announced that Ethan had successfully cleared the Daybreak Curse, boosting his level and attributes. The gains were quite modest, but Ethan was pleased. He also unlocked a unique skill called Confession of the Dead. This powerful new ability allowed him to peer directly into the memories of the deceased, a tool that would undoubtedly prove invaluable later. This was the very first skill he had acquired since returning as an active player instead of a ghost. Quiet excitement washed over him. Upon returning home, he sank into the sofa and lazily sipped hot coffee. Meanwhile, Marcus read the paper. The gate had been conquered in less than a day. Yet, the identity of the legendary player who accomplished this remained a complete mystery to everyone. Marcus was highly amused, as this victory was a massive slap in the face to the failing top guilds. With such an incredible achievement, Ethan would be highly sought after if he revealed his face, yet he stubbornly refused. But the clever young man was thinking far ahead. In the near future, he planned to conquer even more restricted gates. This would drive the media into a frenzy, forcing reporters to lie in wait at every uncleared gate. Letting them capture the moment naturally would make his grand debut to the world far more spectacular. Marcus could only click his tongue in disbelief after hearing Ethan's cunning plan to debut in front of the public. An old soul returned to a young body must rebuild his strength. Today, Ethan continues his grueling one-arm push-ups in the quiet room. Pushing until his limbs ache and sweat pours, his stamina stat finally rises by 1. A long drink of cold water brings him back to life. He casually checks his status window. His next major destination is the infamous Garden of Loop. This gate appeared 9 long years ago. It remains the oldest undefeated dungeon in the entire country. Government officials are deeply worried. If left alone too long, the seal will break, unleashing monsters upon the innocent. A massive reward awaits anyone who clears this garden. Every hunter dreams of claiming this life-changing fortune, but dreams are rarely enough. 124 attempts have been made, and every single one failed. Desperate, the government spent a fortune hiring Tuha, a brilliant 22-year-old archer from India. Yet, even that young prodigy met his end here. The tragic loss of this rising star shattered everyone's hope of ever clearing the Garden of Loop. It seemed truly impossible. Reading through the young man's records, Ethan sighs. If a monstrous prodigy like Tuha died here, he cannot afford to make any mistakes. Ethan carefully reviews his stats one last time. Everything is ready. Still, he prepares for every possible disaster. What excites him most is his growing control over his deadly ice abilities. Feeling the cold power respond to him, he wonders how devastating this freezing magic will be when unleashed in real combat. Days fly by, and Ethan finally steps inside the gate. To clear the Garden of Loop, he must destroy every single monster within. He carefully analyzes the past. Since strong four-man teams failed here, there must be hidden, lethal traps lurking in the shadows alongside the beasts. Exploring the grounds, Ethan spots a massive labyrinth. He decides it is best to keep his distance for now. The creatures here only hunt under the cover of darkness. Unbothered, Ethan rests in a field of flowers for a quick nap. Night falls, and his first opponents arrive. They look like two monstrous rose plants shaped like young women. Thanks to his highly enhanced senses, Ethan snaps awake the moment they approach. There is no time for polite introductions as they immediately clash. Ethan channels the Ice Empress's power, shaping a deadly spear of pure ice. Leaping high into the air, he hurls the frozen lance, impaling both monsters at once. They crumble instantly. Incredible. The Ice Empress's magic is truly breathtaking. However, the garden holds far more than just these two floral beasts. Suddenly, a massive swarm of wood elves surrounds Ethan. Unshaken, he grips his trusted ice spear, ready for the onslaught. Moving quickly, one sweeping blow destroys nearly the entire horde. The last surviving creature attempts to flee, but Ethan's ice spear pierces it through. He thinks it is over, but he is dead wrong. As he turns around, an overwhelming army of wood elves block his path. Their numbers have easily doubled since the last wave. He wonders if they are duplicating themselves. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers begin to overwhelm his defenses. Forced to fight on the move, Ethan struggles as the relentless creatures assault him from every side. He summons a solid ice shield to block the blows, but the vicious branch strikes shatter it into countless frozen fragments. Exhaustion weighs heavily on his bones, and he has completely lost track of the passing hours. The enemies seem endless, yet one question lingers in his mind: how is he managing to survive this onslaught alone? Why did so many elite hunter teams fail and lose their lives in this garden over the years? Especially Tuha, with his exceptional skills, he should have easily cleared half this swarm with the help of 3 teammates. Fighting through his deep thoughts, Ethan somehow manages to clear the stage. As dawn breaks, he is utterly exhausted but alive. Wandering aimlessly, he finds himself back at the entrance of the mysterious labyrinth. The heavy stench of decay fills the air. Drawn by a strange, irresistible urge, Ethan slowly steps inside. Bleached bones of fallen hunters litter the path. It is a sorrowful, grim sight that weighs heavily on his heart. Reaching a dead end, he finds nothing but just as he turns to leave, a glint of light catches his eye on a bough held by a skeleton. Whispering a quiet apology to the departed soul, Ethan gently picks up the weapon to inspect it. He recognizes it instantly. This is the legendary bow named Tempest, lent to young Tuha by the Indian government for this crucial mission. This skeleton is indeed all that remains of the 22-year-old prodigy. Beside the bones lies a dusty journal. Ethan opens it to an entry dated April 7, 2044, at 12:40 p.m. He was assigned to conquer the Garden of Loop in Korea. Instantly, Tua's final memories flash before Ethan's eyes. He sees the young man celebrating his assignment, followed by the heartbreaking memory of his father begging him not to go to this undefeated gate. But Tiyuha possessed a burning youthful energy, never shrinking from a challenge. His beautiful wife, Jejo, was equally determined to stand by his side in South Korea. Holding hands tightly, the young couple swore a solemn oath to conquer that dangerous gate together. Two close friends joined their small group, and once they landed in South Korea, Tiyuha eagerly continued his archery training. He had a very good feeling about this journey. As their conquest officially began, the group of four stood in awe, because behind the gate lay a breathtakingly beautiful world, covered in blooming flowers and absolute peace. Yet, as a seasoned professional, Tiyuha refused to let the beautiful scenery distract him for very long. That night, 8 terrifying beasts welcomed them. Soon, 32 more appeared, their numbers multiplying relentlessly. Despite their flawless coordination, tragedy struck their group when Tiyuha's first friend took a devastating blow. His wife and their remaining friend carried the wounded man toward the maze, while Tiyuha fought a fierce retreating battle. With every wave they cleared, the monsters doubled in number, leaving them completely overwhelmed. This gate was sheer madness. As dawn broke inside the maze, the monsters began to retreat, but Tiyuha's injured friend could no longer hold on to life. With his final breath, he begged Tiyuha to look after his young daughter. As sunset fell once more, Tiyuha knelt before the maze, facing the field of flowers to pray. That night, they survived the fourth terrifying wave, but their last remaining friend, Jium, had also perished. With trembling hands, Tiyuha penned a few lines in his journal, desperately hoping that he and his wife could escape tomorrow. But on the fifth night, Jejo drew her last breath. Tiyuha held his wife's cold body, weeping in absolute despair. He had sworn to conquer this place, but without Jejo by his side, none of it mattered anymore. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged from behind, unleashing a lethal slash with a razor-sharp blade. Reacting instantly, Tiyuha dodged the fatal blow, but the blade still managed to slice deeply into his right arm. He could not believe his eyes. The attacker was Jium, the friend who had supposedly died, now staring back with blood-red eyes. One look was all it took for Tiyuha to realize this man was a demon, having hidden his dark nature so perfectly that no one ever suspected him. Now that the Garden of Lup was nearly cleared, Jium finally showed his true face, aiming to claim the legendary Storm Bow and the coveted Conqueror title for himself. Overwhelmed with rage, Tiyuha grit his teeth at the vile traitor. But the horrific sight that followed made his face pale, forcing Tiyuha to flee deep into the maze. Jium did not chase him, knowing his blade was coated in a deadly poison. He knew that sooner or later, the poison would end Tiyuha. But what the demon did not realize was that Tiyuha fled out of terror, not from the poison, but because a horde of giant tree monsters had silently closed in from behind. This was the sixth wave. Before Jium could even celebrate his wicked scheme, the terrifying creatures tore him apart, ending his life on the spot. Fleeing to the dead end where Ethan now stood, Tiyuha found his entire right arm completely paralyzed by the demon's lethal poison. Whether it was the monsters or the poison, he wrote that his end was near, begging anyone who found his journal to tell their families how sorry they were. Those were the final, heartbreaking words Tiyuha left behind. As Ethan flipped the page, he discovered a few more lines written in the journal. Tiyuha poured out his burning rage, begging for someone to avenge his team, because without Jium's betrayal, they would have conquered the Garden of Lup together. Reading this, Ethan finally understood how the gate worked. The monsters always scaled to double the number of entering players. Since Ethan entered alone, his starting wave was only 2 beasts, while Tiyuha's party of 4 faced 8. Bringing a large team into this place would have been an absolute nightmare. Slipping the tragic journal into his inventory, Ethan decided to borrow Tiyuha's powerful storm bow for the battles ahead. Before departing, Ethan quietly promised to fulfill Tiyuha's final wish and hunt down those treacherous demons. Farewell, brave young hero of India. A few mornings later, Marcus rushed over to deliver some thrilling news to Ethan. Just as they planned, the media took the bait completely, and now Ethan's name was plastered all over the front page of every major newspaper. The Indian government even reached out to express their deep gratitude for returning Tiyuha's precious diary back to his grieving family. Marcus only had one major regret, lamenting that the legendary storm bow was likely lost forever, trapped inside the closed gate with Tiyuha. After all, that priceless weapon had been crafted by the Indian government specifically for national security. "Oh, you mean this thing?" Ethan casually pulled the legendary bow from his inventory, leaving Marcus staring in complete disbelief. His absolute madman of a friend had actually dared to swipe a legendary artifact belonging to a foreign government. Marcus was practically having a panic attack, but Ethan merely chuckled, defending himself by saying he was only temporarily borrowing it. Marcus could feel a massive headache coming on. A national treasure that India believed was lost forever was now sitting right in his crazy friend's hands. Ethan calmly explained that the demon Giam had betrayed Tiyuha's team specifically to get his hands on this powerful weapon. Although Giam died inside the gate, he was definitely not the only demon hunting for it. While the news reported that the Indian government lost the bow, other threats remained. However, the cunning demons lurking in the shadows would never fall for that story. Knowing their greedy, thieving nature, those demons would naturally assume that the gate's true conqueror, Ethan, had snatched the storm bow for himself, making him their next major target. Marcus had to admit his friend made perfect sense, but as he listened, a chilling face suddenly flashed in his mind. Kanan is a wanted demon archer whose status is unknown. He is famous for collecting bows, so there is no way he will ignore the legendary stormfold weapon. Junho guesses that this archer will team up with other fiends to hunt him down at the next uncleared gates. In fact, this demon is likely far stronger than Ticker ever was. Dioku is deeply worried, but Junho is both incredibly powerful and a reckless risk-taker. He promises never to let the tragedy of 25 years ago repeat itself, finally putting his old friend at ease. Meanwhile, once word of Junho clearing Luffy's garden spreads, reporters swarm around him like flies, eager to catch even a brief interview. Dioku wants security to throw them out, but Junho makes a shocking move. He believes making a massive scene is the best way to bait the fiends out. He tells Dioku to organize a press conference, which instantly draws in countless reporters from networks of all sizes. It makes perfect sense, as Junho's debut is legendary after clearing two of the oldest, untouched gates all by himself. Everyone already sees this young man as the next monster rookie of South Korea. Yet when Junho actually walks into the room, the reporters are completely stunned. He is wearing simple slippers, a plain t-shirt, and casual shorts, with his hair looking like a total mess. Is this really the legendary player who cleared two impossible gates, or did some random guy just wander into the conference by mistake? Cameras continue to flash rapidly, but the reporters are absolutely baffled by Junho's incredibly casual appearance. Ignoring their confusion, he lazily walks up to the microphone and announces that this press conference will last only 30 minutes. The sudden announcement snaps the reporters out of their trance, and they begin shouting questions, which Junho answers with calm precision. His deep composure makes it clear that he is no ordinary beginner, and as their 30 minutes are about to run out, a reporter raises one last question. When asked if he has decided which gate to enter next, Junho smiles brightly because the question plays right into his hands. "Not yet," he replies, mentioning a gate he wants to enter but his level is still too low. Flashing a brilliant smile, he confidently names the West Sea Gate, immediately throwing the entire room into utter chaos as several reporters drop their pens in shock. The room is in an uproar because the West Sea Gate is the very last uncleared gate in South Korea. If he succeeds, Junho will set a historic, unprecedented record. Whispers suggest that a terrifyingly powerful boss monster resides there, forcing the player association to actively debate whether they should officially classify the entire gate as a rank 1 threat. Nearly every reporter in the room believes this gate is far too dangerous for a rookie like Junho. He reflects for a moment, understanding why the reporters would react with such deep skepticism. Boss monsters exist on an entirely different level, capable of commanding weaker creatures as loyal servants and ruling over their domains as kings. Facing the uproar in the room, Junho remains completely calm, delivering one final, confident statement before bringing the press conference to an end. He declares that if he encounters a boss monster, he will win, a statement that instantly becomes breaking news. Junho trends higher than any A-list celebrity, catching the attention of the master of the Dokabi Guild, the country's top guild. While his subordinates want to contact Junho immediately, the guild master prefers to sit back and observe the young man a while longer. If Junho actually clears the west gate, he will receive a personal invitation from Guildmaster Shin Seung-hyun. While back home, Junho and Dioku find themselves buried in mountains of paperwork. Fame brings endless job offers, but Junho remains incredibly selective about which ones to take. He wants a high-experience quest with the perfect difficulty and generous pay, a combination Dioku warns is almost impossible to find. After searching through the pile, Dioku presents a unique commission from a desperate father searching for a cure for his terminally ill daughter. The cure requires a flame fox core, a monster that almost killed Junho back during his early days as a rookie player. The target for his brand new commission is the dangerous Sky Fox Gate. Because it appeared only 3 months ago, it is not officially labeled an uncleared gate, yet the flame fox within has already wiped out 7 entire player parties. Dioku reviews the details, confident that Junho possesses the raw skill to succeed. Furthermore, this request actually comes from an old friend of Dioku, the chief executive officer of the prestigious Manhwa group. To help manage things, Dioku assigns a highly capable assistant named Cha Si-yoon to Junho, since it looks highly unusual for an association president to personally handle a rookie. Following a quick introduction, Cha Si-yoon drives Junho straight to the Manhwa group headquarters, briefing him on the powerful conglomerate during the ride. Manhwa Group stands as the top conglomerate in South Korea, boasting an absolutely flawless reputation. Their lives were absolutely perfect until the eldest daughter of Chief Executive Officer Choi Pil-ho fell with 9-yin severance, a rare condition that targets those with high yin energy. The only treatment is to use something packed with pure yang energy to sustain her life, and a rare flame fox core is exactly what they need. When the two arrive at the Choi family estate, Choi Pil-ho is already waiting for them. Cha Si-yoon never expected the wealthy executive to personally greet a rookie like Junho, but as they shake hands, Junho easily notices that the desperate father is physically trembling. Tears stream down the man's face as he bows low, desperately begging Ethan to save his beloved daughter. Choi Pil-ho's exhaustive research confirms that patients suffering from 9-yin disease have made full recoveries using a gray fox core. He offers Ethan a staggering 15 billion won for this single commission, promising to do whatever it takes to grant any additional request that is within his power to fulfill. Sitting nearby, Cha Si-yoon gulps in surprise, knowing 15 billion won is an absolute fortune that, combined with the other terms, makes it impossible to simply reject. He calmly declines, saying he is sorry but must refuse, a declaration that instantly leaves both people in the room completely stunned. Choi Pil-ho immediately raises his offer to 25 billion, and then even 30 billion won, but Ethan still shakes his head. The desperate father assumes he wants more, but the young man replies that 10 billion is more than enough. He explains that back in the day, the legendary player Ghost accepted a very similar commission to this. That desperate client was more than willing to surrender his entire fortune to save his daughter, but Ghost firmly refused, taking only 100 million won. His reason is exactly the same: he refuses to exploit someone who is only trying to save their family. On their way back, Cha Si-yoon asks if he heard that ghost story from Marcus Webb, causing Ethan to startle and quickly brush it off since his secretary is a truly massive fan of his alter ego. Even though public rumors always paint Ghost as a ruthless, cold, and incredibly decisive hero, Cha Si-yoon knows in her heart that he is deeply kind and genuinely honorable, a belief only strengthened by the selfless words Ethan spoke today. Although her high praise is directed toward Ghost, she is technically praising him to his face, making Ethan feel quite a bit embarrassed by her endless compliments. Once back at the association, Marcus Webb reveals a surprising little secret to him. Someone as highly capable as Cha Si-yoon could easily work for major global guilds, but she chose this association solely because they hold the rights to care for Ghost once he finally awakens. Embarrassed by the news, Ethan quickly changes the subject as they both enter the massive equipment storage room filled with various high-tech weapons. Marcus Webb tosses him a sleek sword to test, explaining that channeling magic into the blade will instantly reinforce it to easily pierce straight through a giant orc. Every other weapon in the room features the same advanced technology, yet Ethan does not look the least bit impressed by any of these toys. To him, all this high-tech gear is nothing more than fancy toys, especially since he once stood directly in front of terrifying predators like the Ice Empress. In a real fight against beasts of that caliber, advanced weapons are completely useless because those high-tier monsters can easily rip apart a player's magic itself. Ethan tells Marcus Webb that a player can only grow truly powerful when they grind and train through their own honest hard work. Relying too heavily on these flashy, modern weapons will only end up making the new generation of players lazy and weak in the long run. His attention lands on a completely ordinary sword tossed aside in a dusty corner, which Marcus Webb dismisses as useless junk, but Ethan suddenly draws the blade and sweeps it dangerously close to his startled friend. The sheer force of his swift strike violently shakes the entire room. President Shim stands completely frozen in place, utterly stunned by his old friend's sudden and terrifying display of power. Ethan lets out a cold chuckle, noting that the world has indeed changed, yet players are letting their true strength be held back by these high-tech toys. When the long-awaited day of the raid finally arrives, countless eager reporters swarm the gate alongside 27 other players from rival guilds, while Cha Si-yoon prepares a highly delicious pot of warm lavender tea for him. He downs the tea in one quick gulp, reminding her to wake up much earlier than usual tomorrow morning. Cha Si-yoon is completely confused, but Ethan only flashes a highly confident smile and remarks that after today's successful dungeon raid, he will surely be flooded with dozens of brand new commissions. The second Ethan steps out of the vehicle, the eager reporters immediately rush over to swarm him for interviews. The other top players find this massive spotlight highly irritating, especially since the slender and somewhat frail-looking Ethan hardly looks like a legendary hero who successfully cleared to difficult, unconquered dungeons. On top of that, the old sword he is carrying on his shoulder looks completely cheap and utterly pathetic. Stepping through the portal at exactly 11:28 a.m., the players find themselves in a scorching desert, matching the gate's brutal name, the Burning Sand Dunes. The oppressive heat inside is absolutely exhausting, making several players instantly sluggish before a loud voice suddenly calls out for everyone to listen up. Stepping forward to quickly capture everyone's attention in the heat, a pale and well-dressed young man loudly introduces himself as Cha Min-woo, a player from the highly elite Shanghai Guild. This powerhouse guild is currently ranked 13th nationwide, only accepting those who are deemed the absolute top elite of the player community. Cha Min-woo quickly proposes a straightforward offer, stating that his guild will pay 1 million won to any players willing to join their party and strictly follow their commands during the raid. However, the catch is that the ultimate prize, the Grey Fox Core, must belong entirely to the Shanghai Guild. Most players find this demand completely ridiculous, considering everyone entered this dangerous dungeon with the hope of claiming that valuable Grey Fox Core. Yet, Cha Min-woo knows exactly how to play them, a master manipulator. He points out that surviving this brutal desert alone is nearly impossible, warning that if any player changes their mind later, his guild will only pay 500,000 won. Hearing this, many desperate players reluctantly agree to join the squad, but Ethan naturally declines, calmly walking off into the desert entirely alone under the highly critical stares of the remaining players. As the sun beats down with brutal force, Ethan pulls up his collar to shield his face, walking even faster. The gray fox is remarkably similar to the mythical nine-tailed fox, as its number of tails steadily increases as it grows older and stronger. After 1,000 years of continuous cultivation, the beast grows 9 tails to ascend and become a legendary celestial fox, commanding absolute obedience from all ordinary firefoxes in the desert. As their power grows, the number of firefoxes obeying orders increases too. Junho does not know how many tails this blazing desert fox has, so he temporarily finds a high, safe spot to scout out the area first. Min-goo's followers quickly encounter the monsters as about 30 firefoxes burst from beneath the sand to launch an attack. Min-goo orders his deputy to execute the plan, firing for electric traps in all directions to create for invisible walls. The firefoxes crash into the barrier and instantly get electrocuted to death, making Min-goo's followers grow even more arrogant. Armed with this advanced Chunhee technology, they assume dealing with these desert foxes will be an absolute breeze. But the final boss appears much faster than expected, and the entire sky suddenly plunges into total darkness. Looking up, they realize a colossal fox has emerged, its eyes burning with pure rage as it watches its kin get brutally slaughtered. The players count the tails and freeze. It has 9 tails, an actual 9-tailed beast is here. The creature the legendary ghost barely defeated before only had 6 tails, throwing the majority of players here into immediate panic. Mingu demands they calm down and hold the line, confident that any monster can be killed with a strike to the heart or head. He has also prepared a highly powerful trap specifically designed to capture this massive beast. Mingu has only one goal today, which is to slay this beast and finally surpass that mysterious ghost. But reality is always different from expectations. Before anyone can even get into position, the giant fox unleashes a devastating wave of fire that wipes out the entire squad and completely destroys all of their traps. Mingu is severely injured and can only weep in sheer helplessness. This monster is just too overwhelming, and seriously, what can he even do against this kind of power? Seeing the beast prepare to spit another deadly fireball, Mingu is too weak to escape, fully expecting to die right there, until Junho suddenly steps in front of him to block the attack. Facing the incoming fireball, he draws his blade and slices it clean in half, leaving Mingu completely speechless with his jaw wide open. With no time to waste, Junho tells them to carry the survivors as far away as possible, leaving them wondering what he plans to do. Mingu has lost all his arrogance, stammering like a helpless child, so Junho simply replies that he is staying behind to handle this beast. Once the survivors are safely out of the way, Junho feels much lighter and ready to fight without any distractions. He and the fox monster immediately lock into a life-or-death struggle, and the beast proves to be far more aggressive than anyone imagined. The monster starts off by throwing a volley of 6 or 7 fireballs all at once, and while Junho managed to dodge them, getting close enough to land a hit is a massive struggle. Giving him absolutely no time to catch his breath, the fox unleashes another massive fireball. The blinding glare almost robs Junho of his sight, and taking a direct hit from this would mean certain death. Relying on his ice skills, Junho barely manages to block the blazing blast, but before the flames even clear, the beast tracks his scent and strikes again. Junho leaps high into the air, narrowly escaping its deadly claws, but he knows that constantly running and dodging will not win this battle. Fortunately, Junho seems to have prepared for this beforehand, so he does not panic under pressure. He reasons that since more tails mean greater strength for the beast, cutting them off should weaken it, and he wastes no time putting that theory to the test. Following his massive leap, Junho successfully reaches the creature's tails. Armed with only a worn-out sword and his sharp ice skills, he manages to sever one of the creature's tails, while outside the dungeon gate. 10 hours have already passed. Reporters gather outside, eating instant noodles while they wait, completely unaware that inside the gate, Junho has just sliced off another tail. The beast roars in agony, but Junho shows absolutely no mercy because a monster is still a monster. Before facing him, this creature had likely slaughtered countless players, and now, blinded by rage, it swings its claws directly at Junho. But he easily dodges the strike, causing the beast's heavy claws to slam into the ground and kick up a massive cloud of dust. With its vision temporarily blocked, Junho seizes the perfect opening, swinging his sword to slash and blind one of the creature's eyes. Agonized, it fires another desperate round of fireballs, but the heavy injuries and missing tails have drained most of its strength. Junho maintains control of the battle and strikes again, blinding its remaining eye. Yet the dying beast still refuses to give up. It channels every ounce of remaining strength into one final, desperate attack, its entire body erupting into flames with terrifying power. Junho counters by calling upon his powerful ice abilities once more. In the middle of the scorching desert, he conjures a massive ice spear that drives straight through its head, finally bringing this battle to an end. Exhausted, Junho collapses onto the sand as the system alerts him that the beast is slain, awarding him its core. While outside the dungeon, the portal gate suddenly shifts from a dangerous red to green, signaling that the conquest is finally complete. It took Junho a total of 13 hours to clear this dungeon, and reporters stand ready with cameras rolling as Mingu is the first to emerge. Carrying Junho on his back, he steps out as medical teams quickly rush the injured players onto stretchers and head for the hospital. Reporters immediately crowd around the conscious survivors, desperate to get their exclusive interviews. Countless blinding camera flashes and bright recording lights focus almost entirely on Chaemingu. Everyone believes he led the raid team to victory, and the sudden wave of praise forces Chaemingu to reflect deeply. He suddenly remembers a day from his childhood when his teacher asked him about his ultimate dream. Back then, young Chaemingu proudly declared he wanted to grow up to be a great hero just like the ghost, and a true hero never tells lies. Though it tastes bitter, Chaemingu willingly casts aside his pride to reveal the absolute truth of what happened. When Junho finally wakes up in the hospital, Cha is already sitting right beside him, busy managing a mountain of requests at 6 in the morning. It turns out his prediction was spot on because Cha had to wake up early, yet Junho is already dragging his stand out the door. She desperately tries to stop him, but Junho calmly explains that he simply fainted from physical exhaustion. He absolutely must see Choi Pinho first, so the two of them quickly head straight back to the massive Choi family mansion. Choi Pinho is incredibly grateful that Junho came straight here upon waking up, and he immediately leads him to his daughter, who looks far weaker than Junho ever expected. And get this, the moment he pulls that glowing Firefox core out, the sudden heat wave absolutely terrifies the anxious chairman. Junho quickly calms the panicked chairman down and politely asks him to step outside. Left alone with the patient, Junho prepares to begin the treatment, but as he is about to place the Firefox core near her, the system suddenly displays a strange message. You can sense mid-Tyrian energy from the target, which you can absorb using your frost skill. Upon absorption, your magic stat will increase. Is this a massive stroke of luck, or a hidden curse from above? The legendary frost skill he already possesses is incredibly powerful, serving as a solid defense while letting him launch active attacks. Now it can even boost his magic stats by draining Koldian energy, and regardless of any hidden risks, this is definitely an opportunity worth taking. Junho reaches out and begins absorbing the dense yin energy swirling inside the girl. He feels a massive, abundant wave of energy flowing straight into his body, a method that proves far safer than using the Firefox core directly. Her weak body is spared from bearing that massive fiery power, while Chairman Choi sits completely still right outside the door. After a while, Junho steps out looking pale and completely drenched in sweat, but the treatment is a success, and she is fully healed with 0 side effects. These incredible words pierce straight to the heart of Choi Pinho, an older businessman who has ruled the market for decades, yet suddenly bursts into tears. He sinks onto the floor, crying from sheer relief. Junho and Cha quickly drive back to the association, as he is finally due for a short, peaceful vacation to recover. Seeing his exhausted state earlier, Chairman Choi desperately wanted to pay him extra, but Junho firmly refused to take any additional money. Because of this, the chairman made a vow, whenever Junho needs assistance, the powerful Manhwa group will support him with their entire arsenal. This profound gratitude for the savior of their family is an oath that is worth far more than any sum of money. The vast influence of the Manhwa group stretches across all of South Korea. Beyond their immense financial power, Choi Pinho's eldest son serves as the leader of the legendary Red Tower Guild, currently ranked 5th in the nation. Securing backup from such a legendary guild is an incredible, massive advantage that Junho simply cannot refuse. He will definitely make good use of this incredible connection when the time comes, and upon returning, he slumps lazily onto the association president's office sofa. Having already spoken with Choi Pinho on the phone, Deoku is fully up to speed, so they quickly get straight to business. Now watch. He casually pulls the glowing Firefox core out, leaving his old friend completely starstruck. Hearing how Junho saved the chairman's daughter leaves Deoku so utterly flabbergasted that he slams the desk and stands up, wondering how that was even possible. His frost skill literally allows him to drain the yin energy of any target. He discovered he can do the exact same thing to items and not just living beings, but he did not share this with Deoku just for idle amusement. Deoku immediately understands that he needs to track down rare, yin-infused items to help boost Junho's magic stats. However, since an incurable disease like the 9-yin malady only contain mid-Tyrian energy, ordinary items will probably be of very little use to him. The two decide to split up, while Deoku searches for those rare items. Junho heads off to investigate the bustling player market. The player market is a massive hub filled with vendors from South Korea and all around the globe. Vendors trade absolutely everything here, from basic gear for ordinary citizens to rare player equipment and highly classified information. The massive, diverse crowds create a lively, bustling atmosphere that genuinely cheers Junho up as he walks the streets. Life is certainly much more stable now than it was 25 years ago, but he is not here for a relaxing stroll. His real target is the black market. He quietly enters a local movie theater, taking a seat in specialized chairs that instantly teleport players directly to the black market. The moment Ethan sits down, the scenery around him completely changes. This black market has a dark, eerie vibe with absolutely no ordinary folks around. Surrounded by a massive crowd, Ethan hears countless whispers about different shady dealings. A few people recognize him as Korea's terrifying new rookie. Yet Ethan knows that very few people here pose any real threat. Suddenly, two flashy-looking thugs show up and block his path out of nowhere. These guys are merely low-level players. Confident he can easily handle them all at once, Ethan demands they step aside. The two thugs exchange uneasy looks and actually back off. That is definitely not how these things usually go. Shouldn't they at least try to pick a fight? To his surprise, they complied immediately, but he doesn't dwell on it. Ethan quickly makes his way into a nearby shop. The shopkeeper recognizes him instantly. Ethan browses the items on display, but they are all cheap, low-grade gear that does not meet his standards. Ethan firmly requests to see the secret backroom where the high-grade legendary gear is kept. The owner freezes up like he swallowed a bone, quickly denying it. "Who told you about that room?" "It is just an empty rumor," he stammers, but his obvious panic gives him away completely. Smiling quietly, Ethan pulls a gold necklace from his pocket. It is not just ordinary gold, it is high-level equipment. It seems money always talks. The bald shopkeeper grumbles under his breath before leading Ethan to a well-hidden room. Inside, premium gear of incredible quality lines the walls. He finds a perfect glove named the Gauntlet of the Ice Pixie's Grief. Though its power is slightly weaker than the dark energy of Julie, it is still a highly useful artifact. Without a second thought, Ethan purchases the glove. With his business concluded, he heads straight to a local bar. This place offers a teleportation service that can instantly send him to the branch market in Irodong. As Ethan waits and quietly sips his drink, his presence immediately catches the eye of the local lowlifes hanging around. They recognize him instantly. These mediocre players always despise talented newcomers, and it does not take long for three of them to gather and pick a fight. But our hero is not one to back down from a fight. Ethan is fully prepared to teach these troublemakers a lesson. The brewing brawl draws everyone's attention. Some onlookers eagerly wait to see the rookie get crushed and thoroughly humiliated. Others feel that targeting a new player just to boost their own reputation is incredibly pathetic. Yet, nobody steps in to stop it. The thugs believe they will easily beat him to a pulp, but Ethan calmly pulls a small dagger from his inventory. How much longer until the teleportation is ready? Ethan asks the bartender, his face completely expressionless. For minutes left, the bartender answers, "That is more than enough time." The self-proclaimed Gangnam Trio are nothing more than mere insects in Ethan's eyes. After he throws out a few casual provocations, the burly, long-haired thug holding the flashiest weapon is the first to charge. Ethan tilts his head to dodge easily. His left hand quickly grabs the hilt of the big thug's weapon. Though his right hand holds a dagger, Ethan decides to keep it relatively clean. He yanks the weapon, pulling the giant close to deliver a brutal elbow strike. With a loud crash, the thug collapses to the floor, his face covered in blood as the entire bar watches in utter shock. The remaining two are visibly shaken, but they have already crossed the line. Realizing physical attacks will not work, the red-haired thug decides to rely on magic. He condenses his magical energy into sharp arrows and fires them directly at Ethan. Of course, a veteran of his caliber will not be touched by such weak attacks. Ethan swiftly lunges forward to confront the remaining swordsman directly. It takes almost no time at all for Ethan to leave the swordsman writhing in pain on the floor. Casting a cold, disdainful glance at the red-haired leader, Ethan dodges the remaining spells with ease. He closes the distance in a flash and strikes back ruthlessly. With a swift, brutal motion, Ethan pins the leader's hands to the wall using his dagger. In less than 4 minutes, the self-proclaimed Gangnam Trio with 5 years of experience are utterly defeated by a rookie. As the three thugs tremble in absolute terror, The rest of the tavern bursts into enthusiastic applause for Ethan. With the teleportation system finally active, Ethan does not waste his time basking in their empty praise. He steps into the light, arriving in Iredong just as evening begins to fall. Ethan looks up at the city sunset and sighs softly, quietly wishing he could see his old friends again. Meanwhile, inside a luxury car, a candid photo of Ethan fighting in the black market has already been leaked. Sitting in the back seat, an orange-haired woman enjoys some ice cream while listening to her bodyguard's report. She seems genuinely fascinated by Ethan. She asks for his name. Though Ethan fears neither man nor beast, he immediately runs into trouble the moment he steps into Iredong. A massive crowd of adoring fans is waiting in a long line just to take a picture with him, causing Ethan's face to darken. Confronted by this powerless crowd, he cannot even bring himself to run away. Just as he is desperately searching for an escape route, the orange-haired woman and her bodyguard suddenly appear. She asks if they can talk for a moment, addressing him as player Ethan. He can feel her intense, fiery energy even from a distance. Ethan quickly searches through his memories of famous players and finally finds a matching name. Meet Gong Duha, Princess of Dok Kabi, one of the world's 6 strongest guilds. She hands him a business card, confirming his suspicion they want to recruit him, not pick a fight. Needing to escape the fans, he agrees to talk elsewhere. Sitting across from her, she looks like any normal girl, but rumors say even terrifying demons fear the Gong family. Ethan silently doubts if she is really a princess. Asking directly what she wants, her offer is even simpler: join us. Joining one of the prestigious 6 great guilds sounds as casual as grocery shopping when she says it. The vice leader of Dok Kabi sent her to recruit him, but she absolutely hates dealing with long, drawn-out processes. She noticed his record and already approved. Besides, his fake profile only lists a rank D weapon skill, making a rookie who is already this overpowered look like an absolute diamond in the rough. With proper training from a top-tier guild like Dok Kabi, she is sure his potential will skyrocket. She even carefully brings out a highly detailed roadmap of his future training, outlining generous resources, a massive salary, and his entire career progression. Ethan silently admits it looks great, finally understanding why all the top-tier players abandoned the association to join massive guilds. With such perks, she thinks he will agree instantly, but his instant refusal catches her completely off guard, and honestly, can you blame her for slamming the table? Naturally, Ethan has his own calculations. Joining Dok Kabi offers fortune and fame, but it means losing his freedom to their absolute commands, so he asks if she prefers being a big fish in a small pond. Sitting back down, she realizes this guy is far sharper than she first imagined. He would rather lead a small association as the top player than sit at the bottom of a giant guild packed with ruthless, competitive elites. She tries to ask one last time, but his answer remains a firm refusal, leaving a disappointed Gong Duha to walk away. But before walking out, she decides to throw him a friendly warning. She warns him that demons have been much more active lately, even crawling around the first floor of the space elevator, which is classified information smaller associations cannot access yet. Ethan immediately shares this intel with Marcus. Even though he knows the massive gap between the guilds and the association, Marcus is deeply shocked by how far behind they are on information, though Ethan has no regrets. To make up for it, Marcus sets him up with an entire 77th floor for his private home. Fortunately, the association's budget is healthy, so his compensation and benefits are incredibly good, though before packing up to move, Ethan suddenly remembers something important. He tells Marcus that he plans to conquer the West Sea Gate in exactly 1 week. With his current level, he is already fully qualified to enter this gate, leaving Marcus to wonder why he wants to wait a whole week, but Ethan has a plan. He wants to hunt demons, so he lets them know he is coming. Once the announcement goes public, his upcoming raid on the West Sea Gate becomes a massive sensation, even making national television news. If he succeeds, Ethan will turn South Korea into the very first safe zone in the entire world with 0 active, uncleared gates left. News anchors even debate his choice to stay behind. Just as he hoped, the news reaches the fiends, though their leader Carl still doesn't dare show himself on the first floor. Being a wanted man makes him the common enemy of every guild, so he sends the infamous Darkness Brothers to handle the West Sea Gate instead. On the other side of things, Ethan begins studying these mysterious Darkness Brothers. They signed up as medical support, prompting him to send Secretary Cha on an overtime mission to dig up their true colors. While waiting for the report, he takes some time to practice his magic, knowing the boss of the West Sea Gate is highly likely to be a dragon. He actually fought dragons a few times in his past life, though those battles never went easily. Because they can fly, a hunter either has to physically latch onto their backs to fight, or drag them screaming to the ground to finish them off. He barely even starts training before a zip file containing the complete investigation pops up on his device from the secretary. Secretary Cha has already compiled all the details on the Darkness brothers, whose real names are Vincent and Esfa from the United States. Both possess powerful darkness skills and boast over 200 successful missions under their belts. When asked about their sudden decision to head to the West Sea Gate, they claim they simply wanted to help Ethan and extend their successful track record. Ethan just chuckles mockingly, muttering that looking over their files, this whole setup feels incredibly suspicious. On the day of the raid, crowds of reporters swarm the gate as usual, with international press joining local media to capture the big story. Dioku sits in the car, completely on edge, while Junho is totally relaxed, just playing a game on his phone. What a hopeless guy. Dioku chucks a roll of toilet paper right at Junho's head, furious that he can even think about gaming before such a massive event. While Junho does not care, Dioku is deeply suspicious of those shadowy brothers. No other allies are joining them on this raid besides Junho. Dioku is absolutely convinced these two are demon spies. Even without any solid proof, Dioku is eating himself alive with anxiety, but Junho calmly steps in to reassure his friend. Even if they attack, I have a plan, he says. The moment Junho steps out, the Shadow brothers immediately approach to shake hands and chat. Their overly friendly and eager behavior makes Junho highly uncomfortable, but he keeps his composure and politely replies, even speaking fluent English without needing any translator at all. Junho steps into the gate's territory with the two Shadow brothers trailing closely behind him. Espa, the long-haired brother, seems rushed right after passing the gate. He wants to strike Junho from behind, but that slender back looks incredibly solid and immovable. Espa hesitates for a second. Junho looks quite lean and fragile, yet somehow, that silent back of his does not reveal a single opening. Breaking into a cold sweat, he backs down, only able to grit his teeth and curse himself for missing such a perfect opportunity. As they walk across an island, Vincent and Espa keep asking what to do next, but Junho remains completely silent. The boss of this gate is called the Nameless Dragon. It does not even have a proper title. Yet he feels an incredibly massive threat from it. This gate is nothing like a simple one-star level. Suddenly, violent dust kicks up, and the entire sky plunges into darkness. And honestly, doesn't this eerie scene feel a bit too familiar to you? Vincent and Espa look up to face a massive, ferocious dragon with giant horns and vicious eyes. Its sheer, towering size completely paralyzes them with fear. How do we even hunt this thing? Espa starts to ask, but before he can finish, Junho has completely vanished. He is gone, but the nameless dragon looms directly behind them, surrounded by crackling thunder and blinding lightning. You actually failed to sense my presence. Junho's mocking voice echoes through the dark space, but the Shadow brothers cannot pinpoint where he is speaking from. Meanwhile, the dragon unleashes a relentless assault, every single strike carrying lethal force that leaves them scrambling to survive. Now tell me, you guys are working with the demons, right? Junho continues his interrogation from the safety of a massive, leafy tree. Meanwhile, Espa quickly activates his Shadow Soldier skill as they begin to split up and take action. The older brother stays to hold off the dragon, while Vincent goes to find and eliminate Junho. Deep inside the dense forest, Vincent begins tracking Junho's exact position. Sensing a familiar aura nearby, he sneers. Junho is clearly still just a rookie, no matter how talented. He still leaves obvious traces when trying to hide his energy. Gripping his long knife, Vincent silently slithers forward like a snake toward the energy signature. Junho, my brother is fighting the dragon. We really need your help, he calls out. He begs for help, but Vincent's strike is cold and incredibly decisive. Slicing his blade hard into the shadow carrying Junho's aura, Vincent expects a clean hit, but he only strikes empty air. As the illusion dissolves into nothingness, a wave of pure terror washes over him. In this dense forest, this pitch-black woods should be his absolute home turf to exploit his shadow skills. Yet at this very moment, he is entirely stripped of confidence, feeling nothing but a terrible, creeping dread. Vincent is left wandering like a blind man in the dark. Just seconds ago, Junho's aura was incredibly strong, but now it has completely vanished. He looks frantically in every direction, desperate for any sign. Junho suddenly appears behind him like a devil from hell, whispering that it is a real pity he belongs to the dark faction. Moving through the shadows with the effortless grace of a master predator, Junho completely dominates the dark. Vincent, sweating profusely, desperately plays dumb and asks what he means by that. Having zero patience left to play games with these two, Junho lays all his cards on the table. Vincent tries to deny the accusation, but his eyes have already glowed a deep, crimson red, the unmistakable mark of the dark faction. They are just like the demons themselves. Caught red-handed by Junho, Vincent staggers backward and quickly covers his face. He never expected to lose control and expose his crimson eyes. But since the secret is out, Vincent stops hiding it. He drops his knife. Neither Vincent nor Esfa are actual demons, but they have hunted and drunk demon blood. This gives them the raw, unmatched strength of a demon, but also leaves them savagely cruel and emotionally numb. Every single use of this power gives me an absolutely incredible rush, Vincent sneers. His hands instantly surge with dark, twisted demonic energy. Striking first, he hurls devastating blasts of demonic energy. They tear through the air like razor blades straight toward Junho, but the target remains completely relaxed. Junho activates his night walk, a skill specifically designed for moving in darkness. He vanishes instantly from Vincent's sight, only to reappear like a silent ghost right behind his back. Panicked, Vincent swings around to strike, but Junho vanishes into thin air once again. Mastering this special shadow technique does more than just hide his presence. In the deep darkness, Junho's senses sharpen dramatically, giving him total mastery over his vision, hearing, and every physical movement. So, who is truly the hunter and who is the prey now? Meanwhile, Edvar is struggling desperately against the nameless dragon. The beast refuses to fly below the heavy clouds, rendering almost all of his powerful attacks completely useless. As Edvar focuses all his attention on the flying monster, Vincent suddenly bursts from the bushes, looking like he has just seen a ghost. "Where is Junho?" he gasps. "That man is bizarre. I cannot locate him." Yet Edvar simply refuses to believe Junho has any real strength. He firmly believes his foolish younger brother is just being tricked by Junho's cheap illusions and parlor tricks. For now, they must deal with the dragon and handle Junho later. Edvar quickly lays out their strategy for the attack. The dragon is mighty and flies high, but it possesses one fatal weakness, an inverted scale. A single strike to that spot will end the battle instantly. So, Edvar will draw the beast's attention as a distraction, while his brother uses shadow teleportation to reach that vulnerable inverted scale. It is a beautiful plan, but unfortunately, reality has other ideas. Before they can even move, the dragon completely obliterates Edvar's shadow army and strikes both brothers. Edvar takes the brunt of the blow, left trembling violently with blood covering his face. Wasting no time, Vincent fires a bolt of mana to mark his teleportation target on the beast. Though his spell lands, it misses the inverted scale. After scrambling onto the dragon's back, Vincent frantically looks around to find the correct spot. Spotting his target, he immediately leaps to the coordinates and lands right in front of the scale. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Vincent rips the scale raw. But instead of dying, the dragon unleashes a devastating strike like heavenly thunder, leaving him on the brink of death. Junho has been quietly watching everything unfold from the forest. Watching their foolish display, he can only mutter a single word: "Fools." Meanwhile, Vincent plummets to the ground, covered in blood. While Edvar has no idea what went wrong, Junho knows exactly where they made their fatal mistake. The inverted scale is indeed a dragon's weakness, but touching it makes the beast feel threatened. As a result, it goes into a wild frenzy, becoming far more vicious than usual. To face a dragon in such a frenzied state, one needs truly elite equipment. After a moment of thought, Junho draws his legendary storm bow and aims directly at the nameless beast. Meanwhile, the two shadow brothers are in absolute torment. The dragon fires relentless attacks, each strike far more violent than the last, forcing them to struggle desperately just to survive. Vincent screams for his brother, while Edvar curses back, telling him to shut up because he is distracting him. Suddenly, An arrow cuts through the air from the forest, striking the dragon. The beast roars in pain, halting its assault. The two brothers share a startled look, immediately realizing that Junho must be the one responsible. He is not doing this to save them. Rather, if they die, Junho knows he cannot defeat the massive dragon entirely on his own. Seeing this opportunity, the two brothers decide to exploit it. Instead of fighting back, they stop wasting their energy and run for their lives. Well now, these two cowards are sharper than they look, Junho sneers, watching them try to use him as a shield to escape. Not a chance, he thinks. Concentrating his mana into glowing arrows, Junho fires a relentless volley from his storm bow directly at the beast. Vincent and Edvar quickly notice that the nameless dragon's relentless attacks are finally slowing down. Ready to end the game, Junho stops hiding and suddenly appears right in front of the two brothers. They yell in shock, demanding to know why this madman is here. "Weren't you supposed to cover us from behind?" they stammer. Junho simply replies that he is already finished, casually pointing a finger backward at the empty sky. The massive dragon, riddled with glowing arrows, plummets from the heavens and crashes heavily right behind Vincent and Edvar, leaving them completely terrified. How is this possible? They wondered. Everyone said Junho's main weapon is a sword. Yet he just brought down a colossal dragon from such a massive distance like it was child's play. No wonder Callsigner was so utterly obsessed with him. Standing proudly with the storm bow, Junho speaks to them in a highly provocative tone. The two brothers exchange a glance. Even as villainous fiends, they can recognize overwhelming strength when they see it. Clearly, Junho is not someone to be trifled with. Desperate, the Shadow brothers offer to negotiate, promising to give him valuable information about Callsigner. All they ask in return is their lives, but since they have already seen far too much, Junho has absolutely no intention of letting them walk away. "Are you really going to murder us?" Vincent roars, lunging forward with his blade. Yet his speed is simply no match for Junho's incredible swiftness. Before he can even register Junho's movement, his throat is cleanly slashed, and Vincent collapses to the ground in agonizing pain. Seeing his brother fall, Edvar is consumed by grief and fury. Though he is stronger than Vincent, he ultimately cannot escape the exact same tragic fate. "If trash like you ever get a next life, spend every moment of it repenting for your sins." Those are the final words Junho offers to the Shadow brothers. Having cleared out the pests, he slowly walks over to the dying dragon. With one final, decisive blow, he defeats the beast and successfully conquers the West Sea Gate. A flurry of system notifications pops up regarding his level-ups and dropped loot, but Ethan has far more pressing matters on his mind. He wants to test his new confession of the dead skill on the two fallen foes, and soon, Vincent's memories begin to play in a holographic window. Looking at this interface, it feels just like watching a video online. Ethan wants to review the most recent memories, but they are filled with senseless slaughter, blood, and desperate pleas for mercy. He cannot bear to watch any longer, realizing he let those monsters off far too easily. He mutters to himself, shifting his search to memories regarding the Fiend Association, the dark network where scum like this hide. A few fragmented memories surface, allowing Ethan to pinpoint the primary locations where they gather to trade illicit information. But just as the crucial details emerge, the playback cuts off because the skill enforces a level limit to protect the user's mind. It is incredibly frustrating. The final image Ethan manages to catch is of a mysterious blonde man whose high level apparently blocks any further viewing of these memories. Interestingly, this skill does not seem to impose the same level restrictions on non-human targets. Ethan turns his gaze toward the massive dragon, a creature far more powerful than the frost fox. Yet, it does not even possess a proper name, leaving him deeply curious about its past. As the nameless dragon's memories begin to unfold, they unexpectedly reveal an ancient dynasty in Korea, where the world is viewed through the eyes of a ruling king. Furthermore, this ailing monarch had long been deeply preoccupied with the legend of the Scylla dragon god, the legendary guardian of his kingdom's lasting prosperity. Thus, he requested that upon his death, the high priests cremate his body and scatter his ashes over the western sea. He hoped that if the legend were true, he might transcend into a dragon god to continue protecting his beloved people, even if doing so meant forfeiting his chance at reincarnation forever. Watching this, Ethan is completely speechless, stunned to learn that this nameless dragon was once not just human, but a noble king, based on the historical details in the memory. This man was King Manhwa, the historic ruler who unified the nation. Ethan suddenly realizes with a jolt of horror that he might have just slain his own ancestor. Cold sweat pours down his face as a terrible wave of guilt washes over him. He slowly kneels before the dragon's remains, clasping his hands in solemn prayer. "This land is safe now," he prays, "you can finally rest in peace." Following his sincere prayer, a magnificent sight unfolds. The dragon's body begins to glow with brilliant light, slowly dissolving into the air. High above, a faint, majestic silhouette of the creature appears, looking like a gentle shimmer in the vast sky. A soft, echoing voice floats down from above, saying thank you, before the light fades entirely and the system suddenly brings up a fresh set of notifications. He has cleared the hidden quest of Nameless Dragon Island, earning a rare item called the Flute of the Tidal Breath. Along with the title of Ascension Helper, he inspects the Flute of the Tidal Breath, which is indeed shaped like a delicate instrument. Though it can only be used 3 times, its sheer power is absolutely formidable. Ethan never expected his accidental clash with a historic ancestor would yield such an incredible treasure. Outside, a press conference is underway following the gate's clearance, where curious reporters immediately question why Ethan has emerged completely alone. They find it hard to believe that those incredibly powerful siblings could have perished inside, assuming Ethan would expose Vincent and Edva as dark players during this live broadcast. Instead, he delivers a masterful performance, shedding crocodile tears to win over the public. Ethan spins a tale about how they became separated in a confusing labyrinth, claiming that both Vincent and Edva were already dead by the time he escaped. He even takes full responsibility for the tragedy, moving the gathered reporters to actual tears. This man really missed his calling in the theater. Meanwhile, watching the live broadcast from afar, the furious Bao Demon grinds his teeth. He mutters in rage, dismissing Ethan's survival as mere luck. He immediately orders his subordinates to Las Vegas for an upcoming auction, waiting for the perfect chance to hunt Ethan down. Even if this unauthorized move gets him reprimanded by the Fiend Association High Command, it is far better than doing nothing. Back at his office, Ethan returns to work. Secretary Cha greets him with towering stacks of new commission requests. Having set a new record by successfully clearing the West Sea Gate, his reputation has absolutely soared, resulting in a mountain of commission requests that seems impossible to ever complete. However, Secretary Cha notices a far more pressing issue regarding his overall presentation, noting that his hair looks like a completely wild bird's nest. While he does not care much about looks, she presents him with profiles of other famous players, making him look rather plain and unrefined by comparison. She hands him a business card featuring the address of a highly renowned salon. Ethan agrees, also giving her some well-deserved time off for handling that massive pile of paperwork. Her eyes light up instantly, and without waiting for another word, she bids him farewell and quickly dashes out of the office. Taking her advice, Ethan visits the salon to clean up his look, though he secretly misses his days as a masked specter. Back then, taking off the mask meant absolute anonymity wherever he went. Now, with his hair freshly styled, he heads to a quiet, familiar library. As usual, when Ethan Cole arrives, the shop is empty. He grabs a few books and heads to his usual spot. Just then, a surprisingly familiar figure catches Ethan Cole's attention. It is a young lady in an oversized t-shirt, messy hair tied up, reading a novel while happily slurping a massive bowl of noodles. Startled by his presence, Secretary Cha chokes on a mouthful of noodles. Finding themselves sitting face to face, a completely awkward silence instantly fills the room. Cha Seun glares at Junho with absolute annoyance, but he stubbornly decides to stay put. Who would have thought that a brilliant, highly professional secretary and Korea's most famous monster rookie would cross paths in a cozy local comic book shop? Even funnier, both of them are reading stories that hardly seem to match their age. After some light small talk, the tension melts away. Junho realizes that the seemingly perfect Cha Seun has quite a charming side to her. Soon, Secretary Cha's alarm rings. They say their goodbyes as she needs to head home, rest, and prepare for another busy workday tomorrow. The next day, Junho informs Marcus Webb about his plans to travel to America. By peering into Vincent's memories, he discovered the exact location where the fiends frequently meet to exchange critical information. Dioku wants to know the location, but Junho insists on going alone. Truthfully, Dioku is not worried about his friend's safety at all. Instead, he should worrying for those unfortunate fiends. Don't worry, Junho promises. He won't kill them but will extract all their secrets. Having been close friends for so long, Junho understands Dioku's concerns, but Dioku knows he cannot stop him. He simply helps organize the upcoming trip. In the meantime, Junho tosses a pile of dragon bones onto the table. These are rare materials obtained from clearing the gate. He asks Dioku to deliver them to Kwan Noya to forge a powerful new sword. That night, an exhausted Junho collapses onto his bed. He messages Secretary Cha, asking her to book his flight to Las Vegas for tomorrow. Before falling asleep, Junho checks his inventory. He carefully examines the unique bamboo flute, the legendary Manpasijiak. This weapon is incredibly powerful but limited to only 3 uses, requiring extreme caution. Next, he opens his status window to inspect his stats. His mana levels are looking solid, and his other attributes are decent enough. Hunting on the 2nd floor of the space elevator should be no problem. With this steady progress, mastering his sword art and conquering the 3rd floor is well within reach. If he successfully masters his sword art, Junho might match the strength of the legendary 9 heavens. 25 years have passed. He wonders just how powerful those top figures have become, not to mention the fiends he is about to face. The upcoming clash is certainly something to look forward to. The next day, Junho arrives in Las Vegas, the city that never sleeps. The city is packed right now, because a massive auction for rare artifacts is about to take place at the famous MGM Grand Hotel. Junho has absolutely no interest in such auctions. Instead, he checks his watch to locate the hidden address. It serves as a communication hub for the Fiend Alliance, perfectly disguised as a quiet laundromat called Jim's Cleaners. Inside, 2 low-level guards are growing furious because the air conditioning has broken down. They look tough and intimidating, but they are actually just bottom-tier grunts in the Fiend Alliance. As they grumble about the monitoring team, the front door swings open, revealing 3 figures, the very team they were discussing. "Why is it so hot?" the only woman in the group complains, her cold frown instantly scaring the 2 guards out of their seats. The trembling guards hand over an instruction sheet containing details about their newly changed mission. According to the notes, the planned attack on the 2nd floor is cancelled, and they must monitor a specific target instead. If I am not mistaken, this supervisor is Kaner, ordering them to spy on Ethan Cole. Let's wait and see if that theory holds true. Among the 3 newcomers, the towering, bald man is clearly the leader, as the other to act incredibly submissive around him. He takes the document, and with a sudden burst of flames from his bare palm, incinerates the paper into ash. "Are there any other orders?" the bald man asks. "No, nothing else," the terrified guard stammers in reply. The 3 observers leave shortly after, leaving the shop guard so terrified that he collapses straight onto the floor. He has finally recognized the bald man's true identity. Currently, the strongest 9 players in the entire world are known as the 9 heavens. The bald fiend they just spoke to is actually one of those legendary figures. Not only that, he is a high-ranking executive in the Fiend Alliance and the main culprit behind the devastating massacre in Turkey 6 months ago. His terrifying background is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. While the 2 guards are still gossiping about the terrifying fiend, the shop door suddenly swings open again, scaring them half to death. It is not the monitoring team returning, but rather a tall, slender young man wearing a cap, none other than Ethan Cole. "Are you the air conditioner repairman? Why are you so late? We are dying of heat." Both guards immediately complain when they see him. "Air conditioning, I can definitely help with that." Junho snaps his fingers, instantly filling the room with a wave of refreshing, freezing frost. The temperature plunges lower by the second, leaving the 2 guards shivering. Junho has zero intention of stopping. He takes off his hat with a grin, openly provoking these low-level fiends. Their eyes immediately flare a deep red in pure rage. But they are just small fry, and it takes Junho no time at all to clean them up. These low-grade lackeys are only good for passing messages, possessing almost no combat ability. Junho taps his smartwatch to call Dioku. An extremely impatient voice barks from the other end, "Hey you lunatic, it is 2 in the morning in Korea right now." Junho chuckles and offers a quick apology. He did not mean to bother Dioku, but this upcoming Las Vegas auction is simply too good to pass up. Entry is impossible without an invitation, so he asks Dioku to secure one. Meanwhile, Junho heads to the MGM Grand Hotel to scout the area first. Sure enough, the all-powerful Deoku quickly tracks down an invite for him. He even sends over a premium silk suit. It is incredibly flashy, perfectly matching Deoku's personality, though Junho doubts he will actually wear it. Down in the hotel lobby, Junho spots a casino. He decides to wander in for a look, but immediately triggers an alarm. Several men in dark suits rush over and tell him to halt. However, the blonde man leading them instantly recognizes him as SE Junho. The blonde man removes his glasses, introducing himself as Hyen-ho of the famous Daki Guild. Junho finally recognizes him as the towering bodyguard who accompanied Gong Duha before. Hyen-ho asks what brings Junho all the way to Las Vegas. Junho honestly explains he is in town for the auction. By total coincidence, Hyen-ho's team was hired to secure that very event, leading to this surprising run-in. Hyen-ho warmly escorts him inside the casino. Lately, too many players have been sneaking into normal casinos to cheat with their abilities. Because of this, the hotel opened a private hall exclusively for awakened players. In this special room, they can use their skills freely. Junho wonders if this gives high-level players an unfair advantage. Hyen-ho chuckles stiffly, explaining that success here does not depend on levels, but rather on raw observation and sharp eyesight. To prove his point, he gestures toward the far corner. The Daki Guild's princess, Gong Duha, has not won a single round since she arrived. Junho can only sigh at the pathetic sight. He sits down beside Gong Duha, who is practically weeping after losing countless games in a row. She looks up in pure shock and delight, asking if he traveled all this way just to see her. She eagerly asks if he finally wants to become her subordinate. He quickly shuts her down, stating he is only here for the auction and some quick stress relief. Being her usual eccentric self, Gong Duha does not seem bothered or hurt by his incredibly blunt rejection at all. Instead, she cheerfully tells him to let her know if he needs any favors. After all, she is the security captain for the entire auction. Junho quietly wonders why the person in charge is currently slacking off at the tables. The rules of this game are actually quite simple. There are several identical cups on the table, and a small ball is hidden under one of them. The dealer shuffles the cups at lightning speed, and the player has to guess where the ball ended up. Since level does not matter, it all comes down to sharp eyes. Junho bets his entire stack on the first round and wins instantly. Gong Duha stares at him in sheer disbelief, claiming it is nothing more than classic beginner's luck. Junho ignores her since the game is far too easy. He gets bored after one round and prepares to leave, but two new players suddenly join the table. By pure luck, these newcomers are agents from the Fiend surveillance team. His targets have practically delivered themselves right to him. There is no way Junho can walk away now. With three players at the table, the dealer raises the stakes by using 5 cups. Both Junho and the skinny man guess correctly. While keeping up a friendly conversation with Gong Duha, Junho quietly studies the suspicious pair out of the corner of his eye. The skinny man seems far more dangerous than his female companion. After just a few rounds, the massive pile of cash Junho wins completely dazzles Gong Duha. This incredible observation technique is something he learned from one of his former teammates. When the game starts, Junho does not just watch the cups. Instead, he focuses entirely on the dealer, who is secretly using an active ability to cheat. Once he understands the dealer's trick, winning becomes completely effortless. The skinny man on the other side also keeps winning. Facing heavy losses, the casino finally decides to swap out the dealer. While they wait for the new dealer to arrive, Junho decides to show Gong Duha a mysterious antique compass. He explains that this unique device always points toward those who are not human. When he holds it up, the needle spins wildly before pointing directly at the skinny man and his partner. Junho pretends to look completely flustered, quickly excusing himself to Gong Duha under the guise of using the restroom. The moment Junho leaves, the skinny man gets up too. His female partner casually asks if he will be long. He replies it will only take 5 minutes. Junho bolts out of the hotel, heading straight into a dark alley that turns out to be a dead end, with the skinny man hot on his heels. It seems this is not the restroom. The man chased him because he suspects that special compass can actively detect fiends. He is convinced Junho realized what they really are, forcing him to make up an excuse and run away in absolute terror. But without hesitation, Junho suddenly smashes the compass in his hand to pieces. Why waste a rare artifact? The skinny assassin suddenly snaps to his senses. Did you lure me here on purpose? He snaps, but Junho just smiles, drawing a short sword into his hand. He knew these two were fiends all along, but without hard proof, he could not justify giving them a proper beating. So he staged this entire drama just to trick them into showing their true colors. Members of the Fiend Association do not talk much. The skinny assassin draws his daggers. Charging forward, he strikes first. Junho knew this guy was tough, but he did not expect this level of extreme speed. The skinny fiend boasts incredible physical strength alongside an active acceleration skill. With the enemy moving too fast to track, Junho makes a bold move. He closes his eyes, shedding outside to sharpen his other senses. Hearing is his ultimate weapon now. The skinny assassin aims directly for the head and heart to end the fight. Since the head is a broader target, he feints a strike there before plunging toward the heart. But as he closes in on Junho, white smoke and blinding light suddenly flash. The assassin scoffs at the trick, keeping his blade locked on target, driving it straight toward Junho's chest. Yet when the smoke clears, the assassin's weapon arm is completely frozen. That is the raw, incredible power of Junho's frost skill. Junho is no fool. He easily predicted his enemy's exact path of attack. The flash was just a clever setup to freeze his arm easily. Shut your mouth, the assassin roars, completely humiliated and furious. In a flash, he draws another blade with his free hand. But Junho catches it instantly, freezing the assassin's remaining arm solid on the spot. With the assassin helpless and panicking, Junho delivers a fatal finishing blow. Fresh blood spills, and the enemy collapses. Expressionless, Junho quietly remarks that being overly cautious can sometimes be a fatal mistake. Back at base, the woman in black reports to her fiend leader. Since her partner took too long, she assumes he is dead. The leader pulls up a master list of all players currently in Las Vegas. Her eyes quickly lock onto Junho's profile. The fiend leader finds his recent file highly unusual. A mere rookie with only 2 months of experience should not be able to defeat his trusted subordinate. But scanning Junho's recent conquest history reveals a clear connection to the Shadow Brothers. Now he realizes their deaths were far from ordinary. From now on, Junho is placed on their high-priority kill-on-sight list. The next morning, Junho wears a stylish outfit prepared by Simdyoku to attend the auction. Outside, he spots Gong Ruha carrying a large cooler to buy ice. She complains that he vanished yesterday after claiming he needed the restroom. He never imagined his little scheme would keep her awake all night, desperately trying to figure out what that frozen compass actually was. Junho apologizes profusely and promises to buy her a nice meal to make up for it. He heads inside first while Gong Ruha grabs her ice. Though her fire powers are exceptionally strong, they also make her highly sensitive to heat. The auction hall is massive, with front rows reserved for global VIPs like the British Queen and French Association President. As the head of security, Gong Ruha naturally takes her place in the very front row. This ensures she can react instantly to any emergency. Settling into seat 14, she turns to greet her neighbor only to find Junho sitting right there. Completely stunned, she whispers to explain the seating rules. These spots are strictly assigned, not free for all. In response, Junho simply pulls out a VIP ticket showing seat 13. She inspects it closely, shocked that a mere rookie scored this ticket. Looking him up and down, she notes his unusually sharp outfit. He explains that Simdyoku provided the clothes, ticket, and lodging. Hearing his casual explanation, Gong Ruha instantly nods in realization. But her mind quickly jumps to a wild conclusion. She assumes Simdyoku has chosen Junho as the next association successor. Junho does not bother correcting her, letting her believe what she wants. Secretly, he is relieved to have her nearby. Fighting off those fiends yesterday took a decent amount of his energy. Facing high-ranking fiends alone is risky, but her presence changes everything. Her fearsome reputation is certainly no rumor, otherwise, she would not be trusted to lead security for such a massive event. Suddenly, the main lights dim. The grand auction begins with a special welcome to seat 14. The auctioneer announces the successful bid for the Ice Empress crown. Ethan Cole can only watch in absolute disbelief as this fire magic user eagerly buys yet another ice attribute item. Is she always so hot-headed that she constantly needs something to cool herself down? Being a straightforward young man, he simply cannot resist asking. Captain Gong Duha, did you not just say that a true professional must always do a proper job? Gong Duha gives a forced laugh to save face. A real professional must be highly versatile, that is how it has to be. With a nervous chuckle, Duha quickly changes the subject. Is there nothing for you, snakehead? Junho admits he is not sure, as nothing has caught his eye yet. The captain assumes that he simply does not have much interest in any of this special equipment. In truth, he is incredibly interested. The real problem is that nothing in this entire place is high enough quality to satisfy his standards. Up until now, he has only purchased a single simple necklace. Duha wonders why he bought it, given that it only slightly increases stamina recovery. She guesses it might be a gift for someone special, perhaps a girlfriend. He cheekily suggests she should first ask if he even has a girlfriend. Hearing his reply, Gong Duha takes another guess. Is it for your mother then? He answers that his mother has passed away. Gong Duha feels a sudden jolt of immense guilt and instantly regrets her prying questions. Junho reassures her not to worry, explaining it is simply a gift for his niece. Up on the stage, the presenter begins introducing the very next auction item. It is a relic that has not been seen in public for decades. When item 84, the mystery ball, is revealed, Junho freezes as his sharp intuition skill suddenly flares to life. Why on earth would his skill react to this strange, unknown ball? The attendees sitting behind him murmur that the item is completely useless. For over 20 years, absolutely no one has been able to identify its true purpose. A bald gentleman mentions a researcher who vowed to study it but ultimately declined to purchase. Having likely abandoned the pursuit, the artifact is now back on the auction block. In short, nobody in their right mind would waste money on it. Well, they are about to see that exact fool step forward. Junho cannot fathom why his sharp intuition skill is tingling so intensely right now. But since it has never steered him wrong before, he decides to trust his gut. Duha watches with deep concern, questioning if he truly intends to buy such a useless object. But for Junho, once his mind is made up, other people's opinions matter very little. And finally, the most anticipated moment of the entire auction arrives. The legendary magic core recovered from the ancient dungeon on the second floor, the Breath of Heaven. The item is a stunning, mystical orb that glows with a brilliant, deep blue light. Furthermore, it contains an incredibly dense and immense reservoir of magic. Rumors claiming that the energy radiating from this single orb could power a whole city are certainly not exaggerated. How much could a magnificent magical item like this possibly cost? As Junho wonders, Gong Duha rests her chin in thought. The starting price will be astronomical, but the final amount depends entirely on how much world leaders are willing to pay. While such bidding wars are common, with prices soaring into the stratosphere, it is the perfect moment for thieves to strike. As head of security, Gong Duha senses something is terribly wrong. On screen, the bid surpasses $500 million, quickly climbing to 550 and then 600 million. Suddenly, the ceiling above the host shatters, sending waves of panic through the crowd. The terrified auctioneer collapses to the floor, completely paralyzed by the sudden chaos. At that critical second, Inho leaps forward to cast a massive protective barrier, shouting to the crowd that they are safe. Junho quietly notes that this young man is incredibly skilled to conjure such a wide barrier in the blink of an eye. This is the duty of a true guardian knight, after all. Thanks to the barrier, the horde of skeletons appearing from nowhere is kept at bay. Gong Duha is absolutely certain that only the Vile Fiend Association could orchestrate such madness, though she wonders which specific bastard is responsible. Could it be the infamous skeleton master who caused that horrific massacre in Turkey? His dark magical power is far beyond ordinary standards. Junho instantly deduces exactly who is behind this evil trick. Agreeing with his theory, Gong Duha quickly contacts her security squad to immediately evacuate the guests, protect those trapped inside, and secure the priceless auction items. She orders Inho to guard the Breath of Heaven before hunting down the skeleton master, and then she quickly turns around to request assistance from Ethan Cole. To her dismay, the mysterious young man has already vanished without a trace. Before she can even process his disappearance, her subordinates shout instructions to the guests. Terrified for their lives, the wealthy patrons abandon all order and rush the exits. The panic intensifies because the relentless skeletons above have somehow shattered the protective shield, causing people to desperately shove each other aside in a mad scramble to escape. Realizing the severe danger, Gong Duha punches a massive hole through the solid wall to create a shortcut for evacuation. In-ho winces, quietly reminding her that this luxury building is incredibly expensive to repair. The damage is already done, and there is absolutely no room for stinginess when human lives are hanging in the balance. Gong Duha snaps at him to stop being so cheap during a crisis. He jokingly replies that when she writes the apology report, she should leave his name out. She acts hurt by his words, but the playful banter is cut short as a pitch-black portal suddenly materializes right behind her. The bullet fires suddenly from that black hole, tearing straight into In-ho's left shoulder right before Ruha's eyes, giving neither of them any time to react. As In-ho collapses, the barrier shatters completely. Damn it, it would be highly unusual if Gong Duha did not lose her mind over this. She planned to buy time to gather mana and reinforce the barrier, telling them not to get in her way. Gong Duha cracks her knuckles and charges head-on into 3 heavily armored skeletons. She unleashes a fiery punch that blows a massive hole right through the corner of the building. Roaring flames engulf the dry bones, lighting up the entire night sky. Watching this, the female sniper marvels at the scene, wondering if such power could belong to a human. Nature truly has its favorites. An S-class firemaster is one of the strongest beings on Earth. Given a choice, she would never want to face such a monster head-on. When it comes down to it, the sniper should really just stick to sniping. Putting that aside, she locates the breath of heaven. Now she can finally grab it and go home to sleep. Using her tracking skill, the sharpshooter opens another portal just like the one that targeted In-ho, easily snatching up the breath of heaven right through the dark rift. The moment her hands wrap around the prize, her phone rings. It is her boss on the line, demanding to know if the target has been secured. Hearing the news, he orders her to return immediately. Clutching the breath of heaven, she cannot help but laugh at how incredibly easy this job is. Her only regret is not taking out Ethan Cole, but as she laments her mischance, she spots something moving fast down on the street below. Well, speak of the devil, there goes Ethan Cole. Lady Luck must be on her side today. Excited, she raises her rifle to lock onto him immediately. She aims straight for his head, muttering a silent prayer as she pulls the trigger, opening another portal to guide the bullet home. Too bad different targets yield different results. Taking him down is not going to be that easy. She never expected to miss after going to such lengths. Her tracking ability should teleport the bullet directly into her target, making it absolutely impossible for anyone to dodge. Just look at what he does next. It is absolutely wild. She is furious. She determined that no one would escape this time. Her resolve is strong, but unfortunately, it is completely useless. Activating Spectral Walk, Ethan Cole coldly utters his spell and vanishes like a shadow. Unbelievable, she can barely trust her own eyes anymore. A veteran sniper missing twice, and against a mere rookie at that. There is absolutely no greater humiliation than this. Besides, the spot that guy is heading toward looks awfully familiar. Of course it is, he is going straight for her hiding spot. Before she can even turn around, the lower half of her body freezes solid. The ice rapidly climbs toward her head. She finally realizes that Ethan Cole, who was just her prey, has now become the hunter. She demands to know what the bastard is doing to her. Surprised, he asks coldly, "Your life holds no value anymore. Tonight, your entire group will disappear from the face of the earth." While Ethan Cole coldly deals with the sniper, someone on the other side is cursing under her breath about how insanely hot it is. Gong Duha, hands ablaze with roaring fire, screams and complains about the heat she created herself. Yet, she remains the ultimate optimist. Thinking about a vacation in the Arctic after this mess is over, she cracks a distorted smile. Right then, her phone rings again with bad news. They have lost track of the breath of heaven. She demands to know what they just said. Someone likely stole it during the chaos, and they are desperately searching the crowd for suspects. This is enough to drive anyone completely insane. Who did it? Who dared steal the breath of heaven under her nose? They would have to crawl over her dead body first. Before she can process that disaster, another crisis strikes. Her fighting subordinates call out to her in a panic. Turning around to snap at them, Gong Duha freezes as a squad of pitch-black skeletons marching like real soldiers appears. What on earth are these things? The battlefield descends into absolute chaos as hordes of uninvited black skeletons crash the party. Gong Duha looks down at her wounded allies on the ground. These are talented fighters she handpicked herself. They must have been too exhausted from the previous battles to put up a proper fight. Her brown-haired bodyguard standing behind her notes that something is highly unusual. The gear those skeletons are using looks incredibly familiar. Gong Duha frowns, asking him to explain exactly what he means. He asks if she remembers the case from 3 years ago, when missing players caused an absolute uproar across the second floor. The incident where players entered the second floor and vanished without a trace. What about it? Having handled that investigation, he knows the details inside out. The equipment and fighting style of those players who disappeared 3 years ago match perfectly. Everything they used is identical to what these black skeletons are wielding right now. Hearing his words, Gong Duha suddenly finds the black skeletons ahead of her deeply unsettling. Meanwhile, Ethan Cole sifts through the sniper's memories. He sees a bald black man plotting a scheme with her, outlining a plan to ambush the auction and distract Gong Duha. During the chaos, they were instructed to steal the breath of heaven and meet at the Chero Hotel. Once the target is secured, they must gather there while keeping a safe distance from any dangerous players. This girl's memories hold absolutely nothing about the Demon Association. It seems the guard captain kept his subordinates completely in the dark, never sharing a single shred of information. Ethan Cole realizes he has to read the Skullmage's memories next. According to the guard's memories, the skeletons tearing up the auction house are actually the poor souls sacrificed to Nazat Hallow. That means Nazat Hallow's disciple is the one pulling the skeleton strings. On top of that, the demon is hiding far away from the auction. He has undoubtedly rigged his hideout with countless deadly magic traps. Charging in there blindly would be nothing short of a complete suicide mission. It seems impossible to get in, but who says there is no way? As the demon sits comfortably among his deadly traps, his communication watch lights up with a message from his partner. She reports the mission is complete, though someone is tailing her. It is not Ethan Cole, nor does it look like the Goblin clan. The demon asks if the goods are safe. She replies that everything is fine. Since the tale was too persistent, she left the item in an alley near the hotel, marked with their secret symbol. The demon begins to think, it is not Ethan Cole, and it is not the Goblin clan. Someone completely unexpected has entered the picture. Feeling highly annoyed, the demon snaps his fingers. Instantly, he teleports to the alley next to the hotel and begins searching for their mark. He can clearly feel a massive amount of magic energy gathering in the area. It is right inside that trash can, saving him any real trouble. As he opens the lid, the glowing light of the breath of heaven fills the alley. This is supposed to be a top-tier magic core, but something feels very off here. Is a magic core supposed to feel this freezing cold? The energy level inside is not what he expected at all. While the demon is still muttering in complete confusion, boom, the orb shatters right in his face. A frost curse instantly bites deep into his hand, making him shriek in pure agony. Damn it, this is a compressed magic trap, not the real breath of heaven. Unfortunately, he realizes this far too late. His arm is already frozen solid. To make matters worse, the trap was designed so brilliantly that it even copied his organization's mark. The demon tells himself to stay calm. He must prioritize defense, because the trap setter could be close. He quickly activates a magic circle, summoning a pile of skeletons for cover. He hates wasting more energy, but has no choice. This is fine. As long as he keeps his guard up while recovering, he should be perfectly safe. Without him even noticing, Ethan Cole is already standing right behind him, sword in hand. The moment the demon turns around, a razor-sharp blade slashes straight across his chest. Spitting blood with wide eyes, he wonders when his enemy arrived. He realizes this hunter must have planned this ambush from the very start. The demon has utterly failed. Before heading to the underworld with his colorful skeleton summons, the demon asks to know the name of the young man standing before him. But Junho flatly refuses. After all, has he ever answered questions from the monsters he is about to put down? The demon has no answer. Without hesitation, Ethan Cole delivers one final, decisive strike to finish him off. As the demon draws his last breath, the skeletons instantly crumble into dust. This sudden turn of events leaves Gong Ruhar and her personal bodyguards completely stunned. The naive girl actually believes the warlock chose to cancel the summon himself. After this battle, Ethan Cole gains 2 whole levels, far more than he expected. Perhaps the demon's level and skill rank were much higher than his own. If he had failed to trick him, he would have been the one in deep trouble. More importantly, Junho hopes this guy possessed some useful information. The unlocked memory shows the demon as a young boy, noticed by Nazat Hallow for his summoning talents. He was raised like a prized tool, eventually becoming the captain of the hounds. Their ultimate goal is to rule the tower. Getting any more details requires reaching the second floor. Unfortunately, the memory cuts off right there because his skill level is still too low. Ethan Cole cannot help but curse. Once again, the most critical memories are locked away. Even though he only sees scattered fragments of the past, they still reveal a great deal. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ethan Cole curses those bastards for using innocent orphans to train ruthless mages. Any child who failed their brutal, harsh training was discarded without a second thought. Before they could even become proper mages, they were treated like mere merchandise. Ethan Cole can only wonder how many more horrific secrets are still hidden from him. One of the players from that Amadu orphanage actually caused the downfall of Turkey. These monsters must be eliminated before they can cause any more devastation. As for Nazat Hallow, Ethan Cole wonders if that is the very same name he saw in the memories of the Dark Brothers. It is highly likely, but since he still has no idea how many leaders run this shadow organization, he cannot be sure. Frustrated, Ethan Cole kicks the demon's cold corpse with a heavy sigh. He wonders if Nazat Hallow even cares about his disciples. This time, he is determined to pull these weeds out by the roots and send them all straight to hell. The next morning, Gong Ruha holds her head and sighs deeply. Looking pale and exhausted, she slumps in her chair, asking her subordinates if they found the breath of heaven. Hearing that they still cannot find it only leaves Gong Juha feeling completely exhausted. She desperately wants to know where the thief who snatched the breath of heaven is hiding. If only they had fought a little longer, they might have traced the lingering magic right to him. When she hears it is already 7 a.m., Gong Juha screams out in pure frustration. If not for this mess, she would be snug in a warm hotel bed right now. Meanwhile, despite his injuries, the hard-working Inho approaches with a package, calling out to his guild princess. Gong Juha barely grunts a reply, refusing to even lift her face from her hands. He hands her a box, mentioning it as a gift. Assuming it is from a fan, her gloomy mood vanishes instantly, replaced by sheer vanity as she proudly flips her hair. Why keep sending gifts? Inho simply shrugs. Gong Juha sighs, recalling her rule about no gifts outside signing events. Inho smiles wryly, noting there is something very special waiting inside. His hesitation makes her deeply suspicious, wondering if it is something horrifying. Luckily, Inho checked beforehand and assures her it is perfectly safe. Still, the contents left him utterly speechless. Resting inside is the stolen breath of heaven. Gong Juha is so utterly shocked she assumes it must be some cheap fake replica. But when Inho confirms it is genuine, she lets out a loud scream of pure disbelief. Is it really genuine? The skeleton mage took it, which is exactly why Inho was so incredibly stunned. Besides that, he feels quite ridiculous having to wear this bulky arm brace because of his recent. Inho also reminds his princess that a small note written in English was left in the box. The letter explains that the sender defeated two other demons alongside the skeleton mage to reclaim the treasure. It points them to an alley behind Hotel XX where the defeated mage lies, signed by a passing fan. Gong Juha stands dumbfounded, asking Inho if a simple fen really solved everything. Inho confirms the news, yet he remains deeply confused since she did not have to lift a finger. But what does that matter? At least they avoided a heavy penalty. Just the thought of losing it forever was enough to terrify him. Gong Juha is filled with immense gratitude, wondering if there is any way they can track down this generous mystery savior. She wants to thank them personally. Inho was curious to and checked the mage's body, but the savior left absolutely no trace behind. He marvels at the handiwork, convinced a true master did this. A feat of this caliber requires an elite ranker at the very least. Yet Inho has no idea who it could be. As Gong Juha ponders this mystery, she suddenly spots Junho driving by and screams at him to stop right there. Junho stops and greets her with a warm smile, but Gong Juha only glares back with a sour look. She immediately demands to know how he could just run away and abandon everyone during such a dangerous emergency, leaving Junho completely flabbergasted. He wonders when he ever fled, though he admits his sudden departure yesterday looked rather suspicious. Gong Juha quickly uses this to bring up his past offenses. She brings up how he once slipped away to the restroom and vanished completely. To her, this is a clear pattern of running away. She lectures him on responsibility, recalling the ghost's famous quote that a player's power exists to protect the people. Junho is stunned, wondering if he actually said that. Gong Juha glares, reminding him she is talking about the legendary ghost. Junho quietly realizes that cheesy quote was just part of an old interview script he was forced to read years ago. He can barely recall those scripted words, but Gong Juha's passionate lecture on heroic duties is far from over. She continues on and on, lecturing him about the absolute necessity of standing his ground during emergencies to keep innocent citizens safe from harm. Junho merely bows his head with a highly apologetic look. Seeing his sincere apology, Gong Juha beams with joy and happily boasts about the fan letter she received. She explains how this mystery savior defeated the skeleton army and returned the precious breath of heaven to her. Junho casually agrees, repeating that whoever pulled this off must be an incredibly skilled elite ranker. He is curious about this person, teasingly asking what if they are not an elite ranker. Gong Juha simply refuses to believe that. She mentions that her scouts investigated both the alley and the midge's body, but they simply could not find a single trace left behind by the savior. Since even an elite ranker like Inho failed to find any clues, she deduces that this savior must be a legendary player of an equally formidable level. Junho offers a knowing, smug smile. After all, he knows exactly how to erase every single trace using advanced magic. It was all thanks to Skya teaching him how to do it. Meanwhile, Gong Juha notices the remarkably elegant English handwriting on the note. She figures they must be a native English speaker, but Junho gently questions if they really need to unmask the savior. If the savior wanted to be known, they would have stepped forward by now. His words strike a chord with her, making her realize that prying might indeed be rude. But remembering the auction is over, she asks what Mr. Snakehead is still doing here. Junho explains he came to collect his won items. Gong Juha graciously points him toward the nearby reception desk. She asks if he is heading straight back to Korea, and when he says yes, a touch of sadness washes over her. Before they part ways, Gong Juha looks at him and makes one final offer to join her guild. She firmly rejects the offer, telling Rhea that their next meeting will be on the second floor, and it will not be long. Gong Ruha chuckles softly and remarks that everyone always talks a big game. Ethan Cole just smiles, telling her she will see soon enough, which prompts her to throw down a challenge. If he actually makes it to the second floor within 6 months, she promises to have a special reward waiting for him. Ethan Cole wants to know what happens if he fails. Gong Ruha replies with a sly grin that if he does not make it, he must grant her a favor. Her motives are incredibly obvious, but he is more than happy to accept the wager. With the bet settled, Ethan Cole goes to pick up the 2 items he won at yesterday's auction: the stamina recovery necklace and the mysterious orb. There is no telling what that orb actually is, but it triggered a powerful reaction from his sharp intuition. Since he cannot appraise it, he tries channeling some magic power inside. A faint purple light glows briefly and then fades. Is that really all it does? It seems pretty underwhelming, but since there was a reaction, he decides to keep it in his inventory and regularly feed it magic. Whether this ends up breaking the orb or nurturing it, time will tell. Meanwhile, the necklace is sent to the residential border on the second floor. The man who receives it is about to mock whoever made such a silly item. But when he reads the accompanying letter and realizes it came from his uncle, he wonders if his uncle wants him to take action. The next morning, Ethan Cole arrives back in South Korea, where Secretary Cha Seun is waiting to drive him. Seeing him looking dazed, she asks what is on his mind. Scratching his head, he admits he simply did not expect her to come pick him up. She gently reminds him that as his secretary, this is part of her job. If he does not have any other stops to make, they will head straight to the association. But first, Ethan Cole has a gift for his dedicated secretary. He bought her a hardcover copy of a novel called The Forgotten Son of the Gate, which deeply moves Cha Seun. She has been trying to buy a copy every single day without luck, making his thoughtful gift the exact thing she has wanted for so long. He generously tells her to go ahead and read it right away, but she hesitates since she is currently on the clock. Ethan Cole reassures her that it is perfectly fine if she has no pressing tasks to handle at the moment. Besides, feeling a bit worn out from his flight, he plans to take a quick nap and asks her to wake him once they reach the association. She wishes her boss sweet dreams, while Ethan Cole prepares yet another gift, this time for his old friend Marcus Webb. This friend values meaningful gifts and strictly avoids alcohol as a recovering drinker. Ethan Cole tells him that he has contacted Arthur and will soon head to the second floor. Marcus Webb is glad to hear this, reflecting on how 25 years have passed and how the boy had a tough time but grew up well. However, ever since that boy crossed over to the second floor border, they have not met even once, though Marcus Webb did see him during his visit to the Earth Zone. Every time Arthur visited, he would stop by his place, always keeping the memory of his father close to his heart. Ethan Cole mentions hearing from Captain Gongru-ha that the invitation letter was no ordinary document, surprising Marcus Webb, who did not expect him to find out so quickly. Arthur wanted the entire world to know how much he respected Ethan Cole, but above all, he wanted to protect his friend from any potential harm. Touched by such strong loyalty, Ethan Cole asks for his friend's help in finding a kindergarten, which leaves Marcus Webb utterly confused as to why. Explaining that he has uncovered their dark secret, Ethan Cole proceeds to lay out everything he discovered to Marcus Webb. Upon hearing this, his friend is deeply shaken to learn that innocent orphans are being trained and brainwashed to become monsters. It is a harsh reality, and since they only know the location is somewhere overseas, Marcus Webb flies into a rage, cursing those heartless bastards who clearly know no limits. Watching his buddy pour a drink, Ethan Cole raises an eyebrow, asking if he had not just sworn off alcohol. But in a terrible situation like this, Marcus Webb feels he has to drink to keep from losing his mind, so his friend kindly offers some ice to help him cool off. Marcus Webb then remembers to pass on a message from Quan Noi, reminding Ethan Cole of the custom sword he requested before leaving for America. The legendary weapon will be finished tomorrow, and the blacksmith wants to deliver it personally. With his current standing, meeting him will not cause any issues. Indeed, his reputation has soared to such heights that even the prestigious Gobu Guild sent him a formal request. Urging him to go early the next morning, Marcus Webb sends his friend off to rest, knowing how much he has been looking forward to this meeting. Meanwhile, Marcus Webb is left behind to figure out their next move with the shocking information brought back. Right on schedule, Ethan Cole arrives at Quan Noi's workshop early the next morning, noting that even after 25 years, the pointed wooden cabin remains unchanged. He remembers that the old blacksmith's grandson is set to inherit the shop. Just pushing open the door, the rhythmic sound of a heavy hammer echoes through the air. It seems the young apprentice has trained well, leaving him to wonder just how much that crybaby of a kid has actually grown. A massive hammer strikes the forge with immense weight, revealing a heavily muscled, sweaty figure with tanned skin. Standing like a grand statue, the giant blacksmith demands to know his identity. Ethan Cole is left utterly speechless. Is this really the same grandson of Quan Noi? What on earth happened over the last 25 years? This colossal blacksmith looks absolutely nothing like the little crybaby from his memories, not even in the slightest. Recognizing the visitor as the player the association had warned him about, Quan Noi's grandson breaks into a warm smile and gladly leads him inside. Ethan barely steps into the drawing room before Noah makes his grand entrance, immediately grumbling about how impossibly hard it is to meet his old friend. The surprised grandson asks how they know each other, but Noah cuts him off, telling Pan to brew some rare agate tea. Noah shoots the boy a warning glare, telling him not to hesitate. Pan quickly retreats. Ethan chuckles at how obedient the boy is, but Noah just sighs and says there is a lot he does not know. Noah admits the boy can be incredibly stubborn. Ethan suggests that the blacksmith's strict discipline must be working wonders. Praising the grandson's physical strength from earlier, Ethan listens as Noah mutters that the boy still has everything to learn. Knowing his old friend has a harsh tongue but a heart of gold, Ethan cannot help but tease Noah for still being terrible at compliments. "Are you not even glad to see me alive?" Ethan playfully asks. Noah shouts back that he is overjoyed, stepping forward to pat his shoulder. Ethan smiles, deeply grateful to see his old friend unchanged. Noah asks why he did it, a question even Ethan's late father could not answer. Noah heard from Marcus, but still wants to know the exact reason why Ethan became a player again. Explaining that this dark destiny was simply unavailable, Ethan snaps his fingers, conjuring a thin layer of frost that leaves Noah completely and utterly stunned. Recognizing the Ice Empress's power, Noah asks if this stolen strength means Ethan can actually bring their fallen comrades back to life. Noah still cannot fully believe his own ears. Ethan firmly reassures him, promising to work harder. After all, they once agreed to walk this path together, and they still have a binding contract. Asking how he could ever forget his old partner, Ethan offers his hand, but Noah just stares down at it coldly. Noah dryly points out that his contract was with the Midnight Sun, not some raw rookie named S.E. Ethan. The blunt remark leaves Ethan completely frozen. Seeing his friend look so dumbfounded, Noah bursts into loud laughter and admits he is only joking. Noah smiles, admitting he just missed seeing that silly, helpless face, while Ethan silently weeps inside over his friend's constant teasing. Ethan wonders if Noah summoned him here just to make fun of him. The old man quickly denies it. Noah asks if he is talking about the weapon made from the nameless dragon bone, proud to announce that it is already finished. Noah scoffs at Ethan's surprise, reminding him that the blacksmith picked up his hammer, so Ethan must now wield the sword. Speaking with solemn gravity, Noah hands over the weapon, reminding him of the sacred promise they made to each other. Ethan playfully scoffs, claiming he was only in a deep hibernation and certainly not suffering from memory loss, before jokingly complaining about Noah's incredibly dramatic attitude. Ethan asks if Noah is sure those were his exact words. Nearly having a fit from the teasing, Noah tells his cheeky friend to inspect the weapon and get lost. Ethan draws the blade, finding it fits his hand perfectly. It is easy to see how much Noah kept his old friend in mind for 25 years, leaving Ethan deeply pleased. Noah grumbles about how terribly outdated Ethan is, complaining that absolutely nobody else would just drop off a few loose bones and expect a masterpiece to be made. He had to blend in some rare new materials. Pointing out the massive boost in conductivity and durability, Noah urges him to check. Ethan activates his system appraisal skill to inspect it. The screen displays the Black Dragon sword as a special tier item, an incredibly sturdy weapon designed never to rust or lose its edge. Wounds from this blade are hard to heal, and blood lets a hunter track opponents easily. Ethan is left completely in awe. This is what a true sword should feel like, vastly outclassing the mass-produced junk gathering dust in the Association vault. He praises Noah's unmatched skill. Ethan beams with absolute delight, but Noah takes offense, snapping that his skills have improved massively over the last 25 years. Noah suggests that Ethan show some respect to a retired blacksmith who spends his days playing board games. Ethan is amused to find that Noah is still desperately obsessed with the Duke, even though he has never won a single match. Shaken by the painful truth, Noah bristles with anger, claiming he is no longer a novice and can easily beat him now. Right as Noah loses his temper, Pan returns with the tea. Noah grumpily warns Ethan not to spill a single drop of this incredibly precious brew. Noah gloats triumphantly at Ethan's surprise, asking if the tea is unlike anything he has ever tasted. When Ethan asks what kind of tea it is, Noah playfully refuses to tell, offering the secret only if Ethan can defeat him. Accepting the challenge without holding back, Ethan quickly claims victory, leaving Noah so enraged that he sweeps the entire board away. Laughing, Ethan tells the old man to calm down and reveal the secret since the game is decided. He decides to bite his tongue, fearing his old friend might have a stroke from anger, leaving him with nobody to forge weapons. Slumping back into his chair, Noah suddenly asks if Ethan has ever heard of demi-humans. Are they creatures with monster legs that look almost human? Are they called orcs or goblins? Noah explains that those crude descriptions belong strictly to the distant past. Once the second floor finally opened up, the definition of demi-humans shifted completely. The beings now classified as demi-humans possess high intelligence and can easily communicate with humans on a daily basis. That is quite a shock, meaning humans can actually hold a conversation with those monstrous orcs now. In Ethan's memory, those creatures did nothing but grunt all day. He finds it hard to believe. Noah clarifies that the demi-human race still includes less intelligent tribes, so not every single creature can speak. But what is the point of all this? Why bring this up so suddenly? He originally wanted to ask about the tea. This Agarit tea is actually grown by the goblins themselves. It sounds incredibly simple. Does it mean reaching the second floor is enough to find this special tea? Unfortunately, the reality is far more complicated. Noah warns that without a destined connection to an intelligent goblin, A person could search for 100 million years and find absolutely nothing. That is a real shame. On another note, Ethan wants his old friend to examine something else, the mysterious orb he purchased at the auction. The scholar feels a sudden urge to hit his friend. He is not some all-knowing sage from the astrology tower who can identify everything on Earth. Even so, he recognizes that the sphere seems to belong to the goblins. Noah once had the chance to meet a goblin elder. Does this mean Noah has actually climbed up to the second floor? Not quite, because those creatures actually traveled down to find Noah themselves. Ethan had no idea that second-floor residents could descend to the lower levels. Noah warns him to keep this quiet, as what he is about to share is highly classified. Ethan happily agrees to listen closely. Goblins are deeply mysterious and quite special creatures. They are intelligent beings standing right in front of him, yet they somehow make him feel like he is facing natural elements like water or soil. That is the exact feeling radiating from this mysterious sphere. If so, this strange object definitely belongs to their tribe. Noah is not entirely sure about that, so he simply advises his old friend to go find them and ask directly. However, he does offer a small piece of advice. Some goblin artifacts are powered directly by the energy of the world tree. With a bit of luck, Ethan might uncover something highly valuable. Ethan decides to have his knowledgeable secretary find a way to contact the goblins. As he rises to leave, Noah looks quite reluctant and tells him not to wander too far. He knows his grumpy old friend always acts tough on the outside. At the door, Pan is waiting. He tells Ethan not to feel bad, since the old man is terrible at showing affection. Ethan smiles, knowing his stubborn friend's personality all too well. But what is this box Pan is handing over? It is a guarantee. The old man asked Pan to deliver it. He has never shown such care for an outsider, so he must really like Ethan. Ethan asked Pan to convey his gratitude, though Pan hesitates to say more. Pan says he will find out soon anyway, so Ethan decides not to press further and simply wait. On his way back, he discusses the goblins with Secretary Cha. She explains that these creatures betrayed the world tree and now live in close-knit packs. Any dungeon gate guarded by them is incredibly difficult to clear. However, the lucky few might obtain the legendary elixir Alicia from their village. The secretary mentions that the gate containing the dark goblins is located in England, known as the Primeval Forest. She sends over the necessary files. It is a news report stating that the famous Jonha Guild will join the raid on this Primeval Forest gate. That is the very guild he encountered during the Firefox raid. Cha warns that players from all over the world are also heading there. Hearing this, Ethan quickly asks for details. It is located in Grandon. The clearing condition requires defeating the Dark Goblin Chief, and only players between levels 20 and 30 are allowed to enter. In a rain-soaked forest, Kasener throws his food aside in pure rage upon learning that his entire hound squad has been completely wiped out. He warns the pale white spectre not to speak such nonsense. The little ghost insists it would never lie, for this is the absolute truth. Not only the Bone Summoner, but all of their other subordinates have completely lost contact. It is highly likely they faced a devastating counterattack while trying to assassinate S.E. Ethan. Kasener clutches his head in panic, swearing that they are in massive trouble now. The cruel necromancer deeply valued those disciples. Kasener has such terrible luck, already hunted by the Sword Saint, and now this disaster occurs. Troubles keep stacking up for him. He anxiously asks the White Spectre if the association has made any moves yet. The Spectre sent the report about S.E. Ethan, but doubts anyone will believe their elite hound squad was wiped out by a rookie of only 2 months. Right at that moment, an uninvited guest arrives. The door swings open as thunder cracks. The intruder is an old man in a wizard robe, asking if he is Kasener. Kasener and the White Spectre immediately fall to their knees. This is the feared Nazat Hala, who coldly notes he has read the report. He asks if his disciple was truly killed by S.E. Ethan. Kasener nervously confirms it, though he admits he has no idea how the boy pulled it off. Before he can even finish, Kasener is seized by the throat and slammed into the wall by a dark, putrid magic energy. Nazat Hala is absolutely furious. He did not travel all this way just to listen to pathetic, useless excuses. Choked to the brink of death, Callsigner screams with bloodshot eyes, swearing he knows nothing. Yet, he desperately promises that if given one single chance, he will drag Ethan Cole straight to Nazat Hala. Hearing this, Nazat Hala finds the offer reasonable and withdraws his magic, sending call signer crashing face first onto the ground. Nazat Hallow delivers a cold command. He will grant 6 months, and within that time, call signer must drag Ethan Cole before him. Call signer staggers back, but to bring Ethan Cole to the second floor, the boy must reach at least level 30 first. He is a brand new player. How could he possibly achieve that kind of growth in just 6 months? Make no mistake, turning that impossibility into reality is the only way to save your worthless life. With that, Nazat Hallow crumbles into dust. He vanishes, leaving call signer with absolutely no room for negotiation. Call signer staggers to his feet, cursing under his breath. He immediately orders Bakma to find their guide. She is utterly bewildered, asking if this guide is truly the one who can help them sneak onto the dimensional elevator undetected by the player association. Sensing her master's dangerous intentions, Bakma hesitates. But call signer is resolute. He tells her to distract Ryan Park. He will head directly to the first floor. Meanwhile, Ethan Cole has already boarded a flight to England. The moment he lands, Secretary Cha calls to check if he arrived at the hotel safely. Thanks to her efforts, he made it without any trouble. She wonders why he left so early when the gate raid is still 3 days away. Ethan Cole explains that he wanted to clear a few minor dungeons nearby to warm up. Remembering how Secretary Cha mentioned that over 200 players are competing for this single gate, Ethan Cole pauses to reflect. In this world, everything changed. The mysterious system suddenly came into existence right after players and gates first appeared. It is called the system. It operates with absolute fairness. The difficulty of every gate is perfectly balanced, ensuring that neither the players nor the monsters ever hold an unfair advantage. If as many as 200 players are allowed inside at once, the raid's difficulty will scale to a terrifying degree. He knows he cannot protect 200 players while fighting off monsters at the same time. This means this upcoming gate raid will be far more brutal than any standard challenge. 3 days later, 200 players gather at the West Sea Gate, fully prepared for a massive joint assault. An overwhelming wave of pure determination radiates from the crowd as elite fighters from across the globe gather at this single gate, completely disregarding nationality. Countless rare pieces of high-tier gear, never before seen locally, fill the area. A young girl in a red hood eagerly looks around, urging her leader to take a look. She shouts herself hoarse, but Captain Cha Min-woo keeps scanning the crowd, frantically searching for someone. Look closely at this reaction. She leans in close, asking if he is looking for Ethan Cole, which startles Cha Min-woo. She knows he has been waiting. Cha Min-woo cannot help his racing heart as the anticipation builds. He witnessed Ethan Cole's devastating power during the Nine-Tailed Fox raid. He remains deeply awestruck. That display left Cha Min-woo feeling ashamed. Ashamed of choosing the safest, easiest path for himself. He is eager to show Ethan Cole how much he has grown during this raid. Suddenly, the young girl points him out, saying he is standing right over there. As Ethan Cole finishes signing some paperwork, the duo quickly walks over. He instantly recognizes Cha Min-woo from their previous battle against the dangerous Nine-Tailed Fox. Cha Min-woo is thrilled. His idol actually remembers him. Knowing Cha Min-woo defended his name after that raid, Ethan Cole offers a sincere, belated thank you. However, Cha Min-woo insists that he and his team are the ones who owe him everything. Aside from saying hello, Cha Min-woo has an offer. Ethan Cole asks what kind of offer. He asks if Ethan Cole is currently affiliated with any guild, or if he has already joined a party for this mission. If not, he warmly invites him to join forces with the Chiang-hai Guild for this major raid. Hearing Cha Min-woo's sincere proposal, Ethan Cole realizes this is actually a fantastic opportunity. Since clearing this particular gate alone would be highly inefficient, he sees no reason to refuse. The two men share a firm handshake. This seals what promises to be a highly beneficial partnership. At 11:20 a.m., right outside the entrance of the wild forest, every player stands ready to enter. Inside, the forest is breathtakingly beautiful and sun-drenched, but the harsh rays are bound to cause sunburn. Knowing this, Ethan Cole simply wears his full black attire to avoid any hassle. Ethan Cole is surprised. The players are suddenly dispersing in different directions. He wonders, is there really no battle strategy discussion among the participants before they move out? Overhearing his concern, Cha Min-woo kindly explains that because all players utilize magic communication terminals, holding an in-person meeting inside the gate is entirely unnecessary. Having been frozen solid for 25 years, Ethan Cole has absolutely no clue what a terminal is, leaving him thoroughly confused. He explains that this device creates a specialized magic network, allowing players separated by vast distances to coordinate in real time. Finally understanding the situation, Ethan Cole nods, but the young girl giggles at his cluelessness, teasingly asking if he traveled here in a time machine. Her blunt, unfiltered comment deeply panics Cha Min-woo. He hurriedly changes the subject to introduce the rest of his team. The Hagi team includes Choi Jin-pyo, a glass-wearing youth with a bowl cut who serves as their cameraman, recording the mission inside the gate to provide feedback once the raid is over. Meet Seo Mirai, the group's spoiler. She offers to give Seo Junho a first-hand taste of her ability so he can understand it faster, preparing to read his fortune. Her eyes open wide, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Seo Junho feels a bit awkward under her intense gaze. Wow, she suddenly squeals, telling him he is amazing because he can take on 10 enemies all by himself. Can you actually predict the future? Seo Junho asks, thoroughly surprised. Yes, she can see a target's near future, but it takes a very long time before she can use this power again. Cha Min-woo explains that there is a strict rule: she must tell the other person exactly what she saw, or face a severe injury as a penalty. Shide adds with a cheeky grin that predicting the future is an exceptionally rare talent. Even in the darkest times, fewer than 10 people possessed it. Learning this, Seo Junho is so stunned he stands frozen. But that is not all. Her ability is still just a prediction in the end. She cannot see too far ahead, and sometimes her visions are slightly off because the future always has variables. Still, knowing what lies ahead allows the team to act with much more confidence. They can also prepare for potential dangers. Next up, Cha Min-woo steps forward to introduce his own ability. He has the power to enhance his physical strength, while Seo Junho is skilled with weapons. The lineup is solid and well-balanced. The group begins to move out, looking for a good spot to pitch their tents and establish their communication net. 5 hours fly by, and the squad finally finds the ideal spot to set up their communications. Driving a glowing peg-like device into the ground, they establish a magic network. This lets them track where other teams are on the map and stay in touch to share updates. None of the other teams have even spotted a trace of the Dark Elves, let alone fought them. Cha Min-woo leaves a status update stating that their Hagi team is searching the eastern area. He requests a call if they spot the Dark Elves, then cuts the link. Frankly, he finds it highly confusing that with so many groups scouting, not a single trace of the Dark Elves has turned up. Could it be that their actual population is incredibly small? It is a bit strange, but since the gate is massive, it is too early to draw that conclusion. Having 200 players scouring the area with 0 results is definitely highly suspicious. Seo Junho coldly analyzes the situation, wondering if the Dark Elves are hiding because they are scared. But Dark Elves are creatures of immense pride. Even if their chief ordered them to lay low, they would never stand by and watch outsiders invade their home territory. Seo Junho turns to ask Seo Mirai. Her prediction skill is currently on a long cooldown. He wants to know if she noticed what time of day he was fighting those Dark Elves in her vision. She cannot give an exact hour, but since her surroundings were pitch black, she assumes it happens at night. After thinking for a moment, Seo Junho mutters that this is interesting, then pulls a sleeping bag from his inventory. He casually states that the Dark Elves will likely ambush them tonight, so searching right now is a waste of time. Seo Mirai feels that if they already suspect this, they should warn the other players too. But Seo Junho points out that since this information is based on a prediction, the others probably won't believe them. He suggests taking turns sleeping to rest up for a very busy night. Once evening falls, the forest turns bitterly cold, making some players uneasy. If they attack now, we are done for. His companion tells him to stop joking, claiming that Dark Elves are corrupt creatures who only gnaw at the roots of the world tree. Rumor has it they lack any real intelligence, meaning they cannot even communicate with one another. How could creatures like that pull off a sophisticated military ambush? He laughs and agrees, but the moment those words leave his mouth, a sudden rustling comes from behind. The braided hair warrior reacts instantly, swinging his spear backward, while his stout, trembling companion clutches his staff and stammers. Out from the bushes crawls a timid gray wolf, followed closely by 2 more. Seeing creatures that are easily tamed and terrified of fire, the 2 relax, but the stout man remains uneasy about their growing numbers. He wonders aloud if they are actually afraid of fire. The braided hair warrior ignores him and stares up at the trees, his face turning pale as he screams at him to wake up the others right now. "Wake everyone up right now," he yells, "because the dark elves are here, riding those wolves." Nearby, Seo Junho suddenly jolts awake. Seeing Ethan Cole suddenly wake up, Ms. assures him that nothing has happened yet, so he should get some more rest. Ethan Cole asks about the other groups, and Ms. explains that the night watch is scheduled to report in every 30 minutes. It is already time for their scheduled check-in, but something is wrong. The magic communication network seems completely down, and not a single soul has called. Ethan Cole simply smiles and notes that they probably won't be calling, because the enemy has likely found their position already. Activating his Night Hunter skill, Ethan Cole spots the enemy. A horde of dim-witted dark elves riding their vicious, hand-reared udigs to launch a midnight ambush. Finding this turn of events rather amusing, he quickly turns to wake Captain Cha. Ms. never expected to fight in pitch-black darkness, where she cannot see a thing. In fact, she is completely oblivious to the threat leaping right above her head. Turning her head, Ms. is met with a massive, gaping maw of a beast. Fortunately, Ethan Cole leaps in just in time to slice the creature down. The beast and its rider are quickly consumed by flames, a sight that Ethan Cole finds utterly repulsive. He declares he cannot waste the fine sword Noah crafted on such petty games, then orders Ms. to wake the others because they are completely surrounded. Before she can even recover from the shock, Ms. has to face an even tougher battle than actual combat, which is dragging deep sleepers out of bed. Meanwhile, waves of dark magic wielders riding their terrifying beasts continue to charge forward relentlessly. Armed enemies join the fray, but Ethan Cole coldly cuts them down one by one, completely ignoring an elf sneaking up behind him with a blade. He simply stands his ground with a smirk, letting the blade strike. Talk about absolute confidence in his defense. "They are all cut from the exact same cloth," he scoffs. He is wearing a special set of dark armor that is incredibly lightweight, enchanted to reduce weight and completely shield the wearer from being tracked by anyone rank C or below. Junho is extremely pleased with the performance of this armor, meticulously crafted by Pan at the Kagan family workshop. He received this custom piece shortly after his arrival, thanks to a special order placed by Marcus and delivered directly by Pan. He reminds himself to thank his bald friend once this is over, warning the approaching bastards that he can already hear their heads rolling on the ground. Smirking at the two elves before him, Ethan Cole deliberately provokes them, intending to let one escape into the deep forest so he can track their hideout. If he wants to use his confession of the dead skill without being spotted by his teammates, drawing them into the woods is his only option. He dares them to make a move, promising to grant them a swift and painless departure from this world. The short-haired elf bravely rushes forward, only to be instantly ended with a single strike from Ethan Cole, leaving the remaining long-haired elf trembling in absolute terror. Showing a rare moment of mercy, Ethan Cole offers the survivor a simple tip to prolong its life. He warns the creature to run before it is too late, though its survival will only last until it reaches the edge of the forest. After finishing off that long-haired elf, he has to admit that this tribe chieftain operates on a completely different level of cunning. Rumor has it that gnawing on the roots of the world tree strips these elves of their intellect, yet this particular chief has somehow managed to remain exceptionally clever. Even without their leader, the remaining 1,000 dark elves are more than enough to pose a massive threat to the other players. The chieftain's elite guard, the Black Knights, are also a force to be reckoned with, and Captain Cha spots Ethan Cole the moment he slips back into camp. The captain expresses his deep regret, explaining he was too busy fighting off the udigs to assist Ethan Cole during the ambush. Ethan Cole warmly reassures him that there is absolutely no need to worry, as successfully clearing out those vicious beasts means they fulfilled their roles perfectly. Meanwhile, Ms. is growing increasingly anxious because she still cannot establish contact with any of the other camps. If those teams are not locked in a struggle for survival, they might already be wiped out, meaning they must move immediately. They need to launch a rescue mission. Other players are facing a desperate struggle. Take this unfortunate warrior, pinned down under the massive paw of an elf's beast, desperately praying to the heavens for a savior to appear. His desperate prayers are answered instantly as a sharp spear pierces through the air, sending the beast's rider straight to the afterlife. Before the startled beast can even process its master's sudden demise, Ethan Cole sweeps in and cleanly severs its head in a single motion. Looking up at his savior, the fallen warrior truly believes his prayers have been answered, while his teammates quickly rush over to check on him. The blonde-haired hunter is relieved to find his companions safe, all thanks to the timely intervention of Ethan Cole's team. Bowing deeply, he expresses his immense gratitude for saving the Blue One team, but Ethan Cole dismisses the praise and asks about their casualties. Grief-stricken, the leader reveals they have already lost 6 brave companions, blaming himself for failing to protect them and avenge their tragic deaths. Just then, Captain Chi's backup squad finally arrives on the scene, though they still regret arriving too late despite running at full speed. With the forces assembled, Ethan Cole prepares to lead his team toward the eastern sector, while assigning the Blue One squad to secure the north. Other factions are still locked in fierce combat with the elves, so they must move quickly to support them and keep casualties to an absolute minimum. Ethan Cole lays out the grim reality, explaining that there are still 500 hostile elves left in the area. Half of their forces were already deployed in the night raid, meaning if the players can simply survive until dawn, victory is well within reach. For any hope of winning, every scattered player must unite. They need to head north immediately and round up the remaining survivors. Once that task is complete, they must push east. The Blue One commander hesitates at the command, but Ethan Cole quickly speaks up to convince him. He acknowledges that their squad has suffered heavy casualties and lacks the numbers to fight, but emphasizes that moving forward is their only option. If they allow themselves to be picked off piece by piece, this entire vanguard will eventually be completely wiped out. How else will he avenge his fallen comrades, let alone keep his dreams from turning into nothing but ash? The bitter thought of vengeance snaps the Blue One commander back to reality, prompting him to offer a sincere word of thanks for the reminder. From this very moment, the entire Blue One squad pledges to follow the brilliant tactical guidance of South Korea's legendary hero, Ethan Cole. Deep in a quiet corner of the forest, another battered player reaches his absolute limit, slumping against a massive tree with severe, bleeding wounds. A poisoned arrow from the Dark Elves has already sealed his fate. Now, a pack of hungry wolves and two massive beasts close in. Tears fill his eyes as he grits his teeth, resolved to die as a proud member of the Bravo team. He promises to drag the beasts down to hell with him, blasting a Volf right through the skull as it lunges for his arm. That final kill takes his absolute last ounce of energy. He can no longer even hold his gun as his vision fades and death draws near. Right then, blinding flashes of razor-sharp steel slice through the wolves, shocking the dying Bravo soldier so much that he forgets to slip unconscious. Before he can even register the identity of his savior, his bearded comrade finally catches up to his position. His veteran senior reveals that their savior is none other than Ethan Cole, without whom their entire group would have been buried inside this gate last night. Yet here they are, safely eating instant noodles while watching a bright sunrise blanket the horizon. They have cleared the first major hurdle, and despite the heavy casualties from the Dark Elves' night assault, over 150 fighters are still standing. Even better, the enemy side has lost nearly half their total force, meaning they will think twice before venturing out of their secure territory again. The monsters must now focus on defense. This is the perfect window for the human forces to strike first. However, a noisy argument breaks out as the bearded veteran demands an immediate strike, while the cautious Blue One commander insists on waiting for the other squads. Meanwhile, the exhausted head medic sighs in frustration, overwhelmed by a critical shortage of manpower to treat the endless stream of wounded. An assault is impossible, not while the core members are busy bickering over every detail. Minwoo turns to Ethan Cole to ask for his input, wondering if they should stick to the strategy of securing their forces before launching an attack. He asks which of the two tactical approaches would yield better results at this critical moment. He deliberately speaks in a booming voice to stop the shouting leaders, pointing out that both of their proposed plans carry distinct merits and major risks. Before he can even finish, the bearded veteran rudely interrupts, firmly insisting that launching an immediate offensive is their absolute best option. Surprisingly, Ethan Cole agrees, though he warns that everyone must be prepared to sacrifice the entire army just to save a single life. The pressing reason to strike now is simple: the longer they delay, the worse their tactical disadvantage will become as time slips away. When the Blue One commander demands to know how he can be so certain, he replies that the deduction is actually quite straightforward. Analyzing the precise behavioral patterns of the Dark Elves reveals that a quick strike with their current active forces is the only way to minimize total casualties. Yet they must all acknowledge that after last night's brutal ambush, this ancient forest is far more dangerous than it appears. Though the Dark Elves possess shattered minds, they executed a highly organized military ambush, pointing to an overwhelming presence acting as their commander. An unseen master is pulling their strings, either possessing high intelligence or wielding an absolute power that forces the feral elves into complete submission. A fellow player agrees, noting that the night ambush proves the dangers within this gate are completely unpredictable and highly calculated. He poses a scenario where only 500 Dark Elves remain, then asks about the threat of the accompanying Volf pack. Defeating a single Volf is easy enough, and Ethan Cole reassures the worried player that they do not have to worry about the beasts anymore. The three leaders look on in utter disbelief, prompting him to ask if they recall the size of the beast chasing the last rescued survivor. That beast was merely a pup, proving that the enemy shamans have completely exhausted their mature wolves and are desperately deploying younglings to track their prey. This tactical shortage means the Dark Elves are currently incapable of launching another massive, coordinated assault like they did last night. But don't be fooled, this minor advantage does not guarantee their safety. While a massive raid is off the table, relentless hit-and-run attacks are absolutely guaranteed, with small enemy squads firing poisoned arrows directly into their camps before vanishing. They will repeat this psychological warfare until the human forces are starved, deprived of sleep, and severely whittled down in numbers. Once exhaustion completely breaks their spirit and victory is mathematically guaranteed, the monsters will deliver one final, crushing blow to wipe them out. With the harsh truth finally laid bare, the Blue One commander humbles himself and apologizes to the bearded veteran. The Bravo team captain awkwardly apologized, realizing he had not considered everyone else's feelings. At least they finally showed some unity after making him waste so much of his precious time. With that settled, he turned to ask Ms. for help. The poor girl had just taken a bite of noodles before being pulled away for a private chat. In the end, she had no choice but to meet him. Ethan wanted her to use her foresight ability. Since Ms. could finally access her powers again, they got straight down to business. It seemed he had located their village. He planned to head east tomorrow to eliminate the Dark Elves. And just as he predicted, their guard numbers were quite small. Among their forces, one particular figure radiated a highly sinister energy, and he was surrounded by 5 heavily armed elite guards. Ms. appeared to be describing the Dark Elf chieftain and his personal elite knights. Having already reviewed the enemy data yesterday, this information was not very useful to him. He instructed her to return and share everything she saw with the rest of the team. Though he remained curious about other details, this foresight ability unfortunately had its limits. Before leaving, Ms. asked if the ice-like energy she sensed belonged to his gear. Ethan merely mumbled a vague response, telling her to return to camp so he could think in peace. Once Ms. left, Ethan conjured his ice magic to examine it closely. He wondered if the Dark Elf chieftain would prove stronger than expected. Would he even need to reveal this ice power? Just last night, the Guild Scout team had finally discovered the enemy lair. They confirmed the presence of both the chieftain and his Dark Elf knights. Just as Ms. had described, the mindless Dark Elves guarding the entrance were merely wandering around aimlessly. However, the guards surrounding the chieftain's throne were organized in a highly disciplined military formation. This crucial new intelligence forced the group to quickly plan an immediate strike before the monsters at the entrance could organize themselves. Preparations for the raid had to proceed as quickly as possible, exactly as Ethan had instructed them. Meanwhile, their leader was calmly stretching to warm up his joints before battle. He asked if everyone was ready, but received no response as he stood frozen in strange glasses, leaving Minwoo smiling. The players quickly assembled and stood in neat, organized lines. Aside from the severely injured who could not join, exactly 147 fully prepared warriors were ready to march. The entire group quickly entered the deep forest to locate the village. Due to a curse from the World Tree, sunlight was lethal to these Dark Elves, forcing them to dig massive underground networks to survive. At the outposts connected to the surface, finding dozens of newly excavated tunnels leading straight underground was considered a completely normal sight. However, the anomaly lay right here, a massive gateway at the root of this giant tree, serving as the only entrance. Even seasoned players had never seen anything like this before. The clever chieftain had designed a single entrance to control the entire battlefield. They could easily be ambushed from behind, and reaching the chieftain would be impossible without first clearing out every single guard inside. Either way, they had only one path forward and absolutely no other choice. Inside the gateway, bright torches illuminated the long stone staircase leading deep underground. The group moved cautiously down the stairs, eventually reaching the massive dark elf gathering hall. It was a colossal underground cavern that took them completely by surprise. An all-out clash was now completely unavoidable, with over 500 hostile elves waiting alongside that menacing figure sitting at the very far end. Yet Ethan found this layout rather promising. He had worried about being cornered defensively and surrounded by their forces, but with this open layout, a direct head-on charge was their best option. He suggested everyone simply take down 4 enemies each. They urged him to consider their actual strength, forcing him to sheepishly admit he forgot. He wondered aloud if a chieftain of this caliber carried an elixir, causing the atmosphere to suddenly turn tense. Good lord, was elixir that legendary secret medicine capable of bringing the dead back to life? If they secured it, they would typically divide the reward based on everyone's contribution to this attack. He realized he was merely thinking out loud. Ethan looked over with a sly grin, watching the guild scramble into position as the breakout and iron trust groups prepared to deploy. He was glad to finally see his allies being useful, pleased that his provocative words had successfully motivated them. Down below, the Dark Elves finally spotted the intruders, and both forces immediately charged into a chaotic, close-quarters clash. The players fought with every ounce of their strength, but Ethan's performance was by far the most spectacular. He mowed down the Dark Elves as effortlessly as a mechanical harvester reaping wheat, leaving the other players utterly bewildered by his ridiculous combat speed. Some could hardly believe he had only recently become a player, completely shocked by his skill. Others simply could not keep up with him, left behind gasping for breath and cursing in exhaustion. Nearby, Manhwa was fighting desperately to break through the hostile forces. He struggled through the chaos just to stand beside Ethan, only for his idol to coldly tell him to fall back because it was too dangerous ahead. Startled, Manhwa wondered if his leader truly planned to charge down that deadly path entirely on his own. That is a crazy move, Manhwa pants, trying to stop him. But Ethan Cole simply replies that doing crazy things is just his style. Ethan Cole's completely casual answer leaves the squad captain absolutely speechless. The captain always knew that standing side by side with the legendary hero was his own ultimate ambition. But he never expected this. He is still lagging far behind. Next time, I will not be left behind again, Manhwa says as he grabs his shield and walks away. At first, Ethan Cole is quite surprised, but then he chuckles. He finds himself actually looking forward to their next meeting. However, to make that happen, everyone needs to safely get out of this dungeon alive first. Standing right in front of Ethan Cole now is the formidable Dark Elf squad. 5 fully armored knights stand in neat formation, their polished swords and armor gleaming. They certainly look a lot different from the mindless trash from earlier. He muses if looks are truly that important. To match their style, he decides to pull out a weapon fitting for this upcoming duel. Just like that, he pulls out his massive, oversized spear. These Dark Elf Knights were once noble guardians of the kingdom before they fell into corruption. On top of traditional elven swordsmanship, they also wield the dark power of mighty spirits. Had they still been in their prime, Ethan Cole would have been absolutely no match for them with his current abilities. But once their contract with the spirits is broken, they stand absolutely no chance. Ethan Cole is highly confident that in a pure duel of swordsmanship, he can defeat any number of enemies. After all, he has never met anyone better at handling a blade than himself. Ethan Cole is incredibly confident. Suddenly, one knight lunges forward, crashing his weapon deep into the ground. Ethan Cole quickly leaps out of the way, having no intention of testing that deadly strike with his own body. The red-helmeted knight immediately chases after him. But as the enemy swings wildly, he easily dodges every single strike. Watching the earth shatter and rocks fly in this high-stakes battle, where a single mistake could mean instant death, something wild and demonic begins to awaken deep inside Ethan Cole. Right now, he is completely thrilled, adrenaline pumping hard. With a sudden, swift slash of his sword, he completely severs the red-helmeted knight's arm. The knight screams in agony, clutching his wound and glaring with pure rage. but Ethan Cole steps heavily on his foot to block his escape. Where do you think you are going? Stay and play a bit longer, friend. Since you swung so hard at me, it is only fair I strike back with everything I have. Just like that, the first opponent falls. If that is all you have got, it is quite disappointing, Ethan Cole says, wiping the blood off his face while looking at the remaining enemies. I expected you all to be much more aggressive. But just as he is feeling confident, his allies are suddenly pushed into a corner. The enemy elven forces are fighting incredibly fiercely. Several allied warriors have already fallen, while others are struck by poison arrows, leaving Cha Minwoo struggling to maintain the defensive line. Choi Jin Pleo is working tirelessly to heal the wounded, but the flow of casualties never stops. As one is treated, another always arrives. Cha Minwoo grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. There are just too many of them in this cursed, sinful place. 100 players against 500 enemies is already bad enough, but the Dark Elves are also rotating their front line to conserve their stamina. We might have taken down 100, but if this keeps up, we will definitely exhaust ourselves first, an older player warns. We have to launch a continuous assault to stop them from rotating their ranks. Right then, the enemy elves suddenly begin screaming and scattering in absolute confusion. In the distance, a green-helmeted Dark Elf Knight is ruthlessly slaughtering his own comrades without showing a shred of mercy. That knight must have gone through some legendary heartbreak to end up losing his mind and going down this dark path. Before the older player can even make sense of it, Ethan Cole leaps right into the middle of the enemy crowd. It turns out he is intentionally baiting the Dark Elf Knights into the battlefield, using their own strength to disrupt the enemy formation and help his allies. This is no longer just clearing a path. He is practically spoon-feeding them this entire victory. The older player thought he was doing great, but he was actually just causing trouble. Still, when it is a matter of life and death, who cares about pride? Now is their chance. They must use this chaos to destroy the enemy camp once and for all. Cha Minwoo uses all his leadership to rally the troops, pushing everyone back into the fight. Ethan Cole, you definitely owe me a thank you for this. Without his quick coordination, Ethan Cole's clever plan to use the Dark Knights to shatter the enemy lines would have gone completely to waste. Meanwhile, Ethan Cole decides that the setup is complete. Now, it is time for him to get back to finishing off those dangerous knights. Right at that second, the green-helmeted knight charges in, delivering a decisive strike from behind, but Ethan Cole blocks it effortlessly. Do not look at me like that. It must have been exhausting chasing me, so let me send you to a peaceful rest. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf chief calmly watches the battle. It is truly hard to believe that these creatures were once magnificent beings possessing supreme grace and superior intellect. Now, they are nothing but corrupted, hideous monsters. All the bright glory of their past has been reduced to a faint and tragic echo. Finally, the last knight falls. It is the first time in his life he has faced such overwhelming numbers. Are there no snakes? The chief snaps back, telling him never to mention that filthy creature in his presence. Finally, the Dark Elf chief has spoken. One would think he was going to sit there silently until his neck completely gave out. Even nature-guarding elves cannot stand snakes. Or perhaps it is because he is a Dark Elf, and has no idea what they actually look like. Mocking his own kind now, are we, faced with Ethan Cole's sharp taunts, the chief rises and draws his sword. The chief declares he will not waste words, demanding the human raise his blade and face him first. Ethan Cole merely scoffs. Such a bold human, and his mocking words have clearly pushed the Dark Elf chief to his absolute limit. The chief swings, creating a blur of illusions. Ethan Cole instantly recognizes the stance. It is the heirloom swordsmanship of the elves, which channels the ancient natural power of Zeomanus. But there is a catch. That style is meant only for those who possess the true power of spirits. A fallen Dark Elf has no business wielding such magic. Yet as the chief thrusts his blade forward, Ethan Cole still manages to parry the strike. The violent clash forces both fighters back, but this time, Ethan Cole's hands are visibly trembling from the impact. This is a modified style, rewritten to match the enhanced, brutal physique of the Dark Elves. It is an entirely original form of combat. He even seems capable of reading his opponent's rhythm. Most intriguing. Ethan Cole offers a brief compliment, only for the chief to slash down, mocking him for fighting with his mouth instead of his blade. With no good comeback, the only option left is to keep swinging. After a few brutal exchanges, Ethan Cole unleashes a heavy strike to force the chief back. The chief is fast and incredibly strong, yet he lacks the overwhelming, absolute power Ethan Cole witnessed in the memories of the other Dark Elves. By now, the massive Dark Elf horde has already been heavily thinned out. His warriors are falling like cut grass. The chief looks at his people, the loyal, foolish souls who trusted a useless leader like him until their very last breaths. He only wanted to take them back to their glorious past, to fix the terrible mistakes he once made. To his foolish, doomed kin, if they want to realize that ultimate wish, they must face 1,000 enemies and defeat them all. Defeat is completely unforgivable, so he demands only victory. Driven by absolute resolve, the chief unleashes a terrifying surge of energy, catching even Cha Minwoo completely off guard. He lunges forward at blinding speed, unleashing a devastating strike that catches Ethan Cole completely off guard and unable to react. Taking the heavy blow, Ethan Cole immediately coughs up blood. This is the exact, terrifying sensation he saw in the Dark Elf memories back in the forest. That overwhelming, monstrous strength. Ethan Cole quickly draws a gun and unleashes a hail of bullets, but it does absolutely nothing. The Dark Elf chief transforms into a streak of golden light, lunging forward to strike at his face. Two massive torrents of mana, one a bright green and the other a deep, heck-like purple, clash with violent force. Struggling under the immense pressure, Ethan Cole's legs begin to shake. Only the dark power of the Black Dragon Fang keeps him upright. But he can no longer continue this fight while hiding his true strength. Even if he wanted to unleash it, there are too many eyes watching his every move right now. In that split second of hesitation, the chief strikes, sending Ethan Cole flying like a ragdoll into the wall. He cannot even lift his sword, and his ribs are shattered. Yet the enemy is still standing. Ethan Cole forces himself to move, screaming internally to get back up. His vision is blurring, leaving him barely able to make out his opponent's silhouette, let alone stand. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf chief swings his blade down for a merciless, final blow. It seems like the end, but right at the critical moment. Other players leap in to shield him. Cha Minwoo barks out orders, directing everyone to form a defensive line and cover Ethan Cole. Fire at will, do whatever it takes. Ethan Cole watches in sheer disbelief as the other players risk their lives to protect him. Choi Jin-pyo quickly rushes to his side, desperately attempting to heal the severe wounds. However, due to his shattered ribs, the healing process will take at least 30 minutes. Others join in to assist. Their levels are low, but every bit helps. We were in the back, but we saw everything, Choi Jin-pyo says with deep gratitude, leaving Ethan Cole stunned. He explains that they saw him defeat the Dark Elven Knights and take on the chief alone. His bravery gave them the courage to stand and fight. The other players marvel at how a rookie who debuted less than 3 months ago can be this strong, while they cowered in fear and only fought to save face. With only about 100 enemies remaining, they could finally step in to help. Now, only the chief stands in their way. Ethan Cole suddenly shifts his weight, startling Choi Jin-pyo. He urges him not to move. He needs at least 10 minutes. Ethan Cole grips his hilt with a dangerous, chilling smile, telling them he only needs them to buy him exactly 10 minutes. Everyone is already pushing themselves to the absolute limit, veins bulging as they struggle to hold the line. Facing the chief at close range makes them realize what a cunning monster they are up against. Even while fighting Ethan Cole earlier, he was still holding back. But they hold on to one singular hope: if anyone can bring this beast down, it is Ethan Cole. So they just need to hold on for 10 minutes. But in this critical moment, Chae-Ming-gu loses his focus. An older player has to dive in and push him away to save his life. Chae-Ming-gu frantically thanks the veteran and apologizes for slipping up. The veteran reminds him that in this battle, everyone is putting their lives on the line. Besides, that chief does not just look dangerous, he is actually a highly lethal threat. Still, the old man is absolutely sure that the monster is only risking a few fleeting moments, so even if he loses his life today, he will defend his pride. Everyone get it together right now and take him down. The Dark Elf chief grits his teeth in pure rage at these persistent insects. 3 players charge forward fiercely, but he calmly swings his sword twice, sending them straight to their graves. Right then, a massive fireball hurtles forward, launching a surprise attack on the chief but missing the target. The chief wonders why he is subconsciously holding himself back like this, especially when these weak players cannot even withstand a single strike. He should have quickly eliminated the strongest warrior on this battlefield, Seo Junho. Yet he feels himself rushing far too much, making him wonder if he is actually afraid of something. When his eyes lock with Seo Junho's incredibly dark and silent gaze, the chief freezes, his hand involuntarily tightening around his sword. The remaining time to hold out is now under 3 minutes. Wait for it. Someone confidently claims they can still hold out, but right as the words leave his mouth, a single sword slash flashes by, instantly sending his two comrades standing right beside him to their graves. The survivor turns pale, wondering if he was completely wrong to think this nightmare was finally ending. When they are facing a top-tier boss monster as incredibly powerful as an entire army like this, even if they manage to eliminate 100 other dark elves, as long as he lives, nothing will change. Terrified players hold their heads and collapse to the ground in despair. Have you all made enough of a scene? Right at this moment, Seo Junho finally returns. Why are you not answering? He asks the beast. I asked if you are done causing chaos. Then he turns to the others. You have all worked hard, he says, and thank you. Leave that guy to me. The players worrying he cannot handle it alone, saying it is better to fight together. Seo Junho reassures them that he is fine, telling them to just focus on fighting the chief's troops, especially since he has already found a way to conceal his own powers. You trash, the Dark Elf chief curses, swinging his sword down in a devastating strike to send them all to the grave together. Two massive sources of magical power collide violently. Chaemingu turns pale, screaming Seo Junho's name in absolute panic. As the debris from the massive impact slowly clears, everyone can finally see a giant purple magic barrier. Inside are the Dark Elf chief and Seo Junho. Chaemingu pounds frantically on the barrier, shouting to ask if Junho is okay, until a voice finally answers from within. It is definitely the chief's barrier, not mine, Junho replies. I am actually trapped in here. Hearing this, Chaemingu urges the other players to break the trap from the outside. Inside, Seo Junho quietly smiles, grateful to have comrades who trust him so completely. What is this barrier about? The chief demands. Are you hiding your true power? The Dark Elf chief has not lived a long life for nothing, reading the situation surprisingly fast. Seo Junho sneers, asking why he is so tense over just one skill, as his hidden powers run far deeper. As snowflakes begin to drift down, Seo Junho unleashes frost at lightning speed. Before the Dark Elf chief can even comprehend what is happening, his feet are completely frozen to the ground. The thick ice rapidly spreads up his body. The Dark Elf chief is utterly stunned, having no idea what kind of technique he just fell victim to. Not only is his body completely immobilized, but massive, sharp ice spikes are now pointing directly down at his head. The chief wonders how an opponent he thought was defeated could recover his strength and unleash an entirely new skill. Is this the second phase that reveals true greed? Is this how humans feel every time a boss monster looks down on them? Seo Junho sneers with absolute confidence, while the nearly frozen Dark Elf chief seethes in rage, unable to utter a single word. Flashback to before this battle, when Dioku chased after him to ask about his training progress, surprised by how incredibly fast he finished, especially since he had only recently been defrosted from his long slumber. Seo Junho simply shrugged it off, explaining that he needed to test out his newly acquired frost skill. Dioku pointed out his combat style was already perfected back in the Twilight era, but Seo Junho insisted everyone misunderstood, as he still has a very long way to go. Thinking of the terrifying Ice Empress, Seo Junho feels completely amateur, while Dioku wonders how he even plans to utilize this new frost ability. First, he will divide this power into 3 major parts, starting with sheer practicality. This means using the frozen terrain to gain a massive advantage, slowly wearing down the enemy's physical stamina bit by bit before launching a lethal strike before they can adapt. The second application is far more direct, using the frost to reinforce the defense of his heavy armor. Of course, he will only face trouble when trying to block lightning-fast attacks from teleportation skills. He finally channels additional energy into his attack using the frost skill. Sharp ice spikes instantly erupt above the Dark Elf chief, rapidly growing to impale him. But the chief manages to leap back just in time to escape. Ethan Cole knows a night watchman's mana efficiency is quite low. Coating his physical blade with a frost shroud is the only way to trigger a massive power boost. Ethan Cole unleashes a deadly rain of ice arrows straight at the chief. The chief remains calm, slicing the projectiles apart. He demands to know why a magic swordsman of this caliber would ever hide such power. Ethan Cole replies that he has his reasons, pointing out that the chief is also hiding his true strength. The Dark Elf leader deeply ponders this. His power only comes from burning souls to temporarily borrow the strength of spirits that have long passed away. It is a desperate measure, not something for everyday use. Ethan Cole's mysterious powers are far too dangerous, yet the chief believes nothing will change. The Dark Elf chief gathers his energy and shatters a block of ice to intimidate Ethan Cole, but the young warrior remains completely unfazed. Though he initially planned on a 10-minute battle, he confidently changes his mind, declaring he will finish this beast in just 5 minutes. Such a bold claim makes the chief burst into wild, mocking laughter. He mocks the young man for being quite amusing, clearly underestimating his opponent. Yet Ethan Cole was actually paying him a sincere compliment. Ethan Cole admits he is not as strong as before, but he still promises to end this within 5 minutes. If the chief still doubts him, the young warrior will show him. Suddenly, a massive, overwhelming wave of magic power erupts from Ethan Cole. The chief wonders if this is sword force, but true sword force at a master's level should burn far brighter than this. This kid is simply packing raw magical energy directly into his weapon. He knows that forming genuine sword force with this level of magic should be impossible. Yet, the pressure he feels is just as terrifying. Instead of standing there making wild guesses, the chief finally decides to ask him outright. He demands to know what kind of bizarre skill this is. Ethan Cole only offers a calm smile, reflecting on a memory from nearly 30 years ago. Back then, he faced an armored turtle boss monster at the gate. Its shell was so incredibly thick that even his strongest sword strikes could not scratch it. Despair took hold of him, forcing him to wonder if he was going to die right then and there. But staring into the abyss, he absolutely refused to yield. In that crucial moment, he did not rely on standard sword force at all. Instead, he recalled a very unique technique in that dark hour. By feeding raw magic power into the sword, he forced the dark energy to clash and explode. It was a skill that even the legendary, gorilla-built warrior Ramadas himself could not help but admire. Ramadas once called it the most magnificent skill he had ever witnessed. He named it Sunset. Sunset represents finding hope in the darkest of times. Having faced death, Ethan Cole understands that a path forward always exists. In a single, blinding flash of his sunset sword strike, Ethan Cole cleanly cuts down the powerful Dark Elf chief. With his final breath, the chief whispers that the young warrior kept his word. It took exactly 5 minutes. Ethan Cole shows a rare moment of mercy, letting the dying leader speak. The chief only wishes for his suffering to end. That is easy enough to grant, but Ethan Cole never does anything for free. He offers a simple trade, one answer for one final wish. He pulls out a mysterious, nameless sphere and asks if the chief recognizes it. The Dark Elf is instantly shocked. It is actually a spirit egg, destined to hatch a magical helper. Wherever the remnants of the ancient world tree exist, these spirits will eventually appear. The chief explains this as he hands over a string of beads taken from his own neck. He tells him that these beads carry the residual energy of the world tree, which will help hatch the egg once magic is infused. Ethan Cole accepts the valuable information, but his opportunistic nature kicks in. He casually asks if there are any other treasures left, perhaps in rare elixirs lying around. The dying chief realizes that staying alive for even 2 more seconds means being completely milk dry. The chief sighs helplessly, wondering how he could have possibly lost to such a shameless human. Ethan Cole jokingly tells him to just say no instead of throwing insults. He then retrieves his sword from the fallen leader's chest. In his final moments on this earth, the chief whispers a final prayer to the world tree, begging for the human conqueror to spare his innocent followers and take only his own life. Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway, a long-haired man is thrown like trash. Kaner steps on his head, demanding to know where the Pathfinder is. Back in the dark cavern, the proud chief has finally drawn his very last breath. Ethan Cole stares quietly at the egg in his hand, wondering if a real spirit is truly waiting inside. Striking a contract with a spirit would grant him immense power without draining his own magic reserves. This is a massive blessing, since his mana has always been quite low. Friend or foe, he always felt a deep envy for those who possessed such spirits. Now, Ethan Cole can also make a contract with spirits. His feelings are summed up in a simple wow. Spirits only bond with someone capable of combining power with them. That means this egg absolutely belongs to a dark spirit. Ethan Cole excitedly imagines a purple, two-horned creature beside him, clearing out dungeons like child's play. Swept up in the dream, Ethan Cole acts. He instantly crushed the beads given by the Dark Elf chief to hatch the egg. Feeling the forest's energy running a bit low, he pours some of his own mana into it to speed up welcoming this dark spirit into the world. The egg flashes with brilliant golden light. It cracks open, his expectations soar through the roof. Outside, the other players have been waiting forever, but that magical sphere still has not vanished, and nobody has emerged. Choi Jin-pyo stands there, totally dazed, wondering why Ethan Cole still has not returned even though they wiped out all remaining Dark Elves. Silence. Everyone starts to worry. Did something terrible actually happen to him? Right at that second, a system notification pops up in front of everyone, announcing the successful clearing of the primordial forest gate. The crowd erupts in cheers because they finally get to go home. Moments later, the barrier slowly dissolves. Ethan Cole walks out with his head hung low. When someone rushes over to ask how he is, he mutters that he's fine and walks away without looking back. His physical injuries are quite minor, but his mood, it is absolutely terrible. They wonder just how stressful that final battle with the chief was to make him look so utterly miserable and sour. Once his duties are done, Ethan Cole hops straight onto a flight back home, having zero desire to stay in this place a minute longer. Looking at the battle recording, Ethan Cole sighs in deep disappointment, feeling that being the most valuable player is completely pointless and hollow. Was he really being that greedy by hoping a dark spirit would hatch? He never held any grudge against frost spirits, but hatching the actual Ice Empress, who was the first floor boss, is a pretty bad joke. Meanwhile, the mini version of the Ice Empress is currently breathing on the airplane window, staring out at the world in absolute wonder. She marvels at how humans can fly through the sky without using any magic, calling it a miracle. Ethan Cole quickly tells her to keep quiet until he can think things through. She huffs back, noting she is simply talking to herself and calls him incredibly selfish. The Ice Empress refuses to back down and instantly yells back at Ethan Cole, leaving him absolutely speechless and boiling with anger. He still cannot wrap his head around how the terrifying monster who froze his teammates and horrified the entire world is now his spirit companion. He already sent her to that world. How is she back? The frosty lady complains, muttering about how she used to ride in wheeled carriages, yet now people fly around in the sky without any wheels at all. She says she has given him plenty of time to think, prompting Ethan Cole to groan, begging her to just stop talking already. His warning backfires when she accuses him of eavesdropping on her private thoughts, leaving Ethan Cole holding his head in pure, utter despair as he wonders where she came from. She proudly states she is the spirit best suited for his specific mana, which is why she was summoned. This means his best attribute is actually frost, but Ethan Cole bitterly snaps back, telling her not to make him laugh. He argues that he used dark skills for 5 whole years, while he only touched frost abilities for a brief 3 months. Yet she is the spirit who came out of that egg, so she tells him to stop being so incredibly stubborn. She demands he sign the contract with her, but he scoffs, asking her to think about the terrible things she did to humanity first. She asks what on earth she could have possibly done to make him react this dramatically. Ethan Cole is about to list a whole essay of her crimes. But guess what? He suddenly realizes he cannot remember a single one. After racking his brain, he finally manages to accuse her of freezing the Pacific Ocean, which she completely dismisses as no big deal. She mockingly asks if he is simply crying over some frozen fish, leaving Ethan Cole sweating as he weakly argues that the frozen ocean completely threw the global climate into total chaos. Even though he knows some experts claimed global warming balanced out those extreme cold temperatures, he insists that is completely beside the point. Most importantly, he brings up her most brutal act of all, freezing him and his beloved comrades. The Ice Empress scoffs. He knows the truth and is just pretending. She was not the one who froze them, and she could actually use her power to melt the ice and save them. In short, she believes she did absolutely nothing wrong and actually felt sorry that they had to lose their lives like that. Left completely speechless, Ethan Cole tells her to look out the window. He quickly slips away to use his smartwatch, calling Dioku for urgent backup to ask what crimes the Ice Empress actually committed. Dioku is stunned. He thinks his friend has finally lost his mind. Since Dioku only knows exactly what Ethan Cole knows, he cannot offer any real help. To make things worse, The Ice Empress catches him red-handed trying to cheat. Ethan Cole quickly changes the subject, asking what benefits he actually gets by signing a contract with her. The Ice Empress proudly beats her chest, declaring she will become his direct guide and train him personally. That sounds incredibly reliable. Ethan Cole admits she is strong, but she still lost to him. Why should he take someone he defeated as his master? The Ice Empress thinks it over and claims he only won because she was weakened from losing her powers. Weakened? Is she trying to sell him snake oil? She quickly retorts that she is no merchant. The Ice Empress desperately wants to smack his smart mouth, but she forces herself to explain patiently instead. This body once belonged to the Queen of Niflheim, a ruthless monarch ruling over all the frost in the entire world. She swears on her very life that she is not lying. This is a severe oath indeed, risking a mage's entire power on a high-stakes gamble. Could she really have been weakened? Ethan Cole asks skeptically how weak she was, and she answers about 1%. The Ice Empress answers calmly. Now it is Ethan Cole's turn to want to smack her right in the face. He almost fell for her ridiculous oath. He tells her to stop talking nonsense and swear again, but she flatly refuses. She claims swearing too much ruins a queen's noble dignity. Ethan Cole gets a massive headache from her sheer stubbornness, realizing she will not even swear. He demands they sign a contract instead, setting a strict condition that if she harms him or anyone around him, the deal is instantly broken. The Ice Empress complains that he talks way too much. To her, that condition is incredibly obvious anyway. Spirits and their contractors are true soulmates, meaning she cannot do anything to harm him even if she wanted to. She conjures a glowing magic circle right behind her. Ethan Cole grimaces in doubt, utterly unsure if this is the right decision, but he realizes he has no other choice. Will this risky gamble actually pay off for him? Honestly, he is not yet strong enough to conquer a one-star gate alone, but with her spirit power, he might just make the cut. Ethan Cole decisively bites his finger to sign the contract in blood, then returns to the player association. Ethan Cole immediately takes the Ice Empress straight to the training room. She complains loudly about how incredibly boring this place is, but it is a training room, not a playground. Seeing Ethan Cole pull up the status panel, she asks what he is doing. He explains he is simply equipping the powerful artifacts he earned from his previous battle. That trip yielded to rare items, an aura buff ring and a blue goblin bracelet. Once equipped, his magic stat surges straight to 100, which is more than enough to clear a one-star gate entirely on his own. Even the cold Ice Empress is impressed, admitting that he looks significantly stronger now with those artifacts equipped. Ethan Cole glares at her, saying he did not ask for her opinion. Now it is time to show him her real strength. She asks if he does not already know her power best. But she is a spirit now, which is naturally different from her past self. The Queen catches on. Since Ethan Cole is the one who bound his soul to hers, he must understand her value as a companion. He must know exactly how capable his spirit is, so she can secure better treatment from him in the future. She raises her hand in a casual gesture, but pure magic power quickly begins to flood the entire training room. Everything around them begins to freeze. Ethan Cole shivers as a familiar chill creeps over him, feeling exactly like the moment he first stepped into her icy lair. The Queen suddenly withdraws her magic, leaving Ethan Cole completely stunned. He asks what she is doing, but she casually replies that she lost interest, leaving him utterly speechless at her sudden change of heart. She claims she is simply not in the mood anymore, making him wonder if she is playing a joke on him. She explains that when curiosity grips her mind, she cannot focus on anything else. Ethan Cole clutches his hair in absolute frustration for a moment before demanding answers. He asks what could possibly make her this curious, and she smiles, admitting she wants to explore the human world. In the end, Ethan Cole has to wear a disguise just to take her out on a tour. Staring at the bustling streets, she shouts out in pure excitement like an eager child, demanding to know who could possibly own that massive castle towering over the city. He explains it is just an apartment building. She asks about a strange carriage, and he points out it is a car, noting everyone is staring at their hands. She finds it incredibly strange. Looking highly annoyed, Ethan Cole mutters about the hassle and asks if other people can actually see her. She admits she is a bit disappointed that she can fly around making a scene without a single person noticing her. However, she can easily reveal herself to others if he wishes, though now is not the time. Suddenly, The Ice Empress halts midair with a sharp gasp. She asks her contractor what they call that incredibly adorable creature resting nearby. She is pointing at a glowing black cat fast asleep on the street. Ethan Cole assumes it is just a stray, but she squeals in absolute excitement, desperate to pet it. He warns her that the creature cannot even see her. She stubbornly rushes forward anyway, but the cat actually spots her and swipes at her with a fierce paw. Fortunately, she dodges quickly enough, barely saving herself from getting her legs scratched up. The cat lunges again with sharp claws. She struggles to dodge, flying high into the air while complaining loudly about the sudden attack. She demands to know why it went crazy, finally landing on Ethan Cole's head to complain about such a fierce monster roaming the human world. Is it really safe to let that dangerous monster wander the streets like that? A shivering cat slowly approaches Ethan Cole. Apparently it only refrains from biting creatures larger than itself. He chuckles, bending down to gently scoop up the small cat. It curls up quietly in his hands, staring up with adorable round eyes. Cats only show their vulnerable side to those who are stronger. The Ice Empress feels completely looked down upon. She absolutely hates it. Lead the way back to the training room to see her real power. He was waiting for those exact words. Let's head back right away so she can watch his skills very closely. She tells him to engrave her power in his soul. He is perfectly happy to oblige. No need to stress. A glowing magic circle instantly appears beneath Ethan Cole's feet. Sharp ice spears erupt in succession, followed by massive walls covered in jagged frozen thorns. Next comes a countless flurry of ice blades and swords. With an arsenal like that, he could easily face a battlefield alone. Yet Ethan Cole simply shrugs and offers a casual not bad. The Ice Empress is absolutely boiling with anger. She cannot believe he only offered a lukewarm compliment after seeing all of that. She demands he watch closely. Even if becoming a spirit has weakened her, she wants to prove that her power remains incredibly terrifying to behold. He points out that he can easily recreate everything she just conjured up. Ethan Cole glares at her, absolutely furious. The queen points right at his face, yelling at him for making such a ridiculous claim. Right then, an ice spear glides past. It is incredibly refined and deadly, looking as if it were crafted by a true master. The quality is superb. It is hard to believe such a weapon was conjured up in a mere split second. To be completely honest, Ethan Cole cannot match this level of sheer craftsmanship with his current skill level. Yet his response to the queen remains entirely unchanged. He insists he will eventually recreate those exact weapons himself, requiring only a little more time. He explains that what he truly expects from her is something he cannot do himself. His words send the queen into deep thought. Suddenly, an idea strikes her, and she asks if this is what he meant. Ethan Cole glances over and immediately confirms it, fueling her smugness. She gets so excited that she starts shouting a bit too loudly. The noise even reaches Dioku in the paper handling office. Ethan Cole seriously asks him if he knows what the Ice Empress looks like. Dioku is left completely speechless at his friend's sudden question. He points out that only the 5 legendary heroes have ever actually seen her. To be exact, only Ethan Cole himself had met her. Since his friend put it that way, there should be no issue. Time to let the queen reveal her true form for some fun. Dioku looks over to see absolutely no one beside his friend, breaking into a cold sweat. But when the tiny version of the Ice Empress suddenly appears, he is terrified enough to dive behind his chair. She asks if that foolish-looking man is really his friend. The queen clearly has a very low opinion of poor Dioku. Even though Ethan Cole feels slightly embarrassed, he still has to admit the truth. Dioku complains that anyone would be startled when something like that suddenly pops up. Unfortunately, calling her a thing instantly rubs the Ice Empress the wrong way. She demands to know how he dares refer to her that way. Being singled out, Dioku begins to tremble in absolute terror. Ethan Cole quickly steps in to warn her not to touch his friend, reminding her of their contract terms. Pouting in anger, she warns that if he calls her that again, she will not show mercy even to his friend. Ethan Cole warns Dioku to be careful since the queen considers everyone beneath her. Hearing this, Dioku wonders if she is truly royalty. Summoning his courage, Dioku tries to calm himself down and process this utterly bizarre and unexpected piece of information. First, the tiny spirit perched so elegantly on Ethan Cole's shoulder is indeed the legendary Ice Empress. Her presence today is all thanks to the mysterious spirit egg won at the Las Vegas auction, which finally hatched with the help of a tribal chief in the primeval forest. In other words, that very egg hatched the Ice Empress herself. Dioku manages to accept this reality. Since Ethan Cole was the one who hated the queen the most and seems fine now, there is no reason for him to worry. Ethan Cole explains that she is incredibly powerful and will help him grow stronger. Hearing this, Dioku asks what rank she actually is. A spirit's level depends on their power, ranging from the lowest grade all the way up to the supreme rank. Dioku explains that usually only the spirits themselves can reveal their rank, prompting Ethan Cole to ask her what level she is. The queen remains silent for a moment before proudly stuttering that she is of course a supreme spirit, though something feels slightly off. Covering his mouth, Dioku whispers to avoid asking such disrespectful questions, but even he notices that something seems highly suspicious. No matter how they look at her, she resembles a lowest rank spirit. Dioku remains highly skeptical. He mutters that she looks like a mediocre B-rank spirit. Naturally, Ethan Cole completely agrees, looking down on her even more. Still, he speaks cheerfully to the queen, assuring his friend she is very powerful, so next time they can tackle a much harder gate. The difficulty of the gates he cleared before was already quite high. If he wants something even harder, does that mean he is planning to enter a one-star gate? Marcus is completely stunned by this. He never imagined his friend would be this reckless and ready to risk everything. Ethan points out that the primeval forest gate he cleared successfully was indeed a one-star gate. He explains that since that raid, he has grown much stronger, and now he is ready to conquer a one-star gate alone. Accepting his friend's confidence, Marcus mentions that only 3 one-star gates remain on Earth, located in South America, China, and then he suddenly freezes, stopping mid-sentence. Is he really okay? He asks nervously. Ethan shrugs off any worries about post-traumatic stress, joking that the very person who caused his trauma is sitting right in front of him anyway. There is no issue. He confidently announces that his next target is the King Sejong Station in Antarctica, and the gate is known as Sky Castle, a place deeply tied to ice and snow. The two men discuss their plans late into the night, ultimately scheduling the press conference for 2 p.m. tomorrow. Secretary Cha takes charge of driving Ethan back to his room to rest and clean up. Ethan cracks open a cold soda, politely asking the Ice Empress if she needs any food or drink. Staring out at the city lights, she proudly replies that as a noble frost spirit, she has absolutely no need for basic human food and drink. Ethan quietly celebrates saving some cash, proving he is a bit of a cheapskate who hates spending money on others. He shifts the topic, asking if she knows anything about the mysterious two-way space elevator. That elevator, it holds the key to the origin of this chaotic world. Understanding it could help him survive until the very end. The queen ponders for a moment before delivering a flat refusal. She has no idea either, leaving him completely speechless. He presses her, pointing out she was a floor master, but she insists she is not hiding anything and truly does not know. She swears on her life. She is dead serious. She admits she once knew something, but ever since he defeated her, those memories have vanished, leaving her mind completely blank whenever she tries to recall them. What a massive disappointment. The fact that the system could wipe the memories of a powerful queen shows just how ruthless it truly is. The queen tells him not to lose hope, proudly claiming that even without those memories, her brilliant intellect will still serve him well. She promises to be a massive help in the future, which comforts Ethan, though he still has one nagging question left. Since spirits do not rely on their contractor's magic, he wonders where she actually draws her incredible power from. He feels absolutely nothing, she sighs, calling him a total fool. She explains that spirits actually require the contractor's mental strength to channel power from the spirit world. In other words, if his mental energy drains completely, she won't be able to use her abilities either. If his condition deteriorates, she might even be pulled back into her home world, which makes perfect sense to him. The queen points out that unlimited power never comes without a cost, reminding him that even his skills have boundaries. Just like the technique she demonstrated earlier, she warns that no matter how talented he is, he still needs at least a month of hard training before fighting for real. A whole month? No way. Ethan boasts, confidently declaring that he will completely change her mind much sooner. The next day, by the time Secretary Chow arrives with his formal suit, Ethan is already almost finished dressing. Standing before the mirror with his hair styled handsomely, Chow asks with a grin why he isn't wearing his usual pajamas today. Ethan simply smiles, sliding into his sleek suit jacket with effortless style before turning around to proudly present himself to his friend. He asks how he looks. Secretary Cha immediately gives him a thumbs up. The press conference hall is packed to the brim with flashing cameras and eager reporters waiting for the star player. The crowd is massive, easily dwarfing the turnout from just 3 months ago, and honestly, it is amazing to see how much his fame has skyrocketed. His rapid growth is completely unprecedented, prompting one reporter to recall seeing his fierce determination during the East Sea Gate conquest. His aura was legendary. He is widely regarded as a rising monster, possessing the same raw potential as legends like Kim Gu and Din Hyan. If he announces he is taking on a dangerous one-star gate completely alone today, absolutely nobody would even be surprised, causing the surrounding crowd to stare in utter disbelief. While some think he is exaggerating, the chatter instantly dies down as the bright spotlights focus on the entrance. Ethan steps onto the stage looking remarkably handsome and sharp, which stands in stark contrast to his usual casual pajama look. Cameras flash rapidly as the conference begins, with a reporter immediately asking if he plans to enter the legendary Cave of Trials. He confidently replies that he is already adjusting his busy schedule to conquer that exact challenge. The journalists are left open-mouthed, knowing that this particular gate is a rite of passage that every rookie must face at least once. Losing a player with the sheer growth potential of Ethan Cole would undoubtedly be a tragic loss for everyone. The Cave of Trials is a mysterious gate nestled deep in the highlands of Tibet. True to its name, players must conquer challenges level by level as they strive to clear the gate. With each cleared tier, players face a hard choice. They can press onward to the next test, or withdraw and exit safely. Unlike typical high-stakes dungeons, this unique gate allows challengers to walk away entirely unharmed even if they choose to forfeit. Because of a strict system restriction that forbids anyone from speaking about what happens inside, the exact rewards for successfully conquering this peculiar gate have never been publicly revealed. Yet, with so many high-level players constantly trying to conquer the cave, there must be an incredible incentive drawing them in. Confident that she has finally gathered enough sensational material for a major scoop, the female reporter grins to herself. Ethan Cole then calmly announces his next move. After clearing the cave, he plans to conquer the Ice Empress's Winter Castle gate. The entire hall freezes in absolute shock before erupting into absolute chaos as the stunned reporters shout out, "Did he really just say the Winter Castle?" That place is widely known as one of the 3 uncleared gates in the world, carrying a legendary level of difficulty. After the terror of the Ice Empress, that cursed gate struck absolute dread into humanity once again. Is that truly the nightmare he intends to face? Ethan Cole simply nods in confirmation, prompting reporters to scramble for helicopters to broadcast this massive, unbelievable headline to the world. The next target for the rising star Ethan Cole is the notorious one-star Winter Castle gate, leaving many dungeon experts wondering if the young man is being far too arrogant. With Ethan Cole declaring his entry into the Cave of Trials, the public wonders if he can truly surpass the 9th floor record of the legendary Ryan Park. Ethan Cole reads through the sensational articles himself, unable to hold back a quiet sigh. As the news continues to flood in, the Ice Empress hovers nearby and asks if he is actually going to be alright. Putting aside the one-star gate for now, most seasoned experts believe that attempting the trials at his current state is incredibly premature. To enter the Cave of Trials, a challenger must be between level 25 and 30, but there is another secret rule that remains entirely unknown to the public. The greater the hardships a player overcomes inside, the more precious the rewards this mysterious cave will bestow upon them. However, the overall difficulty of the gate remains completely fixed. This means that if two players complete the exact same trial, the one who entered at a much lower level will receive far more valuable rewards. It sounds like an incredible opportunity, but this loophole only works if a player is actually allowed to enter the gate a second time. Ethan Cole knows that once a player has claimed their reward from the Cave of Trials, they are barred from ever entering again. He had successfully cleared these very trials 25 years ago during his legendary past as Ghost, and naturally, he had already claimed his grand reward back then. But now, with all of his stats completely reset to 0, there is a strong chance the system will let him walk through those doors once more. The helicopter gently lands on the rooftop of a towering skyscraper. Looking out over the vast city stretching into the distance, Ethan Cole resolves to face this trial once more, determined to save his frozen comrades and surpass his own legendary past self. He turns to his companion, asking her to help him train once they finally return to their headquarters. Train, she wonders, as a sudden realization hits her. Does this mean he is formally asking for her expert guidance? Since her mastery over frost completely surpasses his own, learning directly from the former queen is a golden opportunity he cannot waste. The Ice Empress beams with pride, teasing that she is practically his master now, though his sudden humility makes her wonder if he is feeling alright. Her pride is quite amusing, but it successfully sparks her enthusiasm as she eagerly commands him to lead the way. Fully embracing her self-proclaimed royal duty, she promises to personally instruct him, while he quietly accepts her help with deep gratitude despite not being her loyal servant or disciple. She warns him that the training will be incredibly brutal, but he simply replies that he expects nothing less. Meanwhile, back in the quiet temple of the Ice Empress, the frozen statues of his dear comrades wait silently as the date of October 14th finally arrives. Inside the Korean Players Association training hall, sharp ice spikes and frozen swords litter the shattered floor. Deafening crashes echo from all directions as Ethan Cole leans heavily on his sword, catching his breath before resolutely standing up to fight again. The Ice Empress has somehow conjured a bench and a bamboo umbrella, looking incredibly ridiculous sitting sheltered underneath it indoors. Watching his exhausting training progress closely, she notes that he has finally managed to do something truly useful with his skills. She finds it quite interesting that in just half a month, he has learned to control two distinct elements, darkness and her very own ice. He sighs, asking why she is explaining things he clearly already knows. She tells him that using an element requires a profound understanding, as deeper comprehension leads to far greater mastery, before asking how he truly perceives the raw nature of darkness. Taken aback by the sudden question, Ethan Cole defines darkness as something violent, arrogant, detached, and fueled by deep hatred. Nodding in approval at his decent response, she then asks about the core nature of ice, prompting him to calmly give a two-word answer. The Ice Empress was about to scold him, but she had to admit he had a point. She decided to let it slide since the kid had only been training with ice attributes for 3 months anyway. Listen closely, ice is colder and far more elegant than any other power. It is a complete, versatile energy. He nods along, meaning it is perfectly balanced. Indeed, elements like darkness, fire, and wind have massive offensive power but lack solid defense. Water and earth offer strong protection but lack offensive power. Ice Masters once dominated the battlefield entirely alone. You can guess why, right? Now, she says, she will personally teach him how to control this freezing power. But before starting, the Ice Empress snaps her fingers and summons a massive, glowing sword. Even Ethan has to admit it looks incredibly sharp. The queen proudly boasts it is the royal treasure of Niflheim, called Fragarak. She tells him to replicate it before they begin, but Ethan objects. He never asked to learn how to make ice weapons. The queen conjures a comfortable ice throne with a perfect view and reminds him that tradition demands he excel at every single skill. If he cannot even manage this, she will not teach him a thing. He complains that it is completely unfair. No negotiations, she vanishes instantly, ignoring his protests. Left with no choice, he gets to work. Is this sword good enough now? He asks her to look, but she deems it unacceptable and snaps her fingers, shattering his creation in half because the edge is dull and the weight is terrible. She crosses her arms, mocking his attempt to copy a legendary sword, which leaves Ethan absolutely furious. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he grumbles about how many swords she has shattered. But secretly, the Ice Empress is highly impressed. After just 34 minutes, he has replicated 64% of the legendary weapon's power from 28 years ago. He is so powerful she can barely believe he is a regular human from Earth. She wonders if she is creating a monster. She smiles while watching him craft, but the moment he finishes, she immediately points out that the blade is tilted by 5 degrees. Watching his rapid progress is actually turning out to be quite fun for her. She admits this one is decent, taking only 152 tries. He insists he did his absolute best, hoping this is the one. Instead of answering, she just laughs and shatters it again instantly. Ethan is absolutely furious by now, while she is practically beaming with joy. She admits the sword was actually quite good, she only shattered it to tease him. Seeing him completely exhausted, She gently places her small hand on his head. Weapon training is over for today, as he must be tired after staying awake for 2 straight days. Go to sleep. Upon waking, she will teach him to master ice energy. Despite her kind words, the sleep-deprived warrior remains suspicious, asking if she is just setting him up to craft a spear next. Annoyed by his lack of trust, she threatens to change her mind. He warns her not to break her promise, but his body gives out, and he rolls straight onto the floor fast asleep. Soft blankets instantly appear to give him a comfortable rest. Looking at him, she finally praises his rare combination of raw talent and relentless effort. The gods are truly unfair. She whispers for him to grow stronger, strong enough to protect those he holds dear. Tibetan Plateau, at the gate of the Cave of Trials. A dark-skinned monk with a head so shiny it reflects the sun greets Ethan with his tongue out. Introducing himself as Jampa, the monk welcomes him to the trials he manages. For those unfamiliar, sticking out the tongue is actually a traditional Tibetan greeting. The player association had contacted Jampa beforehand about his arrival, stating he wanted to enter the Cave of Trials. Nearby, the Ice Empress is highly amused, pointing out how the monk sticks his tongue out. She wonders how anyone can speak normally while keeping their tongue stuck out. Next to the monk stands a stone monument listing the legendary players who cleared this cavern in the past. Looking at the record, it has been 25 long years with absolutely no one clearing the shadow tier. A system message pops up in front of him, requiring level 25 to 30 to enter. Party size is unlimited, clear requirements are unknown, and the difficulty is completely unrestricted. Jampa kindly explains that no one truly knows what lies waiting inside those dark depths, or what terrifying dangers are lurking. He prays for the warm winds to bless the young man and bring him back safely. Leaving the warm sunlight behind, Ethan faces the dark gateway. A wave of nostalgia hits him. It has been 25 years. It is time. The portal crackles, releasing a blinding flash. Suddenly, a warning appears. Second entry attempt detected. Administrator permission required. Even Ethan is caught off guard by this sudden restriction. Following a loud crackle of lightning, he is instantly warped into a strange room with a dark, ominous door. A mysterious gentleman steps forward, introducing himself as Gray, leaving Ethan utterly stunned. He asks if Gray is the administrator of the first floor, basically making him God. Gray politely denies it, calling himself just a humble servant. Ethan playfully asks him to look up, wondering if his neck gets tired from bowing constantly. He insists that controlling the entire first floor of Earth is basically divine power, but the manager only offers a warm smile. Gray explains his authority is strictly limited to the features of this specific floor, such as managing the local gates and spawning monsters. It is always a pleasure to see familiar faces after so long, Gray says. Warmly welcoming the legendary player goes back to the game. Both Junho and the Ice Empress stand completely frozen, barely managing to squeeze out a quiet thank you. Beside him, the Ice Empress panics, demanding to know how he recognizes her. Gray simply smiles, addressing her as the supreme ruler of Niflheim, sovereign of absolute frost. Hearing this, she instantly gains confidence, realizing this mysterious man actually knows absolutely nothing about her true identity. When Junho asks about their surroundings, Gray explains it is a custom virtual space. As lightning flashes violently above, Junho asks if they can make it look a little less terrifying. Gray notes that exactly 28 years, 7 months, 16 days, and 32 minutes ago, Junho conquered the Cave of Trials. Gray reminds him of the rules, stating that players who already claimed their rewards cannot enter a second time. Even with a new name, his soul remains unchanged. But Junho counters, asking what happens if he no longer possesses those rewards. Junho explains that he literally holds none of those original rewards. Gray scoffs deeply before letting out a dark, knowing chuckle. Realizing the young man is telling the absolute truth, Gray unleashes a heavy, suffocating pressure, confirming that Junho indeed holds no rewards. Therefore, according to the exact letter of the law, Junho points out that he should be allowed to enter. Gray snaps his book shut, claiming the final decision rests solely with him, arguing that the true issue here is fairness, not rules. Having cleared the dungeon once, Junho already knows what lies ahead, which would give him an unfair advantage over other players. Junho immediately proposes raising the difficulty level to balance things out, earning a highly skeptical look from the suspicious administrator. Asked if he can truly survive it, Junho stands firm with absolute confidence, leaving Gray wondering if he is sincere or just clever. Finding the situation highly entertaining, Gray finally agrees to accept the terms and let him pass. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Gray wishes him luck as the reality around Junho begins to warp and shift. The Ice Empress desperately calls out, asking if he knows why she lost her memory, but Gray simply shrugs and asks who could possibly know. Refusing to say anything more, he vanishes into thin air, immediately transporting Junho and the Ice Empress straight into the dark dungeon. Feeling the familiar, damp air, Junho realizes he is truly back, though the Ice Empress beside him remains unusually quiet and gloomy. Confessing how difficult it is to read Gray, she admits her absolute memory loss is the reason she cannot recall anything about these dungeon floors. Trying to cheer things up, she praises their hot air balloon ride, though Junho quickly corrects her that it was an airplane. Just as a welcome notification pops up, the system announces the start of level 1, instructing them to shatter the floating targets using magic. The Ice Empress scoffs at how incredibly simple it is, though Junho knows this is just a basic tutorial phase to get things started. Before Junho even takes a single step, a bright flash illuminates the chamber, signaling that he has already cleared the first trial. The Ice Empress crosses her arms, claiming she could have done it in under a second, leaving Junho grimacing in absolute annoyance. Ignoring her endless bragging, he listens to the system instructions to either proceed to the gravity trial or stop, opting to push straight to level 2. Despite his fierce determination, the sudden crush of gravity forces him to bend double as the Ice Empress casually asks what is happening. She wonders why he is striking such a strange pose, completely unaware that the gravity is doubling every minute, making his body feel incredibly heavy. When she asks about the remaining trials, he describes them as pure torture, though he still manages to calmly meditate right in midair. The Ice Empress gets an idea, urging him not to let such a perfect training opportunity go to waste. She pushes him to practice under this extreme pressure, but suddenly halts and asks where exactly he is going. While floating effortlessly, Junho wonders why she keeps trying to make his life even harder, only to be instantly slammed face first onto the cold ground by a massive, crushing weight. Groaning in sheer agony, Junho pushes himself up from the dirt, gritting his teeth in frustration. Determined to push through, he refuses to give up, while the mischievous Ice Empress suggests raising the difficulty even higher for her own entertainment. She casually suggests he should start running, making Junho complain that it is much easier said than done as the trial finally nears its end. Completely exhausted, Junho collapses to the floor, panting heavily while wondering just how insanely high Gray actually raised the difficulty level. Despite his constant complaining, he immediately jumps back up and demands to continue, ignoring the Ice Empress when she gently suggests taking a short rest. Surprised by her kindness, he reasons that it is better to finish everything while he still has momentum. In truth, he knows that the harder he has to struggle, the more generous the final rewards from this cave will be. Confident that his suffering will pay off, he eagerly prepares for the next stage, which happens to be the Phantom Trial, a test of cruel illusions. In his previous run, he had to fight desperately to save his companions while constantly reminding himself that these phantoms were not his actual parents. That brutal trial had dragged on for half a day, leaving him wondering what nightmare this new illusion will bring. Looking at the Ice Empress, Junho secretly wishes she would be the illusion, but he knows reality is never that kind, bracing for his frozen friends to blame him for surviving. Right on cue, the illusions appear, demanding to know why he abandoned them, calling him a lying traitor. The Ice Empress rushes to his side, telling him not to listen to their words. Ethan knows these figures are merely illusions, yet seeing his old friends in this state sends his spirits crashing down. Even in their final moments, those lovable fools had still tried to make him laugh. They knew they were marching toward their own deaths, and he refuses to let this trial mock their sacrifice. Ramada's wields incredibly devastating power backed by near-instant regeneration, while Sky masterfully commands both absolute offense and defense. Gilberto provides deadly long-range support, and Mio can close any distance with her blade in a fraction of a second. Taking them all on at once is a fast track to the grave. He asks the Ice Empress if she can immobilize Sky and Ramada's. She can, but warns it will drain a massive amount of his mental energy. He brushes it off and asks how long she can hold them. Only 30 seconds, she replies. Ethan smirks, knowing that is more than enough time to take down the fragile defenses of Gilberto and Mio first. With his plan set, Ethan charges ahead as the Ice Empress moves in perfect sync beside him. She commands her soldiers to rise from the frozen earth and crush their foes, summoning massive, terrifying ice giants onto the battlefield. Sky shouts for the others to fall back, facing the massive ice giants as they crash down toward her. But Ethan is already struggling as his mental strength drains rapidly, leaving him open for Ramades to launch a sudden, aggressive charge. Ramades declares it is over, but the Ice Empress freezes him just in time, telling Ethan to focus entirely on his own targets. He praises her and urges her to hold on, but she snaps back, telling him to worry about himself as a sudden shot narrowly misses him. Gilberto tilts his hat, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent, as he promises to finish him off with the very next round. A bullet grazes Ethan's cheek, drawing real blood and proving that these phantom illusions can still materialize completely real, deadly magical attacks. A single hit means instant death. Gilberto takes aim once more, but his target completely vanishes from sight, leaving the marksman looking around in absolute panic. Instantly, Ethan materializes behind him. Using his signature night walk skill, Ethan silently eliminates his old friend, relieved the strike landed because his energy is far too depleted to try it again. With Gilberto down, Ethan turns to his next target as Mio screams in fury, demanding to know how he could do such a thing. Fighting a blade master directly is pure suicide. Mio vows he will pay for his actions with his life, charging forward with her blade raised in a display of blinding rage. Ethan spots a single opening, deciding to exploit her emotional distress over Gilberto's sudden fall to land a decisive counterattack. He delivers a clean, decisive slash across her chest, leaving Mio to collapse as she asks why, while a heavy guilt weighs on him. This entire trial has been an absolute nightmare, forcing him to face the one scenario he dreaded seeing most of all. The Ice Empress reaches her limit. Her sudden panic and a loud crash warn Ethan that his other powerful friends have already broken free, as Ramades steps forward laughing. Ramades sneers, asking if he really thought such cheap tricks could hold him, while the struggling queen cries out to her summoner. She warns him her contract energy is completely spent just as Sky unleashes a spell, instantly shattering the remaining ice giants into tiny fragments. Heavy ice rains down on her. She cannot dodge in time, but as she opens her eyes, she finds herself unharmed and hears Ethan thanking her for a job well done. He had rushed over to shield them both from the impact, but their survival does not mean this brutal battle is anywhere near over. Ramades charges in with wild excitement, delivering a heavy blow that forces Ethan to strain every muscle just to block the impact. Ramades mocks him, asking if he really thought he could run, while directly behind him Sky stands ready with a massive Tier 3 spell. She calls Ramades a fool for staying in her line of fire, as 3 massive magic circles erupt with blinding light. Fortunately, Ethan's quick instincts allow him to leap out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding a combination attack that functions with terrifying perfection. With Ramades serving as an unbreakable shield and Sky raining down destruction from afar, they represent an incredibly formidable duo. Facing such overwhelming power feels completely hopeless, but having come this far, there is absolutely no turning back. He must push past his absolute physical limits. Ethan closes his eyes to channel his remaining energy, and with one swift strike upon opening them, he slices cleanly through Ramades. It seems like a finishing blow, but the phantom merely looks down at his slashed chest and smiles. He is barely even scratched, clenching his massive fist with a smirk as he asks if that weak attack was really all Ethan could muster. A brutal fist flies straight toward Ethan's face, and only his sharp instincts saved him from a fatal impact. Ethan grits his teeth, realizing his strike had absolutely no lasting effect as his opponent's terrifying recovery speed is simply too overwhelming. She vows not to miss this time. Watching from a distance, Sky refuses to back down, forcing Ethan to quickly leap out of the way. Leaping away, he knows Ramades' endless regeneration makes normal attacks completely useless. Standard strategies simply will not work. He must bait his opponent into attacking first, even if it is a massive pain. Ramades chases closely behind him, loudly complaining about how boring it is to chase someone who only runs. Ethan grins slyly and says he is tired of running too. His mocking tone completely infuriates Ramades, who calls him an arrogant bastard. The two clash head-on. Ethan takes the full force of a brutal punch, nearly crushing his internal organs on impact. Spitting blood, Ethan realizes this guy is an absolute monster who easily shattered all his defensive ice shields to deliver that blow. Yet, this is the exact opening Ethan has been waiting for. He coldly drives a fist right through Ramada's chest. The monster just grins, calling the attempt impressive but utterly useless. Even in his final moments, Ramada's claims this fight is thrilling, but Ethan laughs in his face, telling him his life is already over. Channeling dark magic into his blade, Ethan drives the weapon clean through his enemy's body. Spitting blood, Ramada's collapses to the ground, leaving behind a massive, fatal wound where his chest used to be. Horrified by the sight, Sky rushes over, screaming her comrade's name. But Ramada's dissolves into dust, leaving her kneeling in agonizing grief. Left entirely alone, Sky surrenders to pure rage and darkness, swearing a desperate oath that she will be the one to end him. The queen warns her contractor that the woman's murderous aura is incredibly dangerous, but Ethan knows she is the final obstacle. To defeat a berserk opponent, Ethan must gather every ounce of his remaining strength. Dark magic wraps around his arm, summoning a deadly weapon. Ethan manifests a massive scythe of death to break through her beam of destruction and the 7 layers of mana shields protecting her. Only pure, unyielding darkness can do the trick. Bearing his heavy weapon, Ethan charges straight ahead. This weapon drains a massive amount of magic, but it is the only option he has left. Driven mad by grief, Sky tries to drag him to the grave, but Ethan swings his massive weapon down without hesitation, glad she is only an illusion. He admits that if she were the real Sky, he might have lost. Before fading away, a soft, mystical glow surrounds her. Shedding silent tears, she whispers that they will be waiting for him, before dissolving into a pile of white dust. A system notification announces that he has cleared the phantom trial, prompting him to say proceed to continue. The queen sighs deeply, feeling the heavy burden of this victory, even as the system relentlessly urges him to move forward. Ethan moves on without delay, but as his vision blurs, the tiny, concerned face of the queen suddenly fills his view. She is urgently calling out to wake him up, finding him lying there pale and utterly drained, with deep dark circles under his eyes. Even now, he does not seem fully conscious of his surroundings. She exclaims that he slept for 30 hours straight, fearing he was dead, making him wonder why she only speaks of bad luck. He murmurs that 30 hours is less than expected, as he fully prepared to sleep for at least a whole days. That powerful death scythe move always leaves a severe toll, but fighting those illusions allowed him to reunite with his 5 old comrades. The physical toll is a small price to pay, but he quietly suspects these dangerous trials will not stop at level 10. Since the administrator altered the contents and difficulty, nothing about the path ahead is certain anymore. Deeply annoyed by the prospect of 6 more trials, the queen complains as the path ahead grows increasingly treacherous with every single step. Though the trials have been relatively straightforward so far, he wonders how much longer his body can endure them. Pulling clothes from his inventory, he hears her ask if he is really okay. She reminds him that his opponents were his former comrades, and although they were just illusions, he still feels a sense of quiet regret. When she asks why his parents would ever appear in such an illusion, he bluntly reveals that they passed away long ago. Completely stunned by this tragic news, the queen freezes in place before quickly and nervously offering her apologies. Reassuring her it is fine, he watches as she places a comforting hand on his shoulder, sharing that she also lost her parents at 6 years old and understands his pain. Ethan looks at her in surprise, reflecting on their shared grief before they both step out of the resting room together. Upon leaving, Ethan immediately initiates the 4th trial, a grueling challenge known simply as level for insomnia. The system warns him that starting this trial means going without sleep for 10 days, but he accepts, starting a countdown of 240 hours. Forced to stay awake on a cold block of ice, more than 20 hours quickly slip by. Deeply worried, the queen hovers around him to ask if he can endure it, to which he replies that he is doing fine. She offers him food, but he declines, explaining that keeping his stomach empty helps stave off the urge to sleep. 60 hours pass, and Ethan Cole collapses onto his knees, burying his face. The Ice Empress warns him that he cannot sleep. He groans, asking the Ice Empress to help him wake up. The dark circles under his eyes now rival those of a panda. Understanding his misery, she immediately conjures a handful of snow and throws it into his face. 98 hours in, he is so sleep-deprived that he slams his head against the mirror, dreaming of a hot bath and a bed that could make him sleep for an eternity. As he drifts off, the Ice Empress appears once more, shouting to ask if he is actually falling asleep while washing his face. No sleep is possible with such a strict supervisor watching him. Yet he pushes forward, with only 24 hours left as severe sleep deprivation takes its toll. He focuses on the rewards waiting for him after level 9. An rank heroic will skill and a 10-point boost to all his stats make this brutal torment worth every single ounce of effort. He tells himself that he must reach level 9 to save them all, silently swearing that this time, he will protect everyone. The Ice Empress snaps him back to reality. He wakes up. Ethan Cole starts awake, turning to her in a panic and asking if he actually slept. She points toward the countdown timer in the distance, showing him that the clock has finally reached 0. Ethan Cole collapses. It is finally over. He lies on the ground in sheer relief, joking about how easy the ordeal was. The Ice Empress rarely praises him, but she agrees he did well. Yet, before he can even celebrate, the system interrupts them. The alert congratulates him on clearing the insomnia trial, prompting him to say continue if he wishes to face the next challenge. If he wants to claim his rewards and leave, he must say stop. With the next level being taste, Ethan Cole grimaces and reluctantly commands it to continue. A long road lies ahead, but after a brief rest, he pushes deeper into the sensory trials. The experience is absolutely grueling, with a massive weight pressing down on all his senses before he is plunged into the trial of silence. Noise and quiet merge together, creating an oppressive, absolute silence. Realizing that separate trials can merge, he understands that even more complex challenges will arise, meaning he will have to endure all of those chaotic trials. The thought alone is infuriating, making him determined to end this quickly. He looks over at the Ice Empress, who remains faithfully by his side. She taps the ground with a stick, asking if he wants to eat. Ethan Cole stiffly shakes his head, amused by her excitement since learning Morse code. He contemplates the next trial, known as nothingness, a barrier where the vast majority of challengers in the trial cave choose to give up. This void triggers a primal terror that is almost impossible to conquer, especially when a person is completely stripped of all 5 senses. Deprived of everything, human beings become incredibly fragile, and without an unshakable mind, anyone would easily lose themselves to the infinite darkness. Though he once ran away, he successfully conquers the trial of nothingness. The system prompts him to say stop if he wishes to claim his rewards. He is shocked to find level 9 of nothingness and level 10 of time beginning together. The sheer absurdity of this combined trial catches him off guard. A flashing red warning advises him to leave if he doubts his ability to survive. A single failure could erase his entire existence. Talk about high stakes. Combining nothingness with time raises the danger to a lethal level. He wonders if the administrator has lost his mind, knowing he could be trapped forever in a void, completely unable to perceive the passage of time. Yet, Ethan Cole simply taps his finger near the Ice Empress, sending a message in Morse code to promise her that he will return. He knows he must risk everything to conquer this trial. Seeing his determination, the Ice Empress offers him a warm, reassuring smile. She wishes him luck, promising to wait. It is her first time playing the waiting role, and she is still quite eager. He holds onto absolute confidence in his own abilities as the combined trials of nothingness and time prepare to begin. The entrance looms before him, crackling with dark lightning, before swallowing Ethan Cole into a silent, floating abyss. He cannot feel anything, not even the Ice Empress's power or his own. Still, he reminds himself that he is Ethan Cole, the legendary Spectre. He is a champion who has always conquered the impossible. However, as the endless void drags on, he completely loses all track of time. Losing all sense of time, he cannot even feel his own existence, beginning to wonder how things could have spiraled so far out of control. He needed to master his ice abilities quickly, but he begins to fear that greed might have blinded him. Flee again? No. He made his choice, and he will stand firm on this path. He craves power even at the cost of his life, and he made this choice with the absolute conviction that he would survive and conquer this terrible place. Gritting his teeth as Spectre, he forces his eyes open, unleashing a burst of dark energy that drags him back to reality. He opens his eyes. She is there. The Ice Empress welcomes him back warmly, prompting him to ask how long he was gone. 10 days, she says. He curses the cave, having sworn a whole month had passed in that void when in truth, only 10 days went by. When she points out that something about him has changed, he finally pauses to examine himself. He notices the cavern is suddenly brighter, and though he brushes it off as simple rest, his body feels remarkably lighter than before. As Ethan Cole channels his magic, he is stunned to find his magic loss rate is exactly 0%. Even in his prime as Ghost, it was 3%, meaning he is now as powerful as the natural-born genius Skaya. With perfect magical control, Ethan Cole decides to draw his sword and tests his strength with one swift, decisive strike. The cave wall explodes in a shower of debris, leaving a massive crater behind as the Ice Empress gasps at his incredible new aura. He once believed his old power was peak perfection. Suddenly, the system screen flickers back to life. The system announces he has cleared the trials of eternity and time, calculating his rewards for the Cave of Trials. This is the big moment he was waiting for, leaving him twice as alert, yet nothing happens as he and the Queen tap the screen in frustration. It feels like hitting an old television set. They yell at the system, asking why no rewards are showing up. Is it lagging? They ask, as the screen turns a furious red, warning them to be patient during calculations. Administrator Gray personally sends a message. Ethan Cole raises his hands, wondering how massive these rewards must be to involve the administrator. The Queen watches in awe as the screen finally rolls its numbers, showing Ethan Cole reaching level 29. He gains titles like Bringer of Spring and Limit Breaker, while his keen intuition jumps from rank B to rank A. His hero intelligence rises from A to S, with all core stats getting an impressive 20-point boost across the board. 2 skills leveled up, and all stats spiked by 20, doubling the rewards he obtained on the previous 9th floor. Ethan Cole recalls begging the administrator to raise the difficulty, fully planning ahead to reap this massive payout. Rewards are always proportional to the struggle, and perhaps Gray had foreseen this outcome all along, especially with the brand new title unlocking. The Limit Breaker title is awarded only to those who push far past their own boundaries in the trial caves. Now, every level up grants a random bonus stat, prompting Ethan Cole to ask the Ice Empress to pinch his cheek to prove it is real. He feels the sharp sting. This is no dream. Gaining free stats is easier said than done, but it is real. By the time he reaches level 130, he will accumulate an extra 100 stat points. Over time, the gap between him and other players will widen immensely, but the Queen cuts his celebration short, urging her contractor to move. She is thoroughly sick of this dark cave. Ethan Cole turns, smiles, and agrees it is time to go. Staying here any longer would drive them mad, though Ethan Cole quietly admits to himself that he got incredibly lucky. He claims he was born in the wrong era, while the Queen tells him to stop speaking nonsense. Outside, Master Jampa grows worried, wondering if Ethan Cole has moved into the cave permanently since a whole month has passed without a sign. Suddenly, the rankings shift, placing Ethan Cole at rank 1 after clearing the 10th floor, making Jampa realize a new legend is born. At the same time, Carl Seiner knocks on a door, and the man who opens it bows deeply in polite greeting. The man welcomes Seiner to his humble home, but Carl expresses his intense distaste, noting the place seems entirely devoid of joy. The blonde-haired man grins widely, replying that they are definitely not doing their work for mere amusement. They are preparing for the second descent of the Heavenly Demon, a name that visibly agitates Carl, spoken by Milo Torres. Carl asks how he dares speak that sacred name around children, prompting Milo to snap his fingers, instantly freezing the playing orphans in place. Carl frowns, finding the children deeply unsettling. Milo explains they are being trained to become powerful demons, before letting them play again and inviting Carl inside. Meanwhile, tourists crowd the streets of Rome, where the Ice Empress cheers loudly, pointing to the screen. She spots them praising his deeds on television, but Ethan Cole, heavily disguised, warns her to stay focused on the mission. Their goal is to locate and destroy Paradise, prompting them to search the busy streets where Milo Torres frequently roams. Searching this vast foreign country is their only option to uncover who Torres really is, leaving them with no other choice. Days earlier, a strange man greeted Ethan Cole with overly affectionate eyes, calling him his precious boy and creeping him out. The man tried to hug him warmly like a long-lost son. Massive sponsorship funds flooded in after Ethan Cole cleared the dungeon trial, making him highly valuable to the association. They discussed the Paris orphanage he uncovered previously, where a sinister demon wizard had ambushed an auction in those ruins. It turns out many young children were being reared there to become fiends, just like him. Though the exact location remains unconfirmed, they find crucial leads as the screen displays the blonde man who met with Carl. The target is Milo Torres, a formerly highly active player on the second floor who has since retired. He had a solid career before retiring due to a sudden drop in strength, but his post-retirement behavior is highly suspicious. Turns out the man who was making that sickeningly sweet face with Ethan earlier was indeed Dioku. It is hard to recognize a familiar face after such a massive change. In the next photo, Torres leads to young children. Investigators manage to capture this shot by chance. Local residents claim they frequently spot the man near Rome, yet nobody knows exactly where he lives or what he does. He simply appears on occasion, leading children into the bustling district. That is all they have. There is a deeply suspicious detail here. The children Torres escorts are constantly changing. It is incredibly strange. If he is tied to an orphanage, is he not being far too reckless and obvious? That exact detail kept Dioku stuck to, prompting him to dig through all of Rome's recent criminal records. Strangely, within a week of Torres appearing in the bustling streets, a missing person report is always filed. Ethan glares. This case absolutely demands a thorough investigation. Dioku notes that the man appears in the city once every 2 months, and that window opens next week. Finding Torres in Rome is now their absolute top priority. Yet after walking until his legs are completely numb, Ethan rests by a fountain without finding a single clue, let alone the target. The Ice Empress smiles to comfort him, saying he shouldn't lose heart on day one. It is time to call it a night and rest. As Ethan and the Ice Empress walk back, chatting pleasantly, they suddenly bump straight into a young boy. Ethan sighs and grabs the boy's wrist. The kid asks what he is doing, but Ethan tells him to hand over the stolen watch. The boy pales, gritting his teeth as he throws the watch back with a sneer. He snaps, asking if Ethan wants an apology. Replying calmly, Ethan says he is actually wondering whether to hand the kid over to the police. Shock freezes the boy in pure terror. Ethan leans in close, asking the trembling child if he belongs to some kind of organization. When the boy defiantly asks so what, Ethan smiles and offers him a delicious meal in exchange for local information. The boy happily devours his food while Ethan watches. He gently tells Marco to slow down before his stomach hurts, asking if he wants more. Marco declines, noting that only he gets to eat like this. Hearing this, Ethan quickly signals the waiter. Ethan orders 16 portions of everything to go, matching the exact number of kids in Marco's group. Such unexpected generosity leaves Marco completely speechless. He admits he has no parents, and that kids like him all huddle together in a warehouse. When asked if any adults are around, Ethan wonders if it is basically an orphanage. Marco mentions a priest visits them once a month, claiming the man is a bishop straight from the Vatican. These visitors promise to wash away their sins and take them to paradise. The priest claims that in paradise, children can study, wear beautiful clothes, and eat 3 meals a day. But Marco admits he has no desire to go. The holy men visiting them always leave him feeling deeply uneasy. An instinctual dread. Sometimes, highly sensitive children can naturally sense the pure malice of a villain. When asked if he ever met those children, Marco says he has only ever received letters they supposedly wrote, delivered by the priests. They seem to be living wonderfully. Marco smiles. Ethan nods, playing along by calling them incredibly kind. Ethan asks when the priests will return, and Marco answers it is in 2 days, wondering why he cares. To cover his tracks, Ethan invents a story about a long-lost younger brother, claiming he hopes these holy men can help find him. The Ice Empress is amazed by Ethan's shameless lying. Fully fed, Marco eagerly agrees to help him secure an introduction. Agreeing to help, the young boy promises to coordinate the meeting. Ethan instructs him to send word, promising a very generous reward. Later that night at the Vatican, Pope Francis XII receives a sudden, uninvited visitor in his private chamber. Donning his ghost mask, Ethan remarks on the old Pope's sharp senses. The Pope gasps in absolute shock upon recognizing him. The Pope whispers that he thought the hero was recovering. Ethan replies that resting too long makes him stiff, greeting him after 25 years. Deeply moved, the old man sheds tears of joy, saying his lifelong prayers have finally been answered by the heavens. Bowing deeply, The old pope humbly admits that humanity has been thriving in the peaceful era forged by the 5 legendary heroes. Ethan smiles, saying he fought hard for this very peace, before asking Francis about a certain place. Asked about an orphanage called Paradise, Francis confesses he has never heard of such a place. It turns out the orphanage is completely fake. Vile fiends are posing as holy priests to kidnap helpless children under the Vatican's nose. Preparing to slip back out of the high window, Ethan pauses and delivers a final, cryptic warning to the old man. He tells Francis that a massive fire will soon break out near Rome, advising him to keep fire trucks ready. The Pope is left baffled by the warning. Before he can ask more, the legendary hero prepares to vanish. Francis calls out for him to wait, but Ethan has already dissolved into the shadows, leaving the old Pope sighing in wonder. As torrential rain pours over the city, Marco returns to his shelter, urging the other children to eat their fill. Marco tells his younger siblings that he is heading out for a bit and will be right back. The kids nod obediently. Just then, Junho steps outside, stretching and letting out a massive yawn. That was a great nap. Marco gives him an annoyed look, wondering why he slept here when he has a perfectly good room elsewhere. Junho just grins. Why not? He asks. It is comfortable here, and the kids are sweet. Besides, we can all head out together now. That is true, but Junho is counting on the boy to be his #1 guide for the day. Why is Junho in disguise and traveling with Marco? The Ice Empress whispers to her contractor that the boy walks with incredibly light footsteps. Junho notices it too. He watches the boy for a moment before asking Marco if he is training to become a player. Marco blushes, looking a bit defensive about being figured out so easily. How did you know? The boy asks, wondering if Junho is a player too. Junho seizes the chance to brag, claiming he can tell just by watching how a person walks. Marco tries to regain his composure. That is right, Marco admits, he is training hard. It is a grueling path, but he has to keep moving forward. Without parents to rely on, this is the boy's best option to protect his young siblings. Besides, the priest told him there is a player training program at Eden, and promised to help. Junho freezes at the mention of this training camp. Even the Ice Empress is alarmed, warning her contractor that this sounds like a trap to lure in talented children. Junho knows these dirty tricks all too well. Unfortunately, Marco is still lost in his naive dreams. He asks when the priest will arrive. Marco explains he plans to study at Eden, get his certificate, and then enter the gates to start making real money. He even hopes to become as legendary as the Ice Empress herself one day. Hearing this, both Junho and the Ice Empress are completely speechless. The group continues their journey. By some twist of fate, they are about to cross paths with the exact person they need to find. A man named Torres is walking down the street with a little girl. Recognizing her as his old friend Anna, Marco calls out her name. Junho looks on, confused. Marco explains that the girl is part of their orphan family, having left for Eden 2 months ago. Junho mentally tracks the timeline of Torres arriving in the city center. For an entire week after that, missing persons reports flooded in. Comparing the girl to the photos Marcus gathered, she is definitely the target. Marco keeps calling for Anna as he rushes forward. Meanwhile, Torres quietly asks the girl if she knows them. She whispers back that he was the leader of her former home. He tells her to greet him warmly. She nods, and her dull, gloomy face instantly lights up with joy as she throws herself into Marco's arms. It has been so long, she cries. Marco asks if she is doing well, while Torres offers a warm, kindly smile. Torres greets Marco, saying he has heard a lot about him. The boy politely greets the priest, who asks if he left the others behind. Before the old man can say more, he is cut off. Junho catches up, playfully scolding Marco for running off before finishing their conversation. Junho jokes about losing his guide, prompting Torres to ask who this stranger is. Torres silently studies the man, noting the sunglasses and mask that clearly hide his face. Junho merely laughs sheepishly, introducing himself as a simple tourist named Sunny. He explains the boy is his guide. Torres nods, introducing himself in return. They exchange polite greetings, but as their hands meet in a firm grip, Torres instantly senses that something is very wrong with this tourist. He frowns inwardly, wondering what this bastard is up to, but maintains his pleasant smile on the outside. Torres comments on the unusually strong handshake asking if Sunny is a player. Junho continues to play dumb. Junho acts surprised, confirming he is indeed a level 27 player. Torres grinds his teeth, dismissing him as a bothersome low-level pest. Junho then asks Marco if this man is from Eden. The sudden question catches Torres completely off guard. He quickly fires back, asking how a simple tourist would know anything about Eden. Junho spins a tragic tale about searching for his long-lost brother who went missing 15 years ago, squeezing out fake tears that leave Torres utterly stunned. Playing his role perfectly, Junho explains he gathered clues from everywhere until they pointed him directly toward Eden. He asks if he could check their visitor records. Torres's expression darkens as he expresses his polite regret. He claims their orphanage has no children over 15 years old. Secretly, though, Torres worries that letting this nosy traveler go so easily might lead to leaks about Eden's true nature. To solve that, Torres invites Sunny to join them. He suggests looking at the records together would be faster. Anna eagerly asks Marco to tag along as well. Naturally, the boy agrees. Upon arriving at Eden, Marco eagerly runs ahead, marveling at the massive scale of the compound. Torres proudly confirms the size of the estate, just as a red-haired teacher approaches to greet him. Torres quietly instructs her to check if they are being followed. Dark, sinister energy emanates from both of them as they discuss the facility. This place houses the dorms, classrooms, and a church. The main hall is specifically used to train young kids who dream of becoming players. Strangely, every single child here has completely lifeless eyes. Torres then invites Junho inside to take a closer look. Meanwhile, he receives a quick report from another teacher confirming that they are not being followed. Satisfied, he suddenly claps his hands with a loud smack. "Alright, I just thought of a brilliant idea," Torres says with a sinister smile. "Since you are our senior player, Sunny, mind showing these kids a few tricks?" "Alright, listen up, everyone. Today, I have invited an active player named Sunny to join us here for a special demonstration. As a veteran in the field, he wants to show you some moves. Assistant instructors, come on in as well." Instantly, a squad of 7 armed teachers marches in. This menacing lineup looks far more like an execution squad than a helpful demonstration. Mu grimaces, whispering under his breath to Ethan, "Hey, why does this feel so off to me? You are pretty sharp too." That is when he notices that every single instructor in the room has glowing red eyes, causing him to panic. Ethan quietly explains that those red eyes are the absolute, undeniable proof that these people have turned into fiends. Torres sneers, "You are quite amusing," suddenly bringing up the Garden of Eden. "Did you force that child to drink demon blood? You see, they cannot become fiends without drinking demonic blood." Of course, they all refused to do it at first. But after I executed a few as an example, they quickly drank it while crying. Torres laughs. Hearing this, Mu collapses to the floor in absolute despair. So that means Anon, Lin, Leo, and Su, all of those poor children suffered that fate without him ever knowing. They cried and begged not to go, yet he still forced them to. This heartless monster is worse than a beast. Marco furiously raises his fists and charges forward to finish off the old man, but his weak strength is no match for them. The red-haired teacher instantly leaps in front of Torres, punching Marco hard in the stomach. The boy spits blood and collapses as Torres laughs at his pathetic state. Marco trembles and screams that one day, the ghost of the dark will punish all of you. Torres casually replies that if he had said that 25 years ago, they might have been scared. But now, that hero is just hiding to recover. Even if he returns, no fiend would ever fear him again. Suddenly, a warm coat is gently placed over Marco's shivering shoulders. Ethan tells Marco that real players are those who must endure and move forward, even after witnessing their most precious people perish. So, if you want to be a true player, you must hold your weapon firmly to the very end, even against an overwhelming opponent. Having already thrown away his sunglasses and mask, Ethan pulls out the legendary ghost's mask and puts it on. "Since you are not a full player yet, I will help you out this time." Mu watches in utter shock and disbelief. What is going on? Why does he have the ghost's mask? It must be a lie. There is no way such a legendary hero would come to save them. But if you truly are the legendary ghost, Mu desperately begs him to please save all the younger children. Torres mocks him, asking if he is seriously claiming to be the ghost. Is that why he chose the ridiculous alias Sunny? The other teachers join in the laughter, mocking this man who tries to make such a dramatic, cinematic entrance. Completely oblivious to his impending doom, one teacher steps closer and taunts that if he is the ghost, his head should roll in 5 seconds. "It will not even take 5 seconds," Ethan coldly replies. Before the teacher can even yell in panic, a swift sword strike cuts him down instantly. Now, the surrounding fiends are beginning to panic. Could this truly be the legendary ghost? That power is definitely from the dark. Why are you all just standing there staring? Attack and take him down immediately. It is a bit too late to be afraid now. Torres truly never imagined that the real, legendary ghost of the dark would actually appear in this place. He initially assumed this was just a trickster using some cheap illusion to mimic the dark element. But the intruder is clearly a highly skilled player who was only acting like an ordinary weakling at first. If things continue like this, his own life could be in danger. However, once the fiend cult's reinforcements arrive, everything will change. He quickly taps on his smartwatch to call for immediate backup, while the remaining lackeys charge in together to ambush Ethan. Ethan calmly raises his hand and snaps his fingers. A massive shadow wolf lunges out with a roar, crushing the first attacker. Seeing the sheer power, the remaining thugs instantly freeze and try to retreat. They cannot believe a single snap of his fingers ended it. "Stop trying to fight him and just run," they yell. But is running and calling for backup really their best plan? It is completely futile. Although their demonic energy has grown over the last 25 years, Ethan has suffered absolutely zero depletion of his power. His magical capacity is completely limitless now. Ethan unleashes a barrage of shadow strikes, trapping every single instructor in the room. Torres turns pale. This man truly is the ultimate fiend hunter. Only now does he realize that the legend of 100 fiends falling here is completely true. "Damn these useless fools," he screams, "get him." Driven into a corner, Torres pushes the brainwashed children forward to buy enough time for the fiend cult to arrive, ordering them to seize him. Hold him off until Labirin arrives. The children march forward to attack like mindless machines. Ethan instantly realizes the villain is using the children as human shields. And willing to hurt them, he uses shadow magic to gently block their path. Ethan warns them to back off while he is still being civil, as the children struck by his dark magic freeze in place. A dark shroud forces them to their knees. Torres watches in pure terror and flees, bitterly cursing the children as weak and useless. He wonders when that bastard Labyrinth will finally show up, or if they plan to arrive only after he is 6 feet under. Panicking, Torres stumbles and crashes to the ground. He curses his luck, desperate not to get trapped in this nightmare. But his fall is fatal as Ethan's shadow hounds catch up to him, with ghost wolves tearing mercilessly into his leg. Torres is completely outmatched but keeps screaming curses as Ethan quickly closes the distance. Ethan asks if he ever considered the feelings of the children forced to become demons, and Torres quickly lies that he did. Ethan smiles and swings his hand, letting a shadow slice him apart as he notes that this death is entirely deserved. Torres coughs up blood, begging for mercy with his final breath, but Ethan coldly slams his head into the dirt, demanding that he pay for the innocent lives he stole. Ethan reaches out to extract the dead man's memories. The memory reveals the day Torres first discovered the demon blood, holding it up like a sacred treasure. He believed this power would let him crush everyone who ever looked down on him, giving him his ultimate breakthrough. Without hesitation, he drank the blood, drawing quiet disgust from Ethan, who despises those who choose demonic corruption over honest hard work. The Ice Empress chimes in, asking her contractor if this is the dark truth he was looking for. He explains that it is his confession of the dead skill, allowing him to extract memories from those who have passed. She marvels at the incredible skill, noting that this garden manager must hold vital secrets about the demon association. As the vision deepens, a past encounter unfolds inside the Garden of Eden, where a stranger asks if Torres is the manager. A gentle-looking bearded man poses the question, and Torres quickly drops to his knees to offer his reply. The bearded man smiles and praises him, admitting that he is quite fond of Torres Milo's mind manipulation abilities. It is the very power responsible for the tragic disappearances of second-tier players and the horrifying ghost town incident. Torres shivers under an overwhelming pressure as the man reaches out, assuring him that he is merely a tasty prize. The stranger is Chef Rosen, who smiles warmly while confessing his sudden appetite for Torres's unique abilities. Rosen conjures a glowing golden orb and swallows it whole, marveling at the absolutely delicious flavor. He wonders how such a taste is made, thanking Torres for providing the perfect ingredients to recreate it. Armed with a new recipe, Rosen decides to reward Torres by sharing the dark purpose behind the Garden of Eden. He explains that a truly exquisite dish demands nothing less than the absolute freshest ingredients. This includes demons, and of course, the helpless children running around their little playground. He asks if mere demon blood can create true monsters, noting that it only ever yields weak, half-breed failures. Because of this, the garden has only managed to produce 5 genuine, pure bloodlines over 24 long years. The truth is, the garden was never meant to be a simple breeding ground for strong demons. 24 years ago, the demons hiding in the shadows reached the second tier and formed their dark alliance. Yet, they lived in constant terror of the 5 frozen heroes awakening, haunted by the memory of their fallen kin. Their leader sought a way to harness the terrifying, overwhelming power they had once witnessed with their own eyes. They aimed to seize the ultimate power and manufacture their own version of the legendary night demon. Torres realized with excitement that the garden was built to breed a second night demon. He explains that this facility acts as a processing plant, harvesting children to distill their essence into a synthetic replica of the night demon. Even capturing a small fraction of that absolute power would allow them to engineer the ultimate, unstoppable weapon. They have already fabricated several rough prototypes, though most were crude failures compared to the grand prize waiting on the horizon. With the true night demon finally back, Rosen plans to return to the second tier and wait for his arrival. The memory fades away, leaving Ethan standing there, trembling with a cold, piercing dread. The horrific truth hits him hard as he realizes they hunted down countless children just to manufacture an artificial monster. A sickening realization washes over him. The agony of thousands of innocent children is somehow tied directly to his own existence. Overcome with fury and guilt, Ethan flings his signature mask away, while the Ice Empress rushes to comfort him. She gently reassures her contractor that this tragedy is not his fault, but the crushing weight of guilt remains heavy on his chest. Junho covers his face in immense pain. Once a player transforms into a fiend, there is absolutely no way to turn them back into a human. He understands this harsh reality better than anyone. He must be the one to personally end this tragedy for these poor, transformed children. Inside, Marco desperately tries to wake the other kids. As Junho walks back in, the boy looks at him as his sole ray of hope. With a trembling heart, Marco carries Anna over to Junho, asking if the unconscious children have suffered some kind of severe head trauma. We must get them to a hospital immediately, or perhaps we can somehow draw out the fiend blood. If we draw it out, will they go back to normal, please? The boy begs through endless tears. Save my brothers and sisters. Junho pats his head with a heavy heart, gently telling him that it is impossible, though he deeply understands his pain. That is exactly why society rejects fiends. If a normal human absorbs their blood, they face only one of 2 grim possibilities. If their body rejects it, they die instantly. Otherwise, they turn into a bloodthirsty fiend. Just then, Anna opens her crimson eyes and calls out. Marco rejoices as she and the other children finally begin to wake up. He happily calls out to Leo and hugs Anna tightly, completely unaware that he is holding a deadly, ticking time bomb in his arms. Anna's expression turns chillingly cold as she whispers to Marco that she loves him, yet feels an overwhelming urge to end his life. Her fingernails suddenly grow into razor-sharp claws. Before Marco can react, those lethal talons lunge straight toward him. Junho quickly pulls the boy back, saving him from the attack. By nature, all fiends are inherently violent and bloodthirsty. Regardless of the consequences, their instincts drive them to slaughter everything in sight. This is the tragic fate of those who consume fiend blood. Junho turns to Marco, offering a heavy, sincere apology. Anna has fully transformed into a feral fiend. Suddenly, a red system alert blares, detecting a low level of demonic energy nearby. What on earth? The system informs him that he can use his night watchdog skill to absorb dark energy, leaving Junho stunned. He wonders if he can really absorb darkness. Is it like curing a sore throat by swallowing pure ice energy? As his shadow binds Anna, Junho recalls that he has never heard of the night watchdog possessing such an ability. Then, he recalls Josean's words. Injecting fiend blood into non-human creatures only turns them into half-fiends, not full monsters. Could this mean that if a non-human creature is transformed, there might still be a way to save them? Seeing Junho space out for so long, Marco calls out to wake him, knowing they need to act fast to save everyone. The boy pleads, asking Ghost to let him take full responsibility for his beloved brothers and sisters. Junho questions if he is truly serious, warning him that carrying such a heavy burden will haunt him for the rest of his life. But Marco replies that holding on to what one has and moving forward is the very lesson Junho taught him. Seeing the crying boy, Junho and the Ice Empress can't help but smile, patting his head and praising his courage. Few players ever shed tears for others. Junho is certain that Marco will grow up to be an outstanding player. Still, being so young, there is absolutely no need for him to carry such a heavy burden so soon. With lingering doubts, Junho attempts to use his Night Watchdog skill to absorb the demonic energy inside Anna. Meanwhile, Kaner finally wakes up at 8. He is shocked to find he slept for 17 hours. Chasing after Kim Gudong took far more out of him than expected. Vowing to repay this grudge twofold, he checks his messages and finds an invitation from Torres to meet at the hall for a special delivery. Kaner curses under his breath, wondering how that filthy Torres Milo dares to give him orders in a place like this. If there is nothing worthwhile waiting for him, he vows to end the man's life himself. Stepping downstairs, he is utterly shocked by what lies before him. Workers are already clearing out paradise. The facilities are gone, and the fiends have vanished. Gritting his teeth in panic, Kaner demands to know what on earth is happening. At the Vatican, priests stare intensely at the relaxed Ghost, while young Marco sits beside him, completely consumed by anxiety. The boy whispers that absolutely everyone is watching them. Junho casually replies that if Marco wants to travel with him, he must get used to the attention. In theory, that makes sense, but the current atmosphere feels even gloomier than it did 25 years ago. Suddenly, an announcement reveals that Ghost has finished examining all 217 children. Fortunately, every single child has tested negative for the corrupted fiend blood. An official expresses deep gratitude to Ghost for bringing hope back to their barren land, leaving Marco absolutely overjoyed. Pope Francis XII approaches with a warm smile, thanking him sincerely for saving hundreds of innocent young lives. The Pope asks to release the news to warn the public about the fiends, and Junho simply tells him to do as he pleases. In return, Junho asks if he can make a single request, prompting the Pope to ask what he desires. The children brought there have no parents or legal guardians to protect them. It is the exact reason they were targeted in the first place. This horrible crime keeps happening in almost every holy city because the church has failed to protect these helpless children. Surely you realize this. That is indeed true. Therefore, the church will lay out a plan to take full responsibility. Is that really so? Marco is moved to tears. Junho steps in to encourage him. Did you hear that, Marco? With an education from the Holy Temple, there is no need to work exhausting part-time jobs anymore. Junho leans in close, teasingly asking if he is crying again. He teases that Marco is a big boy who shouldn't cry so much. The boy protests, claiming it is just dust in his eyes making them water. Understand, Marco shouts out, declaring that from now on, he will work his absolute hardest to become a skilled player and serve as his loyal follower. And he promises to repay the debt, smiling. Junho gently pats his head and tells him that he does not take on subordinates. He does not want servants, but he does accept teammates. However, his standards for comrades are incredibly high, so if the boy wants to stand by his side, he must put in immense effort starting today. Right after, breaking news hits the airwaves. An orphanage in Rome has just been exposed as a horrifying, disguised breeding farm for fiends. All the young victims from this Garden of Eden orphanage were rescued safely, and the illegal operation was completely dismantled by Spectre, one of the 5 legendary heroes. While the entire world sings his praises, a villain named concedes in a dark corner, cursing the bastard who ruined their entire plan. He curses his luck, wishing he had awakened sooner so he could have taken care of Spectre and Ethan Cole alike. That slippery hero got away this time, but Can vows that once he finishes off Ethan Cole, Spectre will be the next one in the grave. Back at the Korean Player Association, staff warmly welcome the hero home. But as Junho looks outside, he notices a strange commotion. He wonders why it is so loud out there. Looking down, he sees massive crowds packing the streets, hanging banners to celebrate Spectre's return. The grand sight catches Junho completely off guard. Suddenly, his old friend Marcus appears right beside him. The police estimate over 500,000 people are out there. Talk about an unbelievable homecoming. Can you seriously not tell? They gathered here just to catch a glimpse of you, deeply grateful that their savior has finally returned. A staff member wearing glasses steps up, offering to safely escort the hero back inside. The rest of the staff beamed with pride, continuously thanking Spectre for returning to protect the world. Glancing back at the cheering crowd, Junho silently hopes that his frozen comrades will get to witness this beautiful sight with him someday. Marcus mentions that he has already organized the press conference exactly as Junho requested. He suspects this gathering is for something much bigger than just announcing their partnership. In response, Junho quietly asks if Marcus still remembers the exact day he first woke up from his long slumber. Marcus freezes up, completely blanking on the memory. How on earth is he supposed to recall his friend's exact words from back then? Junho explains that back then, he truly believed the world had finally achieved the peaceful future they had fought so hard for. But looking closer, he realized how wrong he was. In the absence of the five heroes, the cruel fiends rose again, preyed on the weak, and brought endless suffering. 25 years ago, the fiends were never allowed to run this rampant. That was because the five heroes stood as a wall against them. But now, Junho is left entirely alone to carry that heavy burden. He knows his current power is nothing like it once was. Originally, he only planned to regain enough strength to save his frozen comrades and leave it at that. But a harsh reality forced his hand. The fiends no longer wait around or take breaks like they used to. That is exactly why they commit these atrocities. The world desperately needs guardians to rise up and stand against this encroaching darkness. Marcus is stunned. Is he really preparing to return as the legendary Spectre once again? He warns him that other elite players completely avoid taking up the mantle of Spectre because whoever leads the charge must carry all the weight and endure endless scrutiny. An iconic hero does not just draw the enemy's gaze. If he chooses to return, then no matter how things ultimately play out in the end, the entire world will lay the blame on him. If he fails to appear at the exact moment they need him, he will face a wave of bitter resentment. Marcus pleads that they have sacrificed enough and deserve rest. Junho admits he has no desire to carry this heavy burden. But the harsh truth remains, there is simply no one else left to do it. Although his current skills are lacking, his name still holds immense power. He can only offer a helpless smile at the unfortunate reality. Floating nearby, the Ice Empress chimes in, praising her contractor for making such a monumental and brave decision. She vows to recognize his immense courage. Junho simply nods in response, knowing deep down that his chosen path can never end with a peaceful, quiet retirement. Marcus rubs his temples in frustration, wondering if his stubborn friend truly understands the consequences. Accepting his friend's stubbornness, Marcus sighs and asks what they should do now. In response, Junho requests to turn the microphone volume up to the absolute maximum so his voice carries everywhere. The press conference room is packed to the brim with serious faces, eagerly waiting for the hero to speak. Ho has also made an appearance. It looks like the vice presidents and captains of the Big Six are all here. With so many high-ranking figures gathered in one room, a fierce power struggle is bound to break out. Nearby, Princess Gong Ruhao is smiling like a young girl seeing her crush. She simply cannot believe she is finally seeing the legendary ghost in person. She gets so excited that Ho has to remind her to please stay calm. He announces that Ghost and President Marcus Webb will arrive shortly, urging patience. Just then, Ethan Cole enters with Dioku right behind him. The press conference officially begins, with an announcement that they will only take a few questions. Right away, a reporter is called on. Everyone knows Ghost was frozen for nearly 25 years. Is this story true, or is it just some massive conspiracy theory? He asks if the hero can prove his identity as Ghost right here on the spot, causing an immediate stir among the crowd. Is this man completely insane? Yet, Ethan Cole agrees instantly. If that is what they want, he draws his sword, releasing his signature dark energy with a swift slash. A legendary sword, a spectacled youth gasps. Others stare wide-eyed in absolute awe of his power. 25 years have passed, but his strength remains unmistakable. As Ethan Cole sheathes his blade, another question is raised. A journalist asks if he plans to return to the active battlefield after witnessing the tragic incidents in Rome and elsewhere. In truth, he tells them, He was actually planning on resting. He explains that when he first woke up, a close friend told him the peace of this world was bought by the sacrifices of his comrades. Hearing that made him feel incredibly proud. He even shed tears of quiet relief, finding comfort in the thought that this world would never need their protection again. But after seeing the horrors of paradise, he realized that now is simply not the time for him to rest. He asks if they know that over the last 24 years, nearly 6,000 children have been kidnapped and slaughtered by those fiends. The journalists are stunned, having no idea the number was so high. And absolutely no one knows how those monsters managed to do it, not a single soul. Because people simply did not care. We easily could have prevented these horrifying tragedies if we had only paid a little more attention. Every player and every guild must stand together, ensuring those vicious fiends never dare to show their faces again. A heavy silence falls over the entire hall. He delivers one final message directly to the fiends: he has returned. With that, the press conference concludes. Back home, Ethan Cole relaxes on the sofa, scrolling through the news. Every major headline is buzzing about Ghost and the rising rookie, Ethan Cole. The articles are drawing massive attention and endless comments online. The outcome is exactly what Ethan Cole hoped for. It has certainly caught the eyes of everyone. Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream from his companion nearly sends Ethan Cole rolling off his couch. He rushes in to see what on earth she wants now. She demands that he play the second season immediately. It turns out she was throwing a tantrum simply because she has no idea how to use a television remote. He complains that he already showed her how to use it, so she should stop yelling for him every single day. Lounging comfortably with her legs crossed, the Ice Empress casually orders her contractor to prepare her afternoon tea. He asks if he is her servant, but she begs so cutely that he reluctantly agrees, calling it his absolute honor. Dealing with her is a real test of patience. Ethan Cole pours a drink with a mischievous grin, thinking she has another thing coming if she expects to boss him around. He tells her it is her turn now, offering her a special human beverage meant for quenching deep thirst. The Ice Empress smiles with genuine curiosity. Oh, what is this? It looks incredibly sparkling and refreshing. But why is Ethan Cole staring at her like that? Without a single shred of suspicion, she takes a big sip and immediately starts bouncing around like a firework. Panicking, she flies right back to him. She panics, screaming that the drink is actively attacking her. Ethan Cole cannot hold back his tears of laughter. It is a carbonated soda, so it seems it does not suit your royal palate. Terrified but furious, the queen clenches her tiny fists and grinds her teeth. She vows never to forget this betrayal. Ethan Cole simply chuckles, telling her he has errands outside and to enjoy her television. Once he helps her change the channel before leaving, she instantly behaves, declaring that mercy is a royal virtue and she will forgive him. She is incredibly simple-minded. After defeating the fiends in paradise, Ethan Cole has successfully climbed up to level 29. His magic power has grown much stronger now. It seems he might finally be able to start using some of his old classic moves again. Just then, Dioku calls to ask where he is. He replies that he is heading to the training room, but Dioku urgently asks if he can come over right away. All the captains of the Big Six want to meet you. What on earth is happening now? Ethan Cole is completely bewildered. Why would the Big Six suddenly be looking for him? Could they have come to find Ghost? He questions Dioku in confusion. No, they are here for you. Ethan Cole is stunned, wide-eyed with realization. They actually want to see him, not Ghost. But looking back, even though the press conference was organized at the very last minute, all of those captains arrived incredibly fast. It seems they did not rush to get here. Instead, they were likely waiting on the first floor beforehand, eager to recruit him. Since Dioku cannot seem to get rid of them, there must be more to this story. Marcus Webb clutches his head. This clever kid has somehow figured out absolutely everything. He wants to agree, but those violent guilds would rather destroy what they cannot have than let others take it. Hearing this, Seo Junho flashes a sly, mischievous smile. A clever plan is already forming while the 6 waiting captains grow increasingly impatient. He greets them calmly. What wind blew the captains of the Big Six to his humble place? The purple-haired female captain speaks first. Naturally, they want to recruit him after his spectacular first-place finish in the trial dungeon. He looks at the others. They exchange quiet glances. They are all here for the exact same reason. Seo Junho shrugs with a helpless smile. Deep personal reasons make a guild transfer completely impossible for him. The captain in white waves his hand. His guild will gladly cover any contract termination fees without a second thought. But that is not the issue. Junho places a weapon on the table, making the captain's face turn instantly pale. It is the legendary sword used by Ghost in the Antarctic Gate, a weapon they all recognize instantly. Ghost gave it to him as a token of trust. Ever since declaring war on the fiends, he has been actively seeking second-floor allies. And get this, he was chosen as Ghost's official representative. The captains are left utterly speechless. Nobody expected Ghost to be secretly building his own army. Gong Ruha feels her cheeks flushing bright red. She is completely shocked. How could Seo Junho be close enough to the legendary hero to represent him? Furthermore, cooperating with Ghost to hunt the fiends will boost their public image immensely. In their minds, the legendary hero will eventually have to join one of their guilds. Junho lays out Ghost's 3 key conditions. First, to remain completely unbiased, he must stay affiliated with the association. Second, guilds that accept this offer will receive exclusive, vital intel. This will help them secure massive influence on the second floor. Third, the participating guilds must cooperate fully by supplying any specific information that Ghost requests of them. In return, whenever valuable progress is made, the legendary hero will publicly acknowledge that guild's contributions. Gong Ruha listens with absolute focus. Honestly, whatever Ghost demands, the Big Six have absolutely no other choice. They must agree if they want his cooperation. Ever since that press conference, they have faced intense public scrutiny. People accuse them of ignoring the fiends out of greed. Ultimately, Ghost holds all the power in this situation. One captain sighs, admitting she cannot make such a massive decision alone. Another captain agrees. They must consult their guild masters. Seo Junho quickly slips toward the exit to say goodbye. He cheerfully tells them to get in touch once they decide. He must excuse himself now for another pressing appointment. After his departure, the white-shirted captain sighs deeply. They were so focused on their own desires that they got completely outplayed. As long as Seo Junho represents Ghost, not a single guild can dream of recruiting him directly. That means Ghost must see enough potential in Seo Junho to match the 5 legendary heroes, right? Yes, that is surely why he chose him. After all, Ghost has always possessed an incredible knack for discovering talented seeds before they ever bloom. Gilberto Green was a prime example back when he only had a D-rank skill. Ignored by all, except for that one legendary hero. Leaving the building, Seo Junho is quite surprised. Gong Ruha has actually chased him all the way outside. Their previous farewell was quite emotional. He certainly did not expect such a sudden reunion. He reminds her of their promise to meet on the second floor. Does she expect special treatment just because they are acquainted? Gong Ruha quickly denies it, her face turning bright red as she bashfully prepares to ask a question. She simply wants to know if he is close with Ghost. He answers it is strictly professional, prompting her to ask if they have ever met in person. He notes she saw him at the conference, but she quickly clarifies she means meeting him in private, away from official events. Hearing her flustered plea, he inwardly chuckles. Yes, he sees Ghost every single day in the mirror. She excitedly begs him to get an autograph the next time they meet, bowing deeply while thrusting a magazine into his hands as he turns pale. Junho sighs wearily, promising that he will try to ask him. Her eyes instantly sparkle with a sudden, overwhelming surge of hope. She pleads with him to request a personalized note for his precious fan. She even asks if the hero could draw a little heart. Junho reacts with utter disgust. How could a legendary, cold-blooded warrior possibly write something so incredibly cheesy for a fan? Squeezing her eyes shut, she retorts that it is not his signature anyway, but she will understand if Ghost refuses. He agrees to ask. She declares she will cherish it as a family heirloom, thanking him profusely. Looking down at the magazine, Junho spots an incredibly awkward photo of himself. Captioned as the great hero of South Korea. Shaking his head, he heads straight to the training room. The system screen displays his status as level 29. With the Bringer of Spring title giving a plus to bonus, his strength rises to 96, stamina to 112, speed to 100, and magic to 143. He can finally reclaim his level 60 power. But the second floor is looming. The moment he steps through that threshold, a whole new wave of brutal trials will be waiting for him. Even if he uses his legendary alias as the Ghost to win over the public, he still needs critical intel from major guilds like the Big Six. To completely conquer the second floor, he must reconstruct his old combat skills. His current magic application works, but rushing his mana reserves makes the output far too slow and weak. There is only one way to fix this flaw: brutal, relentless training. Ethan Cole orders the virtual reality system to summon 10 level 100 holograms. The Ice Empress watches in disbelief, wondering why he is risking his life like this. He tells her he needs to master his old techniques before even thinking about setting foot on the second floor. The holograms materialize exactly as requested, and one dummy lunges forward to attack instantly. Ethan Cole calmly steps aside to dodge the punch, striking the dummy shoulder with a single, cold sweep of his hand. It instantly dissolves into thin air. The Ice Empress marvels at the magic-infused strike, but Junho points out that while the attack is powerful, it drains far too much mana. With his current limits, he has to suppress his magic, rationing his energy only for absolute emergencies. Holding back makes his strikes slow and weak, prompting her to ask how he plans to fix it. He smiles. He has already designed a technique for this exact problem. It requires absolute mana control, mental fortitude, and flawless concentration. Lose just one, and the whole thing falls apart. He has to recall the exact sensation of magic coursing through the meridians of his body. This was the crucial lesson Sky taught him long ago. He holds onto that memory, the precise flow of energy traveling through his veins. Ethan Cole's veins begin to glow as a brilliant blue aura erupts around his entire body. The reinforcement technique is active. He throws a single punch into the empty air, releasing a shockwave so violent the tiny Ice Empress has to shield herself from the blast. That lone strike tears up a massive chunk of the training room floor, leaving the reinforced ground completely shattered. The floor always takes the beating first. Yet, the Ice Empress cannot help but praise her contractor for such an incredible display of power. But wait, why is he standing so still? Veins bulge across Ethan Cole's face as his entire body trembles like a statue. It takes him several agonizing seconds to regain his breath and tell her that this is the brutal aftershock of the technique. Strengthening his body does not speed up his brain's processing power. In short, his mind is completely overloaded, burning up from the sheer strain. Even with the physical strain, it is a magnificent feat. He admits that even with his ghost level of endurance, he can only maintain this state for 10 minutes. He needs to push his limits through training until he can execute this move flawlessly mid-combat. He trains with the holograms until he is ready for the Winter Castle. A week flashes by, and the Ice Empress panics as she reads his vitals, warning her contractor that his body temperature has reached a dangerous level. Ethan Cole has stripped off his shirt, his skin flushed deep red from the exertion as he mutters a curse under his breath. She scolds him for not using his frost armor to cool down, but he wheezes that managing the reinforcement technique alone takes everything he has. Trying to layer frost armor on top of this pressure would be impossible. He ducks a sudden strike and shatters another dummy before finishing his thought. The dual casting is simply too hard to control, and at this rate, he estimates it will take months to master for real combat. Now watch as she asks if he truly believes that. They share a tense silence before he demands answers. She smugly admits she knows a shortcut but refuses to share, raising the question of what happened to their grand alliance. She tells him that as her contractor, he should be smart enough to figure out a solution on his own, leaving him utterly speechless. He snaps back, asking what her purpose even is if she will not help, telling the tiny spirit he is perfectly fine on his own. Deciding his current progress is enough to survive the field, Ethan Cole dials Secretary Cha to arrange a teleportation gate immediately. She asks for the destination and schedule, and he requests transport to the notorious Winter Castle Gate in Antarctica by tomorrow morning. Pure white snow and endless glaciers stretch across the horizon. Welcome to the frozen wasteland of the one-star Antarctica Gate. The local guide hugs his own shivering body, lets out a massive sneeze, and teeth chattering, announces that they have finally arrived. Ethan Cole stands beside him looking completely unbothered, bundled up in a massive puffer jacket, goggles, and a face mask like a winter ninja. He playfully reminds the freezing guide that he warned him to pack a heavy winter coat, but the guide just wants to complete his job. Desperate to escape the cold, the guide points to the gate ahead and wishes the player luck before turning back. He scrambles away so fast it is as if staying another second would turn him to ice, earning a look of utter disdain from the Ice Empress. She cheerfully remarks that this freezing weather is perfect for a camping trip, but he dryly tells her it is more like a trip to the grave. Even with his passive cold resistance, the biting chill cut deep as he begins trudging through the heavy, unforgiving snow. So this is what they call the Winter Castle Gate. Ethan summons his system screen to display the information for this mysterious portal. The Winter Castle requires a level of 80 or lower. It demands 30 players to defeat the castle lord under brutal difficulty. This is a gate that even second-floor players could not clear. Does he need some time to prepare himself mentally? He is long past ready. Nothing can stop his progress now. Stepping through the gateway, he enters an entirely different world. Opening his eyes, he sees sheets of ice and snow far thicker than anything outside. Walls of ice cover the entire area. The quest requires him to defeat the Winter Lord, but where is the actual castle? Head northwest, the Ice Empress answers like a local guide. He asks her if she actually knows where they are right now. Of course, she says, this is the Frost Kingdom of Neem, the very land she once ruled. Ethan is utterly stunned as a magnificent ice palace rises majestically before them. Resting on Ethan's shoulder, the Ice Empress quietly confirms it. This is surely her domain, but she wonders how the gate to the Frost Palace still stands even after her long departure. He figures they will find out once they step inside. More importantly, he asks if she remembers anything else, knowing only a complete fool would ignore a local guide. Ethan is certainly no fool. The queen tilts her head, wondering what else he could possibly mean. He asks about the current lord of the castle, the number of guards stationed inside, or perhaps any hidden secret passages they could use. She angrily asks if he is demanding she leak state secrets, repeatedly punching him on the shoulder in frustration. He flashes a sly grin, telling her it is quite hurtful that she would think of him that way. He reminds her that their fates are bound together now and they will be together forever, making the Ice Empress gag in sheer disgust. She begs him to stop speaking so disgustingly and promises to talk. Utterly horrified, she floats off on her own, refusing to sit on his shoulder anymore as Ethan lets out a sigh. He mutters that she should have spoken up sooner instead of forcing him to use his secret weapon on her. She asks if he remembers the gate where they first met. He replies that he could never forget the Ice Empress's nest for the rest of his life. When he asks why, she explains that the final labyrinth lies there, where she originally planned to summon all of her loyal knights. Wait, so the knights they fought on the first floor were not all of them? She nods, confirming they were only a small fraction. She failed to bring her entire army there, meaning there should still be 27,000 soldiers remaining in the frozen palace. However, she believes the active numbers will have dropped slightly by the time they step inside. 27,000 is an absurd number. Seeing him sigh, she mentions that the only foe remaining might be Kid. He wonders who this Kid Brown is. She explains that he is her most loyal knight and the current ruler of the Frost Palace. He was known as the Sword of the Kingdom, and the absolute best knight next to her. Ethan wonders exactly how strong this warrior is. The queen ponders this deeply before lifting a single finger. Ethan asks if she means he would only survive for an hour, 10 minutes, or perhaps just 1 minute. The shrinking numbers only fuel Ethan's growing panic. She proudly declares that with a single finger, Kid could easily tear a foolish contractor like him to shreds. That is how formidable her knight truly is. Doesn't that mean he is stronger than she is? Irritated, she asks how many times she must repeat herself, reminding him he only met her when she was severely weakened. Ethan chuckles softly, trying to ease the tension, and says he does not need to worry any more then. He jokes that Sir Kid is probably just as weak as she is now. Shifting gears, he steps inside and notes that this looks like the throne room. He asks if royal colors are usually red, but she corrects him, explaining that in her kingdom, white is the true color of the crown. This place is known as the Knight's Hall, ruled by the strongest guardian of the Frost Palace, Kid Brown. His domain is considered a sacred sanctuary, and legend has it that anyone who walks down this red carpet will gain immense knightly strength. Aspiring warriors would travel here just to test their mettle. As she proudly explains this history, Ethan curiously asks how they are tested. She calls it the proof of a knight. Beyond those heavy doors lies a massive arena where 100 formidable knights stand waiting. He must cross blades with every single one of them to prove his worth, Ethan falls dead silent. He instantly explodes with frustration, asking why she waited until now to mention this. Clutching his head, he resists the strong urge to smack her. She reminds him this is simply how the gate must be cleared, trying to comfort him after delivering the terrible news. He grumbles that she should have warned him earlier, though she admits even she does not know the exact number of knights currently inside. Fortunately, during the nightly trial, he only has to face them one by one within a set limit of time. They will not all rush him at the same time. Ethan realizes panicking now is completely useless since he has to defeat them all anyway. But the Ice Empress quickly speaks up, telling him he has got it all wrong. Once he defeats all the palace knights and their commander, who does he think is left? He sighs, asking if it is a 100-to-1 match including Sir Kid. Ethan Cole accepts his fate and pushes the door open. The scene waiting for him inside is enough to make anyone lose their mind. Grim-faced knights stand in lines, swords litter the floor. The entire hall is filled with massive, imposing men. Between them lies a red carpet, radiating an incredibly heavy and intimidating pressure. He jokes if she is even sure they are alive because they look completely frozen, and she admits she has no idea. She cannot feel any signs of life. Suddenly, the massive doors behind them slam shut with a loud, sudden bang. The frozen knights suddenly spring to life. In perfect unison, every single one of them draws their sword and points it forward. Junho quickly draws his blade as well. He is not about to let himself get turned into a pincushion. Well, here we go, Junho mutters under his breath. Right then, a knight wearing a blue cloak steps up onto the high platform. He looks down at his hostile warriors and barks a loud order. Horan Simus of the Frost Palace demands that the outsider state his purpose. Before Junho can speak, the Ice Empress urgently shouts for him to mention proof of a knight. She tells him to declare he is here to prove his chivalry. Junho wonders why on earth he has to do that. She anxiously urges him, pointing out that he has absolutely nothing to lose by just saying those words. She tells him to hurry up and do it. Though highly skeptical, Junho decides to trust her. Meanwhile, the blue-cloaked knight yells out once more. He demands to know his purpose one last time, warning that a failure to answer will mark him as a hostile intruder. Junho sighs and sheathes his sword while the queen grins happily. He loudly declares he came to prove his chivalry. The leader's eyes light up instantly. Meanwhile, 3 whole months have already passed since Junho first entered this gate. Junho currently looks like a total mess, and this whole crazy journey started the very moment he set foot inside. A soldier barks an order, and the knights instantly sheath their weapons, catching Junho completely off guard by their sudden change. The Ice Empress giggles, while the leader announces that 100 knights will test the honor of Junho's sword. The duel will only end when one side surrenders. The first challenger steps forward, introducing himself as a knight of Niflheim. He draws a massive sword and points it directly at Junho to start the fight. A normal person would be crushed to death by such a weapon, but Junho just smiles, finding their direct and straightforward style to be quite refreshing. He really likes this approach. Junho draws his sword without any hesitation, and his opponent immediately lunges forward at blinding speed to clash with him. The sheer power of their clash makes it crystal clear that none of the knights here are low-level fighters. If they were active players, they would easily be level 100. Though they lack system skills, their martial techniques are nearly flawless, with every single warrior utilizing completely unique sword arts and combat styles. Honestly, Junho realizes that these knights might actually be far more dangerous than typical players. Now, he sits by a campfire chewing on plain bread just to get by. He remarks to the queen that he never realized sword aura could be used in so many different ways. When she asks what he means, he explains that players usually just channel basic energy into their blades to create a standard flame-like aura. But these palace knights can spin their aura like a drill, or even shape it into a sharp spear. In short, they utilize countless creative variations of their sword aura. He wonders if Niflheim has a player system, but she quickly shuts down that idea. Since they are not part of the system, Junho realizes he cannot view their stats. She calls it obvious. These knights do not get system stats, yet they reach incredible heights through a lifetime of grueling physical training and magic. He deeply admires their sheer dedication. She asks if he has any trouble shaping his own aura sword, but he tells her it is actually pretty simple. He explains that he just flows a small amount of energy into the weapon and controls it to tightly coat the blade. True knights are never bound by their weapons. What truly matters to them is the pride they carry in their hearts. They master the weapon they are most skilled with, then simply shape their aura to perfectly suit their own fighting style. Something that suits them perfectly. Junho begins to deeply ponder. With his weapon master skill, he can easily wield any weapon, but he only chose the sword because it felt the most familiar to him. He never had to think about what suited him best. Still, he wonders if he can ever be like them since his aura is already set. The queen laughs and assures him he is wrong, comparing him to a bottle filled with pure water. She asks what happens if you add food coloring, and he replies that it changes color. Exactly, she says, he can still make it whatever color he wants, and that is his current state. Seeing her give such grand advice makes her look like a legendary mentor. Junho finds her logic sound, and he decides to make this his main goal for the gate. The concept of this new goal leaves the Ice Empress completely bewildered. Ethan Cole just smiles, promising to study weapons and forge a brand new sword of light. Just like that, Ethan Cole trains hard for 3 whole months, and it is finally time to return to his primary mission. Once again, Ethan Cole opens the castle gate. The wandering knight appears. It is time to prepare for battle. Finn swings his massive, heavy sword. One has to wonder if he stole that giant blade straight from some ancient legend. Make no mistake, taking a hit from that beast would be fatal. Finn unleashes a devastating, welcoming strike like a raging gale, but Ethan Cole is not the weakling who first arrived here. Facing the storm head-on, he just smiles confidently and clashes directly with the force. The impact leaves a small crack in Ethan Cole's sword, making his entire body shudder. Even though he channels the residual shock into the ground, the raw pain still throbs through his bones. But this pain is nothing. He immediately builds momentum and launches himself forward. It is no surprise since he has completely mastered that move. Ethan Cole strikes back with a heavy swing, channeling a wave of pure, aggressive darkness. The surrounding knights erupt in disbelief. He is actually using Finn's signature move. He learns dangerously fast. Ethan Cole simply sneers. He looks like a rogue who just stole a prized possession. But really, sharing the wealth is only fair, right? From that moment on, he fears no opponent, continuously taking down knight after knight. But after endless rounds of non-stop combat, Ethan Cole collapses to his knees, gasping for breath. You have proven yourself, wandering knight. If you are willing, would you share your name with me? The knight in blue extends his hand in respect. Ethan Cole smiles and shakes it, introducing himself as Ethan Cole, to which the knight repeats the name. That is a fine name, and one that will not be forgotten. Out of all the knights encountered, he has left the absolute deepest impression. He hands Ethan Cole a silver emblem. This is a badge of honor, a symbol proving that he has demonstrated the true spirit of a knight. Anyone who passes this grueling trial earns the right to request a private audience with the lord of the castle. Finally, the moment arrives as the defeated knights offer warm smiles and bow respectfully to him. With a friendly wave and a word of thanks, he sets off with the Ice Empress to hunt down the gate's final boss. Stepping inside, Ethan Cole instantly feels a heavy shift in the atmosphere, as if a massive, physical pressure is weighing down on his entire body. This oppressive aura radiates from Keith Bremen, the lord of the castle, who sits quietly in the shadows like a ghost. The Ice Empress feels a surge of nostalgia seeing Keith Bremen, once revered as the greatest and strongest warrior in all of Niflheim. Facing such a legend, Ethan Cole cannot afford to be careless, quickly equipping his armor while the Ice Empress remains lost in her memories. He was the finest warrior of Niflheim, truly her loyal knight. Ethan Cole studies him closely, sizing up his opponent. Indeed, the man looks every bit as formidable as the rumors claim, radiating a sharp, dark, and overwhelmingly powerful energy. The Ice Empress guesses Keith Bremen already knows he is a player. Ethan Cole finished buckling his armor and draws his weapon. Judging by the thick bloodlust rolling off him, it is a very easy guess. Time to begin. Ethan Cole spins his spear as a quick warm-up. Both take their battle stances, weapons drawn. In the blink of an eye, they collide in a violent explosion of power. After a brief exchange of blows, Ethan Cole grits his teeth and drives his spear forward, unleashing a barrage of phantom strikes straight at Keith Bremen. Without a single change in expression, Keith Bremen deflects every single strike. Ethan Cole curses silently. The man is blocking everything with ease. Ethan Cole activates his boost skill, prompting an immediate warning from the Ice Empress. She warns her contractor that using such a dangerous skill leaves him with no choice but to fight with absolute seriousness. He urgently asks her exactly how long he can sustain this boosted state. She tells him he can only maintain this form for 1 minute and 2 seconds. He repeats the short time limit in disbelief. He tells her to start the countdown, immediately lunging forward to resume his fierce assault on Keith Bremen. Unshaken, Keith Bremen stands solid as a rock to block the blows, leaving Ethan Cole stunned. A split second later, a massive, terrifying shockwave erupts, blowing the warrior straight into the wall and leaving the Ice Empress deeply panicked. Slumped against the wall, Ethan Cole stares at his shattered spear in sheer regret, completely useless now. The weapon gap is simply too massive. Leaping back down, he draws his trusty blade to continue the duel. Keith Bremen stares silently at the weapon for a moment, then slowly steps forward as a strange mist begins to rise around them. The Ice Empress explains that this is the Ashen Mist, a unique skill that completely blinds opponents and conceals his movements. With no way to read his movements, defending against his incoming strikes will become nearly impossible. He cannot even see a single meter ahead. The Ice Empress immediately begins counting down the clock, starting from 42 seconds. With time rapidly running out, he must shut down the boost to preserve his strength. Through the thick shroud of mist, he can feel a chilling gaze filled with pure bloodlust. But where exactly is the enemy hiding? In a flash, Keith Bremen appears right behind him, launching a deadly strike. Only superhuman reflexes save Ethan Cole from losing his head. Quickly creating some distance, Ethan Cole whirls back for a counterattack. Promising not to miss, he slashes a heavy arc directly across Keith Bremen. Unscathed by the attack, he reaches out, grabbing Ethan by the throat effortlessly. The brutal strike leaves Ethan coughing up blood. He pins Ethan against the wall, not to talk, but aiming to crush the life out of him right there. Seeing her ally in grave danger, the Ice Empress finally unleashes her magic, firing sharp ice arrows to force Kit back and save Ethan. Kit retreats in a hurry. Ethan knows he cannot let the onslaught continue. Darkness begins to roll off him as he unleashes his pitch-black magic. The Queen watches his struggle and offers a suggestion: why not set an ambush for him, contractor? Hiding from someone that powerful is impossible, Ethan mutters, pouring a healing potion over his bleeding shoulder. It is a worst-case scenario. His mind is too fogged up from overusing his physical enhancements. To make matters worse, this thick, cursed mist gives the enemy a massive home field advantage on top of already superior stats. Yet, it is time to turn the tide, despite how impressively the foe hides within this thick mist. Slowly, his sharp senses lock onto the enemy's presence nearby. There he is. Night Kit has finally been found. Kit spots Ethan and swings his blade, only to slice empty air. It was a mere illusion, and Kit has stepped right into a clever trap. The trap triggers, instantly freezing Kit's legs in place. He laughs it off as a simple trick that cannot hold him. A cold voice whispers right next to his ear, asking if he knows how mist is actually formed. It is just water vapor, which means lowering the temperature is all it takes to turn it into solid ice. Appearing right behind him, Ethan freezes the surrounding moisture. Kit tells himself to escape, but his body refuses to move in time. The entire area freezes solid. Kit tries to swing his sword, but the ice locks his limbs before his blade can descend. Knight Kit Bremen of Niflheim sends you his final, most respectful regards. Right before the Queen's eyes, Ethan drives his sword deep into Kit's chest. Blood flows, the ice shatters. Wait, what? Shocked, Ethan realizes that if this strike did not kill Kit, he would be the one in deep trouble. But Kit is only gasping his final words, calling for the Queen. She hesitates, feeling entirely unworthy to face her loyal knight. A ruler must protect her people. These knights were her loyal subjects, yet she failed to keep them safe from this tragic fate. The somber mood is heavy. Gently touching Kit, she whispers that this bitter end is simply the price a loser must accept. A single tear escapes the dying knight's eye, weeping silently with no one left to answer his call. The system interface suddenly flashes, declaring the Winter Castle quest successfully complete. As a reward, a special armory key has been granted. All vitality has been fully restored, and core stats receive a major boost as a reward for surviving this trial. The hidden quest, Knight's Glory, is also finished, raising the rank of his weapon master skill to the next level. This 1-star dungeon is quite generous with its rewards, making his long months of struggling here completely worth it. Living like a beggar for 3 long months finally pays off as all his core stats hit a perfect 10 across the board. However, the queen quickly complains that his loud, joyful laughter is starting to irritate her. She suggests they head out to see what rewards await him. Snapping him out of his weird, ecstatic laughter, they decide it is time to unlock the legendary armory. Inside, a vast collection of legendary weapons awaits, triggering a system notification that the Winter Castle Armory has been unlocked. Once a weapon is selected, he will be instantly teleported away. Ethan grumbles at how stingy the system is, allowing him only one choice among thousands. The queen mocks his disappointment, guessing that Administrator Gray must still be keeping a close eye on his progress. His constant obsession is quite annoying. Now, Ethan wonders which of these weapons could possibly compare to his trusted Black Dragon Fang. He lifts a magnificent spear, swinging it around as the system displays its details as the unique grade weapon, Executioner. Enemies struck will suffer deep, unhealing wounds, while a special weight-reducing enchantment makes the heavy spear feel light as a feather. It also features a blood pact, restoring a portion of the wielder's vitality every single time the blade draws enemy blood. A blood pact is a shocking addition, and Ethan is thoroughly impressed by this unexpected effect. When the queen asks if this magnificent weapon interests him, Ethan eagerly nods, explaining that the blood pact will keep his health fully restored even when fighting a horde of enemies. This weapon is truly the best of the best. Seeing him satisfied with his choice, she urges him to hurry as the dungeon portal is already starting to collapse. Walking down the exit hallway, Ethan stops in front of a massive mural depicting a gorgeous, majestic queen from the past. While admiring her stunning beauty, he suddenly notices a strange detail. The elaborate outfit and distinctive hairstyle look incredibly familiar, sharing an uncanny resemblance to the companion standing right next to him. He recalls her proud declaration about Niflheim being her kingdom, which makes the piece of the puzzle finally fall into place. Could the Ice Empress actually be the lady in this mural? Realizing she has been caught, the queen blushes bright red in deep embarrassment. He thinks so. Go ahead and take off that mask. Suddenly, terrified screams echo from within. No, stop talking nonsense and get moving. Back at the association, Ethan Cole is sent for treatment immediately, while Secretary Cha looks at him in a completely new light. He looks just like a man rescued from a deserted island. Is it really that bad? He wonders if he actually looks that terrible. In truth, it is even worse. Secretary Cha was doing her absolute best to sugarcoat the situation before quickly changing the subject. No matter how he looks, it does not matter. The only thing that truly counts is his safe return. When he first arrived, everyone in the association whispered and pointed, completely failing to recognize Ethan Cole. Secretary Cha gently suggests taking him home to rest. She apologizes, wishing she had taken him somewhere quieter. But Ethan Cole reassures Secretary Cha that after being gone for 3 long months, their shocked reactions are completely understandable. Even so, the situation is grim. While he was away inside the gate, the public's frustration grew with each passing day. The wealthy sponsors have been demanding constant explanations, with some even going so far as to ask the association to return the investments they made. Both the government and the association faced an incredibly difficult time, yet there was absolutely nothing they could do. He is, after all, the sole figure with enough influence to uphold the entire association's reputation. Even if they lose trust, it is not the end. He reassures Secretary Cha that keeping a pristine reputation is simply not their priority. They do not need to care about what others say or do. Still, she wonders how he remains so calm when people turned on him after only 3 months. If she were in his shoes, she would feel bitter and start questioning why she was risking her life to fight for them. He tells Secretary Cha that she might be misunderstanding something. He has never fought just to hear the crowd's cheers. In fact, it is quite the opposite. The only reason he fights so hard is to achieve his own personal goals. He apologizes if that truth disappoints her. Bowing her head in respect, Secretary Cha softly admits that he is absolutely right. She wishes she had started living for herself much sooner, though she cannot match his freedom yet. Her own life remains bound, bringing a bitter smile to her face. She still feels like a fool sometimes. He jokingly replies that she is allowed to be foolish once in a while, making her laugh as she turns to leave. With a teasing grin, she jokes that she might be too foolish to perform her duties, like forwarding his urgent messages to the Big Six. Ethan Cole stands frozen in place. Before he can try to stop her, she bids him farewell and walks away. Meanwhile, the major guilds finally receive a message from Ghost after his 3-month disappearance. The leader of the Dokebi Guild, Young Han, eagerly demands to know what it says. He is demanding that they gather all available intelligence on the fiends and deliver it to him within 30 minutes. Young Han instantly orders his staff to send over all information below medium security level. He is certain that Ghost has sent this exact same high-stakes demand to all their rival guilds. The secretary adds that she just saw various representatives from the other Big Six guilds waiting in the elevator. Young Han realizes that Ghost is deliberately forcing the major guilds to compete against one another just to win his cooperation. By sending this message, Ghost is testing how far each of the major guilds is willing to go based on the quality of information they provide. From there, the legendary hunter will make his ultimate decision depending entirely on what each party is willing to offer. He already has all the major guilds resting in the palm of his hand, completely ready to hand over their highly classified and top-secret intelligence. Young Han wants to prove the sheer potential and absolute trustworthiness of the Dokebi Guild. His ultimate goal is to make them the only ally Ghost will ever want to work with. He commands his team to transmit all the requested files within 30 minutes. Ethan Cole gambled heavily by setting this tight deadline, masterfully using the guild leader's greed against them. This is the ultimate chess move, and it is paying off instantly as his watch chimes. He cannot help but marvel at how incredibly punctual these massive organizations are, since he did not even have to wait the full 30 minutes. The very first dossier to arrive is from the Dokebi Guild, and it forces him to admit one key truth. This high-stakes gambit worked because incredibly intelligent people always tend to be far too suspicious. During his 3-month absence at the Winter Castle, the Big Six likely agreed to heavily restrict his access to sensitive data. They certainly had more than enough time to coordinate that plan. But everything changes when they are forced to compete. To secure his ultimate backing, they will eagerly hand over far more intelligence than their rivals ever would. Through this, he easily obtains priceless information that money could never buy. Despite being the legendary Big Six, they clearly still have a long way to go. He plans to ascend to the 2nd floor of Frontier in 10 days, meaning he and the Ice Empress must prepare absolutely everything they can. Their first priority is memorizing every piece of data sent by the Big Six, yet he suddenly wonders why he is the only one actually working. Ethan Cole's expression sours as he looks up. While he is buried in classified files, the Ice Empress is happily munching on cookies while watching television. He questions why she is relaxing while he does all the heavy lifting, prompting an immediate and sharp protest from her. She claims she is merely absorbing modern human culture, but he knows she is just playing around. He estimates it will take several days to review all this data. The vast Ruben Empire is the sole ruling power inside the frontier, meaning almost the entire 2nd floor is under their absolute control. The Big Six spent the last 25 years infiltrating every corner of the empire, which is currently split into 3 main factions. First, the Silent Moon and Dokebi guilds are allied with the Imperial family. They focus on gaining power in the palace, commanding the most nobles among the 3 factions. Next are the nobles, with the Labyrinth and Goblin guilds focusing on seizing control of the remaining territories. Finally, the 3rd faction is the Church. The Silver Constellation controls the Cathedral of the Sun, the official religion of the Empire. Meanwhile, Harlem has established a new mercenary guild completely independent of the 3 factions. They are currently active in various fields. Frontier is a brand new world that has never been experienced before. What kind of place will it be? Ethan Cole feels a spark of anticipation, while Marcus Webb has a rather unexpected meeting. The visitor is Secretary Cha. When asked what brings her here, Cha Siyun reaches into her coat and pulls out a secret letter. This is her resignation letter, a decision she has clearly pondered for a long time. He gently asks what her reasons might be. She asks if he remembers her very first day there, which he certainly does. Years ago, there was a talented healer on the 2nd floor. People called her the Saint, a woman who dedicated her entire life to helping others. Yet, when she fell into crisis, no one lent a hand except for him. She deeply respects him, just as much as she respects Ghost. He was the only one who stood by her in times of need, making her truly want to keep working by his side. But after speaking with Ethan Cole, she began to remember the burning passion that drove her in the past, placing her hand on her heart with pride. Marcus Webb offers a warm, happy smile, genuinely celebrating that she has finally found her own path in life. Thanking him, she asks if she can return the magic sealing ring on her final day, and he warmly agrees. Welcome back, Player Cha. Shortly after, Dioku has to deal with his troublesome old friend once again. Letting the Big Six compete like this is too much for the president's poor heart. He wishes they would stop being so dramatic. Looking at all the intel gathered from them, Dioku's head spins as he realizes his friend truly has no limits. Studying the files, Dioku sighs that while they thought they were catching up, the association still has a long way to go. But isn't that great motivation? With time, they will surely catch up to the top. What has the association been doing on the second floor? Mostly recruiting players and rebuilding their information network. While they have been building their reputation in Frontier, matching those who have been there for 25 years is incredibly difficult. The Giants already seize the most valuable territories, while the association is just stepping onto the outskirts. What if they make a major contribution in a war? Dioku doubts it is that simple, but Ethan Cole just stands up. He announces his departure to the second floor in a week. Dioku is stunned, receiving two major shocks in one day. Though his heart is aching from the surprise, he must accept reality, feeling a deep sense of regret. He laments that a more famous association could have supported him better, but Ethan Cole merely offers a warm, reassuring smile. Thanks to Dioku, the legendary hero secured a new identity and player certification with ease, alongside top-tier gear, a comfortable place to live, and countless other necessities. Knowing he could not ask for anything more, he expresses deep gratitude, leaving Dioku completely moved to tears. The zoo is lively with families, but watching the other children play only brings sadness to this lonely little girl. Her grandmother urges young Nisa to take a closer look, but the girl quietly declines, clutching a locket containing her father's picture. With a gentle, loving sigh, the grandmother reassures sweet Nisa that even though they can no longer see her father, his spirit still watches over them. She is absolutely certain that he is looking down at his precious daughter right this very moment. Holding Nisa close, she comforts the child, promising that her father would only want her to be truly happy, bringing a smile to her face. Nisa sweetly replies that her father would want her grandmother to be happy too, momentarily making the elderly woman see her son's bright, parting smile. Smiling back, she agrees they should walk together, and the little girl happily nods in agreement. Back at the association, Ethan Cole runs into Secretary Cha in the hallway, catching her completely off guard. When asked why she is still lingering so late, she quickly explains she is merely organizing files for the president. Sensing her nervousness, he wonders why Dioku is making her work overtime and promises to have a word with him. With a polite laugh, she wishes him a good night and heads home after he gently urges her to rest. Just then, Dioku pops out, surprised to see his friend still around, prompting a rather stern look from Ethan Cole. He demands to know why Dioku made his secretary work so late, leaving the president utterly speechless. Remembering his promise to keep her resignation a secret, Dioku offers a silly laugh and tells him not to worry about it. Quickly changing the subject, the president hands over a slip of paper he had forgotten to give him earlier. It contains the address of Arthur, Gilberto's son, whom Ethan Cole is urged to visit and assist with a few things. Do you think he remembers my face? Marcus kept wondering aloud, even as the elevator doors finally closed. Wait, I have a few questions. Do you plan to approach him as the ghost? Junho only responds with a mysterious smile. I will think about that later, but for now, I must go. Junho pulls up his mask, heading to the grocery store to feed his growling stomach. He had no idea that the moment he stepped outside the association, Kaner was watching from a high window, whispering that the target had finally shown himself. Junho, the man growls with intense hatred. Down below, Junho quickly finishes his shopping and walks out with a bag of groceries. Outside the store, a pure white cat watches him with sparkling eyes. He chuckles softly, telling the little creature he has nothing to share. The cute cat immediately scowls and walks away. That is indeed one smart cat, he thinks. That sudden thought makes Junho notice a figure in the dark alley, whose presence he had almost missed entirely. The intruder is definitely a player, and a high-level one. He asks if they should take their business elsewhere. Kainer is in a major hurry, skipping any pleasantries and going straight to the point while brandishing his lethal bow, knowing Junho hates public fights. The two lock eyes, a silence so heavy you can almost feel it, before Junho recognizes the weapon as Final Horizon. You are a sniper class, yet you chose to stand right in front of your enemy. Junho coldly asks if the sniper made a tactical mistake, but Kainer only smiles, thoroughly impressed that his target already knows his name. This makes things simple. Junho draws his blade, while Kainer aims his bow skyward, mockingly asking if he really made a mistake. He calmly admits that Junho's tactical assessment is usually correct, but that logic only applies when the power gap is small. As Kainer aims upward, Junho realizes with dread that this opponent has a completely different plan. He warns Junho to follow quietly while he is still being nice, unless he wants to watch everyone in the area die. What a dirty threat! Junho reluctantly follows him to an isolated clearing to settle the score, where Kainer starts with a mocking compliment. He commends Junho for not running away and choosing to follow him here. Because of that courage, he offers two simple choices. Option 1 is to put on magic sealing cuffs and come quietly. Junho flatly replies that he has zero interest in that. Asking about the alternative, Kainer grins maliciously, threatening to chop off his legs and drag him away like a dog. That brutal choice seems to be the sniper's preference. Even now, Junho can feel the staggering threat of the raw magic pouring from his enemy. This opponent is a level 100 powerhouse. Calmly, Junho suggests taking a third option instead. Kainer looks completely bewildered at his confidence. Junho gestures to the cool mountain behind them, declaring it will be the sniper's grave. Kainer's face twists with sheer rage as he grits his teeth. Calling Junho an arrogant fool with an overactive imagination, the sniper immediately draws his bow, aiming to shoot him straight to hell. But Junho remains perfectly calm, deflecting the incoming volley with blindingly fast sword strikes as Kainer watches his arrows fall uselessly. The sight is unbelievable, leaving the high-level sniper completely stunned that a low-level player could deflect the power of his legendary bow. Seeing the enemy freeze in shock, Junho decides to throw a little salt in the wound. He asks if it is confusing to see a level 30 player effortlessly counter a level 100 powerhouse. He calmly remarks that the world is full of strange anomalies, and today he is simply giving the arrogant sniper a highly satisfying front row seat to one of them. Kainer silently realizes his error, knowing he severely underestimated the player who conquered the first floor entirely alone. The sniper grits his teeth, realizing that on this entire first floor, absolutely nobody can stand as his equal. If this monster ever reaches the second floor, his terrifying growth will surely become completely unstoppable. With potential far more terrifying than anyone predicted, this rookie could soon stand on equal footing with the legendary Nine Heavens themselves. Drawing his bow once more, the sniper sneers that it is a pity such talent ends here, unleashing his deadly fish arrow swarm. This new barrage is far more vicious than before. The arrows weave through the air like a net. Junho dodges, but they curve and lock onto him, guided continuously by the sniper's precise magical control. Realizing the arrows are guided by pure magic, Junho braces himself as Kainer laughs, welcoming his opponent to a deadly sea of arrows. Leaning hard to dodge, Junho watches a projectile blow a massive crater into the earth, nearly turning the battlefield into his grave. Gritting his teeth, he marvels at the sheer power behind a single shot. The enemy is not just directing the arrows. His heavy magical aura is saturating the entire clearing, making every movement incredibly sluggish as the intense barrage continues. It truly feels like being drowned in a sea of projectiles, where a single mistake means certain, brutal defeat. To survive, Junho is forced to activate his speed-enhancing skill just as a lethal arrow streaks directly toward him. Frowning, Junho delivers a swift slash, shattering the projectile completely. Once again, Kainer is left frozen, unable to process his sudden defeat. Ken laughs, finding it amusing. He admits he is quite surprised that Junho managed to dodge his attack at all. He realizes this opponent is no lucky amateur. Fortunately for him, he caught on before it was too late. Junho is an opponent who demands nothing less than full power. Ken laughs like a maniac, declaring he will not make another careless mistake. He releases an immense wave of magical energy, trapping them both inside an arena. Junho wonders what this technique could be. The violent magic suddenly goes quiet, feeling like the calm eye of a massive storm. Ken tells him to feel honored, as he prepares to say his final goodbyes. With the chant of his violent dragon arrow, a fierce red dragon forms around Ken, charging directly at Junho the moment the arrow is released. Junho stands perfectly still, his face expressionless as the projectile collides with him in a massive, fiery explosion. Ken expects a total victory, but his jaw drops as the raging red flames are instantly snuffed out by a sudden wave of blue frost. What is this? This freezing power is completely impossible. While Ken stands completely dazed, Junho summons a dark veil to envelop them both. Now the villain finally realizes his opponent is actually a dual attribute player. He realizes Junho was hiding his true power, finding that dark magic strangely familiar. Junho quietly remarks that he only wanted to show him cold frost. Behind Junho, Ken's fiery dragon is completely frozen solid, while the young man simply smiles. Since it has come to this, Junho knows he has no choice but to send his enemy to the afterlife. Junho silently resolves to send this arrogant red-haired punk straight to the depths of hell. Ken sneers, admitting he did not expect him to remain this incredibly calm. In that case, Ken plans to force him to speak. He opens his inventory, summoning dozens of loaded crossbows into the air. Ken vows to end him with this chaotic volley of arrows. Recognizing the danger, Junho immediately activates his reinforcement skill. Junho knows that hesitating now means certain death, so he must strike first to seize the upper hand in this battle. His best move is to close the distance and slit his throat before the arrows launch. As he lunges forward, Ken laughs hysterically. Ken mockingly asks if he is jumping to his death. He unleashes a barrage, boasting that this hellish storm of arrows will tear his body to shreds. But Ken's smug smile quickly turns into a look of absolute shock. Junho was patiently waiting for this exact moment. The second his enemy assumes victory and starts to worrying is the perfect time to strike. Before anyone realizes what happened, Junho appears right behind Ken, having executed a flawless after-image technique. But at the very last second, Ken glances back and barely dodges the strike. Junho is left stunned by how insanely fast his opponent reacted. It looks like Junho is the one in trouble now. Ken swings his monstrous claw, violently knocking him backward. Damn it, that annoying regeneration ability is a major problem, allowing him to grow back even a severed arm in seconds. He must have drunk demon blood to turn himself into a demon. However, a normal human body cannot fully absorb pure demonic essence, so most are forced to dilute that cursed blood with water before drinking. And yet, sometimes absolute lunatics will drink the concentrated demon blood raw to claim its full, terrifying power. Most of them simply explode from the pressure, leaving only a microscopic fraction of survivors. The rare survivors are reborn as demon humans, inheriting the exact supernatural traits of the original demon. Ken deduces that Junho's teleportation skill must have strict limitations since he did not use it from the start. Ken slowly approaches, reminding Junho of his deadly promise. He vows to send him to the afterlife as countless arrows hover in the air, aimed right at him. Junho realizes his secret is out. He mockingly wonders about the afterlife, noting they only just met and it would be a shame to part so soon. Ken offers a deal, promising to spare his life if Junho willingly puts on magic sealing cuffs right now. Junho scoffs at the ridiculous offer, telling the villain to aim straight for his neck if he actually wants to kill him. Despite his legs trembling slightly, Junho leaps into the air. Ken sneers, asking if he truly has a death wish. Pain racks Junho's head and arrows graze his skin, but he forces himself to endure and maintain absolute concentration. Ken is furious to see his arrows shattered. He knows his opponent is exhausted, but wonders if Junho can still use that movement skill to close the gap. Ken refuses to accept. He unleashes another volley of arrows, determined to end Junho's life. Cold and composed, Junho relentlessly deflects every projectile that flies his way. Junho charges straight for Ken's throat. The villain curses, shocked by the sheer, suicidal recklessness of the attack. Ken swings his arm and grabs Junho by the throat, forcing him to cough up blood. The villain sneers, celebrating his victory too soon. But Ken's grasp dissolves into black mist. Junho's voice echoes, revealing he was only holding a shadow, leaving the villain completely stunned. Before Ken can even process the trick, a devastating blow strikes his chest. Junho lands gracefully on his feet while his enemy face plants onto the dirt. Coldly, Junho summons his shadow beasts to clean up the mess. His shadow wolves emerge, hungry for the feast. As Ken struggles on the ground, he finally realizes Junho is the legendary enemy of all demons. The villain sneers, calling him a miserable bastard who tricked everyone, demanding to know his true purpose. His purpose, a dying man has absolutely no need to know. The dark summons immediately rush forward to tear Kaner apart. Meanwhile, the Ice Empress is leisurely eating popcorn while watching a cheesy romance film. Out of nowhere, she flings the snack aside, tilts her head back, and screams in frustration. She wonders why her contractor told her that watching a movie would explain everything. She demands to know when they are leaving. Ethan naturally cannot hear her, busy watching Kaner die under the fangs of his summons. He realizes this guy came to capture him entirely alone. The villain must have been chased by the sword saint down to the first floor. It would be a real hassle if Ethan gets dragged into that chase as well. Either way, retrieving valuable information from the target's memories makes it worth the trouble. The demonic cult's headquarters is on the second floor. The details recovered from Kaner's mind match the records from the Dokabi Guild perfectly. This level of intel is more than enough for the second floor. Right then, a system notification alerts him that his constant skill usage has triggered an upgrade. Confession of the Dead upgraded from C rank to B rank. This immediately gets Ethan excited. He wonders if he can now see previously hidden details, but the system flatly responds that it cannot be used on red targets. What a letdown. What was the point of the upgrade then? Deciding to just grab the horizon bow and leave, Ethan suddenly feels a terrifying, heavy pressure weighing on him. It feels as if his entire body is being crushed. Could it be the seventh son of the nine heavens, Sword Saint Kim Gujang? Kaner's memories clearly placed him on the second floor, so how did he arrive down here so quickly? Setting that aside, the Sword Saint is incredibly handsome, but his hostile attitude quickly ruins the vibe as he instantly draws his blade. The warrior asks if he is surprised, explaining that the tracking scent vanished on the second floor, forcing him to search around. One has to wonder, is this incredibly handsome warrior completely out of his mind? The Sword Saint claims the foul stench of evil radiates from Ethan, and the scent of the tracking powder can never be washed away. He vows that this time, there will be absolute retribution. Mistaken for Kaner, Ethan turns pale as he looks at the bow in his hands, finally realizing the mix-up. Holding the horizon bow must have caused this massive misunderstanding. He tries to explain, apologizing and telling the warrior he has the wrong idea. Without another word, Kim Gujang unleashes two devastating slashes. Ethan barely manages to dodge, left utterly stunned by the sudden attack. Vowing not to be fooled by a silver tongue again, the Sword Saint attacks. As sweat pours down Ethan's face, he realizes the man is relentless. The Sword Saint seems absolutely furious about being tricked by Kaner before, which is why he is attacking so ruthlessly now. Ethan pleads with him to calm down and listen, but he quickly realizes this hot-headed warrior has absolutely no intention of talking. This is incredibly frustrating, but he has to make him understand that Kaner has already been dealt with. Dismissing it as more nonsense, the warrior presses on. To prove his identity, Ethan reluctantly opens his comms to make a call, feeling utterly embarrassed. What a mess. While the Sword Saint takes the call, Ethan looks down at his own bruised and battered body, completely worn out. The Sword Saint acknowledges the order, wrapping up the call with his guild master. Hanging up, Kim Gujang immediately turns and bows deeply to Ethan, apologizing sincerely for the terrible misunderstanding. Ethan assures him it is fine, but the guilt-ridden warrior still insists on offering proper compensation for his mistake. Asking the young man to lean forward, the Sword Saint drops a strange purple liquid onto his wounded cheek, instantly healing the cut. Ethan recognizes it as an elixir. The warrior carries a large flask of it everywhere to quickly heal injuries. He is amazed that such a legendary medicine would be used on a minor scratch. Kim Gujang shakes his head, telling him not to feel pressured as he is simply taking responsibility for his own error. Ethan is deeply impressed by his shining integrity. However, the Sword Saint admits he is highly curious about the young player's power. He acknowledges that Ethan has successfully cleared many dungeons, even breaking some of his own personal records. Yet, he still finds it hard to believe that a level 30 player could clear Kaner's demonic nest entirely on his own. Ethan offers to share exactly how he cleared the dungeon, but only if the Sword Saint agrees to a specific condition first. The warrior tells him to go ahead. Ethan asks him to claim credit for defeating Kaner, He wants Kim Goo-jong to be named the victor, keeping Ethan's true power a secret as he stands up solemnly. In addition, he hopes that one day he might receive a favor from the great Sword Saint himself. Providing aid is simple, but the Sword Saint warns that if Ethan ever uses his powers for evil, he will not hesitate to stop him. Ethan reassures him that such a thing will never happen, now or in the future. With a confident smile, Ethan briefly displays his incredible freezing ability to seal the deal, concluding their successful agreement. Frost and snow quickly surround them both as Ethan Cole prepares to show his secret, leaving Kim Goo-jong completely stunned with his eyes wide open. It is clear that ice-type magic can perfectly target that demon archer's fatal weakness, a rare elemental power that far surpasses even the strongest S-class abilities in existence. This secret is the key to getting the Asakation's cover so he can advance to the third floor. Ethan Cole is impressed by how quickly the Sword Saint reads the situation, reminding him that this truth must absolutely never reach the ears of the fiends. The Sword Saint stays quiet for a moment before drawing his blade with an easy smile, unleashing a sudden burst of slashes that leaves Ethan Cole utterly dumbfounded. Understanding perfectly, the master blows all of the ice away in a single blink before asking if he is indeed Ethan Cole. Claiming he personally defeated Kaner here an hour ago, he sheathes his sword with effortless style and suggests they use words instead of violence. Ethan Cole mutters that a little warning before drawing a blade would be nice, as hanging around this guy is a surefire way to get a heart attack. Finally heading back home, Ethan Cole can think of nothing but taking a warm bath and falling into a deep, peaceful sleep. But there is no peace tonight as his contract spirit, the Ice Empress, startles him half to death while relaxing on the couch eating popcorn. She demands to know if he realizes it is already 1 a.m., questioning him like a worried spouse who was told he was only going out. He explains that a few complications arose, and she surprisingly drops her usual nagging, merely telling him to make sure to come home earlier next time. Seeing him looking so utterly exhausted, she cannot help but ask what happened, prompting a tired Ethan Cole to grab a cold beer from the fridge and admit he crossed paths with the dangerous Kaner. The Ice Empress eagerly demands to know who that was. He explains that the enemy was a fiend, far stronger than the one they faced before, leaving him genuinely surprised by that level of power. She asks if he was not just meeting friends, and he explains he only ran into the monster by accident on his way home from a convenience store. Looking deeply reflective, Ethan Cole tells the Ice Empress that the world is massive, filled with people far stronger than they ever imagined. Ever since waking up from those freezing, icy chains, he has been in a desperate rush to find a way to save his old comrades. But meeting Sword Saint Kim Goo-jong today finally opened his eyes to just how incredibly powerful other players have become over the last 25 years. Honestly, we should hold our breath here, because the dangerous second floor is where the truly powerful players gather. He now understands why the Nine Heavens is compared to paradise, though seeing someone so incredibly skilled and genuinely kind makes Ethan Cole feel a bit inadequate. He even got the master's number, but as he abruptly pauses, the queen asks why he stopped talking mid-sentence. While she admits her curiosity is piqued, he simply brushes it off, realizing he must push himself much harder from now on. There are 8 fighters out there as strong as Kim Goo-jong, and among them is their sworn enemy, the terrifying Corpse King, Nazat Hallow. This skeleton mage rules over the demon village and is the very fiend who originally dispatched Kaner to hunt Ethan Cole down. Since he already knew almost everything about the first floor, he assumed things would go smoothly, but this second floor remains a massive, unpredictable mystery to him. Gently patting his head, the queen reassures her contractor that he will do just fine, causing a blushing Ethan Cole to look up. She reminds him of his past victories, making him wonder why she is suddenly comforting him, though she claims it is only because of his gloomy face. Naturally, he will succeed since he is a living legend, a boast that earns a heavy sigh from the queen, who wonders when he became so incredibly arrogant. Realizing he must leave early tomorrow, Ethan Cole mentions heading out, leaving the queen to wonder what he is planning now. There are a few people he must bid farewell to before ascending, while elsewhere, the famous Sword Saint returns to deliver his official report. Natalie Cross demands answers, asking Kim Goo-jong if he even remembers his assignment, or if he completely forgot it after only a few short months. There is absolutely no way their elite Sword Saint, Kim Goo-jong, would ever forget his crucial task, right? But where is it? Natalie Cross, the Silent Moon Guildmaster, demands, stretching out her hand for the horizon bow. Since he does not have it, Kim Goo-jong remains silent, leaving Natalie Cross to curse out loud in sheer frustration. She demands he speak up, asking if he actually defeated Kaner as the front page news claims, which he calmly confirms is true. She demands to know why he did not bring back the Horizon Bow, as that was his main objective all along. Hoping Kaner was not stronger than anticipated, she is quickly assured that was definitely not the case. He is fully confident he could have ended the fiend at any moment and forced him to reveal every single secret he kept hidden. But before he could even arrive, a rising new player named Ethan Cole had already stepped in and taken the target down. Since the rookie had the right to the spoils, Kim Gujong explains that they made a deal, as the target was unfortunately eliminated before the Horizon Bow could be secured. Natalie Cross trembles with anger, questioning how the supposedly perfect, legendary sword saint, Kim Gujong, could ever make such a massive, careless mistake. He urges her to calm down, but she fires back, asking if he somehow suffered a head injury during the fierce battle. Assuring her that he is completely fine, he admits this mission was a shameful failure, though they can do nothing about it now. Offering to personally report the failure to the Duke, his apology is quickly cut off, as she warns him not to say sorry again. What is the actual reason? He warns her to stop dodging with silly lies, completely giving up on her excuses. Dioku is completely helpless dealing with this fiery president. He admits he has never seen him smile quite like that before. He missed the Horizon Bow, but found something far more precious. What is it? The Sword Saint gazes at the clear blue sky, smiling at the future. Meanwhile, Ethan spends a silent moment remembering his frozen friends. It has been so long, he sighs. Suddenly, the system announces that unsealing has failed due to insufficient mana. There is no proof that anything changed, but there still seems to be some tiny bit of progress. Ethan turns to the Ice Empress, finally understanding. He asks why she looks so down. Could it be that she actually feels guilty? Startled, the Ice Empress turns pale and sweats. Ethan simply sighs, asking only for confirmation that his friends are still alive. Of course they are alive, the Ice Empress replies, but unsealing them requires him to grow much stronger. Knowing this, Ethan takes one last look before turning to walk away. Shocked, the Ice Empress wonders if they should stay a bit longer since they are about to leave Earth. No need, he replies. It is better to wait until they can face each other proudly, and only then will it be time to stay. Deeply missing the days of raising a glass by the campfire with his friends, he knows it won't take long. Their plane takes off for the artificial island in the Pacific. Stepping off, Ethan stretches and groans that he almost missed the flight. It is all because of playing Go with that old man, sitting for 7 hours straight while hearing just 5 more minutes over and over. The old man promised to stay healthy and wait for his return, completely believing that Ethan can succeed anywhere. Visiting the island for the first time, the Ice Empress is incredibly excited, marveling at how human hands could build such a place. He confirms that human engineering built this artificial island, feeling slightly embarrassed by her overly dramatic reaction in public. Earth technology is truly remarkable, and that massive tower stretching into the clouds appears to be a space elevator. The Ice Empress whispers that she can feel everyone staring at them, though this is exactly what Ethan had already anticipated. A staff member approaches, confirming his identity as player Ethan and mentioning they received notice of his arrival. He offers to guide the newcomer through the second floor's rules, explaining that entering Frontier's second floor means stepping into the Ruben Empire. Since the nobles of the Ruben Empire hold absolute power, crossing them is something he must avoid at all costs. Furthermore, dangerous fiends openly roam Frontier, meaning players must stay vigilant against criminals who exploit any loopholes in the association. The guide warns him to always remain cautious around strangers, to which Ethan politely nods and offers his thanks. Wishing the player good luck, the guide leaves as Ethan steps into the elevator. He notes it is smaller than expected, just a 12-person lift heading to the second floor. The rapid ascent catches both Ethan and the Ice Empress completely off guard. The sweeping view outside becomes fully visible, causing the Ice Empress to marvel at the transparent glass on all 4 sides. He tells her to look over at the surrounding lifts, pointing out how easily fiends could bypass the association to slip onto the second floor. So that explains everything. With the elevator rising so fast, the panicked queen tightly clings to Ethan's hair just to stay steady. Reaching the second floor, the elevator doors slide open. The system immediately announces his arrival, activating his special Spring Bearer title and boosting all of his stats by 30 points. This is an incredible boost right off the bat, and you can bet Ethan's eyes light up as they step onto the second floor. The scenery is completely different from Earth, feeling like a fantasy game. Plus, the sheer amount of mana in the air completely eclipses his home planet. As Ethan stands there basking in the dense mana, the onlookers on the second floor dismiss him as a clueless rookie. They think he is just talking to himself, far too green to even bother recruiting into their guilds. Suddenly, a veteran player walks over to see what the commotion is about, only to freeze in utter shock upon spotting Ethan standing right there. He gasps, asking if that is truly player Ethan. Noticing other scouts gathering with sparkling eyes, he frantically pushes his junior aside, declaring they must recruit this legendary player into their guild immediately. A vibrant blonde girl sweeps right past him, confidently declaring that she will not let that happen. As the first to scout him, she insists she must be the one to guide him. Gong Juha had somehow anticipated his arrival and set up a perfect ambush to snatch him. Meanwhile, Ethan remains completely oblivious to the crowd of scouts eyeing him, simply focusing on enjoying the fresh, magic-rich air. The queen teases that he looks like a hiker, though he shrugs it off as adapting to the environment. The Ice Empress sneers, telling him to stop acting so childishly in front of everyone. Spotting Gong Juha, Ethan gives her a warm greeting. Hearing his voice, she turns and smiles, noting she has been waiting for him. She playfully calls him the snakehead, lamenting that if he had only been 2 days late, she would have won their bet. Ethan simply apologizes, admitting he hates losing. She asks if he is having any issues with translation, noting that Vita already explained everything. Laughing, she says she only shared this with the captain before offering to buy Junho some coffee. Only nobles can enter this cafe, a perfect quiet spot. That means she belongs to high society too. As a landless baroness, Duha is still officially recognized as part of the nobility. Without her, he never would have gained entry. She proudly agrees, then asks if he likes the coffee. He does, but he quickly notices it is just a basic Americano. Duha eagerly hypes up the shop, then asks for his first impressions of this strange world. It feels incredibly fresh and entirely different from Earth, almost like stepping directly into a virtual reality game. Adapting will take time. Raising her cup, she asks a surprisingly deep question. She asks what would have happened if humanity had failed to close those gates 30 years ago, leaving them entirely unable to stop the monsters from coming through. He is not sure, but it would have been a grim reality. She explains that in this land of Fran, that exact tragedy actually took place. 1,000 years ago, gates opened everywhere and they failed to stop the monsters coming out. Humanity was completely wiped out. Although much time has passed and the gates have vanished from Fran, mutated beasts that bred from those original invaders still roam across the land today. Realizing this world once faced total destruction leaves Junho deeply thoughtful, as Duha shifts to a shyer tone. She timidly asks about her previous request. When Junho pulls out the magazine she wanted, she hugs it tightly and sheds tears of pure joy. She expresses her absolute love for the special item, and as thanks, Duha hands him an envelope containing his prize. It is not a simple personal letter, but a rare recommendation to dine with Viscount Hosio in the Maliva domain. Dining with a real Viscount is a massive deal, even for just a simple meal. She explains that if he pleases the Viscount, he might receive a quest, which he realizes functions just like in a video game. Helping citizens here brings solid rewards, which is why players desperately try to get close to nobles for their generous payouts. She adds that a teleportation gate is easiest, though she remembers he cannot use them. He wonders why she even mentioned it. Luckily, his status window quickly provides the answer. His status is listed as a visitor. She explains that all arriving players start as visitors, granted only a 90-day temporary stay. To earn a proper identity card, he must complete quests for the Adventurer Guild, making him realize how strict this place is. Before they part ways, Duha leaves him with one final warning to remain highly cautious of other players around him. He understands her concern, noting he is not someone who easily falls victim to backstabbers. Still, she insists that he remain extremely careful, handing Junho an official Empire map and her own private Adventurer Guild handbook. She presents it as a helpful gift from a senior player, though he wonders if sharing guild secrets is allowed. She tells him to work hard so she can request more expensive gifts next time, prompting the queen to call her a clever fox. Junho only sighs, suggesting foxes are basically just like dogs and cats anyway. Deeming him an utterly hopeless blockhead who understands absolutely nothing about women, the queen drops the topic and asks about his immediate plans. Confirming they are currently in the city of Julian, he decides to settle down here and first look for a place to stay. The queen excitedly suggests a beautiful, high-end inn called Sangria, admitting she has been admiring its luxurious interior from afar. Instead, Junho points in the exact opposite direction, much to the queen's immediate disapproval. She loudly complains that the rundown place looks ready to collapse, but he explains he needs a lively, common hub to gather raw rumors and gossip from ordinary players. She argues the fancy inn would have more people, but he insists this simple tavern is best. Elsewhere in the city that night, a terrified man is cornered against a wall by a ruthless, bald thug and collapses in fear. He pleads that he has nothing, asking what they want from him, but they mock his lack of strength in Frontier. The boss, a cruel player named Fly, steps directly on his head, reminding the victim exactly who runs these streets. The bald thug beats the poor man senselessly before stealing 30 gold coins, with Fly noting that new players make the easiest targets. Stepping into the modest tavern, they find it incredibly packed, prompting the queen to marvel at how lively it is. To Junho, the bustling atmosphere feels exactly like stepping into a classic video game tavern. Inside this bustling hub, players from Earth mingle directly with local adventurers, easily distinguished by the fact that only the players display active indicators of life and level. How will he get information? He has a plan. The waiter brings over the menu. Ethan immediately orders the best dish, a bottle of wine, and a cup of tea. After confirming, the host asks for 51 coins upfront. He recalls Duha explaining that 1 coin is worth about $1. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver, and 100 silver make a gold. Ethan dumps out his pouch, asking if this is enough. The innkeeper gasps, "Actual gold?" Ethan humbly admits it is his very first visit. Taking a single gold coin, the kind owner promises to bring back his change and warmly warns him against showing off his wealth to dangerous thieves. Ethan thanks him and packs away his money. Before this trip, Marcus had handed him 1,000 gold coins. The queen asks if he is just showing off his wealth. "No way," he replies. Captain Gunn already gave him a rundown on the local prices earlier. He winks back at her, noting that greed always draws pests to wealthy people. Sure enough, a particularly annoying target is already headed their way. A scarred man approaches Ethan, offering to get straight to the point. He admits he is very interested in the young man's money. He suggests they find a quiet, empty spot to chat. In Ethan's eyes, this man is nothing more than a pest. The queen warns that the thug looks like pure trouble. Ethan simply tells him to lead the way. The scarred man and his two lackeys smirk with dangerous satisfaction. The thugs always believe that players are absolute fools, but they are about to learn a very painful lesson. It is the same thug, but his face completely changes. Smugness is gone. Only pure panic remains. With a cold frown, Ethan grabs one lackey by the leg and swings him around like a human whip, smashing him into the others before they all crash hard into the ground. This is not just strong, it is absolutely overpowered. The thug shakes as Ethan asks if he is done. Ethan holds a heavy fist right in front of his face. The terrified thug immediately kneels, whimpering that he is completely finished. Before the countdown even hits 3, the man collapses in fear. The queen sighs in disappointment, complaining they are too weak to even serve as a decent warm-up. Now spill everything, including where to find the boss. Biting his lip, the thug hesitates and stammers that he does not know where his boss is. Before he can even finish, one look at Ethan's demonic gaze forces him to quickly change his tune. He reveals the boss is likely at the casino. Heading inside, Ethan coughs from the thick smoke. The thug had named his boss as PRI, a notorious figure in Julian. From gambling dens to local bars, this boss has his hands in every entertainment business around. He even deals with high nobles, making him a gold mine of information compared to low-level thugs. The tense atmosphere here is a far cry from the inn. Deciding to get straight to business, Ethan asks if he can sit, drawing curious glances from a stranger. Ethan explains he just arrived in Julian, prompting an enthusiastic grin from the mustached man. He chuckles, finding it hilarious that Ethan's very first stop in town is a gambling den. He claims he can easily guess the kid's lifestyle, warning that the stakes here are incredibly high. Pretending to be friendly, the man deals cards, confident he can completely drain Ethan's pockets. But Ethan keeps a perfect, ice-cold poker face, slowly turning the mustache man's smug smile into deep, boiling frustration. He cannot comprehend it. This newcomer should have been an easy mark, yet they have been playing for over an hour now. After all, he is playing Fivu, the legendary gambling genius. Yet the kid has already won 350 chips. While his opponent spirals into absolute panic, Ethan holds back a chuckle because his tiny spirit advisor is doing some incredibly hard work. She reads the cards, revealing Fivu has a pair of twos. Armed with this perfect secret intel, Ethan confidently raises the stakes again. Watching the game from his high balcony, the boss PRI is quite impressed by the stranger's uncanny skill and luck. PRI notes this is the first time he has ever witnessed Fivu lose. He wonders who this mysterious player with such elite skills could be. Actually, it is the Queen's incredible spying that gets the credit. Pre's men wonder if this newcomer is simply cheating them. Outraged that anyone would dare touch his casino's money, PRI orders his men to bring the kid up. Meanwhile, Fivu's face is dark with absolute despair as he bites his lip. If this painful losing streak continues, he will be forced to leave the table in utter disgrace. He quickly signals the dealer to cheat. The Queen urgently warns Ethan that the dealer is pulling a dirty trick, proving they are all in on it together. Ethan expected as much. In fact, he is quite surprised they did not try to cheat him even sooner. Deciding to call it a night, he ignores Fivu's desperate begging to play a few more rounds. Ethan chuckles that winning so much is making him nervous, and losing it now would be tragic. Despite the desperate protests, he stands up to leave. Right on cue, Pre's heavy guards step in to block his path. They politely demand he follow them upstairs for a private drink with the boss. This boss must be the leader of those thugs from earlier. Even the Queen easily figures out what is going on. Ethan is more than happy to agree, as this plays right into his hands. The guard proudly mentions this is the exclusive VIP room reserved only for nobles. The Queen quickly whispers to her contractor to stay alert in the dim light. The Ice Empress offers Junho a quick warning. Even before they step inside, voices rise to greet them. Players who visit this casino always rely on cheap tricks and special abilities to cheat. Can you guess why I still let those cheaters walk right through my doors? Simple, Ply claims. He is completely confident in his ability to take his money back. He turns around with a smug, irritating smirk that catches the dim light perfectly. It seems the young man is quite famous around here. Junho is impressive, already doing his homework on the casino owner beforehand. Ply sits back comfortably, flipping through a thick file of gathered intel on Junho. He clearly underestimates the young man, tossing out a casual remark about his growing reputation. Junho is equally impressed that the man managed to dig up so much personal history. With a cold chuckle, Ply tells him that local players are always happy to talk. He warns Junho that it would be wise to behave himself from now on. Ply boasts that he controls the entire entertainment business in this city. On top of that, he claims to have deep, personal ties with the high nobility. No matter how powerful a player thinks they are just commoners here. In the end, nobody can stand against the absolute power of the nobles. When asked if he is wrong, Junho calmly agrees. He pulls out his winnings and offers a simple proposition instead. He offers to return every single winning chip. In exchange, he wants to buy classified information on those very nobles, leaving Ply completely stunned by the bold request. Anger flares up inside Ply. This kid thinks he can just hand back cheated winnings and demand state secrets, when taking that money by force would be incredibly easy. Ply sighs that he tried to settle things peacefully, but it was clearly a waste of breath. Behind him, his two personal bodyguards step forward, ready for blood. Junho's expression turns ice cold. He mutters that they really should have listened to him while he was still offering a civilized conversation. A thug in dark sunglasses lunges forward first, swinging a cane in a deadly arc. Junho barely even blinks, dodging the vicious strike with effortless ease. Moving like lightning, Junho grabs the attacker by the face, slams his head hard against the floor, and tosses him back to his boss like trash. Junho looks almost disappointed that the fight ended before he could even warm up. Ply's men are frozen in absolute shock, wondering what just happened. Panic sets in, while Ply's crew loses their minds. Junho calmly kneels to collect his scattered chips, completely ignoring the two-armed thugs blocking his path. With a sharp grin, Junho channels magic into the heavy casino chips and flicks them. They fly like bullets, dropping both guards in the blink of an eye. He lets out a soft sigh. Some people just refuse to listen until they get knocked down. Stop right there. Ply has somehow drawn a pistol to threaten him. He sneers that this is a special weapon players dread, demanding that Junho leave every single chip and get lost. If he complies, Ply promises to spare his life. But Junho simply asks about the noble intel. Ply scoffed at the idea of handing it over, warning the boy that he should leave while he still has his life. Before he can finish, a dark shadow tentacle whips out of nowhere, snatching the gun right from his grip. Ply watches in absolute horror as the weapon lands in Junho's hands. Now the tables are turned. Junho echoes the threat right back, telling Ply he should talk while he is still allowed to draw breath. Ply starts to panic, wondering how a level 30 rookie could possibly possess this much power. His knees are shaking violently, yet he still tries to bluster. He warns Junho to think carefully before pulling that trigger, as this situation is far bigger than just a simple dispute between the two of them. Junho does not seem to care at all. Looking into his cold eyes, Ply realizes this young man is actually going to pull the trigger. Realizing his life is on the line, Ply quickly drops his tough act. He begs Junho to wait, promising to tell him everything before he gets blown away. He begs Junho not to shoot. The young man chuckles, asking why they could not have started with this friendly attitude. The gun goes off, but the bullet stops right in front of Ply's nose, caught by Junho. Smiling, he suggests they finally sit down for a nice chat. By the next morning, Junho is holding a thick leather journal, smiling as if he just struck gold. He praises his hosts for their hard work. Thanks to their cooperation, he now has a mountain of intelligence on the second floor. He tells the terrified thugs they are free to go. He warns them not to make him say it twice. Hearing this, Ply and his blind-looking henchmen scramble out of the room as fast as their legs can carry them. The Ice Empress lets out a heavy sigh of relief, glad to have some quiet. But for Junho, it is time to put this newly acquired information to good use. His first order of business is picking up a quest. Junho spends hours staring at the local bulletin board, searching for a job that fits his training needs. He finally settles on a D-rank hunt. The objective is simple: eliminate 50 wolves roaming across the wide western plains of Julian. The reward is 3 silver pieces, 27 copper, and 50 honor points. The upcoming hunting tournament is only 10 days away, meaning Junho needs to push himself to level 50 before then. However, the Ice Empress complains that her contractor is walking way too fast. She whines that holding onto his hair to stay balanced is exhausting. He reminds her she can easily fly, but she insists on walking to build up her endurance. Junho simply rolls his eyes at her dramatic antics. Little does he know, several shady figures are watching him from the shadows, eager to hunt down a fresh second-floor rookie. A group of 4 hunters quietly tracks his every move. Reaching the hunting grounds, Junho discovers his targets are whip-tailed wolves. Judging by the massive paw prints in the dirt, these beasts are going to be absolutely massive. He wonders aloud how strong they really are, hoping for a decent challenge. The queen reminds him that he needs to clear the thick fog first to see the path. Junho agrees, realizing the heavy mist makes it impossible to tell where the monster's territory actually begins. Oh, he says that, but his face is completely lit up with excitement. Does she look blind to him? No monster on Earth behaves quite like this one. This is a prime chance to measure the strength of these border beasts. Still, he really shouldn't let his guard down. Isn't that obvious? Wait, that long snout and those sharp jaws mean the legendary Whiplash Wolf has finally shown up here. Junho immediately draws the powerful new sword he obtained from the frozen temple to deal with this massive beast. Not only are they massive, but their tails actually move just like deadly whips. Well, let us see what these creatures are truly made of. After just the first clash, Junho finally understands why other players avoided this quest. These wolves are far stronger than he ever anticipated. He smiles, the change of plans is definitely in order. This time, Junho shows absolutely no mercy, instantly severing the whiptails lashing toward him. The wounded wolves howl in agony as their status bars shift colors. Junho leaps high into the air with his blade, shouting that these beasts are the perfect sparring partners to test his new Springbringer stats. Now, keep an eye on this, the sneaky band of thieves is watching Junho's every move. It is 4 against 1, so why hesitate? One of them wonders if the others realize that is SE Junho, though surely nobody else in this remote area knows him. That kid is SE Junho, a famous super rookie from the first floor. Rumor has it his talent might even rival the legendary Kim Gujang, but since he only recently reached the second floor, his level is around 30, while their group boasts level 70 powerhouses. Just looking at the weapon he is wielding, they reckon it must be worth hundreds of gold. They plan to ambush him together so he cannot react. The gaunt-faced man volunteers to approach him without raising suspicion, leaving the rest to his allies. The other three exchange glances, quietly annoyed that their slick companion just claimed the easiest part of the job. If that sword is truly worth 100 gold, their easy life starts today. Meanwhile, Junho steps on a defeated Wolf's head and lets out a sigh. Returning to turn in this quest should give his honor a nice boost. Did that clever fox girl not mention this before? Higher honor brings far greater perks. But why does he keep calling Commander Gong a fox? Either way, earning decent honor solely through standard solo quests is going to take a while. He thinks his honor would shoot up much faster if he could just stumble upon a criminal. He relies far too much on pure luck, but cannot an awakened player hope for a lucky break? Just then, it seems his wish is actually coming true. The Ice Empress calls out. What does she mean? Someone has been creeping up on him for quite some time now, and he had no idea. He wonders if they are just fans. The Ice Empress cannot believe his ridiculous logic, completely baffled by what is coming out of his mouth. She honestly thinks he has used brain enhancements to the point of damage. He remains convinced some devoted fan braved a horde of monsters just to meet him. To make matters worse, Junho strikes a stylish pose. Spotting his opening, the gaunt-faced thief forces a fake chuckle and agrees with him completely. He forces a broad, stiff smile even as his entire body trembles with nerves. The thief asks for an autograph, and Junho happily asks if he brought a pen. The other three crooks back in the bushes cannot believe this silly trick actually worked. Even the Ice Empress finds this utterly ridiculous. He offers a photo too, but the thief insists a simple signature is plenty. Junho asks if he wants a special message like good luck written down. Meanwhile, a hidden dagger is silently creeping closer and closer behind his back. Deo's accomplices silently praise him for a job well done. Right behind them, the Ice Empress is absolutely laughing her head off. She asks her contractor if he truly fails to see this obvious trap. There is no way these shady guys are actual fans of his. Junho sighs heavily, wondering if they seriously thought he would not notice. Are they really looking down on his intelligence to this degree? The black-haired thief suddenly flinches, looking down to discover a massive pile of slaughtered wolf corpses beneath his feet. He wonders how many beasts Junho could have possibly slain. Is he truly only level 30? Panicking, Dio quickly asks for a friendly handshake instead. Junho cheerfully agrees to the handshake, but then casually asks if 4 men are truly enough to defeat someone of his caliber. Instantly, Junho freezes Deo's arm solid. As the crook winces, Junho coldly adds that they should have brought at least 40 men to make this interesting. Their plan is ruined, so a desperate blade lunges forward. Junho casually raises his hand to deliver a swift blow, sending the attacker crashing to the ground. Shouting at Dio to move, the fire user enters the fray. Junho instantly uses Dio as a human shield to block the oncoming fireball. Right after the fiery blast explodes, Junho dashes through the smoke and grabs the fire user straight by the face with blinding speed. The trapped thief desperately begs for forgiveness, but it is far too late to apologize as a swift strike finishes him off. The final survivor panics and flees. He cries out that he did not want any of this, but Junho fires a long-range ice arrow that pierces him, ending his run instantly. The Ice Empress reminds him that hauling these bodies back will not be easy. Junho simply grins, saying they got exactly what they deserved. He is quite confident his honor is going to skyrocket now, especially since he acted in self-defense. She lazily agrees that it might go up just a tiny bit. The tired guild clerk is sitting there yawning until a sudden visitor startles him. Looking up, he recognizes the rookie who only just took the quest this morning. And now that he has finally returned, who knows what he might achieve. As Ethan slaps down a stack of wolf hides, the shopkeeper gasps, They are completely intact. The shopkeeper remarks that Ethan must be incredibly experienced to keep the hides pristine, before asking for his name. Upon hearing the name, the shocked man realizes Ethan is indeed the famous hero, who caught the kidnapper and praises him as the savior of Julian. Has his reputation really spread that far already? Ethan can only offer a sheepish smile in return. The administrator warmly promises to prepare special quests fitting the unique abilities of player's son H from now on. As Ethan exits, a system notification suddenly pops up. Honor plus 550. With this much honor, they no longer need the quest board. She asks him how he feels about fighting on the front lines. The contractor finds it fun, just like playing a game. Hearing that, she remarks that he must love the thrill of fighting new monsters. But just then, a loud argument breaks out not too far away from where they stand. A long-haired man is begging a bald-headed man for help, but the bald man flatly refuses to have any part of it. Immediately, the bald man takes a hard smack to the back of his head. Fivir spins around, ready to curse, but quickly changes his tune upon seeing Ethan. Ethan's smoking fist is raised. He glares at Fivir for bothering others again, while Fivir protests that this is completely unfair. Fivir argues that he is not the troublemaker here, claiming the old man is actually the one bothering him. Fivir complains about being repeatedly asked to complete an impossible quest. Ethan looks closely at the old man, immediately sensing that his aura is far from ordinary. Ethan questions Fivir, who suggests moving to his workplace. This is private. The old man is named Haken. He is a retired mercenary, though Haken quickly clarifies he is still active. Fivir then introduces Ethan as a fellow player. He is incredibly strong, Fivir insists, prompting Haken to look highly skeptical. Fivir whimpers that explaining the massive power difference between himself and Ethan would easily take 3 full pages of writing. Tired of their endless beating around the bush, Ethan directly asks Haken what he needs. Fivir explains that Haken wants to raid a dungeon, but wonders why he would ever go there. Ethan ponders. A dungeon where boss materials sell for an extremely high price is definitely tempting. Do you have any details on the dungeon? It is the tomb of the master thief Seraphim. 10 years ago, Haken and his wife were both active mercenaries, and they raided a dungeon together. Inside, they discovered a stone tablet containing ancient script. It told the legend of a 5-colored goddess statue, rumored to grant its owner abundant health and vitality. From that day onward, they dedicated their lives to searching for that goddess statue. They had planned for this to be their final adventure before retirement, but last year his wife suddenly fell terminally ill with a severe tumor growing deep inside her body. It went undetected for years. Now, it is completely untreatable. Surgery is no longer an option, making that goddess statue his absolute priority, even if he has to go search for it entirely alone. Recently, he finally received word that the goddess statue is resting deep inside the tomb of Seraphim. He tried venturing there alone. The monsters were simply too overwhelming. Fivir winces, unable to help. Haken sighs. He cannot force anyone to do this. But hearing his plight, Ethan promises to help. He seals the deal. They will set out at dawn. Overjoyed, Haken quickly thanks Ethan, though he worries about leaving his sick wife behind. Fivir immediately volunteers to watch over her, earning endless gratitude. In truth, Ethan values accumulating honor points far more than receiving any standard dungeon completion rewards. Quests are far more efficient. Still, he simply cannot turn a blind eye to someone in need. And so, the two arrive at the tomb of Seraphim. Haken notes that on his last visit, the place was crawling with kobolds around level 60. Their levels rise the deeper they go. Their fur is blood red, and they stand twice as large as normal ones. They are blood kobolds. These savage beasts charge recklessly ahead without paying any regard to their severe injuries. Haken signals to stop. He sets down his lantern and fires his crossbow, instantly striking down a charging kobold. Ethan praises his incredible aim, teasing that he is far better than rookies who miss every shot. Haken proudly credits his success to 30 years of experience. The start is smooth, but they must move faster as Haken can already smell them approaching. Ethan remarks that this entire place looks absolutely nothing like a proper tomb, suggesting this mission might actually be much easier than he expected. Suddenly, the ground trembles as dozens of kobolds swarm in. But to Ethan, numbers are never a real issue. Drawing his blade, he fights. He is instantly surrounded by snarling beasts showing their claws. Haken frantically warns that there are at least 50 of them, wondering if they were waiting. These kobolds have sharp senses and likely recognize a familiar scent. Sensing their grim chances, Haken prepares himself. He leaves his final words. Haken desperately yells for Seo Junho to run, begging him to escape and only return when he has a trusted team to retrieve the goddess statue for his beloved wife. Sophia might think it is shameless, but it is Haken's last request. Yet, Junho flatly refuses to do it for him. Junho tells Haken to deliver it himself, since his wife would be much happier receiving it from his own hands, before slashing down an approaching kobold. The remaining monsters fly into a blind rage, but Seo Junho calmly slices them down one by one, sending them straight to hell as Haken watches in absolute shock. With a swift dash, Seo Junho leaves a trail of dead kobolds on both sides, proving his point that numbers mean absolutely nothing to him. Striking in every direction, Junho fights with unstoppable momentum, freezing the beasts solid before shattering them. Witnessing such terrifying combat for the very first time, Haken can only stand frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Junho maintains a relentless onslaught, swinging his blade without pause. Just as expected, it takes him only a single second. The Ice Empress eagerly praises him, noting that his training has truly paid off, while Haken remains completely speechless. In 30 years of mercenary work, Haken has never seen anyone this powerful. He estimates Junho's strength to be on par with level 80 players. Haken admits that without Junho, this place would have easily become his grave, praising the young man's incredible skills. Mocking Haken's talk of death, Junho points out his excellent crossbow skills, urging them to move on. After a thorough sweep, the monster scent completely fades, prompting Haken to dream of retirement and living out his remaining years happily with Sophia. Shutting down the chatter, Junho tells him to focus on completing the dungeon first. Warned about death flags, Haken suddenly screams for his partner to stop. Dashing aside, Junho barely avoids a deadly spike trap adorned with skulls. Saved by the veteran, Junho listens as Haken warns that overconfidence breeds fatal mistakes. Never let your guard down in a dungeon, he reminds him. Just as Haken smiles, the Ice Empress warns of another trap directly underfoot. Sensing the creator's sick mind, Haken quickly disarms the trap with ease. He asks if Junho wants to learn, and the youngster gladly agrees. By securing the pin, the trap remains harmless even if the tripwire snaps. Looking at the halted axe, Junho realizes setting traps is merely the reverse process. Praising his quick wit, Haken agrees, while Junho plots to combine this with ice magic. Soon, they lay eyes on the radiant, 5-colored goddess statue, filling Haken with sheer joy. While Haken weeps with gratitude, Junho senses danger as the old man rushes forward. Promising Sophia to bring it home, Haken is suddenly deafened by Junho's warning scream. A terrifying monster lunges from behind, forcing Junho to block the level 83 Blood Kobold champion. Feeling the demonic blood energy, Junho realizes this beast was artificially created. Taunting the beast, Junho strikes fiercely, wondering if the Fiend Association is behind this. The champion blocks the blade with bare hands, activating a bleeding and blood contract effect. With the beast's power boosted by 600%, Junho pulls a gun and unleashes a barrage. Agonized by the bullets, the monster swings wildly, but Junho dodges with ease. Deciding to trade blows, Junho delivers a brutal punch straight to the beast's chin. Sent flying, the monster's tough body only makes Junho smile as he rains heavy punches. The kobold is utterly overwhelmed, unable to counter as Junho roars, challenging its limits. With a final battle cry, Seo Junho delivers the fatal strike to end the match. Sending the fiend to its grave, Junho's fists steam with incredible heat. Haken rushes over in panic, finding Junho collapsed, his black armor deactivated as he pants. No matter how strong I get, monsters are still monsters, Junho gasps. Though Haken worries about his burning hot body, the exhausted hunter insists he is fine. The Ice Empress silently cools his body, accustomed to this, while the system alerts a level up. Drinking the water Haken brings, Junho notes that targeting the boss directly was the right move. A system message confirms all stats are up by 3, raising him to level 43. Finally, Haken stands stunned as Junho tells him to take the precious statue. Haken even tells Ethan to take all the other treasures, since that single relic is more than enough for him. Hearing those words, Ethan seriously considers what would be appropriate to take, until a mysterious blue stone amidst the pile of gold catches his eye. Checking the item details, he learns it is a spirit stone. This rare snack is beloved by spirits and can greatly boost their power. He immediately tells Sophie that this is a great find, promising to let her taste it once they return. Sophie crosses her legs with a deep sigh. She does not want it, even though Ethan insists it will make her stronger. She proudly declares that as a queen, even if she is currently a spirit, she could never bring herself to eat a rock. She claims tea is more than enough to sustain her. Meanwhile, Haken urges Ethan to pack up and head back home now. Walking back, Ethan wonders how on earth he can please a spirit who turns out to be such a picky eater. As evening falls, Sophia cradles the statue in her arms, while onlookers marvel that the legendary multicolored statue of God actually exists. Sophia opens her eyes with a warm smile, noting the holy light within it, while her husband promises they can finally return to their old peaceful days. She softly thanks her husband, prompting Ethan to quietly remark to P about how much Haken has sacrificed for Sophia's sake. P looks confused, so Ethan points out that Haken hired the caretakers and bought the finest healing herb for her. He admits he never knew P had this soft side, making the old mercenary scratch his head sheepishly. P explains that when he was young, Sophia's family gave him food and clothes, so he is simply paying back an old debt. Haken eagerly runs over to share the good news his wife is recovering, proving the legend of the holy statue is indeed true. Sophia looks at Ethan with warm eyes, softly saying she has no idea how she can ever repay his kindness. She thanks him deeply for saving both her and her husband, while Haken bows respectfully, making the young man feel quite embarrassed. Ethan quickly tells him there is no need to bow since they were partners, prompting Haken to promise him a feast later. Ethan graciously agrees so the devoted husband can focus entirely on his wife. After walking quite a distance, he turns and quietly asks P if Haken is actually doing alright financially. P sighs, admitting that things are exactly as Ethan saw. He explains that while their mercenary guild earned a decent living, almost all of their savings went directly toward expensive medical treatments. Seeing Ethan hand over a heavy pouch of coins, P grins from ear to ear, asking if this is his share, but Ethan tells him it is for Haken's family. He warns P not to mention where the money came from, leaving the old mercenary deeply touched but highly curious about why Ethan is so generous. Ethan simply smiles, no reason at all. Winking at P, Ethan tells him that because P is such an honest and kind soul, he simply wants to see good things happen to him, playfully asking if P suspects some hidden motive behind it. P scoffs at the idea, declaring that when it comes to financial matters, Ethan is easily the most trustworthy man he has ever met. You would think that settled things, but the very next morning, as a sleepy Ethan opens his eyes, he is greeted by a flood of system notifications. The citizens of Julian praise his outstanding character, earning him 10 reputation points, while Captain Mac deeply regrets losing track of him, adding another 10. Even the local grocery store has become a dedicated fan, granting him 5 more points as endless alerts continue to roll in. With so many alerts popping up at once, Ethan finds it completely impossible to keep up. Finally, his updated profile screen pops up, showing level 43 with the title of Pioneer, while his reputation has skyrocketed to an impressive 1,070 points. Stroking his chin in thought, he realizes his heroic deeds from yesterday must have triggered this massive reputation boost. Gaining over 1,000 reputation points in a single night means he has finally met the minimum requirement to approach and interact with the kingdom's high-ranking nobility. To celebrate, Ethan presents Sophie with a special treat, a beautifully decorated strawberry cream cake that looks absolutely delicious. Captivated by the sweet treat, she happily asks what this is, wondering if her contractor is suddenly in an exceptionally good mood. She tells him to put the fame aside for now so they can focus on leveling up, warmly praising his efforts. As she begins to enjoy the dessert, Ethan suddenly feels a wave of anxiety, wondering if her reaction will be negative. Far from being bad, she finds the cake absolutely perfect, her face lighting up with pure, unadulterated joy with every single bite. She praises the fluffy sponge cake and the fresh strawberries, while a relieved Ethan grins widely and encourages her to eat up. His earlier guilt, and honestly, it is pretty amusing, stemmed from secretly shaving that stolen spirit stone right into her dessert. It was the only clever way to feed such a picky spirit, who now happily claims her contractor finally understands her refined tastes. She continues eating happily, totally unaware of the sneaky trick he played, bringing a successful end to her snack time. With that settled, Ethan begins scrolling through his interface to search for information on monsters that can unlock magical power. He hopes to find community sightings that might give him a lead on where to investigate next. Unfortunately, those files are currently locked, requiring more method points to access, prompting Sophie to curiously ask him what these points actually are. That stands for player points, a digital currency used on the second floor. Anyone can collect them by participating in various activities. There are many ways to earn reputation and collect player points on the second floor. While that is true, Ethan cannot just spend his entire day doing community service tasks just to gather player points. But he already has a plan, which is calling Gong Du-ha. He politely asks if he can trouble her with a few quick questions, and she happily agrees. He asks for the most efficient way to earn player points, and she suggests that the video board would be the perfect fit for someone of his caliber. Hunting and boss fight videos are extremely popular. She explains that the more views a video gets, the more player points they will accumulate. That means he can hunt for levels and rack up points at the same time. After thanking her, she asks if there is anything else. He inquires if she has ever heard of monsters using high-level magic, a question that instantly makes Gong Du-ha sit up in pure shock. Monsters casting high-level magic, she admits she has never heard of such a thing and wonders why he is suddenly bringing it up. He plays it off as mere curiosity and hangs up. He is left staring blankly, troubled that even Captain Gong is completely in the dark. Sophie calls him terribly naive, firmly believing that Gong Du-ha is simply pretending to be clueless. Ethan does not rule out that theory. He explains that the Big Six might already know the truth and agreed to keep it hidden. But deep down, he feels it is highly likely that the Big Six, including Captain Gong, genuinely know absolutely nothing. It has been 25 years since the gates first opened, and yet, there is still absolutely no record of monsters using high-level magic. This means these dangerous magical entities have only started showing up very recently. Ethan walks over to gaze at the dark sky outside. There is no time to lose, and a flash of lightning suddenly cracks. Sophie asks if he wants to go hunting immediately. That is exactly his plan. As the rain begins to pour, he knows he must grow stronger. Heading to a hunting ground near Julin, Ethan leads Sophie deep into the woods. He reminds her of their agreement to work together. Sophie is highly excited about the hunt, eager to see how they will perform together in the field. Seizing on her high spirits, Ethan smoothly suggests that she handle the task of defeating the swamp slimes all on her own. The queen looks surprised, asking if he expects her to do this alone. Ethan confirms it, wanting to see how much of her power she can actually draw out. When he offers to buy her anything she wants from the black market, she stops and gives it some serious thought. She explains that a guardian's power relies entirely on the contractor's mental strength, so he simply needs to stay completely focused and calm. Ethan is highly confident he can manage that task. Smiling brightly, the queen notes that this will be the very first time she demonstrates her hunting skills to her contractor. She tells him to prepare himself for a truly magnificent sight, clearly taking immense pride in her extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the marsh, they are instantly surrounded by swamp slimes. Experiencing this for the first time, Ethan finds the sensation rather unusual. He wonders if she will be all right, but she simply snaps her fingers, telling her contractor never to underestimate a powerful guardian. Instantly, the surrounding landscape and the monsters are completely buried in thick ice. The slimes are frozen completely solid, but she is far from finished. With a loud clap, sharp ice arrows suddenly rain down everywhere. Crossing her arms proudly, she asks what he thinks of her guardian magic. Ethan admits it is impressive, though a bit too messy. Their objective is to collect 100 slime cores, so completely destroying everything might not be the smartest move. She is incredibly powerful, but she often forgets their main goal of harvesting cores. Quietly, they prepare to move to the next spot. She wants to show their true strength, but he warns her not to destroy the cores. Ethan walks on calmly, even with a pack of slimes trailing behind. She snaps her fingers, instructing him to watch closely now. She freezes the slimes and effortlessly extracts their cores in a flash, allowing Ethan to catch them all easily while she proudly boasts about her success. He notes that her casting speed for Ice Spear is highly impressive, though the projectile speed of the spell could still use some improvement. She wonders if she was useless, but he tells her not to pout, explaining how vital a support role actually is. He assigns her to the support role, then asks about her ice golem, recalling they were too busy to inspect its true power before. A few reassuring words are all it takes to make the queen smile proudly once again as she hypes up its abilities. Summoning a massive golem to show him, she listens as he asks if these creatures are capable of moving around completely on their own. He wonders if they possess their own minds, and she confirms they have a basic, low-level consciousness guiding their movements. Therefore, she explains that the master must take direct control during intense combat, which comes as a surprise to Ethan. He asks if she can cast various spells while simultaneously controlling the golem, prompting the proud Ice Empress of Niflheim to strike a dramatic pose. She boasts about once freezing an entire world, claiming that her current status as a high-grade spirit makes such multitasking an absolute breeze. Smiling, Ethan challenges her to prove those boasts in real combat as they head out to look for more swamp slimes. As evening falls over the snow-covered forest, Sophie presents the cores, proudly telling her contractor that she has gathered exactly 100 of them. With the harvest complete, Sophie carries over a massive cup overflowing with those smile cores for Ethan. Just as she mentioned, these icy creatures possess very low intelligence, making her wish they were at least as smart as a human child. Still, Ethan is highly impressed, as the results exceed his expectations since Sophie can easily summon golems for defense and fight right alongside them. Stroking his chin, Ethan notes they will need proper preparations before heading to the city, making Sophie wonder if simply leveling up here is not enough. He explains that while that was his original plan, her incredible performance forced him to dream a bit bigger. His thoughts immediately turned to his next major goal, the upcoming scavenger competition. Initially, he only hoped to secure a decent rank and catch the Lord's attention, but with this newfound power, he feels confident enough to completely dominate the entire event and surpass everyone. But first, alongside training his new ice golems, Ethan needs to quickly push his own level to 50. As a reward, he treats the Ice Empress to an assortment of delicious pastries, causing her to cheer like a happy child over the sweet donuts. She happily assumes this is a special reward for her hard work while Ethan tells her to enjoy herself because he has to meet someone. Telling him to travel safely, Sophie happily digs into her treats, absolutely amazed that these taste even better than the ones from yesterday. She has absolutely no idea that Ethan quietly packed these treats with double the amount of spirit stones. Following his notes, Ethan searches for Charlotte, an incredibly skilled alchemist who happens to be one of Ply's debtors. In Frontier, alchemists are legendary for brewing high-grade elixirs that far surpass anything found back on Earth. Players even refer to them as master pharmacists, though Ethan merely frowns as he double-checks the address on his map. He knows her true identity as Charlotte Chemist, a fallen noble and a genius alchemist whose brilliant talent was so immense that even the powerful Big Six guilds once tried to recruit her. She currently uses an alias to keep her past hidden. Though he does not know the exact details of her fall from grace, he senses a massive opportunity as he stands before a grand 3-story estate, wondering if this rundown place is really it. Talk about an eerie first impression. One look at this place and most folks would immediately mistake it for a haunted house. He reaches out to ring the bell, only to realize the device is completely broken and left to rot. Left with no other choice, he resorts to shouting her name at the top of his lungs, calling out to ask if she is home. A disheveled woman parts the window curtains to peer down, and Ethan smiles upon spotting her, glad to see his target is indeed home. Charlotte frowns in deep annoyance, staring down at the strange man who is grinning back up at her. The front door creaks open as she steps out holding a red wine bottle, leaning against the frame to ask him what he wants with an incredibly cold and hostile attitude. She demands to know why he came looking for her, but when Ethan mentions he visited Ply first, she immediately scowls and lets out a frustrated curse. Muttering about her terrible luck, she grudgingly invites him inside while sharply warning him that she does not have a single coin to pay off any interest. Ethan quickly reassures her that he is not there to collect, even offering to completely clear her entire outstanding debt. Addressing her by her true name as a genius alchemist, he explains he is there to seek her renowned, top-notch expertise for a special request. But Charlotte immediately shuts him down before he can even finish, flatly refusing because she is simply too tired. When Ethan asks if she is really going to reject him without even listening, she simply drains the last drops of her wine with a sigh. She points out that he obviously is not here to ask for some run-of-the-mill potion. True alchemists are not mere laborers brewing basic medicine. They are artists who create entirely new elixirs. To answer her, Ethan reveals a glowing golden core pulsing with raw power, the heart of a mythical flame hori. It is an incredibly rare, top-tier ingredient that he wants her to use to brew a highly specialized potion for him. He casually adds that if she cannot handle it, he understands, instantly making her frown as she considers the challenge. And honestly, who could blame her, seeing such a legendary, raw ingredient would make any master alchemist completely forget their stubborn pride. She asks if he wants her to craft something truly extraordinary, prompting Ethan to simply point to his own head. He requests a powerful elixir to boost his mental strength, prompting her to smirk and clarify she never said she could not do it. But it will cost him, as she demands he clear her entire debt with play and pay an extra 50 gold on top. Taking the rare core, she instructs him to return in 5 days, which Ethan calculates is the perfect window to hit level 50. By the time he gets back to their room, Sophie is fast asleep, peacefully blowing tiny sleep bubbles under her blanket. Showing absolutely no mercy, Ethan wakes his snug companion by yanking her blanket away, causing her to fume in pure, sleepy rage. He casually jokes that she will turn into a chubby ghost if she only eats and sleeps, telling her to stop complaining because it is time to hunt. Though she complains about hunting in the dead of night, Ethan already has his next massive target locked in, a fierce thunder bear. He and the queen spotted their target looming large not far away. Ethan quickly began discussing a serious strategy with Sophie. Listen closely, our goal for the next 3 days is to first hit level 50, and second, we must practice to fight in perfect harmony. And the last part is to find a way by filming a video using the community feature. Wait, what? A video? But if you film, won't your true abilities be exposed? No, I won't be using my main powers while recording. That is exactly why I am relying on you to handle the recording. Suddenly, a thunder bear charges at Ethan, ready to deliver a devastating, historic blow. But he does not flinch at all, quickly thrusting his sword straight through its body. The giant beast coughs up blood. Ethan immediately turns to the queen to ask if she captured that on camera. Sophie tells him to look for himself. After checking, Ethan remarks that it looks much shorter. That is a true contractor for you. Don't you know how to handle a thunder bear? Even if this is just for entertainment to stir viewer emotions, you need to pay attention and do better next time. Sophie only recently discovered human civilization, but she has already completely adapted to what modern viewers want. Ethan admits this was indeed meant to entertain and provoke real emotions. He knows he did poorly, but he insists he has a strategy rather than acting mindlessly. Sophie criticizes him, asking if defeating a thunder bear in that plain way is really a strategy to attract viewers. What else could I do? That is the only method I know. How can you expect to find a breakthrough with such poor videos? Right at that moment, another massive thunder bear appears directly behind Sophie. Ethan immediately turns serious, telling her to focus on taking down this monster first and worrying about the video later. Sophie stops arguing, agreeing to handle the video issue later to give Ethan some time to gradually improve. With the new thunder bear raging, he asks if she is ready to coordinate. As the beast roars, Sophie shoots ice to freeze its feet. The roaring thunder bear swings its claws, trying to crush Ethan like a bug. But Ethan already has his sword ready, reminding Sophie that the key is for their minds to be perfectly aligned. A blue light flashes, blowing back Ethan's hair, followed by a streak of purple. Yet, incredibly, the thunder bear is still standing. Ethan is quite surprised it still has the strength to fight back, but its massive claw is quickly blocked by the queen's ice shield. Sophie grits her teeth and points her finger, unleashing a barrage of ice spears that completely finish off the beast. The bear vomits blood and collapses as the two hunters coldly note it only took for seconds, without even using magic power. It is a pleasant surprise. Ethan remarks that if they can find a boss monster, they could record a truly amazing video. Sophie suddenly gets an idea. They should watch videos uploaded by others and learn from them. Ethan highly praises this suggestion. But at this late hour, most of the forums are completely closed, leaving them with absolutely nothing to watch. However, they can still connect to the regional channel to see if anyone else is hunting. Just as they log on, a voice calls out, asking if anyone is nearby. The stranger is currently being chased by a swarm and is sending a distress signal. Right after the call, a flare is fired into the sky, making Ethan wonder if this is a genuine cry for help or a trap. Sophie blushes and declares that this is exactly what they need. It is unclear what kind of wild idea she has cooked up this time. Nearby, it is not just one person, but a whole group of night hunters running for their lives after encountering a pack of thunder bears. Led by an older man, someone yells that the beasts are catching up and urges them to fire a flare. They desperately need assistance and wonder if anyone will actually come. Dave's team said they would be hunting all night, so they left a warning on the channel, hoping someone arrives. That was the exact flare Ethan and Sophie spotted. The group continues to sprint wildly to escape the relentless pack. Someone finally contacts the armored older man. It is Dave. He checked the channel upon seeing the flare, but they are too far away and it will take 15 minutes to reach them. Worse, the thunder bears have just pounced. 15 minutes? They do not even have 5 minutes to spare. Frowning, the older man tells Dave to meet at the old spot near the food supply. Dave ignores the details, shouting his location as a thunder bear snaps at his heels. Dave replies that he can make it there in 7 minutes, promising they will move as fast as possible. Suddenly, the thunder bear swings its electrified claws, sending sparks flying in a dangerous attack. The armored older man braces himself, using his shield to block the blow. However, the powerful electric shock still blasts him off his feet. Though in deep trouble, the older man still tries to encourage everyone, shouting that they will survive this. Just as the bear prepares to strike with its electric claws, a spiky-haired companion casts a spell to slow the monster down, desperately buying time for the armored leader. Seeing the opening, the older man immediately charges forward with his sword. Unfortunately, the strike only grazes its skin without causing real damage, and the raging bear instantly bats the armored leader away with a single swing. Formage's teammates cry out in utter chaos. After taking a second direct lightning strike, he can't stop coughing up blood. The other hunters are quickly surrounded by the pack of thunder bears, while a severely wounded Formage struggles to block each heavy blow. Gritting his teeth, he screams for them to run away, "You fools." Meanwhile, the beast towering over him prepares another deadly electrical blast. Formage prepares for the end of his life, but at that exact critical moment, Ethan leaps in, unleashing a fiery slash that sends sparks flying off the beast. Talk about perfect timing. Formage and his teammates stare wide-eyed at the mysterious player who just arrived. He comments that they seem to be in trouble and decides to help them escape. Sophie enthusiastically agrees, praising her contractor's grand entrance. Sophie enthusiastically films the action while offering her praise. Just minutes earlier, the Ice Empress had actually asked if they were going to save them. She pointed out that arriving at the perfect dramatic moment would send their view counts skyrocketing, earning them a massive amount of points. Ethan, however, was still wondering how any experienced group could get themselves into such a mess while hunting at night. He warned they could be hostile players trying to lure others into a trap. The Ice Empress pointed toward the chaos and suggested that even if it was a trap, they could simply film themselves taking down the bandits, which finally brought a smile to Ethan's face. Either way, it works out. He playfully compliments the Ice Empress, calling her an absolute genius. That is how the two ended up on the scene. Ethan knows he cannot show off too much of his true strength on camera, but he cannot look weak either, requiring a perfect balance of skills. Sophie immediately offers a suggestion: why not try fighting the monsters with just a simple knife? She promises him it will be incredibly entertaining, and Ethan readily agrees to follow his camera director's creative vision. Under normal circumstances, no player would ever hunt with just a single knife because it is both incredibly impractical and highly dangerous. But taking down a giant bear with nothing but a blade is bound to shock the audience and draw in thousands of new viewers. If she were not a powerful frost spirit, Sophie would have made a truly spectacular content creator with that brilliant mind of hers. Back in the heat of battle, the thunder bear raises its massive, crackling paw, ready to strike Ethan directly across the face. Ethan effortlessly slips to the side, utilizing his incredible speed to dodge the heavy swipe while repeatedly stabbing the monster with his short blade. Once he has landed enough blows, He coldly delivers the finishing strike before striking a cinematic pose for the camera. Sophie hovers close by, capturing every single angle, while feeding him tips on how to look even cooler. Sophie warns her contractor that more are approaching. Ethan simply shrugs it off as two more thunder bears charge directly toward them. That display of combat prowess leaves Formage and his allies staring in utter disbelief, silently wondering who this incredible warrior could possibly be. Ethan quickly plans his next move. He already showed them his blinding speed, and now it is time to display his raw power. With that, he charges forward once again. This time, he does not bother dodging. Instead, he uses his tiny knife to clash head-on with the bear's electrified claws. Naturally, metal conducts electricity, and because of the close range, the heavy electrical shock lights Ethan up like an X-ray machine. Formage notes that only a select few of his own companions can channel that kind of immense power, but none could ever do this. With effortless precision, Ethan slices off several of the beast's fingers. While it stares at its ruined hand in shock, he capitalizes on the opening and instantly decapitates it. That single, decisive blow sends the massive head flying in the blink of an eye, leaving the rescued hunters completely speechless. He ignores them completely, casually wiping the beast's blood off his blade. Sophie flies over to report that the remaining bears are fleeing in terror. Ethan simply tells her to let them go, as they have already put on quite a show. At that moment, the only woman in the rescued group nervously approaches to thank him, but Ethan merely offers a brief glance without saying a single word. Supported by his teammates, Formage admits that he had sent out a distress signal, but never truly expected anyone to answer. Then, looking closer, the older hunter recognizes Ethan in an instant. With his identity revealed, Ethan has no choice but to quietly admit it. Formage bows deeply, expressing what an absolute honor it is to meet him, sharing how much he cheered for Ethan during his recent achievements. The young woman quickly chimes in as well, offering her belated congratulations to Ethan for taking first place in the trial dungeon. Checking her system interface, she notes that they cannot ignore the fact that he risked his life to save theirs. They decide to pool all of their remaining points together and send them to him as a reward. Suddenly, system alerts flood Ethan's screen, showing multiple anonymous donations of 100 points each, coming in so fast it makes him dizzy. Formage explains that when he first arrived on the second floor, these points were by far the hardest resource to gather. He deeply regrets that he cannot offer more, but promises to constantly vote and support Ethan as he climbs the global rankings. Though he did not save them for a reward, Ethan graciously accepts their gifts, certainly not one to turn down free points. Once the group departs, he admits to Sophie that he never imagined receiving points as a gift like this. He quietly reflects that they are truly good people, while Sophie finally turns off the camera. Right on the spot, the two decide to check their filming results. Ethan is incredibly excited to see how the Ice Empress's skills turned out. The Ice Empress is just as eager to see her hard work. Luckily, the system comes with an easy editing tool to make video adjustments a breeze. Sophie starts directing immediately, telling him to adjust the camera angle higher here right where he starts getting those views. She suggests adding a slow motion effect to this part, proud that anyone watching will surely mistake her for a professional director. Ethan laughs and lets his helper name it, but her suggestion of the return of the Dark Knight gets shot down immediately. He flatly rejects her idea and claims he has something much better, so they settle on his choice instead. Testing with just 5 simple characters for the title, Ethan absolutely horrifies the queen. She demands to know why he did that, complaining it makes her look like a child. But their hunt for the Thunder Bears is far from over. Out in the field, Ethan takes down another beast. The moment it tries to bite back with its dying breath, absolute frost freezes it solid. Both Ethan and his royal companion are thrilled with how perfectly they work together. Ethan lists their achievements, noting that 2 of their 3 main goals are already checked off. They successfully synchronized and he hit level 50, which brings up a certain topic. She eagerly asks when they will check the test video comments. Frankly, if she had not brought it up, Ethan would have forgotten it entirely. He offers to get some snacks first, but she is far too impatient and demands they look at the results immediately. She is dying to see how the video performed. But before Ethan can even say a word, the screen flashes with numbers that leave both of them completely speechless. They got almost 176,000 views and 5,000 likes. The queen wonders if this is considered a good score. Ethan agrees that it seems to be a pretty solid average performance. After all, most videos only get a few hundred hits. Ethan's eyes light up when he sees the total views they generated. With 1,760 base views and over 1,100 donated views, the Queen cheers that they gained nearly 3,000 total points. This is a massive haul. As she dances around in pure joy, Ethan points out that people are actually leaving comments. The majority of the viewers are full of praise, sparking a massive discussion about his combat style. People are asking if anyone knows his identity. He must be at least level 50 to hunt those dangerous dungeon bears like they are mere goblins. Honestly, he might even be level 80 by now. It has not even been a year since they returned, yet they are already causing absolute shockwaves online. But is climbing the real-time charts with a single clip really that impressive? Some boast that they could do it too, but one specific comment stands out. A user argues that wearing elite gear from the workshop of Kagano while carrying a golden hand cannon makes such a level of success completely obvious. Others quickly fire back, asking if they could truly do the same with that armor. Ethan freezes at the petty bickering while the Queen simply sighs. She wonders why humans always find a way to argue over the most ridiculous things. They really are a petty bunch. Ethan decides they will just have to show off their true strength in the upcoming Comet tournament to silence the doubters forever. A sinister, dark aura radiates from Ethan as he says those words. Safe to say, these toxic online comments have completely set him off. Meanwhile, Gong Duhai and the blonde knight Ha Inho are busy watching the viral clip. Inho is highly impressed, noting there was a clear reason for choosing him as a representative. He jokes that he won't be called a snakehead anymore, leaving Duha looking slightly disappointed by the remark. She suddenly asks if Ethan received training from him, claiming she has watched all of his skills and noticed a pattern. Specifically, his mastery over the short sword seems way too familiar to be a coincidence. He shrugs it off, arguing that anyone wanting to learn would study traditional swordplay instead of focusing purely on short swords. Besides, he was asking how to earn points just a few days ago, but now that worrying is completely behind them. Before they know it, Ethan's real-time ranking shoots up like crazy, landing him straight into the top 4. Back at headquarters, the menacing Nazan Halo sits comfortably on a dark throne decorated with 2 sinister skulls. A minion arrives with news that they have tracked down Ethan's exact location and his room in the inn, asking if they should capture him immediately. Nazan refuses, warning that the city has too many eyes. For now, they must simply keep him under close surveillance. Once he shows himself, it will be the perfect time to strike. The minion nods, adding that the target's physical abilities look pretty impressive. A level 90 warrior should easily do the trick, but to guarantee success, Nazan decides to personally lead the hunt. The minion realizes all 4 of them are heading out, while Nazan's single red eye glows with a chilling fury. He growls that the slippery bastard has escaped them 3 times already. Since Cinder was their superior, they must ensure they get absolute and brutal revenge for their fallen leader. Bowing in respect, the minion leaves the Dark Lord to rest. If he somehow survives this time, Nazanoa vows to personally step in. The villain fumes with rage at the mere thought of Seo Junho, a man who escaped his clutches 3 times. Worse yet, this target slaughtered his subordinates and freed the precious future generation his organization spent years grooming. Under a beautiful bright blue sky, the Ice Empress is sound asleep inside a hollow toilet paper roll. Watching her sleep, Seo Junho smiles warmly. He notes that he must buy her a proper bed soon, completely amused she chose toilet paper as a mattress. After stepping outside, he is ready to join the massive Koba hunt. The event is so incredibly packed with people that some are already swearing in frustration. Word on the street is that a stellar performance here might earn an audience with the high nobles. Whispers break out, it is the legendary fighter from that viral dagger video. He is the sensation trending in the top 3 search keywords. That is indeed the Dark Knight, Seo Junho, the hottest rookie of the season. The Grand Fountain Square is absolutely packed with players and veteran adventurers alike. Just as expected, the latest news broadcasts are filled with coverage of this massive gathering. While Seo Junho prefers scouting for deep intel and exchanging news, he realizes these local broadcasts are highly useful for gathering basic quest details. Right then, a bearded man spots Seo Junho and calls out, asking him to wait and identifying him as the famous rookie player. Laughing at the wonderful coincidence, the captain of the guard introduces himself as MC, explaining that the knights had highly praised the young rookie. He is absolutely certain that with such skills, the rookie will be a crucial asset to this hunt, urging him not to waste time standing around. He offers to personally recommend Seo Junho to the commander. With a polite smile, the young warrior expresses his gratitude and follows. MC leads him to a sparring ring. This is where the entrance test happens. Patting the young man on the shoulder, MC introduces him to Commander Fivia, proudly presenting him as a remarkably skilled player who deserves a proper greeting. Introducing himself respectfully, Seo Junho greets the commander. Fivia looks him up and down, noting that the young man possesses quite a formidable aura. When asked about his level, Seo Junho responds that he is level 50, which Fivia finds rather unimpressive. Still, their lord is determined to avoid any unnecessary casualties during the hunt, making it absolutely vital to thoroughly test the combat skills of every applicant. Fivia gestures for Seo Junho to wait with the other candidates and prepare to enter the training ring when his turn is called. The opponents for these matches are Julian's own elite knights, and they certainly carry themselves with a highly formidable presence. Eager to see their true strength, Seo Junho watches as an armored challenger steps up, introducing himself as Phi, an adventurer from the Melb territory. His opponent is a knight named Weaver. Phi seriously questions whether the knight is truly comfortable fighting with only a simple wooden sword. Weaver casually twirls his weapon and signals to begin. Instantly, Phi lunges forward with a sharp spear. Weaver blocks the heavy thrust effortlessly with his wooden blade. To his surprised opponent, he calmly remarks that the strike shows decent spirit. Instantly, he disarms Phi and presses the wooden tip right against his throat, delivering a swift and cold judgment to end the match. Onlookers murmur in surprise, realizing the standards are incredibly high, as if only seasoned fighters around level 30 could ever hope to pass. This must be the formidable strength of frontline knights. The next challenger is Bak Jonggu, who surprisingly steps up completely empty-handed. This time, Weaver asks if he is absolutely certain about this choice, and Jonggu confidently replies that he has never been more sure. Urging the knight to strike, Jonggu charges forward. Seo Junho watches intently as the challenger throws a heavy punch, only for it to be blocked. Without hesitation, Jonggu builds momentum and fires off another heavy punch. Weaver blocks it calmly. Nearby onlookers whisper, questioning if that older challenger is the famous man known for having absolutely zero talent. Indeed, he started as a player at 16, yet 16 years later, he has shown absolutely no progress whatsoever. Though he supposedly went away to train, his skills remain completely unchanged, proving that raw effort simply cannot beat natural talent. One only has to look at Seo Junho, who has risen incredibly fast since his debut, making others wonder why the old man still tries. Word is he seeks vengeance after his entire family was murdered by vicious fiends. Meanwhile, Jonggu is knocked flat onto the hard floor. Listening quietly, Seo Junho reflects on the heavy words spoken about Jonggu, a tale of fiends, vengeance, and a tragic lack of talent. Dragging himself up, Jonggu charges again, but before he can strike, he takes a brutal elbow to the face and is kicked hard to the ground. Yet he uses that momentum to brace his hands and throw a counter kick, instantly springing back to his feet to launch another strike. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out to stop the fight. Commander Fivia steps in to halt the match, addressing Bak Jonggu directly. He warns the man that he does not need to push himself this far, as this is merely a basic assessment of skills. Warning him that the actual hunt will be highly lethal, the commander gets a flat and unwavering response that the man simply does not care. Defeated by this stubborn determination, Commander Fivia yields, instructing him to gather at the City Hall Square 3 days from now before dawn. He immediately offers his thanks, and now, Seo Junho finally understands why the man was so deeply worried. Like Jinberto, he became a hunter to protect his only child after losing his wife. Everyone looked down on him for being a mere D-rank, yet he rose to become one of the top 5 players worldwide. But Jinberto was vastly more talented. On a talent scale of 0 to 10, Jinberto would score a 2, but Jonggu is barely a 0.5. The announcer calls for the next fighter, and Seo Junho steps up. As they pass each other, Jonggu stares at him intensely, but Seo Junho walks straight onto the combat stage without pausing. After a quick introduction, Weaver swings his sword as Jonggu watches intently. Se Junho calmly steps closer to Weaver. Once in range, the older man swings a blade straight at his neck, but Se Junho easily slips the attack, grabs his collar, and slams him hard onto the dirt. It takes only a few seconds. Weaver is left completely red-faced, pinned flat on the ground. Then, Fivia interrupts. "That is enough, you pass." When asked about meeting in the square in 3 days, Fivia confirms, and Jonggu closes his eyes in quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, the sun is high in the sky, yet the Ice Empress is still fast asleep, drool dripping as she blows sleep bubbles. Waking to a misty morning, Sophie sits up as Se Junho peeks in, asking if it is daytime yet. Asked if she likes the house, Sophie steps out of her tiny mansion, yawning and stretching as she mutters that she does not know. It is slightly disappointing to only have a single bed for furniture, but it is still far better than where they were before. Sipping a hot coffee, Se Junho searches for news on Baomu, the sole survivor of a tragic disaster where a hungry ghost slaughtered his entire family. Now a registered player, the man has dedicated his life to brutal training, yet his rank remains painfully low. 16 years, no progress. Watching him, the queen notes that whoever the man is, he seems to be struggling. Se Junho explains that this is the same fighter he saw during the recent strength test. His reputation is awful. She wonders if these people realize that mocking someone who works hard to improve every single day is completely wrong. Se Junho agrees completely. He opens his stats. His strength, endurance, and speed are at 174, with his magic power reaching 1196. These massive stat gains are the direct result of Se Junho hunting monsters like an absolute madman. Once his magic reaches to 100, he hopes to wake his frozen friends. He heads to see Sasa, who looks even more exhausted than before. Sasa is glad to see her benefactor, but Se Junho asks if she is alright. She grumbles that his custom order was extremely difficult. When asked if it is finished, Sasa proudly points to a glowing purple bottle. As a self-proclaimed genius alchemist, she has succeeded, and tells him he can expect incredible results from this potion. It is designed to boost his brain power, confirmed by the system. Frowning, Sasa warns him that because the raw ingredients were so potent, absorbing the full dose will be incredibly difficult. She advises him to spit it out if it gets overwhelming, warning that the excessive energy could easily damage his brain. Suddenly, Se Junho turns pale, gasping in agony as he accidentally knocks the empty bottle over. Luckily, he managed to swallow every drop. A panicked Sasa rushes over, scolding him for downing such a dangerous potion in one gulp. She yells about him ignoring her warnings, but Se Junho's forehead is burning so hot that it actually burns her hand. The Ice Empress quickly appears to cool him down, telling him to hang on. She tells him to use his own frost magic. Suddenly, Se Junho's body erupts with light, shocking Sasa as power radiates from his eyes. Sasa nervously asks how he is feeling. His body still glows with a brilliant golden light, though his consciousness remains dazed. He blinks, quietly whispering that everything around him suddenly looks much clearer. Se Junho immediately waves his hand, transferring the 50 gold coins he had promised her. He also promises to take revenge for her with his own hands, so she never has to worry about being hunted again, pledging to return if he needs anything else. Sasa can easily see the medicine worked, noting the dramatic change in Se Junho. Appreciating his generosity, she happily agrees to work with him again, noting that his gaze now holds a power far beyond their first meeting. Early the next morning, Se Junho gathers in the main plaza with the other candidates who passed the first test, listening to Fivia deliver a grand, sweeping speech. Or rather, a deeply chilling speech. She explains that Julian's East Gate remains locked because those brutal, relentless goblins have completely overrun Mount Hino. And so, they have only one goal: defeat the cops hiding in Mount Hino and eliminate their leader. Do not forget that rewards will change based on your individual contribution. Right then, Bongu notices Junho standing right beside him. Junho came here fully determined to do whatever it takes to meet the leader of the city. Fivia announces to the crowd, from this point on, they will hold their formation and march to the eastern gate of Julian. Right on cue, a massive system screen flashes before them. The Julian Castle event has begun, and they are officially hunting cops. As soon as the order drops, everyone raises their hands in excitement to join the event. The chosen ones are ushered through the portal, only to find a massive, endless mountain range waiting for them. So this is the entrance to Mount Hino. Though some deeply hate climbing, they try to suck it up and endure it just a bit longer. If they can just find a trail, they can search the peaks for a fresh water source. The tired crowd keeps pushing, motivating each other for a single drop of water. Floating right next to Junho, Sophie observes that everyone still seems pretty relaxed. Even though this team was thrown together in a rush, they do not seem wary of one another. But Junho knows that true vigilance only shows itself once the actual blood starts flowing. Right now, he is quietly weighing his options. Should he charge straight to the front lines immediately, proving the massive gap in power right away, or advance slowly to keep from getting bogged down by surrounding enemies? Besides, high-level monsters are bound to show up soon, so it is probably best to just observe for now. Suddenly, Weaver raises his hand, signaling a halt. The veteran hunter has already picked up that foul, unmistakable scent of cobs. Junho decides it is a good time to sit back and evaluate his allies' skills first. But Weaver's face contorts as he screams, "We have got a pack of cobs ambushing us from the mountainside. Hold the formation, everyone." A chaotic swarm of cobs charges straight at their ranks. Weaver cannot even tell how many are coming, but the monsters are already baring their fangs and raising rusty weapons, ready to tear them apart. Weaver charges first, slicing through the monsters with wild fury. Seeing their pack mates get blown back, the remaining cobs turn even more aggressive. Having equipped the basic shield provided for the hunt, Junho lunges right in, effortlessly blocking a heavy axe aimed at his head before driving his blade straight into the beast's neck. Down you go, because he has got plenty of other monsters to butcher. Shield held tight, Junho plows right into the thick of the horde. Trust me, the other fighters are already complaining that he is going to steal all their glory. Spinning his sword in a sweeping arc, Junho slides cleanly past the pack, skewering another cob from behind and giving himself just a quick seconds to catch his breath. That is when he spots Bangu fighting a cob nearby, and surprisingly, the man is still completely empty-handed even in the heat of battle. With a single heavy blow, he shatters the cob's jaw, forcing Junho to admit that this guy is seriously impressive. He times his explosive punch perfectly, a devastating strike that would easily shatter a man's bones. Back when he fought Weaver, he used the exact same method, putting absolute power into every single blow. It is definitely a style worth learning. Junho really respects Bangu, but he still has a pack of cobs to clear out. Weaver grins from ear to ear. Those cowardly wolves have all tucked their tails and run. Complaints erupt from the crowd. Damn it, I only managed to kill 5 of them. Well, of course the guys on the front line get all the action. Suddenly, Junho notices two faint, blurry figures standing high up on the cliff's edge. Over there, a blood cob is watching them. Following his gaze, the others start whispering in panic. Did you just say a blood cob, over there? Wait, I think I saw a shadow moving earlier too. They have never been reported in this territory before. Junho gets a really bad feeling about this, but he keeps his mouth shut. He feels as if some hidden mastermind is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Night soon falls on the camp. Junho decides to approach Bangu first, asking if he can sit down, introducing himself as SC Junho. Bangu calmly gestures for him to take a seat. Junho strikes up a casual conversation, asking why he does not use a weapon. He quickly adds that he means no offense, but is just genuinely curious. Bangu keeps chewing, only speaking up after a long silence. That is due to his unique ability, so it is a bit hard to share. Sophie hovers nearby, whining about how suffocating the atmosphere is, calling out to her contractor that the tension is practically killing her. Junho politely apologizes to Bangu for poking his nose into private matters. Hearing this, Bangu stands up, mentioning he is going to patrol the perimeter before coming back. Making friends with this guy is proving to be incredibly difficult. Sophie watches Bangu walk away, clearly displeased, questioning what benefit there even is in trying to get close to someone like him. Well, to Junho, the man possesses an incredibly massive amount of raw potential. Even though he cannot quite measure just how far that potential actually goes. But even setting that aside, perhaps because they both share a similar kind of deep pain, he genuinely wants to help Bangu out. The next morning, the army resumes their march. Slumped lazily on Junho's shoulder, Sophie sighs that there is really no place like home. He chuckles, telling her to hang in there for just one more day since they are close to the hideout. Quietly comforted by his words, The Ice Empress cheers up and gives him a quick nod. Scanning the massive crowd, Junho figures that with this many people, even a real blood cob would not pose much of a threat. By the way, not a single one of the tracks he spent time marking has proved useful at all. At this rate, the supply run is in trouble, but suddenly, a blinding radiance bursts from a nearby cliff face, catching everyone by surprise. But behind such brilliant light, darkness always waits in the shadows. A massive blood cob lurks right there, causing Ethan Cole to freeze. Suddenly, the ground beneath the hunting squad begins to crumble. Suddenly, a devastating landslide occurs, forcing the panicked group to flee down the mountain. Debris and massive rocks rain down everywhere. The cops planned this disaster, forcing everyone to hold on. It is hard to believe those creatures devised such a smart tactic. Now, a massive boulder hurtles straight toward Ethan Cole. Ethan Cole frowns at the incoming threat, realizing that hiding underground is only a temporary fix to escape the danger. The moment the slide stops, hundreds of vicious blood cobs will swarm down the mountain slopes. That would mean total annihilation for the party. To stop them, Ethan Cole summons his armor without hesitation. The Ice Empress loudly urges her contractor to act. Ethan Cole charges up the cracking cliff at breakneck speed to meet them. He grits his teeth and leaps directly toward the monsters waiting on the ledge. The creatures shriek in sheer bewilderment as a human suddenly appears. He dodges their energy-charged stone attacks with agility, summons a freezing battle axe, and cleaves 3 unfortunate monsters in a single swing. Before the remaining monsters can process their shock, Ethan Cole uses his momentum to strike down again with incredible power, tearing the cob horde apart. Landing gracefully, he quickly draws his bow and lets loose 3 arrows, instantly killing 3 targets. He handles the Kobold Legion alone without showing any fatigue, swapping his bow for a metal spear and shield. The monsters try to swarm him, but Ethan Cole charges straight into the center of the pack. Every beast that steps forward is instantly impaled. The horde suffers catastrophic losses. One tries to leap and bite his neck, only to impale itself directly onto his waiting spearhead. He feeds them steel instead of flesh. Next, he hurls his heavy shield, crushing a nearby beast before it can react. Drawing the remaining cobs into a chase, he scales the adjacent cliff face. The blood cob finally emerges. Ethan Cole drops down to block its path, crushing a stray monster underfoot. He sighs and turns around. The surrounding beasts are still growling and baring their fangs, completely unfazed. But this time, he draws his signature sword. A brilliant blade light flashes. With a basic sword technique, the monsters are flung back as frost coats the cavern floor. Buried beneath the rubble, Baek Jeong-woo slowly regains consciousness, shivering from the biting cold as he recalls the sudden landslide. Using his incredible strength, Baek Jeong-woo breaks through the debris and pulls himself out. Coughing heavily in the freezing air, he quickly looks around to search for any other survivors. As more players pull themselves free, the faint sound of intense combat echoes nearby. He wonders how anyone could still be fighting after being swept away in that landslide. But the bright flashes and a lone shadow battling above prove that someone is very active. When a dead cob crashes right in front of him, he is certain someone is up there fighting. He rushes up the rocky slope, guided by the brutal sounds of weapons clashing against each other. Piles of monster corpses litter the ground, and at the center of the carnage is Ethan Cole. Baek Jeong-woo watches in absolute awe as Ethan Cole slaughters the remaining beasts effortlessly. He hesitates to call out, wondering if this warrior has been carrying the entire team alone all this time. Noticing a beast sneak up behind the busy warrior, Baek Jeong-woo leaps into action to assist. He calls out to Ethan Cole, delivering a heavy punch directly to the monster's ribs. After finishing off the creature, he nods in gratitude as Ethan Cole dispatches his own target. Taking a breath, they wonder if the other players and adventurers survive the disaster. Before they can discuss it, furious shouts echo from below as survivors arrive to face the remaining horde. Reaching the ledge, the adventurers freeze in shock at the sea of fallen monsters before them. They cannot believe he stood against hundreds of cobs all by himself. While high contribution points are great, survival comes first, and his power is clearly on another level entirely. Nobody could have expected it. Seriously, that bastard is pretty terrifying. The hunters turn back to curse the goblins, while an old veteran spits on the ground. He grumbles that thanks to those pests, he swallowed enough mud to completely ruin his dinner. Moments later, they spot the blood goblins. The entire squad instantly lights up with excitement, eager to hunt down these red-skinned monsters. Still, they caution each other to stay close and hold back unless they have a clear shot, while one teased hunter shrieks in embarrassment. Despite almost being buried alive under a mountain of dirt, the group remains in high spirits. Ethan Cole watches them with a faint smile, though he cannot help but sigh. The hunters charge forward with roaring spirits, while the goblins gnash their teeth and hiss back. Thivia steps up, ordering the vanguard to strike them down on the spot. Everyone fights with pure rage. But suddenly, a massive figure looms right behind the goblin pack. The goblins crowd around to protect their master. Refusing to let these rabid beasts gain any ground, the players detonate a massive, ground-shaking explosion. Amidst the flying debris of blown-up monsters, Ethan Cole quickly thanks Buongu for keeping his back safe from a sudden sneak attack. Buongu waves it off, claiming that Ethan Cole would have dodged it anyway. Then, he urges the young hunter to make his move. Go where? Straight to the Blood Goblin Lord. He has earned the sole right to take down the boss first. Buongu promises to handle the rest, but before he can finish, Ethan Cole dashes away. Sophie immediately flies to his side, asking how his head is feeling. She knows he used massive mental energy just to wake those slow-witted hunters up. Ethan Cole laughs it off, saying the medicine was incredibly effective. But he warns her to focus entirely on the upcoming battle, promising he will lecture her once it is all over. He hates pushing his body to the limit, but right now, there is no other choice. He sighs, joking that her nagging almost makes him wish this fight would never end, when a furious roar suddenly echoes through the canyon. Every eye on the battlefield immediately turns toward the sound. High up on the cliff sits a grand throne. Ethan Cole scowls, muttering that the beast has finally crawled out of its kennel. On its hand, a five-colored ring glimmers. Clad in shining golden armor, the Blood Goblin Lord stands tall, radiating an overwhelming, murderous rage. The Blood Goblin Lord leaps from his throne, landing heavily right in front of Ethan Cole with a guttural, menacing growl. Ethan Cole coldly raises his blade. The armored monster lunges, with razor-sharp claws wide open, meeting a powerful counter-slash from the young hunter. But the strike only leaves a minor crack on its golden armor. The beast does not even flinch. Ethan Cole unleashes a flurry of attacks, but the Lord easily deflects them. It finds an opening and throws a heavy punch, which the hunter barely evades. Ethan Cole counters with a brutal kick straight to its jaw. Instantly, the monster swings its other hand down to crush him. Anticipating the move, Ethan Cole rolls out of harm's way. Landing right behind the beast, he spots its exposed neck and leaps forward, driving his blade straight into the back of its skull. Stricken by the blow, the Blood Goblin Lord erupts with dark energy. Ethan Cole tries to hold his ground, but the shockwave violently blasts him backward. The other hunters watch in awe as Ethan Cole struggles to his feet, now trapped behind a cage of rising stone walls. The furious Lord stands before him, his sword still lodged in its neck. Ethan Cole wonders how on earth a mere goblin mage could wield such catastrophic earth magic. This beast clearly knows how to wield magic. Even worse, the oppressive force radiating from it isn't just normal mana, it is dark demonic energy. Meanwhile, Ethan Cole's power buffs are rapidly fading away. Gripping his secondary dagger, he realizes he must end this with one final, decisive strike. The frenzied Lord thrashes wildly, desperately trying to crush him like a mere insect. But Ethan Cole patiently waits for the perfect opening, delivering a devastating, explosive counter-slash with his dagger. The monster smashes the earth in sheer rage, only to find Ethan Cole has completely vanished. He flips gracefully midair, diving back down just as jagged stone spikes erupt from the earth under the Lord's command. Pouring every ounce of strength into the clash, the resulting explosion brings the giant beast to its knees while throwing Ethan Cole hard against the cliff. Gritting his teeth, he watches the monster's massive fist charge right at him. Just as it comes within inches of his face, Ethan Cole swerves aside in the nick of time. The fist smashes deep into solid rock as Ethan Cole activates his watchflow skill. Gliding through the air, he grabs the hilt of his sword still lodged in the monster's skull. The beast looks up, only to find him shrouded in pure darkness. Channels of dark energy surge into the blade as he drives it all the way down, finally ending the Goblin Lord's reign of terror. As the stone walls crumble, Sophie rushes to his side. She asks if he is all right, reminding him that she warned him not to push himself too hard. He quietly tells Sophie to stay alert. When she asks why, Ethan Cole keeps silent, wondering how a mere goblin boss possessed true demonic energy. Due to the incident with Hagen last time, he was unable to claim this power. Placing his hand on its head, Ethan Cole activates the Confession of the Dead skill. He sees that this beast was destined to lead from the very moment of its birth. Day by day, it expanded its brutal territory and iron grip, conquering and unifying all other goblin tribes under one banner. But one day, two masked figures with glowing red eyes approached the pack, and that is where the memory abruptly cuts off. Ethan Cole is certain those figures are his targets, and the memory continues to unfold. Watching those two easily slaughter the Cobalt pack, they are clearly at a much higher level than he currently is, perhaps even stronger than Kenner. One of them grimaces. "We do not have time, so give it the magic stone. Look here, good dog. Here is your favorite stone. I will plant it in your heart so you always remember me." Right then, the Volf immediately mutates into a massive blood Cobalt Lord. It seems they skipped a few steps. The other teams are pressuring them to deliver much better results soon. "How dare they interfere in my business?" he snaps. "Are they trying to pull me down?" He warns the other to not let the guild presidents find out. As for the experiment, its strength has already improved significantly. Since the creature did not go wild, it seems its intelligence has also been successfully enhanced. "Good dog, do you know Julian City? Your mission now is to attack and seize that city. There is no time limit, so just do the best you can." Ethan Cole grimaces as he thinks about the magic stone those fiends implanted inside the beast. Judging by its memories, this whole operation is still just in the testing phase. But if they successfully develop this method further, they will be able to control even more powerful monsters against the guilds. He realizes he must grow stronger as quickly as possible. As Ethan Cole stands up to leave, the Ice Empress yells cut. Sophie criticizes him, calling his performance far too boring. She tells him the scene lacks life. He needs to immerse himself, wipe off sweat, stagger out, and then lean against the wall. He protests that he is not even sweating, but she demands he use magic to fake it. He sighs, doing it for the sake of his act. As the dust slowly clears, the other raiders finally look toward Ethan Cole's direction, noticing how quiet everything has suddenly become. Byung-gu gasps for air, wondering if the battle is finally over, as the entire crowd anxiously waits for the victor to emerge. They pray Ethan Cole is the survivor, because if that monstrous beast walks out, they will all surely lose their minds. A blurry figure slowly emerges, leaning heavily against the steep cliffside. Tears well up in their eyes as they recognize Ethan Cole, realizing they truly can rely on him. The entire crowd immediately erupts into cheers, celebrating their victory and shouting Ethan Cole's name. They ask him if he recorded the fight, urging him to edit and upload it to the community forums as soon as possible. One promises to treat him next time he visits the Slam Guild, thanking the Dark Knight for keeping him alive. Although some dislike players, they swear to support him. Amid the loud cheers, Ethan Cole leans his arm over Byung-gu's shoulder, letting him help carry him while laughing. Byung-gu wonders what is great, and Ethan Cole explains that winning a hard battle feels absolutely amazing. Ethan Cole silently recalls how in the past, no matter how exhausted he was, he could never show any weakness. Back then, showing even a hint of vulnerability would throw the entire world into panic. He wonders if this is how it feels to finally lean on someone else. He is thanked for his heroic actions, which saved the lives of 497 members of the expeditionary force. Five Eye extends his hand directly to Ethan Cole, expressing his deep gratitude on behalf of all his subordinates. Ethan Cole is genuinely relieved to see that far more people survived than he initially expected. Five Eye praises his massive contribution, announcing he took first place, and promises the captain will call him soon. Ethan Cole willingly agrees to wait. While the Ice Empress sighs from a nearby branch, the others crowd around, and Byung-gu tells him that joining this raid was the best decision. Byung-gu asks if he leveled up a lot, but Ethan Cole modestly replies that he simply learned much by watching the older warrior. Ethan Cole looks back, slightly confused by his words. Byung-gu admits that focusing only on raw physical power was a mistake, handing over his community contact details for future contact. Byung-gu tells him to reach out whenever he needs help. Ethan Cole accepts the note, promising to call, and tells Byung-gu that he will definitely grow much stronger. Byung-gu laughs, promising to train hard so he does not disappoint him. He swears never to forget today's lesson, aiming to train both his mind and body before turning around to leave. Sophie rushes over, asking her contractor if she is finally allowed to nag him now. She reminds him that since he is no longer a hero, there is no reason to risk his life for others. She asks if he understands that throwing his life away hurts the feelings of those who deeply care about him. She warns him that if her own knight ever did that, she would strip his title and punish him severely. Lying on his bed, Ethan Cole grimaces, wondering how such a tiny girl can speak so much. She has been nagging him since they left, and even now, she stands hands on hips, pointing at his face. She demands to know if he is listening, insisting he must always consult her before doing anything. Seo Junho gritted his teeth and turned away. Fine, he muttered. He could not even sleep in peace with this nagging little lady around. Bolting up, he promised to be more careful from now on, though his words felt incredibly forced. Even a high-level spirit needs to be careful, Sophie grumbled. Suddenly, she began to glow brightly. Seo Junho stared, his eyes wide with utter shock. The system screen flashed. Sophie had grown a bit, letting out a soft gasp. The next morning, as Seo Junho brushed his teeth, the Ice Empress sat slumped in the tub. He remarked she had grown, but she insisted she was still tiny. Picking her up excitedly, he laughed and noted how much she had actually grown. Sophie thrashed around, demanding he stop because, as a queen, she refused such rude behavior. Seo Junho just shrugged. She was not a queen anymore. Now she was his spirit, and she had evolved. He teased that she must have started at the absolute lowest tier. Spirits had their own ranks, spanning from the lowest grade all the way to high tier. At the very peak was the supreme tier. The higher the rank, the greater their power. Hearing this, Sophie's face darkened completely. Supreme tier phase 2. Seo Junho had no idea what that meant, but his former queen was thoroughly annoyed. She pointed right at his face, proudly claiming she was the first spirit to ever reach supreme tier phase 2. Before he could even ask what that meant, she scurried away. He sighed, wondering if there were ranks he truly knew nothing about. She was likely just nursing her bruised pride. We have all been there. He had nothing to worry about. Eventually she would reach the supreme rank, as it was not like climbing the difficult military ladder. Shortly after, a fine carriage pulled up outside the inn. Seo Junho mentioned the Lord had summoned him, asking if she wanted to tag along or keep working. Sophie kept typing away, refusing to look up as she said she was almost done and wanted to avoid distractions by staying behind. She was busy editing a video about him, and seeing her so focused, he decided not to push it. At the door, the coachman politely asked if he was ready. Seo Junho smiled and told him to lead the way. The carriage quickly arrived at the estate. He was ushered inside by guard escorts, who knocked gently on the inner chamber door. A guard announced the player's arrival, and a voice bid him enter. Before stepping inside, a loud question greeted him. The voice asked if he was the player who had contributed so greatly to the expedition, and he confirmed it. Standing with Commander Fivia, the blonde lord introduced himself straightforwardly as Viscount Basty Julian, the grand ruler of this city. Commander Fivia added that he had kept a close eye on the boy ever since his entrance exam. The lord laughed heartily, noting how most players were terrified to even step foot in this room, yet this young man possessed absolute composure. Suddenly, a breathless maid burst through the double doors to deliver urgent news. His young master was in critical condition. In an instant, the lord paled and rushed out of the room. The lord apologized for his sudden departure, leaving Commander Fivia behind to speak on his behalf. Commander Fivia apologized for the terrible timing and suggested he leave, but Seo Junho asked if he could take a quick look at the boy first. It could be a unique illness. Only players would know how to recognize it. Fivia frowned deeply before agreeing to let him observe from a safe distance, reminding him he could do nothing more. The boy was burning up with fever. The panicked lord cried out, demanding to know what had happened. He demanded to know why the fever returned after they said the progression of the illness had finally halted. The maid wept bitterly, explaining that even their holy power could not suppress the heat. Distraught, the lord asked what to do next. A trembling, white-bearded priest beside him begged for forgiveness, admitting a simple cleric like himself had run out of options. Hearing those grim words, the lord nearly collapsed from dizziness, saved only by the priest catching him. Fivia quickly took charge, ordering the priest to tend to the fainting lord first. As the lord was carried off to the nearest bedchamber, the young boy on the bed continued to gasp painfully. When Seo Junho tried to step closer, Commander Fivia immediately barked at him to stay back. But one quick glance told Seo Junho that the child was dying. Every living soul has mana, including this helpless boy. Placing his hand on the boy's burning forehead, he felt the child's internal mana twisting into chaotic knots. Instead of flowing smoothly, the life force was clumping together inside him. Worse yet, some sinister, pitch-black energy was actively invading the child's body from within. Seo Junho looked at Fivia and insisted he could feel the boy's mana, urging him to believe his words. He offered to disperse the clogged energy, but Commander Fivia immediately brushed him off as absurd. Fivia yelled at him to stop speaking nonsense, as even the high priests of the Sun Cathedral could not do that. He declares he is indeed a player, explaining that dispersing the dark power depends entirely on his unique abilities. Go ahead, but any suspicious move means death. Ethan Cole calmly pulls up a chair and tells him he can chop off his head. As he gently takes the young master's hand, a system alert instantly flashes, detecting dark magic within the target. Utilizing his unique Dark Overseer attribute, he possesses the ability to fully absorb the dark energy. The absorption will even boost his own magical strength. Ethan Cole begins drawing the toxic dark magic out of the young boy. Still, he must proceed with absolute caution. The dark source is nested directly inside the boy's fragile heart, making any mistake fatal. To untangle such a massive web of complex mana threads, Ethan Cole knows he needs Skylin, the greatest mage from the upper world, but with no other choice, he must do this alone. He must take things step by step. Shortly after, the newly awakened lord and his anxious wife rush in to check on their beloved son. Simus is looking much better now, and Fivia tells the lord that they owe everything to young Ethan Cole. The lord wishes to thank him, but Ethan Cole has already slipped away. He promised to bring a friend capable of curing the boy completely. Stunned, the lord whispers that the young man has left him with a massive debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, back at the association headquarters, an anxious Dioku rushes into his office. He finds his old friend casually eating black bean noodles. Shocked, Dioku stutters, asking what could possibly bring him back so suddenly. He complains that there was not even a single phone call, but Ethan Cole calmly explains he had an urgent matter to discuss with a dear friend. A friend, Dioku asks with a grin, wondering if he was missed that much, only to be quickly shut down. Ethan Cole shrugs, and Dioku snatches a bite, demanding to know who else it could possibly be. He points out that he has no other friends, but Ethan Cole reveals he came to talk about the Frost Seals. Surprised, Dioku asks if he means the frozen heroes, wondering if everything is finally prepared to wake them. The legendary heroes of the past might reunite, which immediately fills the old man with immense excitement. Ethan Cole calms his friend down, asking for any news from Frontier, before bringing up the mysterious magic stones. Dioku cannot fathom what evil scheme those demons are plotting, but they seem to be several steps ahead. Although he ruined their plan this time, if the different demon factions decide to unite, absolutely nothing will stand in their way. They will begin taming and controlling beasts of unfathomable power. If they succeed, humanity is finished, so Ethan Cole urges Dioku to warn the major guilds, as he cannot face this alone. Not knowing what they already know, Dioku agrees to alert them immediately, especially since Lord Julian's son was targeted. He asks for clarification on whether those magic stones are being implanted directly into the innocent citizens of Frontier. He admits he is not entirely sure yet, since there is no trace of the main stone and Julian's son did not fully transform. He suspects the poor boy only absorbed a tiny fragment of it. If the nobility and royal family of the Ruden Empire fall victim to this, it will bring about a terrible disaster. Dioku firmly promises to bring this critical matter before the upcoming international summit. With a heavy sigh, the old friend laments how hard it is to build a peaceful world, but Ethan Cole vows to make that dream a reality. When Dioku asks what he means, he explains that while he planned to climb to the second floor after waking his friends, he simply cannot wait anymore. He knows he must act immediately. Dioku completely agrees, and just picturing the 5 legendary heroes climbing to the second floor together fills his heart with immense pride. It is a deeply thrilling thought, though no outsider could ever truly understand the immense burden they carry. Suddenly remembering the Ice Empress, Dioku asks if she did not accompany him on this journey. Hearing her name, Sophie waves her hand to show she is here, though she is currently busy binge-watching classic dramas on a screen. Dioku stares in disbelief, but Ethan Cole simply shrugs, claiming he has absolutely nothing to do with her new hobbies. Impressed by her modern skills, he hands over an iPad, preparing to leave while giving his old friend a very specific task. He asks Dioku to download a few classic dramas onto the tablet, as they intend to take it along to the second floor. Sophie strictly instructs Dioku, who readily agrees, asking for her preferred genre, which is, of course, classic, timeless films. Dioku promises to fill the device with cinematic masterpieces, though he gently notes that Ethan Cole's home is still far too empty and needs furniture. Later, Ethan Cole stands quietly before the frozen statues of his four dear comrades, his silent gaze filled with deep, melancholy longing. He responds softly, simply whispering that it has indeed been a very long time. 9 months have passed since Junho first stepped back into the light of this world. It was a long yet brief time, filled with slaying countless monsters, clearing dungeons, and witnessing the bustling modern city he had once only imagined. He experienced brand new wonders and forged fresh connections. Yet, here he stands, scratching his head while smiling at frozen statues. It felt unfair to his friends that only he was awake, which seemed almost pathetic. That is why Junho has been trying so hard. The moment he touches the ice, a system screen flashes before him. It detects his S-rank frost ability, which can be used to melt this icy seal. He possesses enough mana to begin. However, since the player lacks deep understanding of ice magic, a penalty will be applied. Breaking the seal will permanently decrease his mana by 70 points. Once the seal is broken, an extreme cold curse will slash all his attributes by 50%. Furthermore, after resolving this icy lock, he will be unable to unfreeze any other alive for 90 days. Does he wish to proceed with breaking the seal? Junho is about to lose his mind over these heavy penalties. And what on earth is this extreme cold curse supposed to be? Sophie explains that his current understanding of ice magic is far lower than before. Junho silently wonders how he could have broken such a curse 26 years ago. Was the enemy simply too powerful, or was his own magic level too low? If he raises his ice skills, would these heavy penalties decrease? But the burning question right now is, which of his frozen comrades should he awaken first? Gilberto would blindly rush to level up just for Mio. If his stubborn nature remains the same, he will only follow his noble family orders. And Ramada's, the moment he hears of strong monsters, he will ignore all warnings and charge headfirst into the fray. Then there is Sky, who lives for magic. If she learns about this fantasy-like modern world, she will probably lose her mind with excitement. The right ally means faster progress. Sophie stands nearby, hands on hips, urging him to choose. Hey, contractor, have you decided yet? Junho grits his teeth and makes his choice. The system issues a final warning that breaking this icy lock will prevent him from unfreezing anyone else for the next 90 days. Does he still wish to proceed? Give me back my friend, he roars as the seal breaks. 70 mana points are permanently lost, and the extreme cold curse takes hold. After 30 days, the ice finally melts, and Sky falls limp into his arms before slowly opening her eyes. Junho smiles and welcomes her back, while she gazes out in stunned silence at the bustling city. She notes that no dungeons are in sight, only people walking the streets without fear. This is the peace they fought to protect. The memories of their old comrades leave them momentarily speechless, but Junho just offers a warm smile. Monsters are no longer an immediate threat. Seeing her remain completely silent, Junho tilts his head and asks if she is crying. She immediately jabs him hard enough to draw blood, scalding his wandering eyes. The sharp pain makes him groan. It has been 26 years. Since he only woke up last year, they are basically the same age now. She is no longer his older sister. Smiling, Junho hands her some coffee. She looks genuinely annoyed, arguing that age must be based on birth years, leaving him to sigh. Either way, they can just act casual. If they are equals, he does not have to call her big sister anymore. She is incredibly stubborn. When asked if she remembers the Ice Empress, she scoffs. Of course she remembers fighting her for 3 straight days. He apologizes for failing to meet them again, but Sky simply pats his head in comfort. She praises his efforts, saying they could never have defeated the queen without him, so he must not feel guilty. Junho quietly nods along. Sky asks what became of his powers. Junho looks at her with a knowing glance, suggesting she simply witness it with her own eyes. Junho points at his coffee cup, instantly freezing it solid. Sky gasps in excitement, asking what kind of incredible new ability this is. It is actually an unprecedented X-rank frost skill. She notes that he must have earned some legendary title for achieving that. something like the first person to hold an EX rank skill. Junho dazes off, realizing he indeed has not checked for one yet. Sky explains that she received an initiate title the very first time she cast a spell, since major first-time achievements always grant special titles. That is right. When he cleared the 10th trial of the dungeon back then, he also received a unique title. Junho wonders why he did not think of it earlier. Sky strokes her chin, pointing out that he was only on the 9th trial. Even if he tried again, he probably could not even reach level 30, right? Junho looks at her with a face full of pity. He suggests she check her own status, as she might be level 1 now, while he remains level 80. She responds, surprising him completely. She explains that the frost curse temporarily lowered her stats, but they should fully recover on their own after a single month. In a low voice, Junho asks Sophie what is happening. Sophie guesses it is because he directly touched the Ice Empress core. Junho wonders if he is the only one among the 5 reset to level 1. Sophie has no idea. Suddenly, Sky glares at him with deep suspicion. She demands to know who he is talking to. Junho looks at Sophie, who nods and reveals her physical form, leaving Sky completely frozen in shock. Sophie is still claiming she is the Frost Queen when Sky scoops her up. "What is this adorable thing? Save me, contractor," she squeals. She protests that she is the Frost Queen of Niflheim, the ruler who froze the world, yet here she is, getting snuggled by Sky. Ethan just watches the two women with a completely blank stare. Sophie finally gives up and collapses onto Sky's shoulder, but her mouth keeps running, reminding them she is the cold invader who once attacked their planet. Just like that, Sky stares in disbelief. "You are actually the legendary Frost Queen." The Queen apologizes, admitting her selfishness caused immense harm. But Sky is easygoing. She gladly accepts the apology, claiming she is far too generous to hold a grudge. In return, she asks if the Queen can satisfy her curiosity. Sophie agrees, noting that a true ruler must always take responsibility for their past mistakes. She promises to cooperate fully. Watching this, Ethan cannot help but admire how incredible Sky truly is. After all, winning over the Frost Queen with just a few words is no easy feat. The next day, when they step outside together, the crowd immediately begins to whisper, "Is that not player Ethan?" They wonder, when did he get here? And who is the stunning woman walking right by his side? She looks just like Lady Sky Kylan, someone notes, before laughing it off as impossible. To carry on to meet Dioku. He congratulates Ethan on securing his goal, but quickly brings up the penalty, which seems incredibly severe this time. Ethan shrugs, losing 70 magic stat points is painful, but he does not mind if it means saving a teammate. Dioku counters that practically speaking, it lightens Ethan's load. Sky chuckles, asking if he always has to be so practical. Ethan senses a strange tension brewing between them, even though they are already acquainted. Dioku brings up the penalty details again, a 70-point drop in magic stats and all other stats cut in half for a whole month. Indeed, looking at the stats he spent so long grinding, every single number now has a massive penalty mark next to it. Even though it is temporary, seeing his hard work slash still hurts. Now get ready, because Dioku is about to drop a massive warning about the second floor. He suggests either helping the Lord's son and heading straight back down, or perhaps spending the month working as a nursery school teacher. Ethan admits it sounds fun, but he is not interested. His main goal now is gaining reputation in Julian. The nursery school is actually a training ground for newly awakened rookies. After all, who would want to spend their time babysitting kids? Ethan turns to ask Sky about her next move, but she completely misses his point and asks him what he means by that. She clarifies that since her level remained untouched, she can head straight to the border. There is a magic tower waiting for her there, right? She is eager to witness no magic. She suggests that if they want to make a move, they should announce their return today. She suggests moving the remaining ice statues to keep them safe, but Ethan calmly replies that he has already taken care of it. He knows the fiends would target those statues eventually, so they had to act the very moment Sky opened her eyes. She had given him a playful glare back then. Imagine waking up after 26 years only to be put straight to work. Ethan places his dark mask on the table, proposing they postpone the border trip. The sudden shift catches everyone completely off guard. With dark mages on the surface and a grand wizard guarding the border, the fiends will have to tread carefully. Dioku agrees that it is a brilliant plan. He offers to arrange a press conference for this afternoon. Still, he wonders if the fiends might just avoid Sky because of her fierce reputation. Sky smiles grimly. Once she tears a few of them apart, they will not be running anymore. She also suggests leaking a photo of the 3 remaining frozen statues. Dyoku immediately realizes Ethan is using the photo as bait. Since the fiends rarely show themselves, Ethan wants to draw them out. Watch how a grand plan is about to unfold as the hall packs to the brim. Ethan slips on his signature mask, preparing to step onto the battlefield of public opinion. Sky offers a genuine smile and wishes him the best of luck. This is his grand return after 26 long years, so he needs to put on a flawless show for the world. Sophie chimes in, telling him to stay sharp. Ethan chuckles, telling them there is no need to worry because the real star is about to take the stage. Stepping confidently into the flashing lights of the cameras, Ethan starts by warmly thanking everyone for gathering on such incredibly short notice. He gets straight to the point. 3 times is the exact number of monster attacks recorded on Earth over the last 4 months. This represents a massive, undeniable drop in monster activity compared to the chaotic years of the past. Yet, a rather peculiar piece of data stands out. While crime on Earth has plummeted, the crime rate in the frontier has surged by 37%. For a long time, he wrestled with the problem of how to eliminate these threats. He often wished he could be in 2 places at once. That nagging thought crossed his mind countless times every day. Suddenly, a reporter from the Silver Star Guild raises their hand to ask a question. After expressing full support for Ghost's heroic efforts, the reporter asks if he has finally found a solution to this pressing dilemma. Indeed, if he cannot physically split himself in 2, he can always find an ally who possesses a level of power equal to his own. Not being one to beat around the bush, Ethan prepares to introduce his new partner, a legendary grand wizard of immense power. She playfully cuts him off. Tell them it is me, Sky Kylan, as she makes a breathtaking entrance. Instantly, this sudden appearance sends shockwaves across the globe, with news outlets rushing to grab the biggest headlines. One of the 5 legendary heroes, the great mage Sky Kyun, has finally returned after 26 years. Could the sudden appearance of the ghost be the sign that all 5 heroes are coming back? Terms like great mage and immortal heroes are trending everywhere now. While the ghost remains on Earth, the great mage is active in the frontier. Even as fires consume the monstrous threat, the entire world can talk about nothing else but the return of Sky. A playful global poll quickly takes off online, asking citizens which of the 5 heroes they want to see awaken next. The British royal family even announces that they will return every single asset they previously held for the great mage. It is a clever move to boost their public image, but if all 5 heroes actually return, the global dynamic will completely shift. They would face some incredibly tough challenges. Meanwhile, late at night, 2 museum security guards on duty complain about their long shift. The optimistic guard jokes that if the 5 heroes awaken, he will proudly tell them that he was the one guarding their statues. His partner laughs it off, telling him to stop talking nonsense and get through their 7-hour shift. But before another word is spoken, something sharp flies out from the dark bushes, knocking them both cold. 2 cloaked figures emerge from the shadows, quietly retrieving the sleeping needles embedded in the faces of the unconscious guards. The younger intruder grumbles about the hassle, noting they would have killed them outright back in the frontier. These 2 are fiends. The older fiend urges patience, warning that killing a guild member triggers an automatic distress signal, so their goal right now is simply to extract information from the guards. Tasting the guards' blood, the younger fiend notes there are only 8 players active nearby, and none of them pose any real threat. Inside, the frozen statues of the heroes remain, untouched. When asked about the ghost and the great mage, the young one scoffs that these locals are too clueless to know. Still, the older fiend warns him to stay cautious. With the guards down, the duo faces a massive door forged from solid mithril. The older fiend tells his partner to step back before shattering the barrier with a single, powerful punch. The younger fiend marvels, a true master of shockwave manipulation. The metal scraps are worth a fortune, but the elder reminds him of their primary objective. They are running out of time, so securing the statues comes first. Though the younger fiend sighs in disappointment, he knows they must prioritize the main target after coming all this way. Holding his magical shrinking device, the young fiend looks on in total confusion when the frozen statue refuses to shrink down. Seeing the delay, the elder snaps at him to stop playing around and hurry. The hot-tempered youth grumbles back, wanting nothing more than to finish up and finally get some sleep. Internally, the youth fumes. The old man does nothing but complain constantly. Suddenly, frostbite spreads rapidly across the youth's hand from the statue. With a deafening crash, a massive ice golem manifests and instantly grabs the young fiend by his neck. He frantically punches the frozen beast to break free. Crashing onto the floor, he gasps out a desperate warning to his partner that it is a trap. Staring up at the two looming ice golems, the young fiend tries to talk tough, but his bravado instantly vanishes as Se Junho's cold blade presses against his throat. Se Junho offers to finish him off, but Sky steps in to stop him, wanting to personally test just how much of his original power has faded over time. Terror washes over the young intruder as he recognizes the ghost. Talk about instant regret. A final desperate curse dies in his throat as Se Junho swiftly ends his life, leaving the terrified older fiend to scramble away from the mess in absolute panic. The elder thinks he can simply run away, but a devastating sequence of high-tier magic spells has already been prepared to intercept his escape path. Magic prisons, gravity reversals, and deadly lightning spears rain down relentlessly as Sky unleashes his full magical arsenal directly onto the escaping fiend. Stunned by the overwhelming assault, the old fiend tries to mount a desperate defense, but the sheer force of Sky's lightning spear completely overwhelms him. Sky intensifies the lightning output, forcing the struggling fiend to brace himself, but his resistance is completely futile. A final explosive spell blasts him backwards, leaving his body heavily scorched and battered. Before he can even catch his breath, he is forced to face a ruthless follow-up attack from Se Junho. Giving the target zero time to recover, Se Junho immediately grabs him by the face and slams him deep into a suffocating shroud of absolute darkness. Despite his age, this old fiend is incredibly resilient, growling that he has absolutely no intention of dying at the hands of the ghost today. Se Junho promises a swift end, but the old fiend sneers, calling him an arrogant brat who never changes and clearly recognizing him. Glaring at Se Junho with pure, murderous hatred, the old fiend confirms that he indeed knows exactly who the young hero is. He brings up a horrific massacre in Paris 27 years ago, claiming he was there as he prepares a desperate, final combat stance to strike. Recalling events from 25 years ago is no easy task after being frozen solid for so long. Since the old fiend managed to survive an extra 27 years, Se Junho remarks that dying today shouldn't feel like a tragic loss at all. With a simple gesture, Se Junho summons his formidable shadow wolves, sending them charging directly at the old enemy, who shows absolutely no fear of the threat. He shouts that he is no longer weak, swinging his fists to smash the shadow wolves. But despite his frantic struggles, Se Junho's dark shadow energy completely binds his limbs, forcing the helpless fiend to bitterly curse the unfair elemental attribute system. In his heart, he already knew the bitter truth. Surviving a prolonged battle against the ghost was always a hopeless dream. He knew a single fatal strike was his only ticket to a future. Gathering every drop of his remaining strength, the old demon lunges forward to deliver a crushing punch to Se Junho. Se Junho simply raises a massive sword to block the incoming fist. Bare hands against heavy steel, there is only one way this clash ends. But the old monster refuses to back down. He keeps striking until his right hand is completely shattered to pieces. He manages to trigger a massive explosion at the very end, but it barely scratches Se Junho. Se Junho's shadow wolves immediately pounce, tearing into the old demon. Still struggling to survive, the monster refuses to let the ghost turn the tables on him. "How long do you plan to mock me?" he screams, punching a Volf and lunging at the ghost. Se Junho had never seen anyone so eager to run straight into their own grave. But if he wants a fight, he gets one. In their final moments together, Se Junho's darkness wraps tightly around the old monster. With one devastating slash, Se Junho nearly finishes him. The old demon grits his teeth. Is there really no choice left but to use that forbidden skill? Keep the ability hidden. That was his one and only chance to trap the powerful enemy. Letting out a primal roar, the old demon unleashes violent shockwaves directly at the ghost. Se Junho instantly realizes why the monster hid this trick for so long. It was meant to turn the tide of battle, but get this, he never should have brought up Paris. For him, 27 years had passed, but to a frozen statue like Se Junho, it felt like only two. Suddenly, it all clicks. that person was actually a human. Si Junho snaps his fingers, summoning giant ice swords to block, but they shatter instantly. With a casual wave of his hand, the remaining ice blades completely vanish. The old monster is stunned, wondering if a great mage's spell is somehow affecting this place, but deep down, he knows that is not it. This is the ghost's true power. He has become a monster far more terrifying than he was 27 years ago. Early the next morning, Si Junho meets up with Sky. "Oh, there you are," she says. "Where is the other one?" Si Junho replies that he read his memories. He explains that he used a newly acquired skill called Confession of the Dead. He gathered vital clues since the target was a first-generation player from 30 years ago. Shocked, she admits that such a skill is simply terrifying. Suddenly, Sky announces she has changed her mind, leaving Si Junho utterly confused. She asks if she had originally planned to work alongside him, but she has thought of a much better way. She will hunt down the fiends herself and bring them straight to him. All he has to do is read their memories and level up safely. The current situation is simply too dangerous for him to roam freely. Si Junho knows she is absolutely right about one thing: he really cannot afford to waste massive amounts of mana right now. He worries it will be too hard on her, but she smiles and shrugs it off. After all, he carried this heavy burden alone for 10 whole months. Now they can finally share the weight. Once Ramadas, Mio, and Rupert return, he can just relax and act like a figurehead, just like the old days. He protests that he did plenty of hard work back then, but she jokingly calls him a figurehead. She mocks how he used to beg her for favors, prompting him to clear his throat and suggests they help Lord Julian's son first. Si Junho leads Sky up to the second floor. Her jaw drops in pure excitement, looking exactly like he did during his very first visit. Her wild, ecstatic reaction draws curious stares from the crowd around them. Sky wonders aloud how much her magical knowledge will grow in a place like this. Si Junho quickly slips into character, bowing and promising to act as Lady Sky's loyal bodyguard on their way to the Julian estate. Startled but amused, Sky quickly plays along and asks him to keep her safe. He laughs, knowing acting is her specialty too. Whispers sweep the crowd as onlookers realize the rumors of the great Sky Kylan are true. But louder than any gossip is Sky herself. Genuinely thrilled by the vibrant city, her eyes light up as she gasps in pure wonder. She marvels at how incredible this place is, wondering what secrets lie hidden. He suggests she visit the magic tower if she has free time. Watching her bounce around the public waterfall like an excited child, Si Junho offers a bit of local trivia. The tower master is also the royal knights commander and archbishop of the Sun Cathedral, possessing power on par with the legendary Nine Heavens. Just then, Commander Fivia spots them, asking if this is the friend he had mentioned earlier. He asks if she is the one who can heal their young master. Si Junho proudly introduces her as the legendary Sky Kylan, one of the 5 great heroes of Earth. Commander Fivia stands completely frozen, asking if she is truly the legendary Sky Kylan. Seeing his shock, Si Junho chuckles. It is hard to picture a legendary archmage when she was just hopping around on a public fountain, after all. He is amused that the commander has heard of her. Fivia nods, explaining that the legend of the 5 heroes is highly famous even in their world. In fact, traveling minstrels tell stories of their grand exploits in almost every town. Si Junho raises an eyebrow in surprise. By now, Sky has finally stepped down from the stone fountain. Fivia steps forward to greet her, bowing deeply and expressing what an immense honor it is to meet the great mage of Earth in person. Meanwhile, Sky makes water dance around her body just to look flashy or maybe to play. A man named Phi introduces himself as the Royal Knight Commander. Sky lets the swirling droplets fall to the ground and laughs. "Gosh," she says, "who knew this place would welcome her even more than Earth did?" She tells them to lead the way to their young master. Soon, the entire group goes to meet the Lord and his wife. Phi introduces her as Lady Sky Kylan, one of the 5 great heroes. The Lord is absolutely thrilled, but his wife looks completely frozen in shock. The Lord bows deeply to Sky. He apologizes for the modest welcome for a legendary figure, begging her to make herself right at home. Sky assures them that the place is beautiful and cozy. The Lord remarks that he never expected Si Junho to know someone so elite. The noble Lord sighs in pure admiration, while Sky playfully winks at Si Junho. Si Junho explains they only met recently and he just brought her here. Still, The Lord marvels at how quickly they became close friends since her return. Seeing the conversation drift, the lady politely interrupts. She gently reminds them that young Simus is waiting in his room. She leads the way. Inside, young Simus is sitting up and reading a book, his condition already stabilized by Se Junho. The book is about mana control. The Lord tells his son that his savior has arrived. Se Junho greets the boy, asking if he still remembers him. Simus recognizes Se Junho and greets him politely. He apologizes for not welcoming him properly before due to his sudden collapse. Se Junho reassures the boy that it is quite alright. He promises to completely heal Simus and fix his damaged magic circuits. Simus is overjoyed and thanks him. Watching this, Sky smiles warmly and thinks he is such a sweet, lovely child. But her face turns serious when she looks at Se Junho. She mutters that coming here was definitely the right choice. The treatment will take about 20 minutes. Sky gets straight to work, causing the dark stone inside Simus's heart to tremble. She carefully shatters the dark barrier surrounding the boy's body, pulling the corruption out piece by piece. Finally, the magic circuits glow green to signal absolute safety. Sky is visibly drained as she sighs, telling them that the boy's circuits are stable. Se Junho is absolutely thrilled. Sky feels a deep sense of relief, realizing how wonderful it feels to help save a life again. Later, they speak with the Lord. The father shares that his beloved son has always dreamed of becoming a great mage. If not for this terrible illness, he would have sent the boy to study magic at the Royal Academy long ago. He asks if Simus can still achieve his dream. Sky takes a slow sip of her tea before delivering the hard truth. Regrettably, she says it is impossible. Magic circuits are not like a simple set of clothes that can be changed. Once stretched out, they can never return to their original state. Although his circuits are stable now, the boy will never be able to cast magic again. Lord Julian frowns in deep sorrow. He asks if this tragedy was truly caused by the demon, just as Se Junho said. Sky nods, confirming that the foul energy she cleansed from his son definitely carried a demonic presence. The Lord admits he is asking too much, but begs them to destroy the demon that shattered Simus's dreams and avenge his poor son. He speaks not as a lord, but as a heartbroken father who feels utterly useless for failing to protect his child's future. Se Junho accepts. Right then, a system notification pops up to confirm the quest. He must defeat the demon that poisoned young Simus Julian. The rewards are set at 100 gold and 1,000 fame points. The grateful lord also hands them a special book as a reward. The system reveals it is a passive magic circuit reinforcement skill book. This B-rank skill constantly strengthens magic circuits. Se Junho offers the book to Sky, believing she needs it much more. But Sky refuses, telling him that he is completely wrong and is actually the one who needs this upgrade. She guarantees it will double his strength. As he stands there stunned, she tells him to give her his hand. Although confused, he reaches out. Sky examines him and notes that his magic circuits are already incredibly sturdy. She doubts he will suffer from mana depletion anymore. She then asks if he remembers how she mastered magic. To explain it simply, Sky snaps her fingers and summons a computer. Now, let us use this as an easy example. She asks if he remembers how computers can be overclocked. Se Junho nods, recalling her mentioning it before. Overclocking is like forcing the magic inside your body to run harder. Then she pauses, wondering why she is using polite speech since they are the same age. Her obsession with age is almost funny, bringing up their years even while teaching him such a vital lesson. He recalls her saying he needs robust circuits for smoother magic flow, but points out there is still one final condition left to run everything without any issues. Exactly, she replies, congratulating him on meeting both requirements. She adds with a grin that she is still his senior. Se Junho is surprised. He knows his circuits are strong, and he has the reinforcement skill, but he wonders about the other condition. What is that remaining condition? He asks. Sky explains that to safely overclock and break his limits, he needs a proper coolant. Ice is the perfect coolant. Without it, his magic circuits would shatter, and his brain would quickly melt from the extreme heat. Junho sighs, having tested it many times already. Ice alone is not enough to stop the overheating when he overclocks his power. Sky teases how he would survive without an older sister like her, though he did just fine for the last 10 months. She explains that his body does not need coolant. Instead, The magic essence inside him is what needs to be cooled. He needs an energy source that can suppress the extreme heat while keeping his magic circuits fully intact. Balancing it this way is highly risky, but if he succeeds, he will be even faster and stronger than normal overclocking. The choice is his, and calculating the formula should give him the answer. Seeing Skaya stand up, he asks where she is headed, while little Sophie peeks cautiously from underneath the table. Skaya immediately announces she is off to go sightseeing, since she promised to travel once she was cured. Yet Junho recalls her saying just a few days ago that she would stay right here. Skaya winks at him, dismissing his memory while bringing up their recent talk about the ghouls currently threatening the local citizens. As she speaks, Skaya flicks a small object toward Junho, who catches it with lightning-fast reflexes. It is a lucky coin she always carries to ward off misfortune. She also reminds him that his Ice Empress still has not returned from the spirit realm. He resolves to find a way into the spirit realm later, finally realizing that Sophie was hiding just to avoid Skaya. Hearing her name, Sophie panics and clings tightly to Junho's leg. He gently tells Skaya to be patient, as spirits need their own privacy too. She promises to think about it after handling the ghouls, bids him farewell, and walks away. Only then does Sophie peek out to look at the lucky coin. A great mage being so superstitious is funny, but he knows she will push herself too hard again, leaving him deeply worried. Because he fought all alone this past year, she now feels it is her absolute duty to shoulder the burden. Meanwhile, Skaya has already teleported onto the roof of a nearby house, determined to give everything she has for him. Ultimately, she is just the type of person who always returns a favor tenfold. Before he can fully reclaim his former strength, Junho knows he still has a very long way to go. His only choice is to level up rapidly and regain his true power. He realizes he must master overclocking if he wants to keep pace with Skaya, vowing never to hold her back. Gaham looks at the armor and asks if Junho wants his signature black gear repaired. He asks if it is beyond repair, and the blacksmith agrees that crafting a new set is much better since the old one is completely shredded. Junho feels a wave of regret, defending the gear by saying it was incredibly sturdy and saved his life on countless occasions. He asks for a brand new set, which excites the blacksmith, who admits he was actually looking forward to crafting it. The blacksmith agrees but asks for Junho's help in gathering some rare mithril, wanting to add the metal to make the final build truly flawless. Junho wonders where he can find mithril, then suddenly remembers the heavy vault door he broke during a previous incident. Since that door was made of pure mithril, he asks how much is needed, promising to bring back as much as possible. When Junho delivers the massive pile of materials to Guam's workshop, the blacksmith stands completely stunned, wondering where on earth he managed to secure so much. It is actually more than enough, allowing him to melt the mithril and mix it directly with dragon bone rather than just using it to coat the joints. The plan is to grind the dragon bone and melt the mithril to create an ultimate alloy. Right then, old Noah walks in. The old man grumbles about manners, while Gaham remains totally mesmerized by the sheer volume of mithril sitting before them. Junho greets Noah warmly, asking if mithril has truly become that rare in recent times. Noah reveals it has been over a decade since anyone last laid eyes on that metal. As they chat, little Sophie happily plays around on Junho's shoulder, completely carefree. Noah confirms its extreme rarity, asking if he plans to forge a new set and suggesting he leave the job to his grandson. He warns Gaham to be careful, but when invited to help with the forging, the old man stubbornly tells them to forget it. When asked if he is free, Noah retorts that taking on any more orders would keep him busy for an eternity. Hearing that, Junho sighs, but Gaham chuckles and whispers that the old man actually has 0 orders on his plate anyway. Flustered and blushing, Noah quickly tries to play it cool, snapping at his grandson to stop standing around and start preparing the molds and blueprints for the mix. Turning to Junho, Noah hesitantly asks if he has met the legendary knight who recently helped Skaya awaken her true potential. Noah grumbles that the knight has not even visited him once, advising Junho to speak to him, though the warrior seems set on his own path. He bids Junho to bring his broken gear anytime, warmly acknowledging how hard the young man has worked. Noah smiles, praising him for achieving great things, but a quiet Junho replies that he has not done nearly enough to deserve such high praise. There is still so much left to do, but Noah believes he can succeed and finally free his frozen comrades from their icy curse. In truth, very few people are willing to support Junho unconditionally and lift his spirits when times get tough. Once his remaining 3 allies are set free, they will stand by his side once more, a dream that will surely become reality as a system alert pops up. The system asks if he wishes to use the circuit strengthening skill book, prompting Junho to endure agonizing training as his veins begin to bulge. Junho grits his teeth, silently enduring the intense pain while Sophie anxiously covers her mouth. With Junho focusing on reinforcing his magic circuits, Sophie knows she must remain absolutely silent. After a long moment, the young man opens his eyes and exhales. Steam rises from his body like smoke from a dying fire. Exhausted, he gasps for air. Sophie immediately flies over to check if he is alright and asks if his mana circuit survived the strain. He smiles weakly, explaining his magic circuits have doubled from 2 to 4. Sophie sighs with relief. A larger mana capacity is great, but utilizing all 4 circuits will drastically increase his energy consumption. Junho grins. The real challenge is that this is not a one-time process. He must constantly reinforce these newly formed pathways. Time to start again. Channeling his energy, he hopes the new circuits will double his physical reinforcement. Sophie warns him to be careful as his body temperature spikes, and he quietly nods. He throws a tennis ball into the air. His magic flow used to spin 13 times a second, but now it has dropped to just 7. With a light and effortless jump, Junho easily catches the falling ball. Doubling his mana strengthens his body, but it does not make his spells more powerful. It simply allows him to sustain his magic for much longer. He slows down the mana circulation to transition into ice energy. Suddenly, an intense chill floods his veins, causing his knees to buckle. Cruel frost spreads through his bloodstream, causing jagged ice to break through the surface of his skin. He throws himself against the wall in agony. The sudden clash of temperature makes his body feel like it is swinging between freezing winter and scorching summer. Controlling only 10% of his magic is not going to cut it. Junho is deeply unsatisfied with this poor result. Sophie suggests stepping it up to 15% and then climbing by 1% at a time. He complains that is too slow, wanting to jump by 5. She warns her contractor to be patient. Frost energy cannot be forced through his system that quickly without devastating consequences. If the absolute cold takes over, it will freeze his magic circuits permanently, leaving him unable to ever cast magic again. Leaning against the wall, Junho promises to follow her advice. Feeling inspired, she asks if she can edit the video now, telling him to call her if he needs help. His face looks pale and exhausted. Surrounded by sharp, jagged shards of ice, his training is turning into a dangerous race against time. Gasping for breath, he keeps pushing forward because of her simple words of encouragement. By the time Sophie finally saves the file, the afternoon sun is high in the sky. She stretches happily and proudly declares her creation a masterpiece. Knowing her contractor has been training hard for 5 days, she heads over to share the good news, only to find the training room completely empty. As she turns the corner, she gasps, finding Junho collapsed on the floor in absolute ruins. She frantically yells for her contractor, asking if he failed again. But no matter how loud she screams, Junho remains completely unconscious on the floor. With frost swirling around, another attempt ends in failure. Junho sits on the floor, panting heavily. He mutters that this is much harder than expected. Sophie quickly interrupts with 2 pieces of good news, proudly announcing she finished the video. He thanks her for her hard work, but her second piece of news leaves him speechless. She apparently spent all their remaining points. He glares at her, asking how on earth that could possibly be considered good news. He cannot believe she spent every single point they had. She had 4,000 points. Sophie defends herself, claiming she did it for a good cause and actually expected him to be happy about it. She promises this video will earn 10 times that amount, or she will quit her editing job. Annoyed, he agrees to watch before making a final judgment. Finding it is only 35 minutes long, he starts to question it, but she quickly hushes him, telling him to watch first. She insists the shorter runtime is much more engaging. Junho sighs and presses play. 35 minutes later, the video comes to an end. Deeply moved, Junho calls her name. Caught off guard, she asks why he is being so dramatic, only for him to ask if she was secretly slacking off. She denies it, claiming she poured her heart and soul into the editing process. He admits her editing is so incredible that he completely lost track of time. He confidently predicts they will easily make 20 times their investment back. Hearing his high praise, the Ice Empress is secretly screaming with joy inside. Externally, however, she keeps her composure, sitting down with a subtle smile. He stares blankly at the screen, questioning if her chosen title is actually serious. He admits she is a brilliant editor, but her naming sense is absolutely terrible. Grinning, Sophie floats closer and tells him to go easy on her debut work. With that, the video goes live. Under a beautiful morning sky, the queen is already pacing around with nervous energy. Meanwhile, Junho remains perfectly calm as he gets ready to train. She complains that waiting alone only makes her more anxious. When he asks what she is so worried about, she suggests they check the results together. He asks what she expects, and she confidently demands the top spot. He chuckles at her high ambition, but she refuses to settle for second best. He reminds her that the top rankings are dominated by massive guilds. Ultimately, success relies heavily on viewer reaction and a massive dose of luck. Even so, he silently calculates the massive scale of their potential audience across a rapidly growing world. With millions of active players online, the record for the most viewed video of all time belongs to a legendary giant hunt. That legendary upload sits at over 123 million views. As Sophie panics over that massive number, Junho suddenly receives a private link from Skyha. Ethan Cole cannot understand why she sent this to him, but the real shocker is her massive count of 1.4 million followers. It is totally unfair. Even if she was a famous hero in the past, pulling in 1.4 million followers in a single week is just absurd. That is completely insane. He only has 7,000 followers, which feels like nothing even though he worked so hard to put out so many videos. She barely did a single thing and still hit 1.4 million. Sophie shakes in utter disbelief, complaining that it makes absolutely no sense. Meanwhile, Ethan Cole checks the rankings of dungeon hunting videos. After 26 years, the views are low, and he wonders why on earth she is sticking her tongue out in the thumbnail. Sophie explains that girls on social media do that all the time just to look cute for their audience. Ethan Cole does not get these girly trends at all, so he just plays the video. On screen, several ghouls are wrapped tight in thorny vines-like packages. Skyha coldly snaps her fingers. She wonders why they are still so incredibly weak after 26 years. A ghoul spots her distracted by her holographic screen and tries to sneak attack, but Skyha calmly keeps adjusting her settings as if nothing is happening. She notes that she just needs one more attack, adjusting the background lighting to prepare her lightning. Just like that, she fries the attacking ghoul to light up the shot. Ethan Cole actually finds himself a bit impressed. She must have worked incredibly hard to hunt monsters while editing videos, so he sends Skyha a congratulatory message. She thanks him and says the same to him, but he replies that he is not famous at all yet. She quickly clarifies she is talking about his latest video. She says tons of people are watching it, and reading the comments section almost made her die laughing. Junho is completely taken aback by this news. Sophie points out that 10 minutes have already gone by while they stood around, prompting Junho to pull her in so they can check the public reaction together. The online buzz is absolutely massive. People are asking if this is really a brand new video from Ethan Cole, wondering if it is a collaboration. A commenter claims their friend at the scene said it was incredibly bloody, while others laugh and wonder if they are just playing some video game. Others argue that he even triggered a massive landslide, proving how powerful Ethan Cole really is. It is terrifying to watch, yet absolutely brilliant. People are praising the incredible editing and sharing the clip everywhere, asking why they have never heard of this guy before now. Many call it the best video they have seen in a while. Junho happily shares the positive comments with Sophie, asking if she wants to check their ranking. Sophie demands to see it immediately, only to find that their mountain dungeon video has landed at rank 43. Junho laughs happily, saying 43rd is incredibly high for independent players, without a guild behind them. Sophie just groans, leaning face first against the wall in disappointment. She was expecting much more, even though their total earnings reached nearly 40,000 points, which is a massive amount of profit. Junho reassures her that they will hit 8 million views in no time, meaning they will not have to worry about points for a while. Sophie immediately lets it go to her head, proudly sipping her drink and remarking that success makes the tea taste so much sweeter. Ethan Cole secretly disagrees, knowing he needs far more to afford spirit stones. Meanwhile, the handsome leader of the Goblin Guild, Shin Yun-hyun, is watching the video. With just one look at the footage, he instantly recognizes Ethan Cole as the very target his men have been searching for. His secretary confirms this, noting that all 6 major guilds have been turning the city upside down looking for clues about the guy. He tells him to bring the prepared documents. Clipping his nails, Shin Yun-hyun remarks on how incredibly strange the whole situation is. The guy grew up in an orphanage, had average grades, and then suddenly became a player. For someone so powerful, his background seems way too ordinary. The secretary agrees, suggesting the association covered it up. Shin Yun-hyun asks if there is any other information beyond this clearly forged profile. The secretary apologizes, explaining that association president Shimgu seems to have personally taken care of wiping the records clean. He recalls that Ethan Cole rejected their offer before, preferring to be the head of a snake rather than a dragon's tail, just like his close friend Duha. He decides they should have her invite him to join, planning to bring him along on their very next major dungeon raid. Shin Yun-hyun tosses his cute bear-shaped nail clippers onto the desk, still reflecting on Ethan Cole's desire to only be a snake's head. Yet, the power Ethan Cole displayed was clearly that of a mighty dragon. It is the kind of mystery that gets stranger the more he thinks about it. Still, things would certainly play out much better if they could just get Ethan Cole to work alongside them. Under the cold night sky, a single candle lights up Ethan Cole's face as he pushes his body to the absolute limit, surrounded by freezing chains. He closes his eyes, catching his breath heavily. Another full week has flown by, and their channel views are still holding incredibly steady. With their total profit hitting 42,250 points, he congratulates Sophie on finally earning enough to stay in the game. Sophie acts smug, asking if he was actually worried about her. She boasts that she always knew success was completely inevitable. She asks about his training progress. He reveals he can keep his physical reinforcement active for at least 40 minutes now, which is a major step. However, hitting 42 minutes seems to be his hard limit. Maintaining 46% of his total power while reinforced is proving quite difficult. Sophie wonders if that is already more than enough, but he believes he can push even further since he has absolutely nothing to lose. He points out that continuous training is the only way to get better, and she has to admit he has a very fair point. Suddenly, the Ice Empress gets a terrible shiver down her spine. Her face goes pale, and she quietly decides it is time to leave. It is open now, so she can just come right inside. Skaya drags in a defeated ghoul, asking if he can read the memories of this wretched creature. She wants to take notes of the details if necessary. Seo Junho agrees to try, and soon, the two are sitting on the floor while the corpse vanishes. Unfortunately, the ghoul was just a low-level lackey who knew absolutely nothing useful. Seo Junho guessed the enemy was around level 120, wondering why so many strong fighters are here. Skaya reminds him that since he was gone so long, feeling overwhelmed is completely natural. Putting that aside for a moment, she asks how he has been doing lately. He is still learning to stabilize his body temperature during acceleration. He expects to safely reach 50% of his power quite soon. He wonders if he can break past that limit since it has only been a few weeks, leaving Skaya completely shocked that he already reached 50%. She tells him there is no need to rush. Still, she wonders where the Ice Empress disappears to every single time she visits. Standing nearby while completely invisible, the Ice Empress jumps in surprise. Seo Junho quickly tells a small lie about her being busy to save them both. Seo Junho opens the door to walk out with Skaya. He bids her to take care and return safely once she finished her upcoming hunt. She jokingly asks if he is her mother, but he always worries about her. Just as they step outside, they run into an unexpected woman. She greets player Seo Junho, explaining that the Baron wishes to discuss the reward still owed to him for capturing those troublesome kobolds. The messenger asks him to follow her. Seeing this, Skaya teases her friend for being a superstar, leaving Seo Junho totally speechless. He assumed the skill book was already his reward, but despite his confusion, he still heads straight to the Baron's grand estate. Seo Junho warmly greets young Simus, who looks much healthier now. He tells the boy it is an honor to see him doing so well. With a bright smile, Simus replies that he is much better thanks to him, enjoying some truly wonderful, peaceful sleep lately. The boy confidently declares his dream to become a great lord just like his father, asking if he can actually pull it off. Seo Junho reassures him that he will indeed be a magnificent leader. Captain Fivia then apologizes for summoning him at such a late hour. She explains that she avoided contacting him because she heard he had not left his room for a very long time. He simply explains he was training on his own. Lord Julian is genuinely astonished that he would practice in such a confined space. The Baron offers him the use of the castle training hall from now on, but Fivia notes how players prefer privacy when practicing their skills. Fivia offers to let him use her personal training room instead, asking for the Lord's official permission to grant him access. The Lord asks if she is absolutely sure, and Seo Junho gladly accepts without any further hesitation. Seeing no reason to turn down such a wonderful offer, he accepts. The Baron then shifts the topic to the main reason for this meeting. He formally summons him to present a grand reward for successfully stopping the brutal Kobold massacre. Honestly speaking, Seo Junho admits he thought the previous gift was already his official reward. The Baron explains that was merely for saving his son. He then hands over a small wooden box, encouraging him to open it. Inside lies a highly unusual blue gem. The Baron casually explains it is an elixir, though it looks far from ordinary. Known as the frost pomegranate, this rare treasure grows in the northern snow fields and is harvested only once every 100 years. He asks if the Baron is sure about gifting such valuable treasure, but the Lord quickly shakes his head. Without his help, the Baron would have been labeled incompetent and blamed for hundreds of tragic deaths. Saving his son on top of that makes this reward fully deserved. He expresses his deepest gratitude for everything. Back at his quarters, Seo Junho dives straight into intense training with his newly enhanced circuits. His power capacity climbs to 38% as he charges through the training dummies. After fully absorbing the rare frost pomegranate, all of his base stats increase by 15 points. His power rises to 42%, then 43%. Ice Empress suddenly pops up, asking her contractor if his new belt is performing well. The special belt greatly enhances his overall body control on the battlefield. It sharpens his magic perception, and even if he gets hurt, the belt provides massive support. She warns him not to ruin it. The blacksmith added in his letter that if his white armor ever gets damaged, he can always bring it back for personal repairs. Seo Junho fondly remembers how incredibly excited he was to receive that package. He appreciated his old friend putting so much effort into crafting the gear, especially since dealing with pure mithril is an extremely difficult task. He thinks the name White Armor sounds cool, but the Ice Empress monks on cookies and complains they have terrible naming sense. He defends the name, teasing her that he expects nothing better from someone who chose salmon as their official online username. She snaps back in outrage, defending her beloved nickname. Meanwhile, the special belt begins to work its wonders on his core. His power stabilization rate rises to 44%, allowing him to circulate magic through his body 24 times every single second. His overall stabilization level officially reaches 60%. Junho summons his armor in the blink of an eye, tearing through the practice dummies and rushing toward the candle like a gust of wind. His synchronization rate stabilizes at 63%, with a body temperature of 37 degrees. Junho slices the candle so clean the flame keeps burning on the split wax. In 3 days, the icy curse will end. Now is the time for him to finish what he started in Julian. Meanwhile, the fiends sent to monitor Junho keep a close eye on his movements. The target has left the castle, heading toward the northern gate fields. After an agonizing month and a half, that bastard finally left the castle. But what about Sky Killiland? 3 weeks ago, Junho escorted her to Julian, and they already checked her community account. She is currently in the distant Oolong Forest in the east of the Empire. Though distance means nothing to a Grand Mage, it does not matter. They will eliminate Junho before she even notices. The wait has been long enough, and the hunt begins now. The wait is over. After a long period of secluded training, Junho is finally out in the wild to hunt. He remarks on how long it has been, and Sophie notes it has been about a month and a half. Back in action after his long absence, his targets are these howling lash-tail wolves. Junho is eager to test how strong he is without any magic buffs. He can now easily withstand the massive whipping tails without even needing his armor. Finding these beasts weaker than before, he boldly grabs one of their tails with his bare hands and holds on tight. Wondering if he can pull the beast and how strong it really is, Junho grits his teeth and initiates a massive swing, channeling his enhanced magic circuit. Junho spins the massive valve around like a toy, while its reaction time to his sudden attack proves incredibly slow. The experiment is a massive success as Junho knocks the giant valve out cold. He notes they are the first monsters he has hunted since arriving here, and since his fairy valve quest is still unfinished, they are simply out of luck. Junho draws his heavy blade to fight, leaving the remaining wolves helpless to resist. Meanwhile, an old man is being stalked in the darkness by the lurking fiends. These fiends have noticed that Junho tends to act with a touch of heroic justice. Knowing he cannot ignore the weak in trouble, they plan to exploit this weakness and set a trap, with Ninosio choosing the perfect ambush spot. Ninosio commands them to move out while staying alert, prompting a question about call signer's whereabouts. The enemy leader quietly sneers, thinking that Junho is merely bait since their true target is actually Sword St. Ryan Park. Considering how ruthless Signer can be, he notes Junho has been quite lucky, but promises that no amount of luck will save him today. His stats dropped to 50% last month, yet he somehow feels much stronger now, likely because the overclocking skill boosted his power. Sophie suggests that instead of hunting ordinary monsters, he should try fighting the fiends instead. Junho responds that no matter how many fiends there are, they are not stupid enough to just show up, but Sophie simply smiles and points ahead. She tells him that if he wants answers, a demon might be living in that wooden cabin, as unexpected things happen here all the time. Junho looks toward the wooden cabin and spots a man slumped over, leaning against a severed tree trunk. Apologizing to the Ice Empress, he points out there are monster traps nearby, which hunters and mercenaries usually buy rather than mages. Near the trap lies a pool of blood, barely visible in the dark, but the sharp senses of the Ice Empress do not miss it, as she warns her contractor about the unmistakable scent of fresh blood. He asks her to scout the area, and she quickly reports back that there are no monsters but rather a dead body. Junho rushes over and activates his confession of the dead skill to see what happened, secretly hoping that the woman's words are not true. Right then, a man runs up shouting for his uncle, immediately accusing Junho of taking the old man's life. He demands to know if Junho did this, questioning why he remained silent and what he did to his uncle. Junho stares at him with a puzzled expression, before calmly asking why he is even questioning him, leaving the man stunned. With a darkened expression, Junho coldly reveals that the man himself was the one who killed his uncle 10 minutes ago, shocking him. Before the killer can respond, Junho lunges forward and drives his sword straight through him, knowing there is no point in questioning a trap setter. He coldly finishes him off, fully aware that he is not alone as he clearly senses 3 more enemies rushing toward him through the dark shadows. He immediately activates his alternate dimension battlefield, as a brilliant light flashes behind him and illuminates the area. Junho instantly recognizes them as the henchmen of Call Signer's right hand, having seen their abilities in Signer's own memories. Cursing the scorching heat of the desert dimension that has just opened up, the 2 fiends prepare to fight while a third companion meditates inside a protective bubble in the distance. Let us finish this quickly. I will go first. No, this one is mine. Junho swiftly dodges as the one-eyed fiend lunges past him, with the attacker mocking Earth's strongest hunter for merely evading his strike. Wondering if they expected him to just stand still, Junho easily avoids another desperate follow-up strike from the one-eyed fiend. The 2 fiends coordinate their attacks to ambush him, but they fail to land a single hit. Junho dodges lightning fast, leaving his opponents wondering if their deadly skills have somehow rusted. Siso believes their strikes are far too rapid for the naked eye to track. No matter how his target struggles, death is inevitable. Siso wonders if this human can actually track their moves, but in a split second, Junho blinks and shifts to higher ground as the floor beneath Siso collapses. The 2 demons admit this human actually possesses some real strength. They quickly scale the shifting rock layers, aiming their deadly weapons directly at Junho. Meeting face to face at close range, Junho calmly tells them they are fast. Then he suddenly blows right past Siso, fracturing the fiend's spine and leaving his one-eyed partner utterly speechless. The one-eyed demon, Nino, rushes forward but cannot help looking back at his falling partner. Siso is sent flying like a heavy sandbag, sparking rage in Nino. Though Junho actually only intended to restrain him, his excessive force has sent things sliding out of control. Nino's mind begins to race. He realizes that moving at the speed of sound causes massive impact damage, making any collision with a moving target completely devastating. Screaming in pure agony, the one-eyed monster loses his mind, swearing to slaughter Seo Junho and everyone he loves. But the hero lost his family long ago. Besides, isn't wiping out innocent families exactly what these vile demons do every single day? They feel absolutely nothing when slaughtering humans, yet they cry out in outrage when the same tragedy strikes one of their own. That is the definition of a double standard, just admit it. Consumed by blinding rage, Nino completely loses his mind and only wants bloody vengeance, screaming that the bastard is dead and it is far too late for apologies. But who even offered an apology? The hero feels his own temper rising at their pure hypocrisy. Why should anyone apologize for wiping out the monsters who deserve to die? Trash like them have no right to walk this earth. Their leader suddenly cuts in, asking Nino how long he needs to cast his spell alone. 10 minutes is all he asks to unleash absolute chaos. The leader grinds his teeth as he begins chanting, and Nino nods with total confidence. Fueled by his ally's dark power boost, Nino laughs like an absolute madman, completely intoxicated by the rush of immense strength surging through him. Screaming that this is for Siso, he fires a torrential rain of arrows directly down at Seo Junho's position. Unfazed, Seo Junho equips his armor and immediately overclocks his power level to 63%. He charges straight into the storm, and folks, not a single arrow even grazes his skin as he glides effortlessly toward safety. Furious that their ultimate attack has missed, the two demons curse him as a pathetic little rat. The leader asks if Nino is ready, but the spell still needs a few more seconds. Desperate, Nino unleashes more magic, sending a massive stone pillar crashing directly toward the dodging hero. But with a brilliant flash of purple light, Seo Junho teleports directly behind the one-eyed demon, instantly ending Nino's life with a clean and incredibly decisive strike. He does not waste a single second, punching the enemy leader straight in the face. The dying leader vows to wait in hell, but why would the hero ever go there? With another devastating strike, Seo Junho shatters the fiend's barrier, sending him crashing out of the combat zone. He relentlessly pursues the demon, slamming him through the undergrowth again and again with no intention of letting up. His power is slipping away. The Ice Empress calls out in deep worrying as his power climbs to 66%, but before he loses himself, Skaya suddenly appears and casts a soothing spell to halt his rampage. Stunned, he asks how she arrived, and Skaya casually points to the magic coin she gave him. She explains that her tracking spell on the coin alerts her to any nearby magical attacks, and now, it is time to force some useful confessions from these defeated fiends. Laughing, Skaya suddenly scoops up the screaming Ice Empress for a big hug, ignoring her frantic protests to focus on the plan. After extracting crucial information from the demon's shattered memories, the two disguised allies now find themselves sitting quietly inside a local pub. Keeping her face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, Skaya whispers that a fiend's stronghold is located on Mount Kano. Having located their base, she asks whether they should strike immediately or wait for the right moment. Pulling his hood low, Seo Junho notes that their next gathering is in 5 days, during the upcoming full moon. Since both of them are currently weakened, they will definitely need some kind of tactical advantage. The hero has been leveling up and training hard with ice golems specifically to prepare for this moment. Mastering his reinforcement ability is his ultimate trump card, and as they discuss their final strategy, the Ice Empress happily munks on sweet cakes in his lap. Stroking her chin, Skaya murmurs that while this world initially felt peaceful, everything has completely changed now. Indeed, Skaya expected the Fiend Association to be much stronger. He warns against being careless, saying they cannot afford any mistakes when facing such enemies again. She will scout them out, while he continues focusing on his reinforcement training. Sky dismissively waves his hands, claiming he is far too busy. He wonders if this is how Junho helps him, especially since they still do not know the enemy's strength. This might be their last chance to catch them. If they blindly charge in and the enemy turns out to be stronger, it will be the end of everything. Instead of a direct assault, a disguise seems much better. With a proper disguise, they will not recognize him. Sky promises to brew a disguise potion so she only needs to do her part. The absolute priority is figuring out the enemy's true power. She plans to observe them a bit longer, telling Junho to simply give the signal whenever he is ready to strike. She suggests practicing reinforcement while hunting, which should be highly effective. After thanking her, she wishes him the best of luck. Junho complains about why they have to travel so far just to hunt. The Ice Empress explains they must do this because they cannot afford to draw any unwanted attention. Junho scoffs, muttering there is nobody around anyway. Then he asks his contractor if the Iron Bear is actually strong. She admits she has never encountered one before. Suddenly, a faint outline of a massive bear appears in the distant darkness. The Ice Empress whispers to him that its entire body seems to be made of steel. While reinforcement would make the hunt easy, they cannot rely on it today. Junho agrees while silently realizing that stabilizing his reinforcement takes far more time than expected. He needs absolute focus. By now, the massive iron bear is closing in. The Ice Empress warns him that the beast has definitely spotted them. The Ice Empress calls out to her contractor, but Junho remains deep in thought. Fighting with an uncontrolled reinforcement is incredibly risky. Before he can even finish his thought, the bear roars and lunges directly at him. Junho still believes the key lies in controlling his speed. He wonders if this beast truly came from the harsh Kano Mountains. The creature resembles a mobile artificial weapon. If a monster like this ever appeared on Earth, ordinary humans would stand absolutely no chance. A single light blow sends Junho flying backward, forcing him to drive his sword into the ground to stop. The Ice Empress quickly chimes in with advice. She warns him not to challenge it with raw power. Junho quickly agrees, knowing he cannot match the beast in pure strength. Yet he feels his body needs to be as light as possible. Junho leaps high into the air, slashing at its steel armor and sending sparks flying. He realizes he must be both light and incredibly fast. In a flash, he cleanly severs the monster's head. As the beast crashed down, Junho stands amazed at how quickly it died. He cannot believe it died so easily. Landing nearby, the Ice Empress scolds him for still lacking control over his raw power. Junho sighs, admitting he was merely trying to land a hit, but failed to control it. She notes he is not ready for real combat yet. He asks what they should do next, since they need to level up but are quickly running out of time. She suggests constantly using reinforcement without relying on his usual hunting skills, which leaves him utterly surprised. Though it sounds like an outdated method, she assures him it is highly effective. Knowing the hardships ahead, he spends several painful nights training exactly as she instructed. Finally, Junho manages to control his speed reinforcement at 15%, successfully reaching level 65. The Ice Empress points to the full moon as a warning. Recognizing the signal, he agrees it is time to meet Sky before the effect fades. She reminds him to remain cautious while disguised. He assures her that he completely understands. At this moment, Junho is counting down the final 7 hours before the freezing curse is lifted. She asks if the curse has fully settled yet. Once activated, he must move with extreme care and precision, as managing his reinforcement will become slightly harder. He knew she would worry, asking if this is the potion she mentioned. She confirms its effects will only last for 6 hours. Because she brewed it in a rush, the effects will not last very long. Next, Sky hands Junho a unique badge featuring a skull with a cracked eye to wear. It is actually a magical communication device designed to transmit sound. If he gets into trouble, backup will arrive. Examining the potion, the Ice Empress asks if they are finally ready to head out. But she questions if her contractor is truly confident in his acting skills, leaving him wondering what she means by that. Thanks to the confession of the deceased, he possesses the dead man's memories. In other words, he will not get caught no matter who confronts him. Let us wait and see about that. Right now, Junho is silently cursing his own overconfidence as things take an unexpected turn. How dare he show his face here again? They assumed he would die alongside the twins, yet he is the only survivor. They mock him for surviving while the signers fell, making him feel like he is being completely ganged up on. Junho struggles to remain silent, trying desperately to figure out how the person he is impersonating would react in this exact situation. He warns them that if anyone mentions Sign's name again, he will rip their mouth apart, prompting the other fiends to laugh. They sneer at his loyalty to a dead master, mockingly expressing how jealous they are of someone having such a faithful dog to serve them. What good is a dead man anyway? Right then, An arrogant-looking figure steps forward, asking if everyone has arrived. He introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, a member of the Honorable Badge. Junho recognizes him instantly but stays quiet. Wang Haiyang keeps talking, stating that everyone is gathered here for one sole purpose, to help him clear this dungeon. He chose them based on their individual ranks, but to him, they are all just disposable tools. His orders are absolute, and disobedience means instant death. The surrounding fiends quickly nod and fall right in line. Wang Haiyang leaps down from the railing, showing off a mastery of physical landing. Well, a master of destruction, since his landing completely shatters the floor. He barks at everyone to get ready to move. Junho realizes he only has 2.5 hours left before his potion wears off, leaving him vulnerable to the freezing curse. His shadow skill should suffice, but he still needs to measure the true extent of Wang Haiyang's powers. Soon, the fiends arrive at the dungeon gate, a classic lock-in style where escape is impossible until the area is cleared. Wang Haiyang throws open the heavy gates, a blinding light flashes, and once the glare fades, Junho finds himself in a rather tricky spot. The spectacled fiend grumbles, asking where the others went. The female fiend is equally confused by their sudden isolation. While they panic, Junho quickly figures out the exact nature of this gate. The female fiend punches the wall, shouting to ask if it is a trap. Junho calmly explains these dungeons exist on Earth too. Entering triggers a random teleportation. The Ice Empress suddenly appears, asking if he is doing alright. He reassures her not to worry. This is a maze gate, a challenging place where everyone must defeat the monsters scattered throughout. Besides, a dark place like this is essentially his home turf. He cracks his neck, ready to unleash absolute chaos. The fiends curse, wondering if this is a maze. It seems highly likely, given how they were separated. The spectacled fiend suggests rejoining Wang Haiyang first, asking if they even have any other viable options. The female fiend snaps back, saying of course they do not. Traveling with Wang Haiyang means not having to worry about survival. Realizing this, they decide to move out. They agree to stay cautious and check their gear first. Meanwhile, Junho calculates that eliminating them would let him extract information about Wang Haiyang using his Confession of the Dead skill. But right now, he needs more layout details. He needs to know the exact layout, specifically the maze's size and how these rooms connect. As Junho casually opens a door, his two forced allies immediately scream in protest. They call him a lunatic, insisting he should have asked them first before opening random doors. Ignoring them completely, Junho notes the towering walls and potential traps. It seems to be a standard, albeit massive, labyrinth. Despite their loud complaints, the two fiends follow closely behind him. They whisper that this place is far larger than expected. Noticing the lack of monsters, the spectacled fiend suggests that Junho start sharing some of his thoughts. The glasses fiend shoots him a look, but Junho coldly replies that they wouldn't understand even if he explained. The female fiend immediately flares up. She curses under her breath, wondering what is wrong with him and admitting she has hated him from the start. She notes that Kaiser seems to blindly trust and follow this arrogant fool. Tuning out their constant insults, Junho releases a trace of dark energy to scout ahead. He realizes that in a labyrinth like this, monsters are likely hiding in wait. Perched on his shoulder, the Ice Empress asks what he is doing, while the female fiend sneers at him talking to empty air. She mockingly asks who he is talking to, ordering him to march ahead as their meat shield. Junho frowns, his patience wearing thin. It would be so much easier to just end them here. His sudden, icy glare startles the two, but they quickly recover their smirks. They remind him that his master is no longer around to protect him. They mockingly ask if he wants to join his master, but Junho calmly tells them to watch their backs instead. Laughing it off as a cheap and pathetic trick, they spin around, only to freeze at the sight of a massive, razor-sharp insect looming right over them. The spectacled fiend gasps out the name of the white mantis, but before he can even react, the beast slices him cleanly in half. The female fiend screams in sheer terror. She is completely useless, unable to do anything but panic in a crisis. Junho stares at the colossal creature, quietly noting that the main threat of the dungeon has finally made its grand appearance. This is the true terror of this place, an apex predator that dominates the labyrinth and masterfully uses the very walls as its weapons. As the creature tears the spectacled fiend apart, the terrified female fiend manages to find a moment to spit in frustration. Shock has paralyzed her on the spot. She desperately wishes she did not have to face such a monstrous opponent right now. Staring at the massive barrier blocking her escape, she grimaces and turns to Junho, accusing him of creating this wall to trap them. This is absolutely not a wall, they think. I do not know what your plan is, but you will not trick me that easily. It remains to be seen what happens next, but for now, Ethan Cole can easily exploit this loophole to stay out of the fight. If the wall mantis treats this as a regular wall, it will be able to move around completely free. Right now, Ethan Cole can gather the vital information he needs without getting his hands dirty, but having only one wall mantis nearby in this dungeon is practically impossible. He needs to move fast before more of them catch the scent of blood and swarm the area. Utilizing the Confession of Death skill on the glasses guy reveals memories of Banjo, the protective mage guarding Wang Haon. She possesses the Causality of Death skill, a unique ability allowing her to gather deep insights on whoever she keeps an eye on. Looking back, she touched absolutely everyone before entering the dungeon to extract their secrets, but even more dangerous is Wang Haon's formidable penetrating eyes ability, which acts as a powerful form of clairvoyance. This is an upgrade skill that instantly reveals the exact weaknesses of any targeted opponent. Meanwhile, Wang Haon can obliterate monsters with a single punch, meaning this won't be easy for the contractor. What is the plan now? That is what will separate him from his rivals, because in this brutal dungeon, he is simply leveling the playing field to make things fair. As expected of someone so incredible, Wang Haon easily unleashes his destructive energy. Wang Haon takes down yet another wall mantis to the cheers of his crew, but before he can even breathe, Banjo sounds the alarm. Banjo warns that the number of wall mantises is rising, all at level 90 or higher, hinting at a possible ambush. 23 is an incredibly massive number, and with 6 more allies recently wiped out, the situation is turning extremely suspicious. Declaring that they cannot keep losing people to monsters, Wang Haon firmly concludes that a traitor must be hiding among them. And his instincts are spot on, as Ethan Cole deliberately lets the beasts slaughter the fiends before stepping in to finish them off. Deciding he is finally done playing around, he unleashes his Guardians of Darkness to shred the giant mantises in the blink of an eye. He initially wondered if his transformation would be cancelled in this place, but it seems to be working perfectly. The Ice Empress chimes in, reminding him that the curse of the freezing cold will take about an hour to fully recover. Since they are running out of time, Ethan Cole prioritizes collecting their memories, completely unaware of a fiend creeping up behind him with 2 sharp iron spikes. There is absolutely no need to worrying, as Ethan Cole casually chats with the Ice Empress while easily catching the attacker by his neck. The longer he stays alive, the more of their dark memories he is able to dig up. Even Wang Haon cannot see through this trick, leaving the captured fiend absolutely terrified and completely lost for words. Ethan Cole easily deduces that this guy belongs to Wang Haon's crew, meaning they have already realized just how bad the situation is. Without hesitating, he puts an end to the fiend and activates his Confession of Death, immediately triggering memories of Banjo warning that something in this place is highly unusual. They need to find any remaining survivors and regroup before taking on the dungeon boss. After mapping their targets, Stan offers to activate his homecoming instinct to lead everyone straight to Hicks, which is the exact moment Ethan Cole realizes that things are about to go south. Right as Ethan Cole senses the danger, the homecoming instinct is already fully activated. Ethan Cole freezes, realizing he let his guard down as Wang Haon is delivered right to his doorstep. Demanding to know if the traitorous bug looks familiar, Wang Haon addresses Goof directly before casually kicking a fallen body aside to clear space for the duel. The giant foe chuckles at the surprise, while the Ice Empress quickly climbs onto Ethan Cole's shoulder to warn him. She warns the contractor that this is no time to fight, especially since he is still suffering from the frost curse. He asks how much time remains, and with 50 minutes left, he wonders why Wang Haon is targeting Goof of all people. Though he has grown significantly stronger since his last major battle, fighting with incomplete power amplification and a lingering frost curse is an incredibly massive risk right now. Perhaps he needs to rely on the Ice Empress's freezing powers to hold on. He questions whether Goof came here under the command of their superiors, demanding to know why he slaughtered their allies when this raid was going so well. Since the Silent Warrior has no intention of answering, Wang Haon decides they will just beat the truth out of him. Before the sentence even finished, A fist flies directly at Ethan Cole's face, forcing him to draw his sword in an instant to block the blindingly fast strike. Wang Haon delivers a devastating, armor-piercing blow, utterly shocked that his opponent actually has the reflexes to react and block it. Unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of punches, Wang Haon demands to know if this skilled warrior is truly the weakling known as Goof. He knows the real Goof is nowhere near this strong, proving that this elite hunter has incredibly sharp perception to match his power. The relentless onslaught forces Ethan Cole backward step by step, as he fights with everything he has just to avoid being blown away. The enemy's raw power is far beyond his expectations, and letting him maintain this crushing momentum will put his life in serious danger. Wang Haon laughs with sadistic glee at his struggle, just as Stan suddenly steps forward to demand his own share of the action. Wang Haon claims the opponent is his to punish, telling Bo to hold the line while he takes charge. Seeing her favorite contractor take a heavy beating, the Ice Empress chimes in with a vital hint. She warns her contractor that raw speed alone will not suffice, recognizing that signature technique as the legendary move that built the enemy's entire reputation. Wang Haon cracks his knuckles with a wicked grin, wondering if this is truly the legendary dimensional battlefield. He admits he has heard of this legendary technique before, always wondering what kind of talent could possibly make the commander favor someone so highly. He asks if they should begin, talking to himself as he drops into a low stance to launch another brutal assault. Meanwhile, Junho wonders why the commander would covet Goff's power, realizing he has just unlocked yet another piece of his lost memory. This time, Junho summons his fierce shadow wolves to stand directly against the powerful Wang Haon. Stomping his foot to charge up a thunderous strike, the enemy laughs, thinking that even if this battlefield controls dark energy, it is completely useless. With a single monstrous blow, he shatters the four shadow wolves Junho relies on, leaving the young warrior completely stunned. He sneers that he finally understands why the commander wants this power, as it could easily be used to build a second unstoppable army of darkness. Wang Haon closes the distance in a flash, and Junho's complete lack of reaction leaves the Ice Empress deeply worried. Sensing extreme danger, she warns her contractor just as Wang Haon's massive fist smashes directly into a sudden wall of protective ice. That icy barrier certainly saves his life, but it also forces him to completely reveal his hidden tricks to the enemy. Mocking the sudden ice power, Wang Haon chuckles in delight as his grin twists into something far more sinister. He boasts that from this moment on, every single move and thought will be completely under his control. No matter how hard Junho tries to maintain it, the fragile ice wall shatters under the brute force, sending him flying backward. Despite the Ice Empress's rising panic, Junho remains incredibly calm, silently boosting his raw power by 30% as his white armor fully materializes, allowing him to charge right back into a direct duel. The two clash furiously, tearing through the surroundings and smashing from wall to wall in an intense battle with no clear winner. Suddenly, Wang Haon unleashes a special technique to cleanse himself of all negative effects. This allows him to land a devastating uppercut, a strike so powerful it completely shatters the dark energy shield surrounding their battlefield like an arena. Looking up at a sudden tier above him, he wonders in disbelief if the strike actually pierced right through his body. But something feels off, making him question if this is even the dimensional battlefield at all as he spots Junho still standing there unharmed. He assumes it must be some advanced cloning technique, but wonders how a mere spy could ever wield the unique powers of Goff. Could that strange illusion really have been the dimensional battlefield? As his enemy stands there frozen in confusion, a series of system notifications flash before Junho, searching for a spell to remove his current debuffs. The system successfully reduces the duration of his frost curse by 1 hour. Talk about a lucky break. Meanwhile, Wang Haon desperately tries to make sense of the bizarre situation, shocked that this opponent possesses memories only Goff should know, alongside the ability to replicate his unique battlefield. It seems no one else realized he was actually a spy. But looking at him now, his physical vessel and incredible skills seem far more valuable than Goff's, wielding mastery over both darkness and ice. Standing back up, Junho steps forward and asks if his opponent is already tired, declaring that he is only just getting started. Though spitting blood, Junho effortlessly falls into a flawless combat stance, prompting Wang Haon to let out a relieved laugh as a twisted smile creeps across his face. The enemy promises a slow death, but Junho remains completely silent, letting his icy glare show that the fight is far from over. This time, Junho strikes before the enemy can even draw close, just as the debilitating frost curse completely wears off. With his stats fully restored, Junho unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy blows, making up for his earlier struggles by hitting his target with absolute precision. A brutal fist sends the enemy flying back, coughing up blood as he realizes this young warrior has suddenly become too fast to track. Before he can even recover, Junho closes the gap and delivers a crushing blow straight to the face, making his eyes roll back. The enemy swings wildly to fight back, but Junho instantly flashes behind him, unleashing a wave of frost before driving another powerful fist straight into his forehead. Desperately trying to grab Junho, the villain is instead launched high into the ceiling, crashing down hard right in front of his panicked allies. Bo rushes over, anxiously asking if he is alright. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he barks out orders to ignore everything else and kill the dungeon boss immediately, charging back in with a desperate grin. Without a second of hesitation, Junho activates a 15% power boost and lunges forward to meet the charge head-on. The enemy yells that this opponent is far more dangerous than any boss, urging him to bring everything he has. The two trade relentless blows back and forth for dozens of rounds, and though the villain tries to read every movement, he simply cannot keep up with this speed, wondering how he can possibly stop him. Reeling from another massive strike, before he can recover, the freezing frost locks his body in place, leaving him completely open as Junho closes in for the final, devastating strike. The strike of his blade looks deceptively gentle, but it has already sliced Wang Qian's body countless times. The moment Junho fully sheathes his sword, the enemy's body violently explodes. And just like that, the evil fiend is gone forever. The blinding flash of the explosion completely eclipses everything around them. No matter how strong a boss is, a monster is still just a beast. Sadly, his final words turn to ash with him, never reaching his waiting allies. Deep within the raging flames, the two allies Wang Haon sent ahead are wondering what is taking him so long. They assume he sent them ahead because communication outside the dungeon is cut off, leaving them to wait in the dark. Both are certain he is fighting out there, and there is absolutely no way he could ever lose. Bongo, his loyal shadow for all these years, finishes speaking and turns around, only to see Satan already frozen into an ice statue. What is this, real ice magic? Could there be another player with freezing abilities hidden nearby? Before she can even process the shock, her fingers turn to solid ice, and she is frozen completely in the blink of an eye. Junho coldly gazes at the two icy figures and sighs, noting how incredibly annoying this skill is, wondering if he suffered the exact same fate before. The Ice Empress proudly claims her skill is highly convenient, but Junho remains rather skeptical of its true value. He explains that it freezes the victim's mind and drains massive willpower, making it a dangerous power that requires extreme caution. But regardless of the risks, the Mantis Queen is now frozen solid. Only one final, decisive strike remains. Junho leaves the dirty work to his dark guards, letting them clean up the remains of the fiends and the frozen mantis. Once his guards devour every last bit, a rare item drops, and honestly, his playful next question to the Ice Empress is just priceless. He asks if she knows what used to excite him the most during his gate raids. Was it the roaring cheers of reporters and crowds? No, it was always the sweet reward at the very end. He holds up the Mantis Queen's magic core, a beautifully engraved gem radiating a powerful, dark energy. Curious, the Ice Empress floats closer to get a better look, identifying it as a genuine core from the defeated Mantis Queen. She marvels at the treasures dropped by these beasts, but Junho playfully wonders if she also drops a magic core when defeated. Startled, she wonders if she actually has one too, anxiously searching her body as a deep sense of dread washes over her. She frantically checks herself in utter panic, but Junho reassures her, joking that there is only a 95% chance for bosses to drop them. Yet, she notes that nothing like that was mentioned during their contract, a comment that instantly catches Junho off guard. Her eyes show complete bewilderment as a rush of strange, forgotten memories suddenly begins to unfold inside her mind. Wondering if these are truly hers, the scenery shifts, taking them back to the tragic fall of her frozen kingdom. Back then, Sophie had learned of a mysterious entity known as the floor manager. Confused, Junho asks what she means by that. While Junho listens in absolute shock, the dazed Ice Empress continues, recalling that the non-human entity offered her a second chance, but her memory cuts off there. As the flashback fades, Junho asks if she remembers any identifying facial features of that entity. She suggests absorbing more spirit stones might help, but he gently tells her not to force it, asking her to simply share whatever she remembers. Accepting his words, she nods, while Junho secretly deduces that her forgotten memories might be returning because his soul rank recently went up. Believing that higher ranks unlock her past, he decides he should definitely let her absorb more spirit stones in the near future. Still in deep panic, Sophie clutches her head and mutters, complaining about how on earth she is supposed to eat hard stones. Putting her comedic protests aside, the duo finally discovers the hidden treasure chamber, finding a remarkably tiny chest packed with exactly 100 gold coins. Junho quickly estimates this treasure is worth nearly 1 billion won, and notices a mysterious book lying inside the chest. The Ice Empress asks if it is a skill book, and a system notification instantly pops up. It is a C-rank skill book called Wall Shadow, allowing him to turn into a shadow and phase through walls for 1 minute. He is impressed, noting it perfectly mimics the mantis. It is highly useful for stealthy espionage or quick assassinations, when suddenly, another notification appears. An S-rank high-level skill of the same attribute, Shadow Guard, has been detected. The system offers to fuse the abilities together. The screen asks if he wants to merge Wall Shadow with his Shadow Guard, which would transfer the lower-tier skill's effect directly into the superior ability. He never expected that fusing skills like this was even possible. The power of the fused skill will be greatly amplified depending on the strength of the higher-tier ability. Junho quickly grasps how this works. By fusing them, the C-rank skill disappears, but its shadow-shifting power will still be accessible through his Shadow Guard. Realizing there is absolutely nothing to lose here, he confidently accepts the skill fusion. The system confirms the successful fusion. As dark energy envelops Junho, you just know he is eager to test out this new, enhanced power. This raw power makes him feel as though he can witness the end of another world. He calmly summons his Shadow Guard as dark energy erupts outward, though the Ice Empress watching from the side thinks it looks completely normal. But Ethan Cole insists it is different. He waves his hand, telling her to wait just a moment. In the blink of an eye, Ethan Cole transforms into a streak of dark light and shoots off like an arrow. The results are surprisingly effective. The Ice Empress anxiously asks if her contractor is alright after literally turning into darkness, right before the sphere shifts back into Ethan Cole. He is doing much better than fine. This forgotten technique is not even in the books. Who could have imagined such a feat was possible? It is enough to bring tears of joy. But suddenly, Skaya is seen drilling into something. Seeing her, Ethan Cole stops in surprise, asking Skaya what she is doing there. She looks up, relieved to see he is safe. She asks if he finished everything. Of course he did, but he wonders what she was just doing. She explains she was going to use a gate drill to break in and rescue him. Her sheer enthusiasm leaves Ethan Cole speechless with a wry smile. She asks about the Ice Empress and if she returned to the spirit world. Ethan Cole points to his head, where she is sleeping soundly. She is even blowing spit bubbles and drooling. Skaya laughs, wondering how a spirit could sleep so deeply. Sitting by the warm fire, Skaya and Ethan Cole discuss the shocking secrets extracted from the dungeon ghouls. 7 major forces exist. Indeed, their memories confirm it. The Mage Association has grown 7 factions powerful enough to threaten even the legendary Big Six. Each faction houses only a few members, but they are absolute monsters in their own right, starting with pride. The others are despair, wrath, composure, gluttony, sloth, and envy. Under 7 association heads, these living weapons carry out every single order. The king Ethan Cole recently defeated was once a key member of that pride faction. Skaya asks if each faction has its own mission. Ethan Cole confirms that is why he could not find details on the magic prison. In 2 months, Pride plans to make a move on the upper floor, and it certainly will not be a minor operation. She seems quite eager, even though it will be incredibly difficult, but that is exactly what she wants. She promises more details over the next 2 months. Offering praise for his good work, she prepares to visit the Goblin Guild. The guild leader contacted her for a meeting. When Ethan Cole offers to accompany her for safety, she politely declines, saying it is just a brief talk. Declining his offer with a warm smile, She promises to message him if she uncovers anything useful during her meeting. With those words, she bids her friend farewell. Ethan Cole kindly reminds her to take good care of herself out there. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his screen. Ethan Cole expects a message from Gong Ruha, but to his utter surprise, it comes from Ryan Park. The message politely asks if he can spare some time, introducing the sender as the renowned Ryan Park. The text asks player Ethan Cole for his urgent help, leaving him staring at the screen in complete disbelief. As the campfire dies down, Ethan Cole finally replies, asking if this is truly the legendary Sword Saint. The reply is a simple yes. This only fuels his suspicion, as he doubts an incredible figure like the Sword Saint would ever need his assistance. It would make sense if he was known as Ghost, but right now he is just Ethan Cole. Before he can ask for proof, something is sent over. The Sword Saint sends over a selfie, though his photography skills are clearly nowhere near as sharp as his legendary swordsmanship. Seeing the sword-carved proof, Ethan Cole notes his impressive handwriting but playfully suggests he needs to practice taking better selfies. While the Ice Empress snoozes away, Ethan Cole sends a reply thanking him for the proof and asking why he reached out. There is a brief delay, leading him to think the man is busy, until a new message asks if they can meet in person. Sent alongside yet another terrible selfie, the slow exchange leaves Ethan Cole feeling completely helpless and amused. Ethan Cole seems destined to deal with ice and snow, as his meeting destination is set in a freezing mountain range. The Ice Empress asks where they are. Unzipping his warm coat, Ethan Cole explains they are in the freezing Bram region, though his C-grade resistance keeps him comfortable. Peeking her head out of his coat with a running nose, she shivers and complains about the biting cold. She insists it is freezing, prompting him to tease her about whether she is actually an ice spirit at all. She quickly protests that she is simply still groggy from her slumber. Upon reaching the destination, the Sword Saint personally greets him, noting that the long journey through the freezing cold must have been exhausting. He warmly invites the young man inside, promising to explain his reasons for reaching out. Once they are settled inside, the Sword Saint asks Ethan Cole if he knows anything about dwarves. Ethan Cole admits he has only heard rumors without ever seeing one, prompting his host to explain they live deep within the Bram Canyon. Living in the Bram Canyon sounds highly dangerous, as even deep caves can hardly block such extreme, unforgiving temperatures. Simple caves indeed cannot block the biting frost, but the unique technology of the dwarves makes it entirely possible. The Sword Saint describes them as a fierce, stubborn race with a profound love for strong alcohol. Ethan Cole notes their tendency to migrate in massive tribal waves every few centuries, which his host quickly confirms. The time has come, and the destination is the frozen Hamlo Canyon. Seo Junho is there to help, but this remote settlement holds a massive problem. The entire canyon is now a dungeon, but the Sword Saint should easily handle this alone. But the boss is the powerful Frost Witch, and her terrifying, supernatural cold prevents anyone from even getting close to her. Seo Junho quietly worries about his own cold resistance, which is only C-grade. The legendary Sword Saint offers to assist him in every way possible if he lends them his unique strength. The Ice Empress suggests that her contractor must negotiate for the boss rewards as well. The Sword Saint promises never to steal credit for his work, leaving the little queen completely shocked. She wonders how this human understands her spirit language, but he explains he learned it from elves. She quickly admits that his spiritual level is actually quite high. Seo Junho scratches his head and awkwardly apologizes, thanking her for the compliment while joking that humans should probably learn to speak a bit more politely. They head up the mountain together, and Kim Woo-jung suddenly looks back to ask if the pace is too fast. He hopes it is not too fast, but the hero wants more speed. The Sword Saint stares with sharp eyes, deeply impressed by his guest's endless determination. They will reach the village in just one single day, leaving Seo Junho to prepare himself. A serious workout begins as they sprint up the mountain with a 25% overclock. Meanwhile, investigators search the ruined dungeon previously cleared by the hero, finding absolutely nothing left alive in the total, chilling silence of the debris. Just think about it, who could have cleared this place so quickly? They wonder if an elite player was nearby, but their records show absolutely nothing. Could it be the legendary Kim Woo-jung, or perhaps the mysterious Sky Killian who went completely missing? Some dismiss the legendary 5 great heroes as mere relics of the past with no modern relevance. A senior investigator warns them not to judge what they never saw. The leader orders an immediate return with no foolish detours, but one cocky scout secretly smirks with hands itching for a violent and bloody fight. He licks his lips like a hungry predator, eager to slaughter anyone unfortunate enough to cross his path on the way. Meanwhile, they arrive at the hidden home of the legendary White Mo dwarf tribe. Miniature houses crowd the mountain cliffs in this unique village known as Dennis. Seo Junho is highly amazed, admitting he has never actually seen a dwarf before in his life. He really had no idea what their hidden settlement would actually look like. His only knowledge came from fantasy movies, so he eagerly asks his companion what these magical beings look like. The Sword Saint smiles, guiding him to the square where they spot two small children sitting by a fountain. Seo Junho instantly wants to make a great and very friendly first impression on the young dwarf children. He smiles warmly and pulls out a colorful lollipop to introduce himself to them. The boy glares at the sweet candy and bluntly asks who this absolute idiot is. Both men freeze in pure embarrassment while the little girl giggles, saying she actually finds his gentle gesture rather sweet. The boy mocks his surprised face, leaving the young hero completely red and looking for help. The laughing Sword Saint steps in to properly introduce them. These are not children at all, as the heavily bearded dwarf elders from popular media are nothing but fiction. This childlike boy is actually the tribal chief, and he is already over 250 years old. Seo Junho feels incredibly young at only 51 years old, and the two companions quickly continue their climb up the mountain. Look at this place, it is so cold that even the Ice Empress is shivering. Looking up, they see strange, white-furred creatures watching them closely from the high, snowy cliffs. The ancient chief explains that while humans often meet elves and orcs, almost no outsiders ever witness the true lifestyle of the dwarf tribe. To an immortal dwarf, the brief lifespans of humans make them look like toddlers. But one popular legend about their kind is completely true, which is their unmatched and highly legendary craftsmanship in building vast underground kingdoms. This harsh, frozen valley is where the chief was born and raised. Unfortunately, with vital resources rapidly fading, the entire tribe has no choice but to find a new home. But suddenly, the terrifying ice which appeared in Hamalu Valley. Once construction was completed, Kim Woo-jung explained his true mission: he had to defeat her without damaging the valley, which was why he failed. In Irish mythology, a banshee is a ghostly woman whose piercing scream brings instant death. They asked for details about her, offering to provide plenty of essential supplies in return for their help. "Our home relies on you." He promised that upon their safe return, he would personally craft a special weapon just for them. Despite the chief's highly tempting offer, Seo Junho refused to play the reckless hero, stating he was not sure of victory but promised to return. High up on the cliffs of the frozen valley, Kim Woo-jung spotted a creature covered in long white fur, a completely motionless yeti. Without saying a single word, Kim Woo-jung kept a cold expression and quietly drew his deadly sword. Suddenly, the yeti sprang to life with glowing eyes, prompting Kim Woo-jung to leap forward, swinging his sword while whispering a strange incantation. He muttered memento mori, a grim Latin phrase reminding his opponent to prepare for inevitable death. It turned out this incredible sword saint possessed masterclass combat skills along with the rare gift of speaking multiple monster languages. Talk about a true scholar. With a single, cold stroke, he turned the pretending monster into a very real corpse. His job finished, Kim Woo-jung calmly urged them to move on, leaving a stunned Seo Junho standing there with his eyes wide open in sheer disbelief. Approaching the Valley of the Dwarves, the legendary warrior suddenly brought their journey to a halt. He warned Seo Junho that he had to proceed alone from this point, facing a terrifying, bottomless abyss wrapped in a blinding blizzard. Wrapping his coat tightly, Seo Junho confirmed if the valley lay deep within that raging storm, thanking his guide for bringing him this far. Wishing him luck, Kim Woo-jung watched as Seo Junho marched forward alone, immediately sinking waist-deep into the freezing, heavy snow. Pushing through the brutal elements to the entrance of the icy valley, he finally collapsed onto his knees, gasping heavily for breath. Scattered throughout the snowy expanse were small stone houses, built in the exact same style as the dwarven village he had visited earlier. A notification screen flashed before his eyes, confirming his entry into the dangerous dungeon of the Ice Witch. As the Ice Empress rolled onto the ground completely frozen, Seo Junho quietly remarked on how silent it was, which instantly made her erupt in anger. He teased her, asking how she could call herself the Ice Empress when she was shivering and complaining about dying from the cold. Before their petty argument could escalate, A group of restless spirits drifted closer, crying out in warning that approaching any further would mean certain death. Turning pale with fright, the shivering spirit clung tightly to his shoulder, desperately asking if he actually had a plan. She kept asking if he was absolutely sure, suggesting they turn back if he felt scared by the ghostly warnings of doom. A powerful spirit terrified of ghosts, she really should have mentioned this embarrassing detail to him much sooner. Calmly pulling out a bright flare, Seo Junho questioned why a literal queen of frost would be so terrified of an ice witch, firing the explosive despite her desperate protests.